Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In this session, we will be learning the complete software testing. But before we begin, I would like to take a quick confirmation from the viewers if I'm clearly audible and the screen is visible. If yes, kindly type yes in the chat section, and if there are any problems that we could rectify, please do let us know in the chat section. Alright, I see a lot of positive responses from our viewers. Thank you. Now I think it's clear to get started. So before we get started with software testing, I would like to tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So if you are one of those tech geeks in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. So at first, we will get started with Selenium. And in Selenium section, we will learn the advent of Selenium. Then, followed by that, we will understand what exactly is Selenium and the technicalities of Selenium. Followed by that, we will understand the Selenium tool suite. Then, we will learn how to install Selenium in our local systems. Then, we will learn the Selenium IDE tutorial. Followed by that, we will get started with Selenium Web Driver tutorial. So once we are done with the Selenium Web Driver tutorial, we will get started with XPath in Selenium Web Driver. Followed by that, we will learn Selenium Chrome Driver tutorial. Once we are done with the Selenium Chrome Driver tutorial, we will get started with test ng annotations. Then we will have a head-on-head comparison with Selenium and QTP. Followed by that, we will go through Selenium jobs and salary trends in the current IT industry. And finally, to make things interesting, we carried out a survey on the major testing software companies and collected some most frequently asked interview questions based on Selenium. Now, this will be helpful for your software testing career. So followed by Selenium, we have another tool that is JMeter. So we will get started with JMeter installation, then we will learn performance testing. Followed by that, we will learn JMeter load testing. And advancing ahead, we will learn about JMeter API testing. And finally, in JMeter part, we will learn the JMeter script recording. So once we are done with the JMeter script recording and JMeter tool, we will get ahead and learn the Jenkins. So in Jenkins part, we will have a brief tutorial about what exactly is DevOps, where we will understand the fundamentals of DevOps so that we have a clear idea what we are dealing with and why we are using Jenkins in software testing. Followed by that, we will learn the critical part of CI/CD pipeline. Then we will get started with what is Jenkins, and then we will learn how to install Jenkins in our local systems. Once we are done with the installation part, we will go through continuous integrations in collaboration with Jenkins. And finally, to make things interesting, we are including some most frequently asked critical Jenkins-based interview questions. So with that, we are done with the agenda, and I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now without further ado, let's get started with the first part, that is Selenium. Now over to our training experts.
Hey there, welcome into the world of Selenium. If you're going to embark on a journey of automation, I promise you this is the right place to start. So let me take you on the first lap of this journey. This is a video tutorial, What is Selenium from Simplilearn. What is in it for you? Before you start understanding any automation tool, it's good to look back into what manual testing is all about, what are its challenges, and how an automation tool overcomes these challenges. Challenges are always overcome by inventing something new. So let's see how Selenium came into existence and how did it evolve to become one of the most popular web application automation tools. Selenium suite of tools. Selenium is not a single tool. It has multiple components and we will be looking into each of them. As you know, every automation tool has its own advantages and limitations. So we will be understanding the advantages and limitations of Selenium and how do we work around it. Selenium jobs and salary. Very important, isn't it? You are here to learn Selenium. You definitely want to know what's the market demand on this skill, what worth you will be once you are skilled on this automation tool. So what we will do, we'll just discuss some stats on the job market related to test automation and Selenium in particular. Alright, so let's get started. Manual testing and its challenges. What is manual testing? Manual testing mainly involves physical execution of test cases against various applications and to do what? To detect bugs and errors. So as a definition, if you can say, it is one of the primitive methods of testing a software. Execution of test cases without using any automation tools. It does not require the knowledge of any automation tools and can practically test any application. This could be as simple a definition can be. Let's do one thing. Let's take an example, right? Before we start understanding what are the challenges of manual testing and why we have to really look into any automation tools. Let's take a simple example. Say we have a simple use case. As a user, I want to log into my web application using username and password. A very common use case, isn't it? And this is a common use case for any kind of web application under test. Now let's say, for example, I have a web application here. Say I have this community.simplilearn.com. For me to actually enter into this application, what I need to do is first log in into this application. So this is a simple login page which accepts a user ID or an email ID, a password, and you click on the login. Now as a tester, you would write multiple test cases to test this use case. For example, you will have multiple data test cases like valid credentials, invalid credentials, null value, and so on. You will also test multiple links on this page, probably the forget password link, the sign up now. So whatever links are made available, you're going to test that. Then you will say test this checkbox. So you will check the remember me functionality, and when you log in back again, you want to validate if all your previous data are filled up. You will also check for error messages on an invalid login. You will do accessibility testing. You will also do a performance on this page. Like say for example, response time after you click on login button and so on. So while you're doing a manual testing, literally you can do any kind of test you want. So this is what you do in the first place. And then you start executing these test cases one by one. You will find bugs, your developers are going to fix them, and you will need to rerun all these test cases again and again until all your bugs are fixed and your application is ready to ship. Now this is a very simple use case. Now let's look at a little complex use case now. Say you have an account creation form like this. So I have this online PAN application form, right? This is still a simpler form, I would say. Now look at the amount of data you need to fill here. Each and every field you need to test, and you need to test this with hundreds of transactions because you're going to have those kind of data sets with you, and then you're going to repeat them again and again until you are satisfied that your application is working as per it is designed. So now if you go back to our presentation, now this brings us to the first demerit of the manual testing, and what it is, this is very time consuming process, and hence it's going to get very boring for any manual tester. Also, it is more error prone. The risk of error is pretty high. Why? Because it is done manually and human mistakes are bound to happen. It requires presence of tester all the time. Since it's manual execution, tester's presence is required all the time. One needs to keep doing manual steps over and over again, and hence he needs to be sitting in front of his PC. Manual creation of logs and repositories. Creating manual reports. Grouping them. Formatting them so that they are like a good looking reports. Sending those reports manually to all the stakeholders. Say collecting logs from the various machines after you execute the test cases. Consolidating all those results and logs, right? Creating repositories, maintaining them. Wow. This is a huge long list of mundane tasks one needs to do. And this you need to do again and again until your testing is completed, right? So this is going to be a manual process and it's going to be very tedious. And as I said, it is also error prone. Limited scope. The scope of manual testing is very limited. For example, say regression testing. Ideally, you would want to run all the test cases which you have written. But since it's a manual process, you would not have the luxury of time to execute all of them. And hence what you do, you will pick up, choose your test cases and then execute. That way you are kind of limiting the scope of testing. Also, say working with large amount of data, which is manually pretty impractical. What about performance testing? So you want to say collect certain metrics on various performance measures as a part of your performance testing. You want to simulate certain multiple loads on your application which is under test. Hence, performing this manually is definitely not feasible. And to top it all this, say you're working in an agile model where your code is being churned out by developers, say every week. Testers are building their test and they're executing them as and when the builds are made available to them for testing. Now this happens iteratively, and hence you will need to run all the test cases which you have created multiple times during your development process. And doing this manually is going to become definitely very tedious and boring. And is this really an effective way of doing it? Not at all. So what do? We automate it. So this tells us why we want to automate. One is for the faster execution. Two, to be less error prone. And the most importantly, to help you run your test cases frequently, as many times as you want. So there were many tools available in the market today for automation. So one such tool is Selenium. Advent of Selenium. Much before Selenium, there were various tools in the market like RFT, QTP, just to name a few popular ones. Selenium was introduced by a gentleman called Jason Huggins way back in 2004. He was an engineer at ThoughtWorks. He was working on a web application which needed frequent testing, and he realized the inefficiency in manual testing his application repeatedly. So what he did was he wrote a JavaScript program that automatically controlled the browser actions, and he named it as JavaScript Test Runner. He also made this open source, which later was renamed as Selenium Core. And this is how Selenium came into existence. Since then, Selenium has become one of the most powerful tools to test web applications. So what is Selenium? Selenium is the most popular and widely used automation tool for automating your web application. It enables us to test web application on all kind of browsers like IE, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Edge, Opera, and even the headless browser. Selenium is an open source and it's platform independent. The biggest reason why people are preferring this tool is because it is free of cost, whereas the QTP and RFT, which I mentioned earlier, are the chargeable tools. Selenium is also a set of tools and libraries to facilitate automation of web application. It is not a single tool. It has multiple components in it, which we will be seeing in detail in some time. And all these tools together, they help us test the web application. You can run Selenium scripts on any platform. It is platform independent. And why it is platform independent? Because it is developed in JavaScript. It's very common for manual testers not to have in-depth programming knowledge. So the Selenium has a record and replay back capability, and this tool is called as Selenium IDE, which can be used to create a set of actions as a script, and then you just have to replay that script. So mainly this is used for demo purposes because Selenium itself is such a powerful tool and it offers so rich functionality. You would want to be in a position to take the advantage of all its features. However, if you have testers who do not have enough of programming knowledge to start with, there is still this IDE, which is a record replay tool, which you can use to create your test scripts. It also provides support for different programming languages like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, and so on. So you can literally write your test scripts in any language you like or which you know of. So one need not again know a complete in-depth or an advanced knowledge of any of these languages. Selenium supports different operating systems and browsers. It supports Windows, Macs, Linux, and say if you want to run your test on Ubuntu machines, yes, that is also possible. It's on any platform of your choice, Selenium, you can run the test cases. Selenium suite of tools. So now let's go a little more deeper into the Selenium. So as I said, it is a suite of tools, and these are the major components of the Selenium. Selenium IDE, Selenium Remote Control, which is in short called as RC, Selenium Web Driver, and Selenium Grid. From Selenium 3.0 version onwards, you will not find the remote control anymore because it has been deprecated. But you still have your IDE, WebDriver, and Grid components. Now let's take a deeper look into each of these components and understand how they function in this suite of tools. Selenium Integrated Development Environment, which is called as Selenium IDE. So it is the most simplest tool in the suite of Selenium. It's an integrated development environment. It has a record and playback functionality, and it's a very simple and easy to use tool. However, it is mainly used as a prototyping and not used for creating the actual automation for your real-time projects. Why? Because of its own limitations, since it's just a record and replay tool. So this IDE is available as a Firefox plugin and a Chrome extension. So either you can use Firefox or the Chrome browser to record your test scripts. The commands created in the scripts where you are going to record these commands are called Selenium commands, and these are the commands which interact with your browser. You can also write some of these commands manually while you're recording your scripts, and we'll see how to do that when we talk about the IDE in detail. And it is again a platform independent, so you can deploy IDE on any platform of your choice. So you can have it on your Windows, Linux, and Mac OS, However, the only requirement is you should have either Chrome or Firefox browser support on that particular platform. Earlier, Selenium IDE was only a Firefox extension. It died with the Firefox version 54 or 55, I guess. So IDE was not supported from the 55 version onwards. And this was sometime during 2017. However, very recently, all new brand Selenium IDE has been launched by Apply Tools, and they have made it cross-browser. That is, it is available both on Chrome and Firefox now. So you can install this extension as a Chrome extension or as an add-on on your Firefox browser. It's a completely revamped version which was done by Apply Tools. They literally rewrote the complete code, and now they have made it available on the GitHub under the Apache 2.0 license. And it also comes with many new features now, like reusability of test cases. It has a better debugging technology now, and most importantly, it supports parallel test execution. It has introduced an utility called Selenium Side Runner that allows your test cases to run on any browser. So you can create your automation using your IDE on Chrome or Firefox. However, through this side runner, from your command prompt, you can execute any of your test cases on any browser of your choice, and thus by achieving your cross-browser testing. You can also run parallel testing using Grid without writing any specific code to do this. Again, this can be done using the Selenium side runner and having the Grid installation done. So let's look at how IDE looks like and what are its components are and how do we work with IDE. Let's go to the Firefox browser now and launch the IDE and see how the IDE looks. So let me go to my Firefox. Now on this browser, if you can see here, there is an icon here which says Selenium IDE, and this appears after you go and install the Selenium IDE plugin. So now I'll just go click on this, and then I already have a project created. So this is the IDE window which gets opened for me. I have a pre-recorded script here, and what the script does is I just open Amazon.in website and I am searching for the product iPhone. Also, I have an assertion statement here which asserts for the web page title, and then I'm closing the browser. So let's first execute the script and see how it works, and then we will get into the details of what are the different components available on this IDE. So for me to execute, what I will do is IDE has a very beautiful feature here to control the speed of the execution. So what I'll do is I'll reduce the speed a little bit so that you should be able to see the complete execution step by step. Now to execute the script, I'll just go here and say run current test. So this opens the Firefox window and the Amazon.in website. It should search for iPhone product now. Then it is going to do the title assertion and close the browser. So if you look here, all the statements look in green now. So that means every step has been executed successfully and there are no errors. So now let's look at the components of this IDE. So the first component which you need to understand is how do you record the test. So there is a start recording button made available to you, clicking on which you can launch any website of the application under test and you can start recording your steps. And once you have recorded, you can use this play button, which is nothing but your run current test button, to execute your test. So if you want to execute multiple tests, then you have an option to do so here, which says run all tests. This particular window, what you're seeing here, right? So this is the window where you have all your commands, which gets recorded when you record your script. And these are pretty simple commands and they're very self-explanatory. Like say for example, open. So it says open and the target is Amazon.in. That means it is giving instruction to your browser to open this particular website. Setting the window size. Clicking on a button. So this is the search button which we have. And then typing what is the product which you're searching for. And then you have multiple assert statements made available to you in this IDE. So these are all called as the Selenium command and as simple as a close browser command. And now if you look here in this window, there's this log window. So every step which gets executed here, there is a log generated showing you the status of the execution of that step. So if at all there is a failure, you would see a red failed mark against that particular step. And the test case will not say completed successfully, it will say the failure occurred. Okay, so it is very simple and very user-friendly kind of an IDE. So let's go back to our presentation. So we saw the play button here and we saw how to record it. I also showed you the commands, the command window what we have. So these are the Selenium commands. And then we saw the log which indicated the execution of each of this command. Now saving the script. So let me go back to the IDE again. So once you have created your test scripts, you have run it successfully, you need to save your project. So for you to save the project, when you click on the save project, every IDE project, it is saved with an extension .sid, which is nothing but Selenium ID. So you just go ahead and click on save. Since I've already saved this project, I'm going to just say cancel. So that's the file extension it uses to save your project. For more details on how to use IDE, you can watch our video on Selenium IDE on Simplilearn.com. Selenium RC. This is Selenium Remote Control. So this was developed by Paul Hammond, and he refactored the code and was also credited with Jason as a co-creator of Selenium. RC is used to write web application tests in different programming language. The server itself is written in Java language. It supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Perl, Python and PHP. It interacts with the browser with the help of RC server. It uses a simple HTTP GET and POST request for communication. This RC server is also a Selenium 1.0 version, but it got deprecated in Selenium 2.0 and was completely removed in 3.0, and it got replaced by Selenium Web Driver. We will see why this happened when we talk about the Selenium Web Driver. This is the architecture of Selenium Remote Control. So when Jason Huggins introduced Selenium, the tool was JavaScript program, and he called it as JavaScript Test Runner, and it is also called as Selenium Core. So every HTML has these JavaScript statements which are executed by this web browser. There is a JavaScript engine which helps in executing this command. Now this had a major issue of something called as same origin policy. Now what is the same origin policy? Same origin policy prohibits your JavaScript from accessing elements or interacting with the scripts from the domain different from where it is launched. And this was for the security measure. For example, every web page in say google.com domain, like say your search, email, Google Drive, can be accessible, but nothing outside this domain, like say if you want to access Yahoo or an Amazon, that was not possible due to security reasons, obviously. So the testers had to install the Selenium core and the web server, which contained your web application, which you are basically testing on the same system. And this was not feasible and effective all the time. Now to overcome this, to overcome the same origin policy, what Paul Hammond did was he created something called as this remote server, which is Selenium Remote Control Server, and it acted like a proxy to trick the browser in believing that your core, which is your Selenium core, and your web application under test are on the same domain. Thus by eliminating your same origin policy. And this was called as your Selenium Remote Control, which was a version 1 of Selenium. Now, if you look at the simple architecture of this, what are the things it has? So one is your script, right? First, you need to write your scripts using any supported language, like say PHP, Java, Python, and Ruby, as I mentioned. Now, before we start the testing, what is the requirement of the Selenium 1 version is you need to install the RC server. Now, this RC server is a separate application. So once you install this Selenium server is responsible for receiving the Selenium commands. Now, these are the Selenium commands which you have written in your scripts. It interprets them and it executes it on your browser, and the results are sent back to your test scripts. And this browser interaction happens only through this RC server. Again, as I said, using a simple HTTP GET and POST request to communicate. Now, upon receiving these instructions, like from the Selenium core, the response is sent back to this RC server from your browser and back to your test scripts. So the cycle starts from your test scripts. The Selenium commands are interpreted by your RC server. Those are sent to the browser, and it's a simple JavaScript which executed on your browser, and the results after the execution are sent back to your test scripts through your RC server. This is a simple cycle. Now this cycle is repeated for every command written in your test script until your complete test case is executed. Okay, so this is how the RC worked. Now this RC had few shortcomings, and what are those? One is the architecture of this RC itself was complicated. Why? Because of this intermediate RC server which we have between the browser and your test script. And this RC server had to be installed before running any test scripts. So that means this became an additional setup, and it acts as a mediator between your Selenium commands and your browser. Also, the execution of commands takes a very long time. It is pretty slow. Why? Because every command, it needs to make a full trip from your test script to your RC server, to the core and to the browser, execute the script, and then again back in the same line, which makes your overall test execution very slow. And now because of this shortfalls, Web Driver was introduced. So Selenium Web Driver. Selenium Web Drivers were introduced by a gentleman called Simon Stewart, and it was developed in the year 2006. It is the first cross-platform testing framework. It is a programming interface to create and run test cases. It makes provision to act on web elements. So basically there are multiple locating techniques which Selenium Web Driver provides us for finding those elements and to perform operations on those web elements. WebDriver does not require a core engine like RC, and it interacts natively with the browser application. So there is a direct interaction with your browser application, and it eliminates the need of having that intermediate RC server. And that makes the architecture pretty simple. This WebDriver, again, it supports multiple languages, which we already talked about, and also it has integration with multiple frameworks. So once you understand how the WebDriver works, what are its functionalities and what are its drawbacks, you will appreciate the fact that, so how does Selenium WebDriver overcomes this? Even in WebDriver, we have test scripts, we also have a web browser here, and then we have a WebDriver. However, what we do not have this additional server which RC required, and this makes the architecture of the WebDriver simpler. The browser is controlled directly from the operating system level. Now, due to this direct communication, the speed of test execution is much faster than RC. Now, how does this WebDriver work? So we have something called as client libraries or the language bindings. So we know now that Selenium supports multiple languages and you're free to use any supported language to create your automation script. And where are these libraries available? So if you go to seleniumhq.org, so let me go to the browser and show you that. So in the seleniumhq.org, if you go to the downloads, so here you will see something called as Selenium Client and WebDriver Language Binding. And depending on the language which you want to work with or which you want to create test scripts with, you can download these client libraries. So if you're working with Java, download the client library for Java. So if you're working with Python, you have a corresponding link through which you can download your client libraries. And then Selenium provides a lot of APIs for us to interact with the browser. And these are called as the REST APIs. So then we have the browser drivers through which we interact with the browser. Now, what are these browser drivers? So there are drivers specific to each browser. So let me show you that on our seleniumhq.org. So here, if you just scroll down, you have something called as third-party drivers, bindings, and plugins. For every supported browser of Selenium, you have a corresponding driver file available. Now, say for example, if you want to work with Firefox, Mozilla Gecko driver is what you need to download. And these driver files, so if you go and click here, you will get an executable driver file for any of the platforms which you're working. So if you're working on Windows, Mac OS or Linux, you can just download the corresponding driver files here. So these drivers, see, these driver files are the ones which interact with the actual browser. And how does this happen? This driver establishes the connection with the real browser without revealing the internal logic of the browser functionality. Now, what does that mean? Say we want to execute a test script. And how does this test script gets executed? First is it sends an HTTP request which is generated and sent to this browser driver which we just saw for each of the command in your scripts. And then this driver receives the request through your HTTP server. And this HTTP server does all the execution directly on the browser. And then the execution status, the complete status is sent back to your test script. So let me show you a simple use case how it works with the WebDriver. So for that, let's go to my Eclipse here. So I already have a test script written here in WebDriver, and what this basically does is it launches amazon.com, amazon.in website. It uses the Firefox browser, and then I'm also fetching the page title and printing it on the console. And then I'm closing the browser. This is a simple functionality which I'm doing here. So if you look here, so the Eclipse is the IDE which I'm using. I've already installed Selenium here and I've written a simple Java class. And this Java class, we have multiple methods. One is to launch browser, one is to fetch the title of the page, and one is to close the browser. Now, while launching the browser, I said every browser has its own driver files. So somewhere in this Java class, I need to tell Selenium as which browser to use. And how is that done? That is done by these first two statements here, where I'm doing a system.set property and where I'm indicating that this is my driver file, which is the Gecko driver, to be used. And using this, I want the Selenium to launch the Firefox browser. And after this, all the operations, any operations which you want to perform on your web application under test, you can do it here. Now let's go ahead and execute this and see how it works. So simply what I need to do is I'll just say execute this as a Java program. So the Firefox browser is getting launched. So you can see amazon.in being launched here. And since we are not doing any operations here, what I'm simply doing is printing the title of the page and closing the browser. That is it. So if you see here, you can see the page title is online shopping site so and so. And this is what I'm printing through this method, which is fetch page title. A very simple way of writing a automation script using Web Driver. So now you saw how we write a small test script using the Web Driver function. Now say if I want to run the script on multiple browsers and on multiple operating systems, and I do not have just one test case. I say I've got hundreds of test cases. Now with this approach, what you can achieve to your best is you can sequentially execute on every browser available and all your 100 or 200 test cases, whatever you have. Now this is going to take quite a long time to execute, and hence to reduce the time taken for the execution, Selenium has something called as grid. Selenium grid. The main objective of the grid is to minimize your test execution time. This grid is designed to distribute commands to different machines simultaneously. In real-time environment, you always have the need to run test cases in a distributed environment. For example, a web application for which say you have automated thousands of test cases and you want to run them as a regression suite across multiple browsers and OS. What you need to do is you need to run them parallelly and not really sequentially. So grid allows this parallel execution of tests on different browsers and operating systems. You also want an integration with reporting tools so that you can get a consolidated report after the tests have been executed on multiple machines. So grid can be integrated with such many other tools. How does the grid work? So grid has this hub and node concept which helps in achieving the parallel execution. Let's take an example. Say again, your application supports all browsers and it also supports different OS like the one which you're seeing here, like Windows, Mac and Linux. And your requirement is to run tests on all the supported browsers and operating systems like this one. So what you do here is you configure a master machine, that is this, which is also called as hub, by running something called as Selenium standalone server. And this Selenium standalone server can be downloaded from your Selenium HQ website. So let me show you that. Let's go to my browser, and in the downloads here, if you see Selenium standalone server version 3.1.4.59, and this is what you need to download. So using the server, you create a hub configuration like this. Once you do this, you also need to create nodes specific to your requirement, like a Windows 10, like a Mac machine with Firefox, with a Windows 8 with a Chrome, and Mac say with Safari browser. And the node configuration is also done using the same server, which is the Selenium standalone server. So you create a node configuration on this node machines. So once you have the setup created through your master, that is your hub, you can control on which nodes you want to execute which test. Say for example here, say you want to run some test on your Mac machine with Safari browser only. So you have a kind of smoke test which you need to run. Now through the master, you can control this complete execution. So what master does it selects this particular node depending on the configuration which you have set on the master machine. Also you could have multiple possible combinations, like say I want to just run smoke test on all my nodes. I want to run specific component test on say only Windows 10 with an Edge browser. Or I can say I want to just run my complete regression suite but only on Mac machine, and so on. And all this is controlled through your master. So what happens on the node? Once it gets the command from the master, the node actually runs the specified test on the browser. So you can check out our detailed video on Selenium Grid for you to understand how the grid works and how do we do this configuration and execute the test. To summarize the Selenium versions, Selenium version 1 comprised of an IDE, RC and grid. As we discussed earlier, RC was on its path of deprecation and Web Driver was taking birth. So Selenium 2 had an earlier version of Web Driver and also RC existed. From 3.0 onwards, RC was completely removed and Web Driver took its place. Also, there's a 4. version around the corner. It has more features and enhancements. So some of the features which is expected are like W3C Web Driver standardization. They have an improved IDE, and also I believe there are some improvements done to the grid. Advantages of Selenium: speed and accuracy. Since there is no manual execution, your test can run faster, and with grid, it helps in parallel execution. So you can actually execute large volume of test cases within a short frame. For example, let's say before your release of product, during your last lap of testing, you find a bug and it has to be fixed. So the developer fixes the bug, and what you want to do is you want to run all the test cases pertaining to that area. Can you imagine the amount of time which will be required if you have to do this manually? But by automation, you can achieve this in a short duration of time. And you can also enable releasing your product in time and with less or no human error. The second advantage is it's an open source, so it's available free of cost and anyone can download and start using it. Supports a wide spectrum of programming languages. It is not restricted to any particular programming language. Whatever language you are comfortable with, you have an option to use that and to write your Selenium scripts. Selenium has support for almost all browsers and operating systems, including a headless browser. So this helps you to create test cases once and run them across all browsers and operating systems, and thus saving your time from manual execution. It also helps in achieving a broad test coverage. It's a pretty easy to use tool. You can check out all our videos and you can just master the skill of writing automation scripts. Reusability and add-ons. Of course, like any programming languages, it provides you a mechanism to reuse your code and avoid redundancy. Limitations. So like any other tool, Selenium also has certain limitations. So let's look at what they are and see if there are any workarounds also. Since Selenium is an open source, you do not have much technical support available. However, there are loads of documentation, materials, forums available which you can refer to. This tool is for automating web application. It cannot handle mobile application or desktop application automation. However, what Selenium provides is a support for integrating tools like APM tool for mobile testing. Selenium is not very good with image testing, since especially it is designed for web application automation. But then we again have many other tools which can be integrated with Selenium, like AutoIt and Securely. Selenium again has a limited reporting capability. It can help create basic reports, but we definitely need more. So it provides supports for tools like TestNG, ReportNG, Extent reports, which you can integrate and generate beautiful reports. Powerful, isn't it? Of course, it does not have a test management capability. A tool need not have all these capabilities. But again, you can integrate with the test management tool used in your organization. Since Selenium supports multiple programming language, the developer of the automation script need to have some basic knowledge of any programming language to write effective automation scripts. Of course, a deep advanced knowledge is not required. A basic knowledge is more than sufficient. So if you look at all this, Selenium still provides a complete solution for your automation need. And that's the beauty of Selenium. And that is what makes it the most popular tool today for automation. In this video, we will look at how to install Selenium on Windows system. Selenium installation is a 3-step process, so it has certain prereqs. The first prereq is you need to have Java on your system. So we will be installing Java first, and then we will be working with Eclipse IDE. So we will be installing Eclipse, and then we will install Selenium. For Java, we will install the version Java 8. And for Eclipse, we have a version 4.10. This was the last stable version which was released in December last year. So I'll be using that version. And Selenium, we will download the latest 3.14 version. Okay, so let's get started with our first step, which is the Java installation. So to install Java, let's go to the browser and simply just search for Java 8 download. So now you will see that there is an Oracle site which is listed there, and that is where you would be downloading all your Java package. So go ahead and click on that. And for you to download any JDK package from the Oracle site, you need to create an account. So if you already have one, you just need to log in using that account, and then you can download any of the JDKs. And if you do not have one, please go ahead, create a new account on the Oracle, log into that account, and then you can just download the Java 8. So since I already have an account and I have already downloaded the package, but I'll show you how and where to download it from. So in this page, if you scroll down, so you will see this Java Development Kit 8.2.1.1. So this is the version we'll be downloading it. So click on the Accept License Agreement, and then since we are working on the Windows system today, so we will be downloading this, the Windows package. So just click on that and it will get downloaded in your downloaded folder. And as I said, I've already downloaded the packages. So here it is. What I've done is I've just created a directory called installers, and I'm going to be keeping all my installables here. So here I have a folder called Java installer, and this is where my installable is. So now that we have this file, so we will just go ahead, double click on it and launch this installer. The installer is launched and just click on run. So this will take a few minutes to install Java. The installer is launched. Now just click on the next button here. So here for the installation directory, you can change the directory to the choice of whatever drive and the folder structure you want to. I would like to leave it as default here, and we'll just go and click on next, and then the Java installation is in progress. So let's wait until this is completed. It really shouldn't take too much time, maybe just a few more minutes here. Okay, accept the license term. Just click on next. We'll leave the destination folder as it is. So JDK 8 is successfully installed on your system. So close the installer now. And let's go ahead and check whether the installation is done properly. So for that, what I'll do is I'll go to my command prompt and I'll just say Java minus version. So it says Java version 1.8 and this tells us that the Java is installed successfully. Now, after this installation, there are a couple of configurations which we need to do. And what are those configurations? One is you need to set the path variable, and then we are also going to set a Java home directory. So for that, first let's go ahead and check where is the Java installed actually. Let's figure out the directory first. So if you remember, the directory structure where the Java got installed was in program files, Java. There are certain previous versions which I had installed and then uninstalled it. So that is why you see some residuals here sitting here. Let's not worry too much about that. Instead, let me go to the latest one what I have installed, which is this. Okay, and there is a bin folder here. And this is the path which we need to set in our path variable. So what I will do is I'll just copy this path and then go to your control panel. Here, go to your, where is my system? Yeah, so click on the system, go to advanced system setting. And here in the environment variables, find the path variable, okay, and then say edit. Now, what are we doing here in the path variable is we are going to add the Java bin directory to the path. Be very careful whenever you are editing your path variable. Do not overwrite anything. Always go into the edit mode, go towards the end here, and then just say Ctrl V, paste the path which you have just copied from the Explorer window. That's it. Now just say OK, done. So your path setting is done. So what's the next one we need to do? We need to add a new environment variable called the Java home. Now what I'll do for that is I'll just say new. I'll just type Java home here. And what is the value of this we need to set? We need to set the same path but without the bin directory. So we just need to set the path till your Java directory. That is this. So we'll just copy the path again and paste it here. That is all. Just say OK, click on OK here, and we are done. So again, let's go to our command prompt and just say Java minus version. So everything seems to be fine. So now successfully we have installed Java on the system. So what is our next installation step what we have? Now we need to install the Eclipse. So let's go back to the browser again. So to download Eclipse, we will be downloading the package from the eclipse.org. So when you go here to eclipse.org, you can see the latest version which is available. And the latest version available when this video was made was 2019-06. So especially with Eclipse, since it's an open source, I prefer to work with the last stable version, and so does most of the developers too. And hence that is the reason why I have picked up the version which is like last year's version, which is 4.10, which was released in last December. So you can always choose to go with the latest version, but then if there are any issues and if you're like first time working with the Eclipse, you're going to get confused as where these issues are coming from, right? So I would still recommend that you use the last stable version which is available with your Eclipse. So now to get the last stable version, what you need to do is go and click on this download packages. And here, if you scroll down this page, you can see here more downloads. So there is a list of all the previous releases of Eclipse which is available. And this is what we need to download. So just click on that 4.10 version and then click on the OS on which you want to install Eclipse. For us, it is Windows. So I'll just click here on the 64-bit Windows. And then click on the download and you will be downloading the complete package. So once you download, this is what it will look like. So let's go back to our directory of installers. So this is the installer for the Eclipse which I got. Now what's the next step I need to do? Just launch this installer and install Eclipse. So I'll just say double click on this. I'll say run. So here you'll see multiple options here for Eclipse installation. So depending on your requirement, you can go ahead and install any of these packages. So for us, we just need an Eclipse ID for Java developers. So I'll select this and I'll say install. So again, you'll have a choice of directory where you want to install. So I have chosen D drive here. This is the default directory name it takes, which is okay. We can leave it as it is. And then also you have an option to create a start menu entry and desktop shortcut. So just leave the default selection as it is and go ahead and click on install. So this will take a while to install the Eclipse. This says select all. You can close this window. This says select all and accept it. Okay, so the installation has been completed successfully. So let's go and click on this launch and let's see the first window what opens. When you launch the Eclipse, you need to specify a workspace directory here. Now, what is this workspace directory? So this is a directory or a folder wherein all the Java files or any programs or any artifacts which you're going to create through Eclipse will be stored in this particular folder. So this could be any location on your system. So this is, you can go ahead, browse the location and change it. So for in our case, what we will do is I'll go to the D drive and I already have a directory. So here I'll just select this folder and then create a folder called workspace. I'll say my workspace and then I'll say launch. So every time I open the Eclipse, right? So this is going to take as my default workspace, and all my programs, all my Java scripts or my automation scripts are going to be stored in this particular location. So we'll say launch. So this is a welcome window which opens. We can just close this. And there we go. The Eclipse is open with a certain perspective. So there are certain windows here which we do not need. Let's just close them. So now the first thing what you do after launching the Eclipse is go ahead and create a new project. So I'll say file, new, and since I'm going to be using Java with Selenium, I'll say create Java project. So give a project name. Let's say my first project. Now you have an option here to select the JRE which you want to use. So we just installed this JDK 1.8. Okay, so I'm going to click on use default JRE. Otherwise, you also have an option to use a project specific JRE. For example, I could have two different projects where one project I'm going to be working with JRE 1.8 and there is another project which I want to work with the latest Java, maybe Java 12. And I can have more than one Java installed on the machine. So this gives me an option to select whichever Java I want to work with. So if you have another Java installed here, it will show up in this list. So, and you can just go ahead and select that. Now, since we have only one Java installed on our machine, which is Java 1.8, I will say use default JRE, which is 1.8, and I will click on finish. Now, if you observe this folder structure, the project which is created, see all the reference libraries to this particular Java have been created here. Now we are ready to create any kind of Java programs in this project. So now we have successfully done the second step of our installation, which is the Eclipse installation. After this, we need to install the Selenium. So again, let's go back to the browser and see what files we need to download to install Selenium. So let me go to my browser, and here I will be going to the seleniumhq.org. So if you're working with Selenium, this particular website, the seleniumhq.org, is going to be a Bible. Everything and anything related to Selenium is available in this website. Whether you want to download the files, whether you want to refer to the documentation, anything regarding to Selenium is available here. So what we want now is the installables for Selenium. So here, go to the download tab. Now, for you to install Selenium and start working with Selenium, there are three things which are required for you to download. One is a standalone Selenium server. So this is not required immediately when you get started with Selenium. However, when you start working with remote Selenium Web Driver, you would be requiring this. When you have a grid setup, you will be requiring the standalone server. So for that, what you can do is you can just download the latest version available here. So when you click on that, it will download the file into your download folder. So this is one particular file which you need to keep. Next, Selenium client and web driver language bindings. Now in today's demo, we will be looking at Selenium with Java. So that means my client package of Java is what I need to download. So whatever programming language Selenium supports, we have respective downloadables available with that. Say if you're working with Python, then you need to download your client library for Python. And since we are working with Java, you need to download this package. So simply what you need to do, click on this link and it will download the Java package for you, which are basically the jar files. So we have client libraries now, and then there is another component what we need. Now with Selenium, you're going to be automating your web browser applications, correct? And you also want your applications to run on multiple browsers. So that means your scripts, the automation scripts which you create, should be able to run on any browser. Selenium works with multiple browsers like Edge, Safari, Chrome, Firefox, and other browsers. Even it has a support for headless browser. Now every browser which it supports comes with its own driver files. Now say for example, we want to say work with Firefox driver. So that means for us to start working with Firefox browser, we need to download something called as a Gecko driver here. And if you want to work with Chrome browser, you need to install the Chrome driver. So depending on what browsers you'll be testing with, go ahead, click on each of this link and download the latest driver files. Now, since we are going to be working with Firefox in this demo, what I need to do is I just need to click here on the latest link. So when I click on the latest link, it is going to take me to this driver files. So driver files are specific to each of the operating system. So if you go down here, you will see there is a separate driver file available for Linux, for Mac and for Windows. So depending on which operating system where you'll be running your test, download that particular driver file. And this is the driver file I need because we are working on Windows machine. So these are the 3 different packages which we need to download from the seleniumhq.org for us to install Selenium. So let me show you the folder where I have already downloaded all this. So if you see here, Selenium Java 3.141.59. Okay, this is nothing but our client library which we saw here. Let's go back to the main page here. That is this. So once I download this, this is a zip file. After I unzip the file, this is the folder structure I see. And let's see what is there in this folder structure. So there are 2 jar files here. And then in the libs, there are multiple jar files. And we will need all this to work with Selenium. And then we also downloaded the driver files. So what I did was, after downloading those driver files for the browser, I created a directory here called drivers and have kept all my browser drivers here. So I have a driver file downloaded for Chrome. I want to work with Firefox, so I have a Gecko driver here, and then for Internet Explorer. That's it. So this is all we need. So once we have all this, what you need to do is go to your Eclipse. In the Eclipse, right click on the project which you have created and then go to the build path and say configure build path. Go to the libraries tab here. Now, do you see this JRE libraries here? This is what got installed first. And now similarly, we are going to add the Selenium jars to this library. And how do we add that? On your right, you can see this add external jars. Click on add external jars. Go to your folder where you have downloaded your Selenium, which is this. Select all the jar files which is available. So I have 2 jar files here. I'll just say click open. Again, I will click on add external jars. Now from the libs folder, I will select all this 5. So select all the 5 jars and click on open. So you should see all the 7 jar files here. So once you have this, just say apply and close. Now, if you look into your project directory here, you will see a folder called referenced library. And this is where you will see all the Selenium jars here. This is a very simple installation. In Eclipse, when you want to install Selenium, you just need to export all the jars of the Selenium into Eclipse. And now your system is ready to start working with Selenium scripts. Alright, so now let's just test our installation by writing a small Selenium test script. So for that, what I will do is, I'll go to the source folder, right click, new, and I'll say Java class. So let's name this as, say, first Selenium test. And I will select this public static void main and I will click on finish. Alright, so now let's create a use case. Say we want to launch a Firefox browser and then we want to launch the Amazon site. So these will be just 2 simple things which we will be doing in this test scripts. So for me to do that, what I usually do is I create a method for any functionality which I want to create here. So now I want to do a launch browser. So I'll create a method here called launch browser. Now, whenever you start writing your Selenium scripts, the first line what you need to do is you need to declare an object of WebDriver class. So here I'll say WebDriver driver. So now if you hover over this error, what it is showing, it says import WebDriver from org.openqa.selenium. So if you remember, when we installed the Selenium, we imported all these jars, right? So that means whenever we want to use a WebDriver, we need to import this class from these packages. So just go ahead and click on this import state. Done. Now next step. Now for us to launch a Firefox browser, it is a 2-step process which is involved here. One is you need to set the system property and then you need to launch the driver. So let's do that. I'll say system.setProperty. So use this method setProperty. So this takes 2 arguments, the key and the value pair. Now what is the key I'm going to mention here? I'm going to be mentioning the Gecko driver and the path for the Gecko driver. Okay, because since I'm working with the Firefox. So in double quotes, I'll say webdriver.gecko.driver. This is my key. And the value is going to be, the fully qualified path for your driver files. And you know where we have kept our driver files. Let's go to that. Driver files in D:, I have Selenium tutorial. In installers, I have driver folder. Okay, so I'm just going to copy the complete path from here. Control C and I paste it here. Control V. Along with this, I need to provide the file name for the Gecko driver, which is geckodriver.exe. And let's complete this step. Next. So once I've set the property, I need to provide a command for launching my Firefox driver. And how do I do that? I simply use this driver object which I've created, driver equal to new Firefox driver. Again, similarly, the way we imported packages for web driver, we also need to import the package for Firefox driver. So just hover the mouse over that and select import Firefox driver. With these two statements, we will be able to launch the Firefox browser. And as I said in our use case, what is the next thing we want to do? We want to launch, say, Amazon.in website. For that, there is a command in Selenium which says driver.get and you pass the URL here. So for me to write the URL, what I usually do is I go to my browser, I open the website which I want to work with. In our case, it's Amazon.in, and I just simply copy this fully formed URL, go to my Eclipse, and just paste it here. Now this ensures that I don't make any mistakes in typing out the URL. Let's complete this statement and we are done. And now in the main function, I'll just create an object of this and we will call this method. So I'll copy this class. First Selenium test, say obj equal to new first Selenium test. And now I'll say obj dot, this is our function, launch browser. So let's save this and execute this. Control C, right click, run as Java application. Okay, so the Mozilla Firefox has been launched. Now it should launch your Amazon.in. Bingo. So there goes our first test script which ran successfully. In this session, we will be looking at how to install Selenium on your Mac machines. Selenium installation on Mac is a 3-step installation. One, we need to install Java, which is a prereq, and then we need an IDE to work with. So we will be installing Eclipse, and then we will install Selenium. And these are the versions of the installers which we are going to use. So we will be using Java 8, Eclipse version 4.10, which was released in 2018 December, and then Selenium version 3.14. So let's get started with our first step, which is the Java installation. So for us to install Java, let us go to our browser, and simply what I'll do is I'll just Google for Java 8 download. Okay, so we would select the Oracle site for downloading the SDE. Okay, so once you go here, you can see that we have something called as Java Software Development Kit 8U211. So this is the version we'll be working with. So in order for you to download, you need to have an Oracle account. So since I already have one, I have directly been logged into that. So if you do not have an Oracle account, please go ahead, create an account for yourself so that you can download any of the Java installers. Now let's go for and download our package. So I'll be downloading this package. For that, I need to click on accept license agreement. And then since we are going to be working on Mac, this is the package which I'm going to download. So let's go ahead and click on that. And now the download is going to start. However, we will not wait for the complete download to happen since I have already downloaded the package and I have kept it in one of my folders. So let me show you where that is. So let me go to my Finder. So what I have done is I have created a folder called installers, and all the software which we are going to require today for us to work with Selenium is what I have downloaded it and kept it here. So we'll go step by step so that you understand what each of these packages are. So as you see here, I have the JDK 8 which I've already downloaded. So let's go ahead and install JDK. So how do we install JDK? So you have the DMG file here. You just go ahead and double click on that. Okay, and then I'll double click on this package and then we will say continue and install. So it's going to ask me for my password. Okay, I've given my password and I'll say install the software. Probably it will just take a couple of minutes to install Java. Okay, there you go. So now the Java has been installed. So let me close this window. Let me close this window too. And then now I'll go to my terminal window. So let's open my terminal and here let's say Java minus version. Bingo. So there we have Java 1.8 installed on our system. Now there are a couple of other things which you need to do. Apart from installation of your JDK, you also need to set some system variables, right? So in Mac, how do you set the system variables or the environment variables? You do that in your bash profile. So let's see how we do that. All right. So what I will do is I'll use an editor, which is my VI. Okay. And then I'll open my bash profile. So what is bash profile? It's a config file for your bash shell. This is mainly used to export variables in your shell. Like in Windows, we are going to do the system variable setting from the advanced setting, right? So similarly, we are going to do that here. So I'll say vi.bash_profile. So this is the file where I will be adding Java home path. Okay. Now I have other paths here already written because I'm working with other multiple software on this machines. And now I'll go to the end of this file and I'll say export Java home equal to. Now what is the path we need to give for Java home? We need to give the path where the Java has been installed on your system. Okay, first let's go and find out that path. So let's go back to our finder. And then I have a folder called library here. So here there is a Java and then there is something called as Java virtual machines. So if you have a single Java or multiple Java versions installed, so all those versions you're going to see under this directory, which is Java virtual machines. And Java 1.0 is what we installed just now. So let me go and open that folder. There is something called as content and then home. And in this you have your JRE and bin folder. So that means I need to give my Java home path until here, till this home directory. So simply what I'm going to do is, I'll just go here, say get info, because I want to just copy the path. And what you can do is, you copy this path, okay, and then go back to your shell. And here I'm going to paste this path, plus I want it till the home directory. So I'm just going to type out HOME home. That is it. So you have now set your Java home environment variable. So simply you do save the file, escape:\wq and come out of it. And now what you need to do for this bash profile to be activated, you just exit out of this terminal. Okay, close this terminal window and I'll go ahead and open another terminal. So let me close this info text. So here let me again give Java minus version. Okay, so everything seems to be working fine. So this completes our Java installation. Now your system is ready and you have your Java up and running. Other thing which you also can do is go to your system preferences. Okay, here you will see this Java control panel. Okay, this is another way of finding out that your Java has been installed successfully on the machine. So you can just open this Java control panel, and if there is any settings which you want to do here, you can do it through your control panel also. Alright, let's close this. Let's minimize this window and this folder windows. So we have successfully done our step 1. So what's our step 2? We need to go ahead and install the Eclipse. Now same thing what I will do, I'll go to my browser, okay, and now I'll open another tab here and I'll say Eclipse download and we'll go to this eclipse.org. Now here, whenever you're going to do this installation, you will see the latest version appears here. My recommendation to you is, if you're working first time, instead of working on the latest version available, I would suggest that you work with the last stable version. And that's exactly what we are going to do today. So for me to go to the previous versions, I just need to go here on this download packages, click on it. Okay, so once you click on that, on this page, if you scroll down, you will see something called as more downloads. Right? In this, you will see all the builds of Eclipse which is available, all your previous versions. So since today I'll be working with 4.10 version, I will go ahead and click on this 4.10. This 4.10 was released last year, this is 2018 December. Okay, and now when you look at this installer, you have multiple packages available here. So depending on your need, you can choose which package you want to work with. So today for our demo, what I would be using is Eclipse IDE for Java developers. So since we are going to be working on Mac, I will go ahead and click on this downloadable. And then I'll click on this download, which is going to download this particular file for me. I've already downloaded this file and kept it in my folder. Let's go to my folder. Okay, it's not opening. So let me click from here. And then let's go to our Selenium demo folder and in that installers. Okay, so now do you see this? Eclipse Java 2018-12 R blah 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 .dmg. So this is the file which we are going to be using to install Eclipse. Now as simple as what we did for JDK, I'm going to double click on this and install the Eclipse. So let's see how the Eclipse gets installed. Alright, so now I'll just move this folder into applications. Done. So my Eclipse is ready now. So simply let's go ahead and launch. So what I'll do, I'll just simply search for that on my system. Eclipse, there you go, and I'll just double click this. There's an application downloaded from the internet. Are you sure you want to open it? Yes, please go ahead and open it. Okay, it is launching it. So did you see how simple the Eclipse installation is? It's just downloading the package and just installing it on your Mac machine. Alright, when you start the Eclipse for the first time, you need to set your workspace. So workspace is place where you're going to keep all your folders, all your Java code or whatever you're going to do in Eclipse, all under that particular directory. So right now it gives me a default directory. Rather, what I will do is, since I have created a separate folder for our demos, I will go ahead and select that folder, which is my Simply demo. And then in this, I will add a folder called workspace. Okay. So that means in this particular location, whatever files I'm going to create, whatever code I'm going to write in Selenium is going to be stored at this location. And then I'll go ahead and say launch. So it will take a minute to load your workbench. Yeah, there it goes. So when you launch your Eclipse, right? So let me just make this window bigger. The first screen, what you're going to see is the welcome screen. Okay. Just go ahead and close the welcome screen. And this is the first view of your Eclipse, what you're going to get. So let's close out all the windows which we are not going to be working today. And I just need this main screen here. Now, what is the first step you're going to do once you have the Eclipse? I would go ahead and create a project first. So I'll simply say open file new Java project. Let's give a nice name to this since this is our first project which is going to be created. So I'll say Selenium first project. Now, if you observe here, so we have a JDK already installed and Eclipse needs a JDK to work with. And what it has done while I create my new project, it has already given me an option to use the execution JRE which you already have in the system. Okay? That's why it has already chosen Java 1.8. In case you have multiple Javas installed, in that case, what you can do is you can always go here, select this and select the Java of your choice. So say if you have got the latest Java, which is Java 12 installed on your system, it will give you an option here along with Java Software 8, it will give you Java 12 here. So you can go ahead and select that for this particular project. That option is also available. Now since we have only one JDK installed here, I will go ahead and create this project. So I'll just click on finish and it's going to create a project from me. So there are a few default things which it gets created. One is definitely the JRE system libraries, right? This is what we told Eclipse when we created project that my Java is 1.8. So what it has done is it has imported all those jar files which it requires for our Java programs to work in our Eclipse IDE. And then it creates a SRC, which is your source directory, wherein we'll be creating all our Java code or our Selenium test scripts. Okay, good so far. So this is a simple way of installing your Eclipse and getting your Eclipse ready to work with your Selenium. Alright, so now let's go back. So we have done the installation of Java, we have done the installation of Eclipse. Now what's left? Just the Selenium. Right. So what is that we need for Selenium? Let's go back to our browser. Okay. And this time we will go to seleniumhq.org. So this is going to be a Bible for you if you're going to be working with Selenium. So in this website, what I do is I go to downloads. And there are two things which we need to download for us to work with Selenium. One is the Selenium standalone server. Right? So when you're going to be working with remote Selenium Web Driver is when you would require this. However, I would suggest that we download whatever is required for us, even though we might not use it immediately. So what I just need to do is I need to click on this and it's going to download this server for me. Okay? So I have already downloaded it and I'll show you that. And then what we need is the Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. Okay, we need a client. So what is the client which you are going to work in? We are going to working with Java client with the Selenium. And for that, I need to go ahead and download this. If you're working on say C# or Ruby or Python, then you have the respective packages which you can go and download. Now, since we are going to be working with Java here, I would go ahead and click on this and this is going to download the Java client for me. Now, as I said, since I've already downloaded it, so let's go ahead and look at what are those downloadables, what we have. So let's close out this window. Now, if you see here, one is the Selenium server standalone, which we just downloaded. And then when you download the client libraries, what it does, it creates a zip file. It downloads a zip file and it unzips it. And what is contained in that particular folder. So if you look here, Selenium Java 3. In this folder, you have multiple jar files, with which is what we'll be working with Selenium. So here you have 2 jar files here, and then under the folder libs, you have other jar files. Now these are the files which we will need. And now let's see how do we utilize this file in our Eclipse. So for that, let's go back to our Eclipse. Okay. So let me maximize this window. So in Eclipse, first thing what you need to do is click on your project. Okay. Right click on that. And then you have something called as build path. Go to the build path and say configure build path. Now here in this configure build path, what you need to do is go to your libraries. Okay. Go to add external jars. Now when you click on that, this is where you need to select all your jar files from what you have downloaded from the Selenium site. So that is present in our Selenium Java 3. So what I'll do, I'll simply select these 2 first. Okay. Then again you click on the external jar files. So what we have is in libs. So select all the jar files in the lib. Say open. Okay. You have all the jar files what we need identified here. Go ahead and click on apply and close. Once you do that, how do you know whether all those jars have been imported correctly? Go to the reference libraries. Here you should be able to see all the Selenium jars which we have downloaded to be listed out here. And so it lists here. So that means we have successfully imported Selenium. To test our installation, let's go ahead and write a small test script. So for that, I'll go to my source folder, right click, new, and we'll create a Java class. So let's name it Selenium first test. And I will also use a public static void main here. And I'll click on finish. Let's remove all these comments here which we do not need. So before even we write a first line of code, first what we need to do is create an object of Web Driver. So I will say Web Driver. Okay. So now if you see this error, it asks us to import this particular Web Driver class from a package. And that package is org.openqa.selenium. Okay. So now you can see this import statement. Now let's go ahead and write our test case. Now for this test case, what we will do is we will simply launch a browser, say Firefox browser, and we will also launch a website. Now I'll create a method for that. I'll say public void launch browser. So if you have looked at our previous videos on Selenium Web Driver basics, I have explained there that every browser which you want to work with in Selenium comes with its own driver. And this driver is what we need to download from the website of Selenium. And I'll show you how to do that. So if we go to that seleniumhq.org, under the downloads tab, if you go down, you will see something called as third-party drivers, bindings and plugins. So all the browsers supported by Selenium are listed here and their corresponding driver files are available. So now since we are going to be working with Firefox in this demo, I will go ahead and click on this latest release of Mozilla Gecko driver. So Gecko driver is the one which we'll be using for launching our Firefox. So just click on this and this will take you to the latest version of the Gecko driver available. So just scroll down and depending on the OS which you're working with, in our case it is a Mac OS. So just click on this file and download this file. Similarly, say if you are working with the Chrome driver, what you need to do is go to this Chrome driver, go to the latest, click on that and select the release which you want to work with and just download it. Now I've already downloaded this file and I'll just show you where they are. Alright, so in this directory, which is my installers directory, I have another directory created called as drivers. And what I do is usually I keep all my driver files under this folder. Okay, so I have a Chrome driver and Gecko driver already downloaded and kept here. Now let's go back to our code and see what is that we need to do to launch our browser. So there are 2 steps which we need to do for launching any browser which you want to work with. Right? First is you need to set a system property. So for that, what I do is system.setProperty and this accepts a key and value pair. Now key for this is Gecko driver is what I need to provide here. And now that is in the quotes because it's a string argument. I say web driver dot gecko dot driver. And the value is nothing but the path to your Gecko driver which you have just downloaded. Okay, let's go to my Finder. So that's here. So what I do is I simply right click on this file, get info, and I copy this complete path. Go to my Eclipse, paste this path here, and then the file name, which is Gecko driver. Done. So this sets a path to my Gecko driver. Now next step is actually launching the web browser. And how do I do that? I say driver equal to new Firefox driver. Now we need to do the same thing again. We need to import this class. So I say import Firefox driver. Alright. So now with these two steps, what we do is we simply launch the Firefox browser. And then let's go ahead and also launch a website, say amazon.in. So for that I have a command called driver.get, which accepts a URL. Now this URL needs to be a fully formed URL. So for that, what I do first is I go to my any browser, I launch the amazon.in website, okay, and then I copy this complete URL, go to my Eclipse and just paste it here. That's it. We are ready to launch the browser and launch amazon.in. So let's quickly create a class here, object here of this class. So Selenium first test, obj equal to new Selenium first test. Done. And then I need to call the method, which is launch browser. Okay, so now I save this file. I do a right click on this and I say run as Java application. Now this should launch our browser, okay, which it just did, and then it should take us to amazon.in. Bingo. There goes our first script. So we have successfully executed our first script. So that means your Selenium is up and running successfully.
Let's talk about automation frameworks. Okay. So guys, to be precise with you, I'll be talking about the automation framework when we will start automation, but as that's a part of the automation basics, so I'll just give you a basic knowledge of it, that what automation framework is, and then we'll be seeing how we'll be going to create a framework. So first of all, what is automation framework? So it's a set of protocols, rules such as coding standards, object repository, and data handling. Beneficial in terms of code reuse, portability, and maintenance. The framework provides the basis of test automation, simplifies the automation effort. So what happens actually when we need this automation? Suppose you are automating only one functionality, you have written only one test script. Of course, you don't require to write an automation framework for this, because there's only one script. If there is any change comes, you can go ahead and make that change and done. But when this one test script, one automation script becomes 100, then it becomes very difficult to manage them. Suppose in 100 test scripts, there is a username, there is a password. So there is a username and password in more than 10 test scripts. If that happens, then, and if there is any change comes in the password or in the username, you may have to go to the 10 test scripts separately and make the change, which will be a very cumbersome process. And it may be possible that you made an error, okay? It may be possible that somewhere you have written something different, somewhere you have written something different, or spelling error or space error may happen. Also, if I talk about what you have done, you have created your scripts, but that is keeping in mind for Windows. But what if you have to run it on Linux? Then you'll go back on all your scripts and make that change. What if you have written your script for Firefox browser and you may have to run it for Chrome browser? Then it will be difficult to make multiple changes. So it's always suggested that you create a framework for that, because framework is the one which will help you out and solve all these problems. Instead of writing one thing again and again, we will write it in only at one place and reuse that again and again. It will be very easy for us to maintain it because that's in terms of frameworks, that's in the framework where you can make changes very easily. Portability, so of course you have written on Windows and you can run it on any other operating system. The framework provides the basis of test automation and simplifies the automation effort. It is actually helpful when you have multiple scripts or multiple test cases. So framework is very important, and that's the reason if you go and say that you have done the automation or you have a knowledge of automation, they will always ask you about the framework. They will not go in the basics. They will always go with the automation. So it's very important. So what are the automation frameworks do we have? We have linear framework, we have structured framework, data-driven framework, keyword-driven, hybrid-driven. There are multiple types of frameworks we have. What is the methodology for automation? First of all, methodology means how you decide whether you need to automate or not. So first of all, you take a decision whether this project needs to be automated or not, because that is becoming very complex. You have 10 methodology, you have less resources, all those things. You have less budget. Because of that, you thought to automate that. When you have thought of automating it, what tool do you want to use? You think on that. So you pick 3 to 4 tools. It certainly depends. You pick 3 to 4 tools, create a proof of concept. Guys, are you all aware what is proof of concept? POC. Abhay is aware of that. Anyone who is not aware of that can just say. Anjane has heard of it. Kushal is aware of that. Okay, great. Not created on my own. Yes, that's perfectly fine, of course. Okay, Rasika says no. So guys, what is proof of concept is whenever you are, suppose you are shortlisting some tools. There are multiple automation tools in the market, correct? So how do you decide whether which tool is best for you? Of course, you can go ahead and, take a list of tools. You can see pros and cons of those tools. But those pros and cons of the tools, depending on the blogger, depending on the editor who is writing about that particular tool. It may not be applicable, it may not be possible that those advantages or disadvantages are actually correct for your project. So always what we do, we shortlist few tools, like 3 to 4 tools. We develop or create a POC. Create a POC means you actually use those tools to automate one simple script. Use all 3 tools what you have shortlisted to automate a simple script, and then figure out the pros and cons of that tool based on your experience and based on what other people say. And then you create a PPT and show it to the management that this is the tools we have taken up, this is the POC, this is how it works, this is the advantage, this is the disadvantage, and then you shortlist one tool out of it. And that's what we call test tool acquisition. And it does not like you are talking and we are learning Selenium and you will go ahead and say Selenium and that's it, they will accept it. No. You have to tell them that this is the POC and this is the benefits of opting Selenium tool. And then if they are happy with that, then they will go ahead with that. They will say go ahead. Else they may ask you to come back or with more details and all that stuff. Okay. And it becomes very difficult to to impress your management when there is an existing tool running, like QTP is running, and you wanted to suggest them Selenium tool. Then it becomes very difficult because they may say that all the other projects are working perfectly fine with the QTP. Why should we go ahead with Selenium? What is the best part? So that's what you need to highlight and need to say that these are the things which automate with QTP. With Selenium, you can do that. So that's where test tool acquisition comes. Then you do the test planning, that what all test cases should be automated, and start developing your test cases or test scripts. Then you execute them and manage them. Then you show the result of all those test cases and send it to all the stakeholders. Then this is the result.
So in this video, we will be looking in detail about how the Selenium IDE works. So what is Selenium IDE? Selenium IDE was developed way back in 2006. It was created to facilitate a simple record and replay of the test automation. So record and replay tools were pretty much in vogue during this time. And the main advantage of using such tool was an automation engineer was not really required to know any knowledge of programming. He could just use this record replay tool and create the automation. And this IDE was available as a Firefox extension. So for one to use it, you need to just go ahead and install the extension on Firefox and then use its recording and record the steps of your test execution. It is a very simple interface which helps in building the automation scripts. And how this works, you just need to start the recording on IDE, perform your test steps on the browser, and these steps gets recorded in the script. And then what you could do is you could export the script into say a web driver or a JUnit, Ruby or any JavaScripts, and then you can use it. Now, however, the record and replay tool is not a very powerful automation tool, and hence this IDE is mainly used for prototyping or you could say demo purpose. Now, since Selenium Web Driver itself offers such powerful capability of creating robust test scripts, IDE more or less remains as a prototyping tool only. So in short, as I said, IDE is a part of overall Selenium set of tools and mainly developed to speed up the creation of test cases. And what is the other advantage of that? One need not really have any programming knowledge to use this tool. And mainly it is used for writing some quick tests for demo purposes. Advancements with the new Selenium IDE. Back in 2017, Selenium IDE development was completely stopped. The last supported Firefox version where this IDE was available as a plugin was Firefox 54. And from 55 onwards, the complete integration point was removed or it was completely broken. However, recently, Applied Tools help revamp much of the Selenium IDE code. They basically rewrote the whole IDE code and then now they have released a new version under the Apache 2.0 license and it is completely managed by the Selenium community. Now let's look at some of the features of this. Now traditionally the Selenium IDE was only a Firefox plugin. However, the new IDE supports both the browsers, the Chrome and the Firefox, and thus making it cross-browser. So before even we start looking at the other features of the Selenium IDE, I would like to show you how do we install this Firefox plugin or the Chrome extension. So for that, let me go to my Chrome browser. So in the Chrome browser, what I'll simply do is I'll search for Selenium IDE for Chrome. So then let's go to this chrome.google.com and here you will see it as an extension Selenium IDE. So go ahead, click on Add to Chrome. So this will add this extension to your Chrome browser. So now it says Selenium IDE has been added to the Chrome. So how do you make out if it is added? So you can see this particular icon here which says Selenium IDE. So this is the way you can go ahead and install it on the Chrome. Now on the Firefox, I have already installed it since we want to use the Firefox as a browser for all the demos in this video. So here again you can see the Selenium IDE. So if I click on this IDE, it is going to open a window for me, and the first window when it opens, it says either open a new project or open an existing project, or simply you can start recording a new test case, in which case it creates a default project for you first. So what I will do is I'll say open an existing project, and I've already got a project created. So let me go to my folder where I have this project. So I have this project created and I've opened it. I also have a simple test case written. Now what this test case does is, let me show you here. It simply goes to google.com. And then here what I'm doing is I'm searching for Selenium HQ documentation. And then I click on this site which says seleniumhq.org and docs. So which should take us to this particular website where the documentation is available. So this is a simple script which I have tried to write it in this IDE. So let's keep both these windows open and let's go back to our presentation to see the first feature of this Selenium IDE. The first feature, what it says is improved locator functionality. What are locators? So these are nothing but the techniques used for locating your web elements on your website. Now for example, in our example here, now the type here, the type which says name equal to Q. So name equal to Q is a locator. Now this is a locator of what? Initially if you saw, I went to google.com and this is the search button which I used, right? The search text and then I said enter. So this is nothing but your web element for which the locator is name equal to Q. Now what happens in IDE is when you record it, it has taken the attribute name and it has recognized this particular web element using this attribute. However, it also has a feature wherein it also records its multiple locators available for that particular web element. For example, it also has a CSS locator, it has an XPath locator. Now how does it help here? Say for example, tomorrow this particular attribute name right? For the search box, if it changes, then what ID does is when you execute this test script, it falls back on your other locators mentioned here in this dropdown. And then if none of these locators work, only then the test case is going to go and fail, not otherwise. So how does this help? This helps to make the test cases more robust. Otherwise, having just one locator, there is high possibility that test case might break or become pretty brittle as and when the web elements change their attributes. So this is what the locating techniques are. And that is how they have improved the locator techniques in the functionality in the new ID. Now what's the next one? Parallel execution is possible with this new ID. So the first ID, the traditional one, the parallel execution was not possible. However, this is a new feature which has been added. So we will be looking in detail how to work with this parallel execution later in this video. Next is you can add control statements in your scripts. Now what are these control statements? Like if else, while loops, for each loops, and even the switch case. The earlier ID also had this provision, but you had to install a plugin to enable the use of this control statements. And now with this new ID, it is available out of box. Automatically waits for page to load. In any automation, synchronization between your application under test and your automation scripts is very important. Your script should not run faster than your application. Otherwise, your scripts are going to start failing. So it is necessary to have enough load times on the operations of your web elements and also enough load times on your page. Now this load time ensures that all the elements of your web pages and the page itself is loaded completely before even a single line of script is run. This new ID takes care of providing that enough wait time. And also you have a global set speed option which you can use to control your execution of your scripts. So that is something which I will show you now. So if I go back to this, so can you see this clock icon here? So it says test execution speed. So what you can do is, right now it is set to the fastest. So I can actually control the execution speed here. So right now I've just kept it a little slower. So let's see how our test scripts run. So you'll be able to see a remarkable difference when I slow down the complete speed of this. So now do you see how slow it is? Initially when I ran it, you were unable to see what I entered in the search field of the Google, right? So now it's really taking time on each of the steps which we have mentioned there. So now it is executed successfully. So next it supports embedded code. You can run a simple JavaScript from your test script, right? And how do you run that? By using a simple command called as execute. Now let's see how do we do that. So let's take the same example here. Now, after clicking this, okay, so this is our ID. So what I will do is I'll first execute this test case, and then in the end, where I will show you how do we add a simple JavaScript and do some function. So let me get the speed back to a little normal because we do not want to waste too much time. So I'll just play the script once. So now we are in the Selenium documentation. Now if you look at this page, this is a pretty long one. So now I'm going to write a simple JavaScript wherein I scroll down towards the end of this page. That's all I'm going to do. Now for me to do that, what I can do is in my script itself, I can just add another line here. Okay, here I will say add a new command. Here I'll say execute script, which is my command. And what is the script which I want to execute? It's a Java script which I'm going to write here. I'll say window dot scroll by, and I'm just going to mention some coordinates here. Start from 0 and I'll say 1500. Okay, this is all my code is. And now I'll simply run this test again. Let's see what happens. So it's going to the documentation now. It's clicked on the link. Okay, it's moved down. Do you see this? Initially, it was right here on the top of the page. And once the JavaScript was executed, it brought me somewhere to the middle of this page. Okay, that is how you can insert snippets of JavaScript, and it has to be in context with your currently selected window. Okay, and that's how you run it. Alright, let's go back to our PPT again. What's the next feature? So every IDE has a debugger which allows step execution, adding of breakpoints. Now, apart from just having a breakpoints or adding the step execution, there is another feature which it provides called, I will show you that, which is called as pause on exception. So let's close this window and let's just keep this IDE window open here. Right? So can you see here pause button? It says pause on exception. So what it does is, if you enable this button, okay, and when you're running the script, so if at all there happens to be an exception in your script, it stops the execution at that particular exception for you. And we will see this in detail when we look at complete debugger for the IDE. Can be integrated in CI. Since you can execute scripts from command line, right? We also talked about the parallel execution, and you can also export the scripts to any of the programming language you want. So since you can do that, these scripts can be run from command line, and hence they can also be integrated with your Maven project, and through Jenkins you can run it, and that's how you achieve your CI. Working principle of Selenium IDE. Selenium IDE works on a very simple principle. One is the recording. It records user interactions with the browser, and which forms basically your IDE script. And using this IDE script, which is a recorded script, you execute the script and verify and monitor for its stability and success rate. And thirdly, what you can do is you can simply save your recorded script for your future runs or regression testing. And these scripts can be saved either in the form of an IDE project itself, or you can also export these test scripts into the form of a JavaScript or your Ruby scripts or even the Web Driver scripts. Now let's look at the components of this IDE interface itself. The first one is the menu bar. So let's go back to our IDE window. So here in the menu bar, what you can see is a project name. So either you can edit the project name here, or you can simply create a new project, open an existing project and save the current project. Okay, so these are all the options available. And since we have already created a project here, I will not be showing how to create a new project, so that we can do it little later. Now next one is the toolbar. So this is the toolbar what we have here for the IDE. Now there are multiple components in the toolbar. So let's see one by one. So it says run all test. Now if you have multiple test cases written, okay, so this is an option where all the tests can be run one after the other. This is to run your current test which the focus is on. So currently our focus is on search test. So if I click on this button, it is going to execute the search test for me. IDE has this debugger option where you can do a step execution, right? You can do step-by-step execution using this option. We'll see how to do that. So for example, let's say we start from here, okay, and I click on this. So what it does is basically it has just executed the first step for me. So let's keep this side by side so that we can observe the complete execution. Now, if I go and press on this again, step over current command. So that is the next command it is going to execute. Now it says type into this. Alright, so now you can see this Selenium HQ documentation. Okay, then again I say step, send keys, which it said enter. And then it is going to click on that documentation, which it did. And now we have a script written which scrolls down on this particular page. So let's execute that, and that is what it is. So this is how the step execution happens. So let's close this window and let's come back to our IDE window. Then we have buttons here where you can say record or you can stop recording. Okay, then you can pause the execution, and then there are other options available for disabling breakpoints. So basically you can add breakpoints anywhere here. So for example, if I want to add a breakpoint on the click here, so what I have to just do is I have to just click here. So this adds a breakpoint. And if you want to remove all those breakpoints, you just say disable those breakpoints. So when you run the script, even though you have a breakpoint available here, for that particular run, your breakpoint will be disabled and your execution will not stop at this point. And let's enable them for now. And what we will do is we'll just run the script until there. So now it has stopped here at this click. Now from here, either you can execute the rest of the test case by just clicking on this run button, or you can stop the execution. Okay, so for now what we'll do is we'll just stop the execution. So once you stop the execution, you will see that this is in red, which means that this particular line was not executed or it failed, either of the things, because you have aborted at this particular line. And the rest of the things what you see in green, it shows that all these test steps have been executed successfully. So what is our next component? Let's come back here. So we saw the menu bar here, we saw the toolbar, we saw start and stop of recording, address bar. Now what is this address bar? So this address bar is where you actually write your URL from where you want to start your recording. And as and when you start writing more and more test cases, it keeps a complete history of all the websites which you're working on. Next, then we have a test script editor box, which is this. So let me just minimize this little bit. Okay, this is nothing but your test script editor box, and this is where all your script steps are, all your interactions are recorded. Now there are 4 attributes in this. Okay, can you see a command? Now command is nothing but the actual operation or the action performed on your web element. So there are multiple actions you can perform. Like in this case, we have something called as open, we have got type, we have got send keys, and we have got click. So these are all the Selenium commands which are available. And then we have something called as target. Now this target is nothing but the web element on which you want to perform the action. And now this target, as I said earlier also, it is identified by multiple locating techniques. And if you click on any of this, like we looked at the name here, now similarly, the website which we are clicking on, if you look at it, there are multiple locating techniques which are available here. So the one right now which is being used is the CSS identifier. You can also have XPath here, which is a relative XPath. So these are all the locating techniques, and this is which is applied on the target. Value. So value is an optional field. So you can send any value to your web element. For example, in this case, where we are sending the value, which is our text, which is Selenium HQ.documentation. So this is the value which I want to send it to as a search text to my google.com. And then comment or the description. So here you can mention any description about that particular line which you have recorded. For example, I can say here, sending search text to the Google search input box, and this gets recorded here against your instruction. Now let's look at the test case pane. Now test case pane, that is here. So if you look here, now it contains all the test cases which you have recorded. Now there are multiple things here. One is your tests. Say I can always go ahead and create another, say test case 2. Okay, I can add a few more test case here, test case 3. So all these test cases are here. Now I can also have a test suite. Now there is already a test suite which I have created, which is called the Google Suite. And now if I want to add test cases under this, what I can do is I can just say add tests. And now I can add any of these tests which I just created under this test suite. So say I've selected the first 3 and I've added it. So we have test suite, we have tests here, and then executing. So executing is basically, it shows the particular test case which is currently in the execution mode. So whichever test case we run, you will see all the test cases listed here which have been executed at that point of time. That is your test case pane. And then we have test log and reference. This is a very important window which you need to be aware of. Now here, this is a running log. So as and when you are going to run your test cases, the every instruction, the every test step, as and when it runs, it is going to log here, whether it has passed, whether it has failed, whether the command was executed properly or not. And this is how it records it. It's a running log. Also, there is something called as reference tag. Now, for example, just go ahead and let's select one of this command which you have written here, which is send keys. Now, this reference, it will show you the complete description of the command and how to use that command. So say for click, it says reference is click locator, clicks on the target element. It gives you a complete detail of what exactly the command does. Let's create a test script now for say Amazon.in. So let's go back to our IDE. What we will do is we'll create a completely new project. So I'll click on the create new project. Are you sure you would like to without saving it? Yes, proceed further. And let's give the name as Amazon project. Now in this new project, what I will do is I'll say I'll add a test, and my test name is search iPhone. Now basically what is the use case which I'm going to automate is I will launch Amazon.in and I will search for iPhones. And once I get the iPhones, let's verify the title of that particular page. Now just the simple steps, we'll go ahead and do that. So for that, first what I need to do is I need to enter the URL. Now this URL needs to be a fully formed URL. So for that, what I will do, I'll first launch Amazon.in on any browser. I'll just copy this URL and I can close this browser window. And in this URL address space, I would say Amazon.in and I'll say enter. And now I would click on this recording button which says start recording. So once I do this, what it does is it launches the web page with Amazon.in, and from there I can start recording my script. So let's do that. I'll say record it. So let me just keep this windows side by side so that you can see what is happening on the IDE window here. Now here, what I will do is I'll click on the search and I'll say iPhone and I will click on the search button. And here I will also click on this bestseller. Once I'm in this window, I'll say right click. Now, when your Selenium IDE is in the recording mode, you will get this option here which says Selenium IDE, and there are a lot of options here which you can select. Now for this particular moment, what I want to do is I want to assert the title. So I'll just put an assertion point here for assert title, and then I will close my browser window. Now let's see what are all the commands which it has recorded. Let's go one by one. Right? So it is done. It is opening the Amazon.in. It is setting the window size. Fine. It clicked on the to search window button, and then iPhone is what we are searching. And then it said submit it. It's basically clicking on that button, and then we said we also want to open the bestseller link, and here is our assert title, right? So it's a very simple test. So let's go ahead and execute this. Now, since I also have a close command here, this script is going to execute so fast that you will not be able to make out all the steps what we have written. So for that, what I will do is I will comment out this line. Now, how do you comment out any command here? Just select the command, and can you see here enable and disable command? Just click on it. So now your command is disabled. Also, what I will do is I will reduce the execution speed so that you should be able to see exactly what is happening. So let's go ahead and execute this test first. So I'll say run current test. Okay, I have not stopped the recording. So that is the first thing. After closing the window, I also need to click on the stop recording. Now your script is ready to be executed. So let's go and run the current script. Again, I'll just bring this side by side so that you can see each of these commands being executed here. Okay, it has searched for the iPhone. It's clicked on the bestsellers, and it has done the title assertion. Now, if you look at the log here, as I said, see every step, as in when it was executed, it has been logged here. Can you see here? And it puts an OK, and it color coded in green, which says that this particular command was executed successfully. Now let's go ahead. Now this is what we did by simply recording all the steps from the browser. Now one more thing what we will do is say I want to continue recording here, right? I've not completed my test case. So what you can still do here is you can come towards the end of the script and press on record button again, and then you can continue recording from here. Now say for example, after the bestsellers what we have got, say I want to click on say hot releases, hot new releases. So I do that. Okay, it says it has recorded the click, and then I want to stop the recording. Just the another step is what I wanted to add. Now it has stopped the recording. So can you see this new line which has got added? So that means you really need not restart recording all the steps again if you want to add something in the middle of your script. You can always go towards the end of the script or anywhere in between, and you can add more commands there, or you can record anywhere in between the script. And that is how this does. So let's go ahead and again execute this. Then I will show you another feature of this. Okay, it's done the title assertion now, and it has also clicked on hot new releases. Done. Now let's say for example, I need to add another command here. Now instead of going ahead and using this recording, what I will do is I'll manually add certain command here. Say for example, let's go to this Amazon website and say you want to click on this cart. So let me add a command manually here. So what is my command? My command is click. And then what is that I want to click? I need to identify that web element. For that, I can use this here which says select the target in the page. So I click on that and I simply select this target, which is my cart. And that is all I need to do. So my command is written there. So I'll just simply go ahead and execute this again. Let's see what happens. So let me close this window here. Okay, let's run this test cases. Bring this window to the side. So now you can see one by one the instructions being executed. Okay, the iPhone has been searched. The bestseller has been clicked, assert title. So it says your shopping cart is emptied. So that means it is successfully able to click on the cart. So now with using ID, there are multiple things you can do. You can simply record your script while you are running your test case. You can add a command all by yourself. You can stop recording anywhere and again restart from the same point. Now we have our complete test script ready. Now let's go ahead and save this. So how do you save this? Simply go here and save your complete project. So all the projects from the ID are saved as .side file. So let's name this as Amazon project and I will save it. So if I show you in my Finder how it looks like, this is the project we created. So it always stores with the file extension .sid, right? That is Selenium ID. Now, also I said you can export test cases into multiple format. So search iPhone is my test case. So what I can do is I can just say right click and I can say export. Now right now you can see only 3 options. It says Java, JUnit, JavaScripts and Python. However, the older IDE had multiple options of export, which had even the web driver scripts and also the JavaScripts. This is still in works and they would be adding more support for other programming languages here. So, but for now, the only options what is available to us is Java, JUnit, JavaScript and the Python. So let's go ahead and export this into Java, JUnit. So it's going to simply save it as .java file. So let me go here. In the IDE test, I'll save this file. So if you go back to my Finder, you can find our search iPhone test.java. You can open that Java file and you can see here. It's a simple JUnit test. It is exported into. So if you have an Eclipse IDE, you can use this test and execute it from your Eclipse IDE. Selenium commands. Selenium commands can be broadly classified into 3: action commands, accessors, and assertions. What are action commands? Action commands are the commands which interact directly with the web elements on your application. So let's look at what these commands are. So if we go back to our previous example where we had written a test script for Amazon.in. So if you look at all these things like open, set window size, click, type. So these are all nothing but called as action commands. And if you go here, you can see, let me do one thing. So let me just come to a blank line. And now let's look at the list of commands. So you have a whole list of commands here listed in the alphabetical order. Like add selection, there are multiple assert commands which is made available to you, and then there are set of commands where you say click or click at a particular location, closing the browser, using a debugger command, double click, drag and drop, echo. I'll just explain how to use an echo command. So this is a command which is not used on your web element but something which you want to say display on your console. And then there are if-else statements which are used as commands here. Then you have something called as execute script for you to execute any say JavaScript or any different script which you want to execute from your test script here. And then you have few mouse commands here. Open, which is what we use for opening an URL, pause, and so on. So there are multiple commands which you can look at and try to use these commands in your script. So these are all called as the action commands. So let's go ahead and use this echo command and see what it does. So now in the same script, what I will do is towards the end of the script, I'll just add this command. I'll say echo and say I want to just display a message saying that this is the end of the script execution. That is all I want to do. Now I'll just go ahead and run this, and what we want to observe here is how this particular message what we have given here is displayed on the console in the log. So now if you observe here, so go to this last statement what we have. So it says after clicking on the card, it said echo, this is the end of the script. So this is what we displayed using the command echo. Okay, so this is how you can use the echo command. Another feature here, what you can do here is, now say for example, I just added a simple echo statement here. Now for me to execute that, what I did was I executed the complete script. You really need not do that always. Instead of that, what I can do is I can just come to this particular line. I can just say right click and I can say play from here. So what it does is from this point, it is going to play the script for me and not right from the beginning of the script. So I'll show you how. Now with this command, if you look here, say it started running the script here. It says running search iPhone. And then it executed only one command which says echo, this is the end of the script. So this is also possible to do with the IDE. Accessors. Accessors are the Selenium commands that examine the state of an application and store the results in a variable. So these are those commands which allow the user to store say certain values into your user defined variables. And these stored values can be later on used either to create assertions or you can have some verification points created. So let's see some of the store commands in action. So I have few store commands here which I'll be demoing. So first one is a store. So simply using a store command, you can store any kind of user defined messages in a variable. And then after that, you can either use it for displaying it on your console or you can do some assertions with that. Similarly, store title. So you can store the title of any of the web page under test, then store text. So store text is basically used to capture the text attribute of any web element on your web page and store it in a variable, use it as an assertion point. Store value. So store value again is used to store the value attribute of any web element. Like so you have a lot of web elements on the web page and say one of the attributes is what you want to do an assertion on. So what you can do is you can use the store value command here, get the value attribute of your web element and store it in a variable. So let's see all these commands in action. So let's go back to the same example. So we have this Amazon test script example. So what I'll do is say instead of using Amazon, let's do one thing. So let's create another test case itself. So I'll go here, I'll say add new test and I will name this test as accessor test. And we will use the same Amazon site here. So I'll say click on start recording, keep this window side by side. So first we will look at store title. So simply what I need to do is go to this Amazon site which we have launched, right click on this, go to the Selenium IDE and you have multiple options here. So go ahead and select store title. So once I click on that, it is going to ask me the variable name where I want to store the title of this page. So let's create a variable here. I'll say var title and I'll say okay, done. Now come back to your IDE. Alright, so I will stop the execution here. Now I have this store title command I created a variable called var title and I'm storing the actual title into this variable. So let's also display this on our console. So I'll add a command here, echo, and in target, how do I use the variable now? This is the way to use it. I'll say $, and in flower braces, I will give the variable name which I have defined earlier. So it is var title. Okay, so this is all my script is, where I'm storing the title of the web page and I'm displaying it in my console or the log. So now there are some extra commands which gets added here. Now because we are doing the recording on that, so whatever the mouse movements happen, it is going to record. We do not need this, so I will go ahead and delete this particular command. So let's close this window and execute this test first. So the script has executed successfully, but let's go and see whether did we get the title displayed on the console. Yes. So it did open the Amazon site. It has set the window size. It captured the title here in this line. And then after assigning it to the variable, we said echo and that variable name, and it is displayed as the title of the page. So now similarly, let's go ahead and let's see how do we use the store text command. Now for store text, I need an use case here. Say for example, what about this cart? Let's say we want to display the text of this particular element. Now the text of this element is cart. So now instead of again going and re-recording all the steps, I will simply manually add this command. So now after displaying the title, okay, so let's go ahead here and I will say store text. And in store text, I need to pick the text from this web element cart. So what I will do is I'll use this target, select target, and I will select this particular element, which is cart. After this, I need to create a variable where it can be stored. So I'll say var cart text. Now similarly, I will also display it using echo command. Echo $ in the flower braces. I'll say var cart text. So let's execute this and then let's look at the other command. So I'll just say, I'll close this window again, run this test. So now look at this log lines. So our last statements was storing the title and displaying the title. After that, we added store text. Okay, so here is the command. It said it is executed successfully. It was able to retrieve the text from the element cart, and the text retrieved was cart, and which is what got displayed with the echo statement on our console. So now let's move to our next store command, which is store value. Now as I said, store value for us to use, that particular web element should have the attribute value. So first let's examine which element we can take and display the value. Now on the same website, I have the search button. So I will right click on this and I say inspect element. Now look at all the attributes of this element. It is of type input, it has a class name, it is of type submit, and also it has this value attribute which is go. And this is exactly what I want to retrieve and print. So we will be using the search button. Now similarly, same thing what I will do here. I'll go ahead, add a command here. I'll say store value. Same way, I will select the target. I'll say select target from page. I will click on the search button. Alright, so here it has taken the target here. In the value, I will mention the variable name where I want to store the value. So I'll say var button and value. And similarly, I will say echo and I will print the value of this variable, which is $var btn value. Let's go ahead and execute this. I'll say run current test. So it has taken the title, it has printed the value on the line 7. So it says store value on this particular element, and the value was stored in the variable var btn value. So that command was successful, and the value actually which was got stored and which we retrieved using echo statement was go, and that's exactly what we had here. If you want to check again, go here to inspect element, the one which is highlighted. So as we said, the value is go, and that's exactly got printed on our console. Now apart from this, I also said there is a simple command which is just store. So let's use that also. Now after all this, here I will say store and say we want to just store a user message. I would say a target as all store commands demoed, and this message I will capture it in a variable, say var string, since it's just a text, and then like I did it in the other var string, then I'll say echo and the variable name. So now if we close this, and one way to do it is execute the complete test. So which will execute all our store commands. And also the last line is this, the line number 9 in the log, which says the store command which we use to store the text, all store commands demoed, and that is also displayed using the X. So all the store commands we have demoed successfully. Now let's close this window and go back to our presentation. So this is all about the accessor command. Now what do we have after accessor? So we have something called as assertions. Now what is an assert? So assertion is nothing but it verifies the current state of an application with an expected state. So this is something where you compare your actual result with the expected result. Now assertions are of 3 different types. One is assert, verify and wait for. Now what does assert does? When the assert command is executed and if it fails, right, the test stops immediately after this statement. So if you are asserting, say, a title of a page, and if you find that the title of page is not as expected, as soon as it finds that failure, your rest of the test is not going to run, and it's going to immediately stop the test, and also it is going to flag the test case as fail. What is verify? Verify is something where this Selenium ID, it logs that particular assertion as fail. However, it would continue with the rest of the steps in the test case. And then at the end of it, your overall test case is flagged as fail. That is what verify does. So verify is called as soft assertion, whereas assert here is called as hard assertion. Why it is called hard assertion? Because as soon as an assert statement fails, the complete test execution stops at that statement. Whereas in soft assert, what happens is, after the failure happens, the test continues with the rest of the steps and it completes its execution and then flags the test case as failure. And when is this usually used? In cases like, as the same example, say if you are asserting a title, you really do not want the test case execution to stop even if there is a failure. Why? Because none of your steps are going to be dependent on this assertion point. And this is where you will require a soft assert. Wait for. Wait for is something which waits for a certain condition to be true. After that, it proceeds to your further steps. So if the condition goes false here, for whatever, say if you are waiting for an element to appear on the web page, and if that element does not appear, the test fails. However, it carries forward and completes the test by executing the rest of the steps and then flags the complete test case as a failure, which will be something similar to a soft assert. So let's see all these things in action. Let's go back to our ID. We will create another test case here. So I'll say assert test. Now for this, what's the example we can take? So first for assert title, let's do the assert title on Amazon itself, and let's change the same test case to verify and see how this test case behaves. Now for this, I will launch the recorder with the same amazon.in. Okay, my recorder is launched. Now simply I will go to this website and I'll say right click, Selenium IDE, and I'll say assert title. Then I will stop the recording. Now here I will remove this command which has got added, which I don't need. So this is my assert title. Now we have already seen assert title passing in a couple of our other examples. Now I want to show you a failure on assert. So for that, what I will do, I will modify this actual title. So here in the last line, I'll just remove this amazon.in. So now ideally this test case is going to fail for us because the title which it is expecting and what it is comparing against are not the same. First, let's execute this. Well, I also need to show some statements after this. So what I will do is, let's add few more statements here. So let me start the recording here again. Say after asserting the title, we want to go and click on this bestseller, and then I will close this. Now let's execute this. Stop the recording and execute this test. Now do you see this? Assert title is in red. That means it has failed the validation here. So you see here in the log, it says open the site, done, set window size, done. When it comes to assert title, it says actual value was something different and it did not match with what you are trying to look for. Assert test ended with one error. Now after this assert, please observe that there are no other statements which got executed. The test stopped right away after this failure. This is called as hard assert. Now let's go ahead and change this assert title to verify title. So simply what I will do, in the command itself, instead of assert, I'll say verify title. And now let's execute this and see what happens. Now let me close this window first and then I'll say run test. Running assert test, amazon.in was opened, window size was set, verify title failed because the titles were different because we have modified that. However, do you see this fourth line being executed? Click on link test bestseller and click on close. Now since it was a very fast execution and I closed the browser, probably you were not able to see the bestsellers clicked here. That is fine, but in the log we can see here that the steps 4 and 5 got executed. even after the title, verify title step failed. And if you compare it with the previous example where assert title failed, the 2 lines after that, the line 4 where we are clicking on the bestseller and closing the browser, are not getting executed. So this is the main difference between the verify title and the assert title. So now let's look at wait for. How do we use wait for? Now for wait for, I want to look at some kind of website where it would load an element dynamically after a while. So for that, I have a website here. Let's create a new test again. Let's go to the tests pane. I will say assertion test. And now let's go to a browser. We open a new window and there is a demo site which I want to use. So let me search for that and then I will use that URL. So I'll say internet. I'm going to use the dynamic loading. Do we have here? Yes, dynamic loading page, element rendered. Now, see, if you look at this website, when I press on the start button, right, after a while, this hello world text is going to appear on this web page. So in our use case, what we will do, we will launch this website, we will click on the start button, and then we will put an assert on this text using wait for. Let's do that. So let's go here. Let me copy this. This is the one. Let me say Control C, and in my new test, I'll say Control V, and then I'll say start recording. So it's going to launch this. So let's close the previous windows. Now in this, I'm just going to click on start. So that is going to get recorded. Done. And now, while the recording is still on, I will add a command here for wait for. So I'll say wait for element visible. That is exactly what we are saying, right? So wait for is used until for a condition and until that condition is true. So I am saying here, please wait for this particular element, which I'm going to give it in target, until it is visible. Now the target is, I'm just going to select the target from this web page itself. So I'll say select target and I'm going to select this particular text. Come back here to your ID. So wait for the element to be visible. What is the element to be visible? Is this hello world text. And then you need to give a value here. Now what is this value? Since we are using wait for, we need to mention a timeout. So we have to tell basically to ID that, okay, wait for say 1 second, 2 seconds or 3 seconds, whatever it is required. And that timeout value needs to be mentioned here. So, and this is in milliseconds. So what I will say is, I'll say, so let's fail this test case first. So I'll use a little lesser timeout. So I'll say 3000. So that is 3000 milliseconds, which is 3 seconds. That is it. And then we can say, so what we'll do here is we'll add an assert. So I will say assert text. Now what is the assert text I'm going to do? I need to look for the same element. So I'll simply say select target, this one. And what is that I'm going to assert with? I'm going to assert with the same text. So I'll just copy this text and I'll put it in the value. There's another way of doing that, which we have done it previously. So I can just go here, do a right click, go to Selenium ID, and I can say assert text, which is basically going to give me the same command. So let me just go ahead and remove one of them. Either of them you can remove. Okay, so let's stop the recording. I will not close this browser because I want you to see how the dynamically loaded element behaves. And we'll go ahead and execute this. So I'll say stop recording and I'll say execute this test. Now it's here. All right. So it's waiting. Okay, it is failed. Now see this. So it says wait for element visible. After that, the value we have mentioned is 3000. That is wait for 3 seconds, which was not enough and it failed with saying that unable to locate the element within the timeout period. Now let's go ahead and change it to a passing value. So I will say 10,000 here, which is 10 seconds. So let's close this. And let's again execute this. Bring this to a side so that we can see, okay, it is waiting on that wait for element. Now look at the problem here. What we have done is we have closed the website and after that we have added the assert text. So this is a mistake what we have done. And hence, though it has found that element here for wait for, what did it do? It went ahead, closed the window, and after that it's definitely not going to find the assert text, right? So that's the mistake what we have done. So let's go ahead and debug this. So what we will do, after this wait for element, we want this assert to be put after that. We don't need this click content because this was an additional step which got added. Delete it and then close. Okay, fine. So now let's go ahead and rerun this. So we'll say run current test. I'll move this to a side. Okay, it's waiting. All right, done. So now it is able to do an assert text on this. Alright, so this is how you use the wait for. Key features of Selenium IDE. Let's look at the first feature, reusability of test scripts. So many of the test scripts have test steps that involves signing into an application or creating an account. Like for example, a login screen is a very key example in this case, where whenever you are testing your application, first you need to log in and then perform any other test. So now it's going to be a redundant or a waste of time to recreate the login steps again and again for each and every test case. So we do not want to definitely do that. So as we know, since a record and replay tool does not have enough capability of writing common test cases or common functions and calling those common functions like our regular Selenium Web Driver has. However, what ID is done is it has given us a provision to run one script from another script. So what basically what we do here is, especially for a login, we write one test case which is going to log into your application and call this test case in the other test cases. So let's take a look at how this works. So for that, let's go to our IDE. So in this IDE, we'll do one thing. Let's go ahead and create a new project. So let's say login project. In this project, I will create a new test case. We'll call it as login test. Let's say add. Now in this login test, I need to give a URL. Now for this purpose, I will be using again a demo site. So first let me launch a demo site here, file new window, and I will say the demo site co.uk. Okay, this is a simple demo site which has a login functionality. Right, so here I will go to the login screen. Now this also allows me to add few users, and using the same users we can go ahead and do the login. Now coming back to our login page, so this is the URL which I need to launch, which is going to give us username and password we'll use to log in into this application. So give this URL here and say start recording. Move this window here for recording and this here. Now what is the first step we want to record? We want to come here, click on the username, and I'll say user1, okay, and I'll say password pwd1, and I will click on test login, and then what we will do is we will assert this text. So here I'll say right click, Selenium ID, assert text. That's it. And then I will close the browser. Okay, this is all my test is. Now come back to your ID. Let's see if there are any unnecessary commands which it has taken. Okay, click, type, all done. And now for the time being, I'm going to comment out this close comment because I want the browser to be still open so that we can see the actual test execution properly till the end of the script. This is the login test case. Now simply if I run this, let's execute this. Let me execute this and show, stop the recording and execute this test case. So it typed user1, it typed pwd, which is my password here, and then clicked on the button, and then definitely it was a wrong password. So it gave me failed login. So this is passed. Fantastic. However, this is with one value I have used it, but this is a function which I want to use it every time. And also a probable use case I might have is that I might need to log in with a different user ID and password. And apart from that, even just to test this login test page, I would want to test with multiple user ID and password, like valid credentials and invalid credentials. Now for that purpose, what we will do is we will parameterize this name, that is user ID, and the password. And how do I parameterize it? Simply go here. Instead of giving a hard-coded value here, what you can do is just say, use any variable name here, and we'll define this variable somewhere else. So I'll say username. This is the variable. Similarly, for my password, in my value field, instead of a hard-coded value, I'll say $, and I will say password. Now I cannot run this program as it is because this variable is not defined in the login.test. What I will do now is I will create my actual test case. So I'll say here, I'll say invalid credential as my test case, and I'll say add. Now here is where I will assign values for my variable. Now which are those variables I need to use? Username and password. So I need to assign some value here and then call this function login test. So let's do that. In this video, previously we also saw how do we use user variables and how do we assign value by using the store command. So I'm going to say store, and then my target is going to be the actual value. So user1, and where is that I'm going to pass this? To my variable username. So let's just check once if the variable name is username. Yes. All right, done. Now I have done the username. Now I need to pass the password. So I'll say store the actual password, which is pwd1 in my case. And what is the variable I need to use here? I have to use password because that's the variable which we have used in login test here. And then after that, I need to use a command which is called as run. Now what this run command does is run, and whatever target you give, which is basically your another test case, it is going to run the test case. Now in our case, our test is login test. This is all our test case is going to be. Okay, so what is that we do in this test case? We created a variable username and password and assigned the actual username and password. And then we are just calling this login test. And in this login test, this username and password will get passed, which will be user1 and pwd1. And then it will execute this test with the value which we have passed to this variable names. So now which test case we need to run? The invalid credential. So let's go ahead, close this window and execute this test. Executed. So now look at the log of this invalid credential test. See here, running login test called by invalid credential. Before that it said store this value, store user1 in the value username, that is your variable. This is this line, and then the password. Then it says run login test. So it called the login test functionality, and in the login test we have all this clicking on the password field, clicking on the username, and then asserting the text, and that's exactly what is done here. This is how you use it. So now let's write one more test here for the same login test. So let me add another test. I'll say valid credentials and I'll say add. Now same thing I will do here. I'll say command store. My target will be, now I'll say user3, value will be username, right? Okay. Now second command will be again storing. This time it is for the password. My password is pwd3 and the variable name is password. And same thing, I'll just call run and my login test. That's it. So now similarly, let's run this test and see what happens. Now this test is going to fail. Why? Let me close this window. I don't need this. Why did this test case fail? Because my assertion point, let's go to the tests, I'll show you. My assertion point in login test is look for failed login. However, we created a test case for valid credentials, right? Because our valid credentials said that the login was successful, which did not match with what we were asserting, which is fine, right? So we just wanted to see whether we can write a test case with valid credentials and invalid credentials. And this is how you do that, by passing the variables through your test case to your actual test case. The next feature is the debugger in the IDE. Like every other IDE offers a debugger functionality, so does Selenium IDE. So let's look at what are the different functions available for us in the debugging. So there are multiple functionalities which the Selenium IDE offers us. So one is called as the step execution. So for us to look at how each of these debugging techniques work, what I'll do is let's go ahead and create a new test script. So let's go to our IDE and I will create a new test case. So I'll say new test case. Let's use Facebook login this time. So I'll say FB login test, or we'll just say FB test. So now for this FB test, I would go ahead and use the Facebook login page. So I'll just copy this URL, paste it here, and then I will minimize this other Firefox window and I will launch the recorder now. So I'll click on start recording. Now let's keep this side by side. And what is it we are going to do here is, let's do a simple login functionality. So I'll just use some email ID here. So I'll say myuser@gmail.com. This is just a dummy user ID and password I'll use, and I'll say password as password1. Then I'll click on login button. Let's stop the recording here. So let's read the script once, whether it has got everything whatever we need. Okay, it has launched Facebook. It clicked on email ID. There's a double clicks here because I happen to click twice on the email ID field. So what I'll do, I'll remove one. We don't need it. And then I'm typing the keys, which is myuser.gmail. And then I'm clicking on the password field, typing the password and clicking on the login button. And then once I do that, okay, so I'm going to get this page as the password you have entered is incorrect. So let it be. So we will use the script until here and check out some of the login options. Okay, so we have completed writing of the script. Let me go ahead and close this window. Now, first thing what we will do is we'll just simply execute the script. So we have to just say run current test. So it's going to log in your Facebook. It'll enter myuser@gmail. It'll enter the password. It'll log in, and that's about it. So now your script is executed. Now let's go into the debug mode. As we said, there are multiple options for debugging. What is the first option? Let's see. So first option we have is something called as step execution. So what the step execution does is, from your script, you can execute all the steps one after the other. So you can basically control the execution of each step. And how you do that, what you have to do is just go and click anywhere. So let's start from the beginning. Let's close this window of our previous run. And there is an option here which says step over current command. So when you click on this, what it does is it basically executes your first line where your cursor was. And it stops immediately after that. So if you look here, it has launched the Facebook page, which says open the URL Facebook. And then let's go ahead and just do the simple step execution. Again, I will click on that. It is going to execute this command where it set the window size to certain value. Again, I will do a step execution. Now observe what happens here. It clicked on this email field. Do you see the cursor there? Now let's do the next step again. Again, I will do step over current command. Now the current command was it entered my user at Gmail. You can see it on the left side here. Now it will be more visible. Again, I will do a step execution. It is going to click on the password field. Now it is going to enter the password. And now the last step is it's going to click on the login button. And with this, all our commands are executed. And this is how you do the step execution. And now where is this useful? Say if you've got a very long test case written and you want at certain point you want to start doing the step execution to see where your test case is failing. Probably one of your web element you entered is wrong, or probably the text which you are entered is wrong. So for you to debug such cases, you can use this step over current command functionality. So what's our next command? Breakpoints. So there are breakpoints which you can insert in your script. Okay, so let's close this execution and let's come back to our script. So what I will do is first let's add a breakpoint. How do you add a breakpoint? Say for example, we want to add a breakpoint after we type in our email ID. So here what I do is I simply go and click here. So once you click here, this is where your breakpoint is added. Other way of adding breakpoint is you can right click on any command and you can use this toggle breakpoint. So if there is no breakpoint, it adds the breakpoint. And for you to remove it, you can simply go and select the toggle breakpoint again. So now I've added a single breakpoint. Now what you need to do is, once you execute this, once you say run test, what it will do is it will come till here, till your breakpoint. It will execute all the commands before that and it stops or pauses your execution at this point. Okay, let's go ahead and see how it does. So what I'll do is I've added a breakpoint at the click on password field and I will say execute this test. Do you see here? It says paused in the debugger. So by adding breakpoint, my test has entered the debugging mode. And where has it stopped? At the point where I added this breakpoint. So just go back here and see whether the previous steps have been executed. Yes, my previous step was adding this myuser@gmail.com into the email field, which it is done, and it is paused here. And now from here, I can either run the rest of the tests. If I just click on this run current test, what it will do is it will go ahead and execute all the steps, or even I can do a step execution from here. So say if I want to do a step execution, I'll do this. Let me minimize this window a little bit so that you can see. And I'm still again doing that step execution. So it added the password. And after this, I'll say just go ahead and complete the test. So it has clicked on your sign in login button and it is logged in. So this is how you can use the breakpoint. So that is about adding the breakpoint. Let's see what's the next. Removing the breakpoint. So I showed you. So if you want to add a breakpoint, you just click here, or you can do a right click and do toggle breakpoint. If you want to remove the breakpoint, just click again on the same place where it has added the breakpoint, or you can always do this toggle breakpoint. So this is the way of adding and removing the breakpoints. What is the third option? Disabling. Now say for example, my test case is a pretty long one. Okay, so I might have a multiple breakpoints. So say let's add one breakpoint here at the email, and then before clicking on login, let's add another breakpoint. Now when I execute this, it is going to stop here, and then again if I say continue execution, it is going to come and stop here. So let's do that first and then I'll show you how the disable works. So let's close this window again, execute this, bring this window here. Can you see this? It's paused here. Okay, and here now you should be able to see. Now I'll say just run after this breakpoint. Do you see here? It is paused after entering the password. It has not clicked on the login button. It's paused at the click. And now I'll say again, complete the test. So your click on the login button is done and it is logged in. So it's a little bit slow. Yeah, now you got that logged in page. At some point of time while I'm debugging my test case, I would want to just disable all the breakpoints and not remove everything. For that, I have an option here which says disable breakpoint. So if this button is highlighted here, that means I have selected disable breakpoint. So what this does is when I execute this test, it ignores all these breakpoints for this run. it ignores this breakpoints until I have selected this disable breakpoint button. Okay, so let's see this. Let me close this again, and I have enabled this. Disable breakpoint is what I have selected. I'll just simply go ahead and run this test case. Do you see that it did not stop at this breakpoint? It went ahead and completed the execution. Why? Because I have temporarily disabled it. Once I remove this selection and run it, it is again going to stop at the breakpoints. So this is how it works. So we saw adding of breakpoints, removing of breakpoints, and disabling of breakpoints. What is the next one? Enter debugger by using play to this point option. Okay. Now another way of doing this is, so let's remove all this breakpoint. Now for example, like the last time we said we want to add a breakpoint here. So now instead of doing that, what I can also do is I can just right click on that particular command and I can say play to this point only. So when I select this, what happens? It acts like a breakpoint and it comes and pauses at this particular command where I have set play till this point. So let's try to do that. So let me close this window and then for say type the password. So here, okay, I'll say right click, play to this point. So it is going to execute all the steps until the password and it will stop here. Can you see this? Paused in the debugger. So it again entered the debug mode and now it has stopped at this point. So now there are multiple options. Now every time, last time what we did a step over and also we said continue with the rest of the test. Now what we will do, we'll just stop the execution. So this is also an option available. Say if you want to change something here, you do not want to continue with your execution, you can simply go ahead and stop the execution. So we saw how do we use the play to this point option. Now debugger command. Now all these things, whatever we did now, adding the breakpoints, this was done in the IDE. There is also a way of adding a debugger programmatically. And how do we do that? Let's see. Now at the same place, say after entering the password. So here I will insert a command. In this command, I'll just say debugger. This is all the command is. Now what happens when I execute this test cases? At this point, wherever it finds this debugger command, this program enters into a debug mode and it comes and pauses the script here. Let's see this in action. So simply I'll just play the script. Let's type the email ID. Let's type the password. Okay, it is going a little slower here. Okay, and there you go. Now it is paused in debugger. So this debugger did the same job as what we did earlier with the breakpoints. Now let's go ahead and just stop the execution because let's not keep logging into Facebook with invalid username and ID. Okay, so this is how you can use the debugger command. So I will stop the execution here, close this window, and then now let's see the next one. Let's close this window. So we saw the debug, pause on exception. Okay, this is a very brilliant feature of this IDE. I'll show you how it works. Now let's say, let me remove this command now. I do not want the debugger. I'll say delete this command. Just click, let it be there. Now, if you look at this, what we are doing is we are identifying these elements like email, password, and then clicking on the login button. Now, say for example, say this click. So let's run this, then I'll show you what it is. And I want it to come and stop here. Okay, so I will execute this. All right, so now it is paused here. So now what I will do is the click, right? So this is where I'm clicking is this login button. So this login button is identified by some identifier, which is an ID. Now there is a possibility that tomorrow this particular ID might change or any of the locator might change on this particular website. And if that happens, the first point of failure what you will see is when you click on this button because this script will say that this element is not found. In such cases, if you are using pause on exception, that is here, pause on exception, what happens is whenever this script finds an exception, it goes and pauses at that and enters into a debug mode. Otherwise, what happens whenever you find an exception, your complete test script will stop executing because there is an error and your test case fails. Instead, since we are in a debugging mode, if you choose this option, what happens is if there is an exception, it is going to get into the debugger mode and it is going to pause the execution at that point. And once it pauses, what you can do is you can go and correct it and then continue your execution. So let's see that in action. So now, for example, the click button. So here the ID is u_0_a. So say I try to change this. Let me add 1 here. And then if I execute this, this script should fail for me basically because it is not going to find this. So can you see us trying to find this ID? And since this particular element with this ID does not exist, this whole test case should fail for me. Now, as I said earlier in this video, So if by any chance, if one of the element ID is not found, so if that is not found, it always falls back into the other locator techniques. And that is what it did in this case. It tried to locate the login button using some other ID, and that's what it says. So element found with the secondary locator. Okay, to use it by default, update the test step and to use it as a primary locator. And that is why the test case pass. So let's try to see if I can make this test case fail in any way. For that, let's remove this and let's try on the email ID. So what I will do is, let me try to comment this out. Let's remove the debugger and I will add a command here. I'll say insert new command, and in this I will say click, and then I will use the target as ID equal to email. Now in this case, I do not have a fallback ID because I am not using ID to recognize the element. Rather, I added my own command and I added my own locator here. So now let's try with this. And now instead of this is the right ID, so what I will do is I'll just change this ID to something like _1 so that this test case fails for me. Now let me close this and let's run this test case, and basically this test case should fail. So if you see here in the log, it's saying trying to find the element with ID email _1. So this ID has a default timeout, so it will keep trying to find the element until the timeout value is completed. Now there we go. So it had an implicit timeout of 30,000, so that is 30 seconds, 30,000 milliseconds, which was 30 seconds. Now after that, this test case failed. So this is the scenario we wanted. What happens here is it simply started executing. The moment it found an exception, it completely stopped. So as a tester, what you need to do is you need to go back, look for this red lines where it has failed, correct it, and then rerun the whole test. Now instead of that, what this pause and exception does is, let me click on that. So this is what is selected now. What it does is when I execute this, this is going to come and stop here. Let's see that. So let me close this and run this program again. So run current test. I'll bring this to the side. Now see, it's trying to find the ID. Since the timeout is almost 30 seconds, we need to wait until it pauses at this. So now do you see this? Now it is not exited from the test. It is just at the same step where it is unable to find this email field. Okay, and it's saying, okay, it failed with an implicit timeout of 30 seconds. But now since I'm in the debugging mode, and how did I get into the debug mode? By selecting this option, pause and exception. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and change this back to the actual one. And then from here, I can just simply do this. I can say run the test now. So now see what it did. The moment I changed that and I said run, it passed. And how did it pass? Because I gave the right ID here. And that's exactly you can do with this debugger. Control flow statements. So in the legacy ID, these control flow statements were available as plugin. So one had to install the plugin for you to use any of these control flow statements. However, in the new ID, these are available out of box. So let's see what these control statements are. So let's go to my notes. So there are two types of control flow statements. One is conditional branching and the other one is looping. So in conditional branching, we have a regular if, else if, nested if, else and end. And when we talk about looping, there are multiple loops available. One is the while end loop. So how does the while end loop work? The code between the while and the end is executed until the expression is true. And then we have a do repeat. So do repeat where the commands after the do will get executed first and then the condition is checked. And this is evaluated in the if statement. Times end. So you can specify a number of iterations you would like a piece of code to be executed using this loop. And then there's another loop which is a for each loop. So this provides the ability to iterate over collection objects. Like say if you have an array object with you and you want to say traverse through the array and perform certain operations on each of the array element. So that is possible using the for each loop. So let's go and write a test script and see how this works. So what I will do is I will demonstrate a use case for the if else, and then for the looping I have a few test scripts which I've already written which I'll show you and I will walk you through them. It's a simple counter which we can use where we'll be incrementing the counter using one of these loops. So we'll just see how the loops are to be used, what is the syntax to be used and how they execute in the IDE. So let's go to our IDE now. Let's minimize this. So this was our previous test case. So what I will do is I will close this project and open another project. So I have another project here which is called as control flows. So as I said, I have few scripts written for some of the loops. However, for the demo use case, we will go ahead and write a new script. Okay, so I'll say add new test. And we are going to be working with a demo site called calorie calculator. Okay, so let me name the test case itself as calorie calculator test. So let's look at what is our use case. Now in this use case, this is my use case. I'm saying go to this calorie counter website. Okay, so let's see what that website is. I have this website open here. So this is a calorie calculator website. In this website, we are saying if the gender is male, then click on the male radio button. So you have multiple fields here where you're accepting the age of a person, the gender of a person, the height, the weight, and then the activity level of the person. And when you click on calculate, this is going to give you the number of calories. So for our purpose, for our demo use case, what we will do is we will store the gender to be selected in a variable. Say for example, I want a gender female to be selected. And then I'm going to write an if condition here that if the gender is male, right? So if the gender is male, then click on the male radio button here. And then I'm saying click active from the activity drop down. So there's a drop down called activity here. In this, I'm going to go and select active is daily exercise or intense exercise 3 to 4 times a week. This is what I'm going to be selecting. And if the gender is female, so if the value passed from the gender is female, then what is that I want to do? I want to click on this radio button female and select very active intense exercise from this activity dropdown. A very simple use case. So this is what we are going to write in our test script. So let's minimize this window, or we can just close this window for now. We don't need this. And here, so how do we start this test case? I need to enter the URL. So for me to enter the URL, let me go to that, copy this URL, Control C, minimize this and Control V. Done. So now here I will start my recording by clicking on the start recording button. So now this URL is open. Now the first thing what I need to do is in my test script, I need to write a open command. So I'll say open and my target is what? This URL. Done. The next command is as per our use case, I want to store the gender to be selected in a variable. So we will use the store command, and when we use the store command, we need to specify the target. So let's say the target is F, and where is that I want to store? I'll create a var gender. That's my variable. So I have stored this now. What is the next thing I want to do? So once I have stored this, first is I need to put an if statement, because my use case is if the gender is male and if the gender is female. Now since by default the male is already selected here, so let's put an if condition for this condition, if the gender is female. Okay, so that is exactly what I'm going to do. So here I will say if in the command. Once I say if, in the target you need to specify the condition. Now condition is I want to check for $, that's my variable, var gender. I want to check if this is equal to F. And how is that I can check? I need to use 3 equal to here. In double quotes, I'm going to mention F. Now this is what I've stored in the variable var gender. This is what I'm going to check. So if this is the condition, in the next line, now all the next lines, whatever I'm going to mention are the ones which will be executed if this condition is true. Now in the next line, what I want is I want to select this radio button, correct? So now what I will do, instead of writing all the commands manually, I will now use a recorder to do that. Since I'm already in the recording mode, I'll just go to the URL or the website here and I'll go click on this female. So on the right, if you see, these steps are getting recorded. And then our use case also said that from the activity drop down, we want to select very active. So now if you look here, all our steps have been recorded. So I clicked on the female radio button and then we selected the ID activity here, which is our activity drop down. And then we clicked on the desired value, which is very active. And then you end the if statement here. So, but we also want to add an else statement. So instead of saying end here, I will say else. So that means if the gender selected is male, okay, what is that we want to do? I want to go and select in the activity field as active, because the male is already selected. So I'm not going to select it again. And then I will end the if loop by end statement. That is all. So this is all my script is. So let's stop the recording here. There are some mouse move, mouse up, which I really do not need. So what I will do is I'll just delete this. So this is the simple statement what I need in the else, where I'm saying select. So select is something, a command which is used to select a web element, which is your drop down. So you select the drop down here, and once the drop down is clicked, and then you go ahead and click on this particular target is nothing but your active daily exercise or intense. This value from the drop down is what I'm selecting. And same thing what we did in the if statement. So let's remove these also. We don't mouse move at and mouse up at. So all these statements we don't need. So same thing, if I'm saying the if statement says if the gender is F, that is female, click on the radio button, then go to the select activity, select the activity by clicking on very active and then end the loop. So this is all our script is. Now let's go ahead and execute this and see whether it works. So let's minimize this window and I will simply say execute the current test. Let's slow down the execution speed a little bit so that you can observe what exactly is happening. Now I'll say run the current test. So the calorie calculator is open. So we are passing the value F for the gender. Correct? So that means it entered this loop. You can see here in the log. So if the gender is F, which is female, yes, it found the condition to be true. And then it clicked on this radio button. It went to the select field, which is your activity drop down. It selected the very active option from here and then it ended. Now in the same program, what I will do, instead of F, let's pass the value M. Male, and let's see what happens, and then we will go ahead and execute this program. So let's close this window again and execute the test script again. So now according to the script, we are not reselecting the radio button because this is already selected by default. And in this test script, if you see, now all the green colored one, if you see, okay, the open command ran successfully, store command ran successfully, it came to the if condition, it checked if the gender was F or M, it found that this condition is not true. So can you see here, all these other statements in the if are in black color. That means these were not executed. Instead, it came to the else part and then it executed all the commands in the else part. So this is how you use a if condition in your Selenium IDE. So let's close this. Now, as I said, there are other looping statements what we have, like while end loop or do repeat and times end. So I have a couple of examples written here. Let's walk through that and see. So let's take the while loop first. So what happens in this while loop? Let's see. In this while loop, what I'm basically doing is I have created a counter and I am counting it from 1 to 5 and then displaying the value of the counter. And I'm using a while loop for that. So here it says, first I'm setting a counter value to 1 and then I'm saying while the counter value is less than 5, this is the loop, while and end. So whatever commands are within that, those get executed until the condition is true. So this loop will get executed until the counter becomes 5. So once it sees that counter is 5, it is going to exit the loop and just print the value of the counter. It's as simple as while loop. So just pay attention to the syntax the way it has been used here. So this execute script is what a simpler statement what I have used. This could be anything. It could be any of your web elements you're performing certain operations. Say there is a calculator which you're using, say a calculator under test. So if you want to key in certain numbers until say the sum of the numbers is 30 or something. An example like that could be a valid use case for your while loop. So you could use that. So let's execute this and see how the counter works. So if I execute this command, so now take a look at the log here. It says running while test. So first statement where it assigned the counter value and then it got into the while loop and it executed the while loop until the counter was assigned the value 5. And once the counter became 5, the while loop got exited and we are printing the counter value. So this is how a while loop is used. Now similarly, the same function of using a counter, I have tried to use a do loop here. So let's look at it. Now in the do loop, what happens is the script is executed because it's the first command after the do statement. So whatever is between the do and repeat if is executed and then the condition is checked here. So here what I'm doing is I'm just first assigning a counter with value 0 and I'm incrementing the counter every time by 10. And then I have a condition that once the counter becomes 50, please exit the loop. That's all I'm doing here. And another statement what I have written here is every time the counter gets incremented, I'm printing the value of the counter. So let's execute this script. Can you see that the way it is executing it? All right. Now let's see the log. Running do loop test. Okay, the counter has been initialized to 0 and then it executes the script. In this script is doing what? It is just incrementing the counter by 10. The counter becomes 10 and then 20, 30, 40 and 50. So as soon as it becomes 50, it's going to exit the loop and print the value of the counter. So one thing to notice is there is no web element or website testing which I'm doing from the script. However, one thing what the IDE needs is it needs a starting point. So whenever you create a new test kit, it asks you to at least give it a URL from where it can start. Though it is not going to launch that URL, it is going to launch your browser definitely before even it executes a single line of test. So that is something mandatory in the IDE. So we saw do loop, we saw the while loop. There's also something called as times loop. So which is what I have said here, times and end. So this is something you can specify a number of iterations you would like to perform a set of commands. So now in this example, what am I doing? I'm simply incrementing a counter by 1, right? And I'm saying just increment, that is, this is the only command which I want to execute, but I want it to execute 2 times. That's all. So there is no other conditions here. It is simply saying there is a set of command or a single command which I want to execute it twice. And the number of times which I want to execute is what I mentioned here in the target. So first initially I am assigning a counter with value 100 and then I'm saying increment this counter by 1 2 times and then print the value of the counter. So let's execute this and then change the number of times. So if I say run test here, so can you see this? The number of times it got iterated and now the value is 102. Why? Because initial value was 100. In the loop, which is the times loop, I'm saying the iterations is 2 times, execute the command which increments the counter by 1. So that is why your counter value becomes 102. Now say I increase this to say 10 so that we get a feel of how the loop executes here, and same thing I will execute it. Now see it, you can visually see the number of times the loop is getting executed. Alright, and in the log, you can see the values also here. Okay, can you see here? So this loop executed 10 times and hence the counter value becomes 110. So these are a simple ways of using these loops in the IDE. So you can implement these loops for any kind of functionality you may want to perform on your web elements or any logic which you want to build for your test cases. Selenium Side Runner. Selenium Side Runner is a command line runner tool which allows the user to run your Selenium IDE test cases on any browsers or to run the test cases parallelly, and also it gives you a mechanism to use the grid setup to run your test cases on a remote machine. Okay, so for us to work with this Selenium Side Runner, there are certain installations which we need to do. And some of the installation prereqs are, one is you need a Node.js server. And what is this Node.js server? Node.js server is a powerful JavaScript based platform. And this is the platform which is intensively used by many developers across the world for developing their web applications. And it's an open source and it is available free of cost to everyone to use it. So we will need to go ahead and install a Node.js server for this. So now let's look at all the installation steps which are involved in installing the side runner and running it. Okay, so let's go to my notes. So the seleniumhq.org has a complete documentation on how to install this command line runner, how to use it, and what are the different ways we can use this runner. I'll just show you where it is. And you can use this as a reference for any of the tests which you're creating and using the side runner to run it. So let me open a new window here. Let's go to this website. So if you see here, it has a complete guide on how to use this command line runner, right? Including the setups, what is the prereqs, installing the browser drivers, and how do you do the different configurations which are available with the side runner. So you can configure various browsers with that. You can set different capabilities for the browser. If you want to use the Selenium grid to run your test cases on remote servers, it also gives you complete details on how to do that. And also using the parameters, changing your base URL. So this is a complete guide which you can refer to when you're working with the side runner. Okay, so let's go back to our installation. So coming back to our installation here. So the first prereq what we need for the Selenium side runner to run is your Node.js. Okay, so if you go to this website nodejs.org, let me open the same browser. Okay, all right. So here you will see that the Node.js is available as an installable for all the platforms. Like you have a Windows installer, you have Mac OS installer, you have Linux installers also. So if you're working with the Windows machine, there are two options for you. Either you can go ahead and download the MSI installer, or you can just download the zip and unzip it into any folder on your system. Okay. And since I'm using Mac machine, what I have done is I have downloaded this version, PKG version, and have installed it on my machine. Okay. So once you download, say if you're working on the Windows machine, so say if 64-bit is what you require and you click here and download the zip package, I'll show you how the folder structure looks like. So this is where I have downloaded the Node.js installable. Now, if you look at the Windows one, so this is what happens when you download the zip file and unzip it. This is the folder structure it creates, and this is what we would need, right? So npm is something which we would be using to install all the packages which are required on this Node.js server. And I'll explain to you what those packages are, okay? So once you do this installation, you need to go and check if your installation is gone properly or not. So for that, what you do is go to your terminal window, or in your case, if you're using a Windows machine, just open a command prompt, right? And then you have to just give this command here. You say npm -v, which is basically saying what is the version of the Node.js which we have installed, which is 6.9. Okay. Now, what is this npm? npm is nothing but it's a Node.js package manager, and it gets installed with your node. And this is used to install all your other packages, or what it is called as modules, on your system. Okay. So now with this, we know that our npm has been installed properly. So let's move to the next step of installation. So now we have our Node.js installed. Now next thing is to install the Selenium side runner. Now the Selenium side runner is a library which is available to us, and we need to install this library using the npm. So let me go back to my terminal again. So I'll just show you the command, what we use for installing this package or the library. And since I've already installed on my machine, I will not be doing the installation here. So what you need to do is, so if you are a Windows user, you can directly give the command as npm install -g Selenium side runner. Okay. So this is the command which you need to give. However, if you're a Mac user or a Unix user, since you need to use a root user here, what you need to do is just say sudo. Once you press enter here, it will go ahead and install this complete library on your system. Now, since I've already installed, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so I'll just exit from this. Now, once the installation is done, how do you check whether your installation has gone correctly or not? You have to just simply give a command like Selenium side runner -version. Okay, and now this will give you the version number if the installation has been successful. So right now the version installed, which is the latest version, is 3.11. Okay, so far we have done the installation of the Node.js server. We have done the installation of the Selenium. Now, while you you do this installation, you need to know that where is the Selenium IDE side runner has been installed, right? As I said, it's a library, or what you popularly call as module, in your npm. Right? So for you to check where it has got installed, you simply need to go to the directory. I'll say ls-user local library. So if you see here, you'll see something called as node modules. So whatever packages you're going to install using npm would get installed in this directory, the node modules directory. So let's go ahead and see whether I have my Selenium side runner there or not. So I'll just use the same ls/node modules. Okay, do you see this? Selenium side runner is what has got installed. And previously to that, when we installed the Node.js server, it also installed this npm, right? So that is also available under the same folder. So far so good. So we have our Selenium IDE installed now. Now, what else is required? So we installed the Node.js, we installed the Selenium side runner. Now we need this browser drivers. Now, what are these browser drivers? Now, what you did using your IDE was, we said, right in the IDE itself, I said run the current test. And since I'm using Firefox browser here, any test case using the IDE plugin on your Firefox you execute is going to execute on the Firefox browser. Correct? Same way, if you are using the Selenium IDE on Chrome, which is an extension on Chrome, and you run the test cases there, it is going to use the Chrome browser to run the test case. However, any test cases or any automation scripts you're going to write, you want your scripts to run on all the browsers because you want to do a cross-browser testing, right? So for that purpose, what we do through command line is we install this browser drivers, right? So say if you want to run your test cases on Edge browser. So that means you first need to install your Edge browse driver on your systems before you run your test case on Edge browser. If you want to do it for Chrome, similarly, you need to download the Chrome web driver and install it. For Firefox, the same. And once you install that, then you should be able to run it on any browser. Now, where are these Chrome browsers available? So if you go to the seleniumhq.org, let me show you that. Okay, in the Selenium HQ website, if you go to this download tab, right, and if you go down here, you will see something called as third-party drivers, bindings and plugins. And here you have a list of all the browsers and its corresponding driver files which are available. And this is which you need to go and download. For example, say I want to run all my tests on Chrome browser, right? So what I do is I click here. Okay, in the download section, go to the latest Chrome driver available, click on that, and then depending on which OS you're working on, if you're working on Mac, just download this. If you're working on Windows, you download this. And once you download the driver, what you need to do is you keep that drivers, like for example, can you see this driver file? So this is my driver file. This is my executable driver file. So what I did was I just downloaded this file for Mac and I copied it to the location where my tests are present. Okay. Now, so once I have this available, what I need to do is I need to install this driver using again the npm command. Okay. And to install this driver, what you need to do is you need to be in the same directory where your driver file is present. Okay. In the same directory, you just issue this command. You say npm install -g and your Chrome driver. This is it. So once you install this driver, you should be able to work with your Chrome driver. Got it? Very simple. So similarly, if you're working with different browsers, say if you also want to run your test cases with Edge or Internet Explorer or the Firefox browser, same way you need to download all the drivers from this location. So from here, like you have Edge browser, your Opera browser, you have a Mozilla Firefox browser. So any of the browser which you want to work with, you have to just download your driver from here, place it in this location and install it using npm command. Okay, so since I will not be executing this command again because I've already installed it. So once your drivers are installed, what's the next step? We are ready to execute our test cases. Okay, so these are all the installation steps which are required to get your command line runner, which is called as Selenium side runner, ready for you to execute your test from the command line. All right. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how do we execute the test cases. So let's go back to our previous example in this video where we wrote some of the test cases for testing our control flows. Okay, so these are all the test cases. Now, if you observe here, I have not created any test suite here. We just had a default suite which was created when we created the project, and we just went ahead and created all the tests here. For the side runner to run, we need to have a test suite there. So if I just try to run the test suite, let's try to run this. What is the name of this project? Control flows. So I'll show you what happens if there is no test suite defined for this. So let me clear the screen and which is our project here? This one. Okay, so what I will do is let me simply go ahead and execute this project. So to execute any test, this is the command which you use. You simply call Selenium side runner and the project name. Okay, and also once you have installed the Selenium side runner, you can also check the version of it. Okay, so let's execute this. Selenium side runner and the project name. Project name is this. Done. So now if I press enter, now see what happens. Okay, it's saying running the default suite. Can you see here? It looks for a test suite to start its execution. Okay, so it picked up the default suite which is here. Okay, since it was created when we created this new project. Fine. However, it's a test suite failed to run. Why? Because your test suite must contain at least one test. And all our tests are residing outside the test suite. We have none in the default test suite, correct? So what we will do, let's go ahead and create this test suite. Instead of default, what I will do is I'll say first rename this. So let's give it a proper name. So we'll say control flow test suite. Okay, done. So I have renamed it. Now let's go ahead and add all those test cases which we have created to this. So I'll just simply say add test and select all these tests. So we have around 4 tests here. So I'll just select all them. Done. So I'll save this project. I'll go to my folder IDE tests and the same file name. I'll just say replace. Now we have a test suite called control flow test. Now let's go ahead and run that again. Now let's see what happens. Okay, so there are multiple test cases here. So let's see, all these test cases will be run one after the other sequential. So we have that calorie counter test case and then we have the loop test cases. All right, so it is done. So now let's understand the flow of this test case. Okay, so this is where we started running our test suite. So it finished first test case, it finished the second test case, it finished the third test case, and then the fourth test case. So all the 4 test cases it has completed. And it says all the 4 passed, total 4, and it also shows you the total time taken for the complete test suite to run. And for every test case, what is the amount of time required to execute the test. So this is all the information which is available here. If at all there is a failure in any of the test case, that would get reflected here. It would say 4 passed, 1 failed, and total 4 executed. Okay, so this is the kind of report what you will get to see. Good so far? Okay, so let's go back to our notes and see whether we have done everything. So the other way of running is, say you have multiple browser drivers installed and you want to run this on a particular browser. So during that time, what you can do is you can use this command. You can say Selenium side runner -c. -c is nothing but setting the capabilities. Capabilities for what? For the browser. And then you give a browser name here. So you can say Chrome or you can say Firefox, whatever the browser of your choice. And then give your project name. So with this, what happens is if your browser is installed, now you have to install the browser using this command, correct? So if your browser is installed, it will execute this particular test suite on the browser which you have mentioned here, right? And that is how you use this Selenium side runner to run your test cases on multiple browsers. Now simply what you can do is you can create a shell script or a batch script. You can add this line into a batch script for the multiple browsers and you can execute this. So that way all your test cases would execute it on all the browsers. So that way you can achieve your cross-browser testing. So other thing, if you remember, I also said that command line runner, like if you go back to our presentation, it says we can run it for parallel testing. Now let's see how do we achieve this parallel testing. Now to achieve this parallel testing, there are certain steps which you need to do in the IDE. So let's go back to our test suite. So we have this test suite. So if you go here and go to the settings, can you see this run in parallel? So you need to check this checkbox to run all these test cases in parallel. So right now what happened when we executed it, all the test cases ran sequentially one after the other, correct? So for every test case, there was a Chrome browser launched and the Chrome browser was closed before the next test was launched. Now let's try to do this. I'm going to check this checkbox where it says run in parallel and I'll say submit. I'll save this project again. Now same thing, I'll overwrite this project, save, done, replace. Now let's go to our terminal window and run this test cases again. So for that, what I will do, I'll call the same command again. However, now please observe the number of Chrome browser windows it's going to open. Okay, I'll show you that. So it has started running the test suite. Okay, can you see this? 3 Chrome browser windows open at the same time. Okay, and one by one, they're going to get closed out. Okay, so there was also the 4th one open, but since the test case was so small that it was too quick for us to see here. Now look at the complete execution here. So what it has done is it opened all the browsers in parallel, okay, and it ran all the test cases parallelly. You will see a big difference, and since these are very small test cases, you might not be able to see a big difference in the execution time. However, if you have got a bigger test cases which you are running, you will see a remarkable difference in the time taken by the suite to run the test cases. Still here you can see, okay, it's almost 11 seconds it took, whereas in the previous example it took 13 seconds. As I said, the difference is very small because our test cases are very, very minute test cases, right? If you have a bigger test cases where it launches the browser, launches your application under test, then you're doing multiple operations, you'll be able to see a remarkable difference when you run the test sequentially and when you run it parallelly. Okay? So this is how you work with the IDE and this is how you achieve the parallel execution. Okay, so that completes our Selenium side runner. Now let's look at some of the limitations of the Selenium IDE. The first limitation is you cannot export your IDE scripts to Web Driver scripts. The support is yet to be added, right? So earlier in this video, I showed you there are ways to export the scripts to JUnit and Python. However, the previous IDE did have this capability of exporting your scripts to Web Driver scripts, and that support is yet to be added to the new IDE. Data-driven testing, like using Excel files or reading data from the CSV files and passing it to your scripts. So this capability is not yet available in the IDE. So you cannot do data-driven testing. Database testing is also not possible. So you cannot actually connect your database, read the test data from your database, or even you cannot perform any kind of database testing. Reporting facility. So it does not have a good reporting. We saw when we use the command line runner or through the IDE when we run the test, there's a very minimal reporting capabilities what we could see. So it does not really have capabilities of reporting like your test engine or the report engine.
What exactly is the Selenium Web Driver and how we can go ahead with that? So coming back to the Selenium Web Driver, so here Selenium Web Driver is one of the most important component of the Selenium test suite. When we talk about the Selenium tools suite over here, like we talk about, okay, I want to create a whole together regression test suite. So Selenium Web Driver is very important component for that. And when we talk about the Selenium Web Driver, it allows the cross-browser compatibility, which means like you want to test your applications. You can have a test suite there, one for the Chrome browser, one for the Firefox, one for the Internet Explorer. You can then say like, okay, I want to test and validate my application across all these three browsers. And in future, if Safari browser comes in, all you have to do is like you have to just run the same script with the web driver of the Safari. So this web driver is not only static for one browser, it's actually approachable for across multiple browsers there. So that enhances the compatibility there, that yes, this set test suite, even if you're writing the test suites in case of Selenium, it's not limited to one browser. So it's kind of a cross browser here. So these are small benefits, although we are talking about the Selenium Web Driver here. But if you closely see, these all points are actually defining why exactly the Selenium is best when we talk about the web automations or the web testing automation here, right? And then it's actually supporting various programming languages like programming languages. Yes, it's there. It's even supporting different browsers. And then of course it's supporting different operating systems also, because you can pretty much run these test cases onto Linux, Macs, or Windows, whatever the platform you feel like you want to use. You can pretty much use it. So you don't have to worry about like where exactly this web driver is getting deployed and from where you are trying to refer it. So that kind of compatibility is also something which is available here. So you don't have to think about the specific different versions or the different operating systems as such over here. And then let's talk about further on this one. So it also provides the compatibility across different programming languages. So you can see like what are the different benefits you got. You got benefits like it's supporting different programming languages, it's supporting different browsers, and ultimately at last it's supporting the different particular operating systems or the platforms here. So these are small things like different benefits which we get with the help of Selenium here. And it's having the support across different programming languages. So it doesn't matter that if you're working with Java or if you're working with .NET, this is going to work for across different platforms, like different environments you can actually deploy. So these benefits are something which can definitely help you to see like how the overall benefits can be achieved over here. And definitely the Chrome browsers, the Safari, the Firefox, the Opera, different platforms, you will be able to see like how the execution needs to be done and how the setup used to be performed here. So that's where the complete implementations needs to be performed here. Right, and these web driver provides a faster execution of the test scripts because that's the kind of automation which we are looking forward, that we are not trying to see like how the systems can be implemented. So when we are trying to talk about the automation here, so these web drivers basically help us to go for the faster execution also. So it's not only about that we are trying to see the setup, like we are trying to go for the configurations here. It's also like the performance and the efficiency which we're getting with this one is quite beneficial. So you can get an easy and a faster execution of the test cases. So it's having a lot of benefits. If we talk about in these features only itself, you can see like there are a lot of benefits which we got over here. So it's fast, it's efficient, and on top of that, it's not depending on any kind of environment. It's quite generic, like it's something which you can use for Windows, you can use it for Linux, you want to use it for .NET, you want to use it for Java. It's kind of generic for a lot of technologies, platforms, and programming languages. Right, now why exactly we require the Selenium Web Driver? Like what is the purpose of using this one? So let's explore on that part here. So Selenium Web Driver provides a user-friendly interface that could it can be easily understood by a particular person. Like when you are using this Selenium Web Driver, so this is something which you can easily understood. Like it's pretty easy for you to understand that, and it's not that much complex for you to understand that. Okay, you are going to take a lot of time to consume, you're going to take a lot of time to understand that. So that's not a kind of interface which we are getting when we talk of the Selenium Web Driver here. right? And the WebDriver is something which is having much more features as compared to the Selenium RC and Selenium IDE there. So when we talk about the Selenium WebDriver, so this is something which is having much more features as compared to the other components. Like, you know, the other components is also about the Selenium only, but yes, when we talk about Selenium WebDriver, so it's having much more features as compared to the Selenium RC and the Selenium IDE here. So you don't have to worry about the features. Like altogether, Selenium Web Driver is something which is quite efficient and better as compared to the other components. So that's another benefit which we get with the Selenium here. So Selenium, we have got some other components like Selenium remote control here. So RC is something which enables the creation of automated web applications, like in case of programming languages such as Java, C#, Node.js. Different programming languages are there. So we can pretty much use the remote control, the Selenium remote control over here, which will enable the creation of the automated web applications there. So that's the purpose of using the Selenium remote control here. It's not something which is being used nowadays, because most of the functionalities have nowadays moved on to the Selenium Web Driver here. So that's a migration which has happened over there, and that's the reason why we are not going to use much of the Selenium remote control over here. So that's not being used as such as compared to the other components. But yes, the Selenium Web Driver is something which is quite popular, and because of its features and the efficiency, we are going to use the particular Web Driver as compared to the any other component as such here. Right now, Selenium IDE needs not additional any kind of setup is required, like apart from installation of the browser, because in that case everything will be integrated in that, like because we are integrating the complete Selenium IDE over here. So all you need to do is, like, you need to do the installation of Chrome browser. That's also because you want to go for the specific Chrome driver which you require for the execution of the test cases. So for that only you are basically trying to install the Chrome browser, but other than that there is no other component which you actually require when we talk about the Selenium IDE here. So the IDE makes the life easy because it helps us to go ahead with the debugging mode here, like a kind of a debugging environment. You will be able to do that. So even if there is any kind of issue, any kind of problem which comes up, so it will be very easy for you to debug those things and go ahead with that part. So tracking the exceptions, managing the exceptions, so all those things can be easily handled up with the help of the Selenium IDE here. So Selenium IDE is something which is kind of a bigger package, which is further comprising of different components. Like, it's something which is giving us a variety of things here. Right now, how exactly the Selenium Web Driver is at all different from the Selenium RC and IDE, because those are also the solution which is available there from the Selenium. Now, unlike the Selenium IDE, Selenium Web Driver can actually work with different browsers. So that's something which we have already focused on, that it's having the compatibility across multiple browsers there. That's the first benefit which we get over here in this one. Now also the web drivers is something which does not require any user to start the server or anything like that there. So just in case of Selenium RC, you have to start some server because you're ultimately connecting to that server, and that's how the communication is happening. But that kind of stuff is not there in the Selenium Web Driver here. Also, the Selenium Web Driver is an API and it's not a GUI based plugin. So it's something which can easily handle, like it's having the quite efficient connectivity, or you can say like the integration is also good there, because most of the applications nowadays are working on the API format, which is pretty generic. So there is no GUI based interface which we have to explore or which we need to integrate here. So it's all like the API's call which we need to do in order to make use of the Selenium Web Driver here. Now in Selenium Web Driver, the APIs are entirely object oriented in nature as compared to the Selenium RC and Selenium IDE, so which is not kind of object oriented in nature, but Selenium Web Driver is something which is quite object oriented here. Also the Selenium Web Driver is actually supports multiple listeners, right? So which is available there as compared to Selenium RC and Selenium ID here. So these are some couple of features which is available there. Also, it also supports the testing of the iOS and Android, which is not being supported in the RC and IDE there, because most of the applications nowadays also have the counterpart Android or the iOS applications. So if you don't have the interface or integration with those platforms, then it's a incomplete way of testing here. So not only the web applications, but even the mobile applications also now getting integrated with the help of the Selenium Web Driver here. So these kind of features which is not exactly available in the RC or the ID over here, but definitely it's going to be available there in case of Selenium Web Driver. So what exactly is the overall need of the web driver, like the Selenium Web Driver here? So let's talk about that how exactly we can use it for the software automation here. So there are a couple of benefits which is available there. So let's focus on that one by one. The very first one is the open source. Now it's something which is available, or which is available as an open source over here, which means like it's something which you can use without any license, without any cost. Just like that, you can go to the selenium.dev website and you can start downloading the Selenium related tales or Selenium related components. Second is multilingual support. It's having the support for different kind of programming languages, not only for the Java based applications. It's actually supporting like different programming languages. So you just have to learn one single tool and then can suffice, or that can support multiple programming languages here. Several operating system support. Yes, it's not only related to the Windows or Linux platform here. So it's actually supported across Windows, Linux, Mac OS. Different operating systems are actually supported here. So different operating systems is supported by this particular Selenium here. Multiple frameworks are there, so that's a multiple framework support which is available in this one. User friendly, it's quite user friendly there, and the developers who are more comfortable with the Java programming languages, so they get quite comfortable and integrated with the Selenium, because it's also using the same Java syntax over here in this one. It's cross-device testing. Definitely both mobile, desktops, different platforms, different operating systems, Mac OS, iOS, Android, different platforms are actually supported by this particular Selenium here. So Selenium Web Driver is something which is having like cross-device testing here. Community support is there. It's kind of open source, yes, but it's having a very good community. Like a lot of people are actually there who can contribute to this Selenium. You can get the information from there, and it's kind of a huge efforts, like a kind of a huge community efforts which you can see over here in this case. Also compatibility testing. So it's having a very good compatibility here. So when you're working with this Selenium, so it's compatible with pretty much any programming languages, any platform, any operating system. So that kind of benefits you get with the help of this Selenium Web Driver here. And unlike Selenium RC, you don't have to start any kind of server component here which you need to connect. So it's like on demand, like when you're running the scripts, kind of a local Chrome browser will be initialized, and your test cases will be executed and performed, and that's how the whole executions will be performed there. So there is no involved like you have to go somewhere, start some server, start some remote server there, and then the communication or the execution of the test cases will be initialized. So it's not like that kind of communication here. Right, so let's talk about the web driver architecture here. Now in this one, there are some different components which is available there in this architecture components. The very first one is the Selenium language bindings here. Now these are actually available in different programming languages like Java, Ruby, Python, C#, JavaScript. These are the different programming languages bindings which is available there. Then with the help of JSON wire protocol, these are going to be connected to the different drivers. Now browser drivers is the one where exactly the request will be sent out. So the Selenium Web Driver is actually going to connect or send the request to these drivers. So depending on the platform also, and depending on the different systems, you can actually go for the browser drivers here. So you want to go for Chrome driver, you want to go for Firefox, you want to go for Opera, you want to go for Safari, Edge. These are the different browsers which is available there. Earlier the Internet Explorer was also there, but now in the latest versions the Edge browser or Edge driver is something which is available there. And these are going to be connected through the actual particular browsers like the Chrome, Firefox and all. So it will be sending the request over the HTTP that request will be sent out to the real drivers. So the browser drivers and then the real drivers will be there. So the driver is going to initialize the Chrome browser, and then the whole request will be processed. Their websites will be opened, the clicking, the access, everything will be done after that on that case. So these are the different steps which is involved when we are basically going for from one step to another, like where the communications will be performed over here in this case, right? So again, it's not dependent on any programming languages, it's not dependent on any kind of browser or any kind of components here. So right from the language bindings, it will go to the JSON wire protocol. From there it will be sent out to the browser drivers, various browser drivers, whatever the browser drivers you want to use, you can use that. And then those drivers are actually going to connect with the real drivers or with the real browsers over here, so that the communications or the exact end result you should be able to see. So for instance, if you run a particular Chrome browser, Chrome driver there, so you will be able to see like a Chrome browser getting initialized and the website is getting accessible. So all that activity will be happened or will be performed over there. So these are the parts of the sequence. These are kind of architecture components, like one to another, these will be processed or these will be executed here. Right. So these programming language, these Selenium programming languages, again, it's actually a kind of a generic one. So these are the client libraries which is available there depending on this one. For example, for Java, I can download some binaries, I can download some jar files, so that will be referenced or utilized into my source code. For Ruby, it's maybe like different third-party libraries or shared libraries which will be available there. For Python, it will be available in the form of modules, C#, JavaScript. So each and every programming languages is actually having its own libraries. Now these libraries are actually required so that we can get the whole interface of the Selenium. It's okay, like I'm writing some test cases, I'm writing the complete test suite and I'm using it, but unless and until I import my Selenium libraries, it will not work for me. I will not be able to work on that part because I will not be able to get those features as such. In order to get those features, I need to download these bindings or these kind of language bindings there corresponding to my programming language, and these are easily available on the Selenium website. So if you go to the Selenium website, whatever the programming languages you want to follow, you can download these bindings. These bindings will be nothing but the archives where you will be having some kind of executables depending on that programming language. Right now, from there we will be using our libraries like these bindings in order to interact or in order to initialize the Selenium. So then we will be going to the JSON wire protocol. So it's kind of a connector between the libraries and the web drivers. Now programmatically, using these with the help of these client libraries, we're going to send the request to the web drivers. It also helps to enable the transfer of data between a server and client, because of course you have to get your end result process, right? So that's where you need to go for the execution. So what you're going to do is, like, you're going to see like, okay, I'm going to run or I'm going to execute this JSON wire protocol over here, and it's going to connect between my client libraries and the web drivers here. So that's the communications and the connectivity which we want to establish or we want to provide here. Now these Selenium browser drivers are actually specific browsers now, because the JSON wire is going to connect to the specific browsers, the drivers here, so that the communication can be happen. Now these drivers are actually used as in drivers in order to interact with the exact browser, because these are not the exact browser. Now if you want to interact with the Chrome, then you definitely have to use the Chrome driver. If you want to use for the Firefox, then you have to use the Firefox driver. So depending on the programming language, you have to define like which driver you really need to process, or you need to really go ahead with that part. So that's where the Selenium browser drivers really comes into the picture. And then the exact browsers will be there. Now once the executions will be done, at last you will be able to see like all these browsers getting opened. If you're going to use the Chrome browser, then Chrome browser will be initialized. If you're using the Firefox, then the Firefox browser will be initialized. So whatever the browser driver, specific driver you will utilize, so according to that you will see a particular browser being invoked over here. So that's how the communication happens, and it's kind of a sequence here, like step by step here. So each and every stage is very important because that's how the communication will happen over here, and you will get the end result or the desired output. If you have any kind of failing component over here, so that's where the whole connectivity will be breakdown, and you will not be able to get any kind of values as expected. So this is something which we really need to consider, or we need to go ahead with that part here.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
So what are the different drawbacks which we got with the help of the Selenium Web Driver here? So when we talk about the Selenium Web Driver, so what are the different drawbacks which we are getting over here, so that we can understand like how exactly we can talk about that part here. Now the drawbacks of Selenium Web Driver is something which we use, because this is kind of main component, you can say, like using which you can actually do the complete validation. But the problem is that it's not something which you can use for the desktop application. So for the desktop application this does not works. So this web driver is something which is supported for the web applications only. It's not something which we can use for the desktop applications as such. So that's a kind of a limitation which we get with the help of the Selenium Web Driver here. So it's only there for the websites, for the web portals. Secondly, it requires the expertise of the teams in order to manage these scripts. So because these are the programming languages, of course, there, although it's a test suite, but it requires a programming language efforts as such in order to go ahead with that, in order to manage these things. So it requires a kind of an expert team who can actually handle these scripts, or who can work on these requirements. So that's a kind of a overhead, because if it's not like very easy to manage these, like pretty much a person who is an expert in these things can only handle these kind of requirements. So it's kind of a limitation where we will be only depending on an expert to manage these scripts as such, right? Now it's not having any kind of inbuilt reporting capability over here, so it's not available in this one. So test reports which is getting generated here is with the help of the JUnit and TestNG. So there is no default reporting mechanism which is available over here in this one. So we only have the mechanism of the JUnit, like we can extend our test scripts in Selenium by integrating with JUnit and the TestNG here, so that we will be able to get a proper reporting. So for the reporting purposes, we actually use the components like test JUnit and the TestNG over here to go ahead with that. So these are the ways in which we can actually go for the integration, where we can integrate the Selenium and the other frameworks like JUnit and the TestNG kind of components here. And that's a whole basis, because alone the Selenium Web Driver is something which can execute the scripts, process the request, but it's not going to handle any kind of reporting mechanism. So reporting mechanism is something which you can only get with the help of the JUnit or the TestNG here, because these are the additional packages which you need to integrate. So it's a kind of a custom solution which we need to design, where we don't have only the web driver available over here, like the core components, but also we have like other components available over there, which will be of course having the other components like TestNG and the JUnit here. So that's also something which you can integrate all together with this one, right? Also it's very difficult to manage. There is a lot of management or the maintenance activity which we get over here. Also it's very difficult to scale this up, also depending on the load or depending on the requirement. It's very difficult to scale it up also if you are using for some infrastructure, some kind of a load there. So having it increase to a different level is kind of a difficult task here. Also maintenance activity is quite huge, so if you want to have a proper maintenance or management, you have to get a couple of experts in that case, so that they can easily manage those things. So these are the different requirements which is available there, where we can see like how exactly the we can manage all these things. Now it also allows the cross browser compatibility testing here. So it's something which can easily handle like different requests across the browsers. So image testing is not available, so you don't have to use the Selenium alone. Like Selenium alone is not compatible for testing the images here. So if you really want to test the images, so you have to integrate securely in with your Selenium, so that you can have a complete package. So again, Selenium in some cases is not sufficient for like most or a variety of things there. So in some cases you have to actually go for another tool integrations, so that you can have the complete details, you can have the complete component here. So that's where the real mechanism comes in. Like yes, you don't have the exact single tool available for taking care of all these things, but yes, you can have all these things integrated with the other tools, other components there, and from there you will be able to get a complete values and the complete implementation here. Right, so these are the different drawbacks which we get once we start using the web driver here. So let's go ahead with the particular demo over here to understand like how exactly the Selenium web driver can be utilized, can be used, so that we will be able to run some test scripts here. So we are going to run prepare a test suite here, so that we can get it executed with the help of Selenium. So that's what we are trying to do here. So for this one, we require some couple of components to be there, like the JDK, Eclipse and all. So let's talk about that component. So let's go ahead with the implementation. So let's begin with the configurations of this web driver here. Now the very first thing which we require is that we require to the installation of the Java here. Now let's go ahead with this URL. So now this one is something where we have to see like how we can go for the installation of the JDK here. Now here we need to go for the JDK installation. That's the version which we want to install. Now a variety of versions are available there, like which version you want to install, you can go with that. JDK 11, 8 is the most stable version, so you can go ahead with the JDK 8 here. So you can download here. Different platforms it's available, like Windows platform, whatever the platform is there. All you need to do is like you need to just download this exe file. Now once the exe file is downloaded, so what happens, like you will be able to do the installation. Now I have done the installation of this JDK here, so if I have to open my command prompt here, I would be easily able to see that I'm using a JDK version of 1.8.0 over here in this one. So that's a version which I'm using. But again, of course, if you're using some different version of JDK, that will also work here. The only thing is that you need to see that you need to go for a compatible browser, a compatible Java and the compatible Eclipse tool here. So that's what you require. Now what I'm going to do is like I'm going to install or download the Eclipse browser also. Now let's download the Eclipse here. Now we got an official website of Eclipse here, from where we can download these Eclipse. Different platform you can do it, like this is the one which is available there. Now you can click on download this one, so that will help you to download the Eclipse here. So here the download will work just like that. You can do the download here. Even if you want to go for a different offerings, like you want to go for a different platform, you feel like you want to decide that which package actually you need to do, because in the Eclipse also you got like different things. IDE, Eclipse IDE for the Java developers, for the C++. So different operating system and different packages are also available there. So it's basically up to you, like which exactly environment you want to follow. So I want to download this 64-bit over here in this one. So let's download this here. Now let's again download this. This is kind of an exe file which is available here. So let's download it again. Now it will be working on like it's kind of a download which is getting started over here. So it's close to 102 MB which is available there. This is the executable which is going to help us to do the installation of Eclipse. Now this is the latest version, 2020 version is what it is getting installed over here. it's completely there. I have already got the JDK installed because of the fact that using this JDK the Eclipse will be open. If you don't have the JDK installed, the Java runtime, then the Eclipse will not be installed for you. So in order to get the Eclipse installed and executable perfectly fine, you need the JDK installed to be done here. So we got like 1 more minute here to complete the download, and this is just an 102 MB package or installer which is available there. And once this is installed, we will be able to get ahead with this installation of the Eclipse here. So once the Eclipse is installed, all you can do is like you can go ahead with the particular configurations. You can create some couple of projects in case of Eclipse. Then we'll also see like how we can download the programming languages bindings, so that also we are going to download. So these are the different components which you're going to explore while working on this one. So let's wait for this download of this executable to be performed here, so that we will be able to proceed further with this one. So let's wait for that. So it's hardly taking 1 minute more to complete it. So Selenium and Eclipse both are the open source one. You're getting a donate to Eclipse community page there because that's a donation which they want. But again, you can use it like 100% open source and free of cost here. So you don't have to pay any cost as such over here in this case. So there is no cost associated with this one. So just 10 seconds more, and then we can pursue with the installation of the Eclipse here. And here we go. So the installer is almost done here. So I can pretty much go ahead and open the file. So this will help me to do the installation of the Eclipse here. So the Eclipse installer is what it's getting started, initialized over here in this one. Now the Java runtime is already available with me. We require the specific JDK installed. The Java command line is working. We can download the Eclipse here, and then we can go for the specific executions. Like we can go and download the browser drivers here. Now the thing is that if you really want to go for the Chrome browser or Firefox or any kind of those things in case of your particular system, in case of your Windows machine over here, you don't have to necessarily go for any kind of a driver as such here, because of the fact we got a links over here like this Mozilla for the Firefox. This one is there for the particular Selenium. This one is there for the Chrome. Now Chrome is something which we have already got here, like we have already got the Chrome browser installed. But let's see, like we can download this driver also, like depending on that we can go ahead with that part. And then we can also download the Java client libraries over there from the bindings over there from the specific selenium.dev website over there, and we can download and we can integrate it. So let's do it one by one. So first of all, let's see, like once the installation of the Eclipse is done, and then we'll be able to go ahead with the third component or the third request, which is the web driver or a particular Chrome browser driver over here. So this installer is going to give us the same thing here. So I'm going for the specific Java developer here. So let's go for the installation here. Now this is going to install the Java 8, right? This runtime over here. So if you feel like you want to use the JDK 11, because that's something which is available there. Now if you're using an existing ones, like you're already using an existing ones over here, the JDK, and also that's where the installation is going on, like it's going on with that part here. But we already got some system related JDKs which is installed, but you feel like you want to go ahead with this one, like you're not doing the separate installation of the JDK or JRE, so there you can actually use this ones here. So let's select this one. Like I pretty much want to use like any one of these JVMs over here, like which I feel like I can configure or I can utilize. So that's pretty much we can do here. So it's like we can use these variables, like we can go for these JVMs, or if you feel like you can go for an external JVM also there. So it all depends on you, like how the installation you want to perform here, right? And this is the location. Let's go for the desktop location there, and or you can go for the default location also over here in this one. So let's go for the installation now. Just accept it, and the installation will be proceeded over here. So even if you have not done a separate JDK installation, so this will basically have a JDK installed. I have selected the Java 11 over here, but you can go for the 15 also in this case, in this scenario. So the whole installation of the Eclipse is what it's happening over here. So once the Eclipse is installed, so then we can pretty much go ahead with the next component there, which is like dealing with the specific Selenium related components. And Chrome browser, again, it's already something which is installed there, but we'll see like how we can download the Chrome driver, how we can configure and we can utilize that. So that's what we're going to follow here. So it's going for the installation, and it's something which we are trying to do, like this installer is pretty much downloading some couple of components as such, like this JRE is something which is getting installed or downloaded from the Eclipse website, and that's where the all the components is getting installed. So one by one, all the components will be downloaded from the Eclipse website here, and it's a complete package, which means like you don't have to necessarily go for a separate installation. There is another installer which is available for Eclipse, where you just have to unzip a zip file and you can pretty much use it. But in this case, this is something which is having all these things integrated all together inside that. So that's another component which is being available here. So the installation is still going on there. So it depends, because all these things are getting cached from the internet. So it also depends on like how much size of file is getting downloaded here. So let's wait for the installations to be complete, and then we'll proceed further. So now the installation is done, so we can launch our Eclipse here. So that's what we are trying to launch here. Now apart from Eclipse, what happens, like we require some other components also. Like we require the Selenium Web Driver also there. So for that we have to download the Java related client bindings. So for that, Chrome browser, first of all, it's already installed, so we don't have to do any kind of installation there. Yes, I can go ahead with the exe file like of the Chrome browser driver that I'm going to use it. So I'm going to open the specific downloads here. Now in this segment, what happens, like selenium.dev is the website which is available there. Now here we can go for the downloads. Now related to your programming language, whatever the programming language you are trying to use, so you can download the language binding for that. Now language binding is something which is utilized, so using which you will be able to see like how you can establish the connectivity. It's just a kind of a libraries where you can do the connectivity and you can see that execution. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to download these bindings here. So let's download this one. Now it's again available as a zip file, which is available there. So depending on the version, you can go for the beta download version also, but I'm going for the stable version which we want to utilize. We want to refer it. So it's going to download this zip file. So this zip file will have all the jar files and all the required libraries there. And when I'm going to create a project into my Eclipse, at that moment of time, I would be requiring all these components, like all these various libraries should be added up into my project as such in case of the Eclipse. So that's what I need to do here. So let's go to the Eclipse here. So here we are going to expand this like a package explorer, and here we are going to go to File, New, and Java project. So I'm going to create a Java project over here. So in which we will be creating some couple of class files in which we will be having the Selenium related test cases, like how we want to process or how we want to execute that part. So I'm going to proceed with that part. So let's put the project name here. So I'm going to say like Selenium, just a project name I want to put. Then the JDK. Now if you want to go for a specific JDK like another version, so you can go with that, but right now I'm using like JDK 1.8, which is pretty much configured, so I can use that. You feel like you want to use the specific JRE of JRE which is available as part of JDK 1.8, that also you can use. Or if you want to use like a JDK, so that also something which you can utilize over here in this one. So there are different things, like you can configure the JREs also. So if you have some custom path which where you have the Java available or the JDK or JRE is available there, so that also you can easily refer it. So you can simply say that yes, this so and so location I want to refer, I want to see my source code. So that's where you can do you can go for the execution. Now once you're providing these values like the installed GREs which you want to provide, which you want to process here, next thing what you need to perform is like you need to go ahead with that execution. So I'm completely okay with the JDK. Whatever the environment I want to process, I can easily do that, and I'm completely okay with that, right? So let's go with that part and then click on next. And this is the source directory which is available there, right? And if you want to add any additional libraries, so here exactly you can add your Selenium related libraries using which you will be able to see your source code working fine. But I'm not going to do that activity here, so I'm going to do that later on so that we can get complete things in a sequence. And then here we go, like finish. So you will be able to get the GRE related libraries and the source folder here. So right now it's completely empty project. There is nothing available as such here. And what I'm going to do is like I'm going to create a class file over here to see with the specific source code of the Selenium, to how the web driver is getting loaded up and processed. So that stuff we are going to talk about here. So let's see like what content we need to really put up over here in this one. Now if we downloaded this Selenium programming language bindings here, so let me extract it. You can pretty much keep it into the Eclipse folders also, or if you wish you can keep it aside in some specific folder, because it's just going to be referenced with every project. So it's just a kind of a shared libraries which is available there. So whatever project you want to onboard, you want to use, so this kind of package or this kind of shared library you can easily utilize and you can implement it. So we are just trying to extract it. Now once the extraction is done, so you will be able to see like some couple of files and folders. Now this is having a particular two executable files like client and combined. This is kind of connecting, acting like a Selenium client, and which is using to connect and process all the requirements. We also have a sources file which is available there for this one, but again it's something which depends on the requirement. So you don't have to put the sources jar file also over here because that's not required. So you can pretty much use this executable jar file, because in this one you will not have any kind of source. Then of course your Selenium related jar file is further on dependent on some dependencies like this. So these jar files are also something which you should be putting up into your specific shared library, so that your Selenium related jar files should not start it failing. So we'll try that scenario also so that we can get the complete output and complete instance here. So let's see. Now we'll go to this, we'll import this particular file over there, and for that we have to write a class file. So let's see like how we can do that. So we have already got the Selenium Web Driver. So the Eclipse is what we have followed. So we have created a new jar project. Now we want to create a new class file. The build path configurations we will be taking care of that later on, but right now we are going to see like how we can proceed further with that. So I'm going with this specific component here, right? So whatever the browser or whatever the driver you want to follow, you can do that. So Firefox if you want to use or Chrome browser, it all depends on you. Like it all depends on the way like how you want to configure it. So let's see, let's import this particular component here. Now if the specific Firefox browser is installed, that's great. If it's not installed, so you can just go back here. So here you will be able to see like this browsers, like these specific components which is available here. So this is the driver which is available. So for the Windows 64-bit, you can again download this one here. So whatever the platform you want, like if you want to use for the Chrome browser, you can go for that. If you want to go for the Firefox, Edge, whatever the driver you feel like you want to go, you can go with that part here. So let's open this one here and extract this one also, so that we should be able to refer it over here into our specific source code. So this is the driver, this is the exe file which is available there. Now all we need to do is like we need to just open our Eclipse there. So in our Eclipse we should be using, or we should be referring to this one here. So this is a kind of a path which is available. Similarly we will also be giving a path over there so that we can refer to that specific driver, that driver over here. So let me open that and let's see. So I'm going to create a class file here. You can create a package called com, and in that package you can further on create a class file like Selenium test. It's also depends, like this is just a custom name. So you feel like you want to give some different name, you can go for any kind of class name over here, but this is something which is something we are going to see, like how the execution needs to be performed and needs to be done here. So there are different names, like you want to follow some different name, you can do that also. Now if you see closely here, let me save the file here. Now in this one you're getting some errors related to this one, like you're getting the error codes related to the imports here, like how the specific execution should be done here. Right now the thing is that this is something which is really causing the problems, like how the import or the execution should be done. Right, also the thing is that we require these imports to be available there, right? So that's definitely we are requiring over here, and that's something which we require, we want to process as such also. So right now let's have a particular declaration of the package also there, because it's something which is there in the comp package. So let's have the package com also here, so it's there in the comp package. But again, those errors are not related to that. So these are like related to the configurations which we are trying to put, and during the copy paste there might be a conversion of the code, so that I have taken care. Great. So let's see now what I have to really do is, like, we have to see like how we can proceed further on the furthermost executions, and we need to get this driver, like we need to get this one. So I'll right click on my project here and go to the build path and click on configure build path. So first I'm going to add my binding jar file there, the Java binding a jar file which I downloaded just now, this Glide combined one here. So only this jar file we are trying to add up over here, and with that most of the related errors related to that imports will be resolved. Now I'm not sure that how it's going to work, how it's going to function, whether it's going to success or failure, that's a different story. But yes, all you have done is, like, I right clicked on my project, went to the build path, went to the configure build path here, and went for the add external jars. So these are the external jars which you have to do, we have to put up over here. So only the client combined jar file is what I have put up over here in this one. In the referenced libraries, you will immediately be able to know that part of the jar file here. Now this is the directory where you will be having the exe file available for that driver for the Firefox. So let's get the path for our component also. So we got the path, so let me paste it over here. And here we go. So we got the path here. This is the folder where we got our driver available here, and let's try to resolve it. Let's try to run it over here. Great. So now I'm going to right click here, just say run as and Java application. Now in this one I got an error saying that some Google common collect immutable map some class file is not available there. This is the fact that I did not imported those dependent jar files also, which we got downloaded from the Java binding file here. So that zip file was also having some of the jar files there in the library folders. So in this one also you will be able to see like some executions of the jar files is required over here as an imports, as a standard imports. So let's import this one, and this is the reason why we got the error at the first place, because we are not importing those jar files which is being required by our client combined jar file also. So these are the dependent jar files which we are trying to import here. So ultimately at last you will be able to have your referenced libraries available here with all these jar files component available here. Right now, since our driver is configured, everything is configured. Now the next thing which we require is the browser. Now I have the Chrome browser, but unfortunately I don't have the Firefox browser. So let's go ahead and download the Firefox browser. So for that, let's open the browser. So I'm going to download a Firefox browser over here into my system. So the official website is something which is quite good. So we can go for the download Firefox here. Now why? Because I require, now I'm using the Firefox here. If I am using the Chrome browser, I will not be having or facing any kind of issues as such. But since I'm using the Firefox driver, so I require a Firefox browser. So the dependency of the browser is there when we want to go ahead, because pretty much my code base is going to connect, or this one is going to connect to the driver here, but driver ultimately internally or require a browser so that it can perform the executions, it can do that execution. So these drivers are going to just communicate between the your source code and the actual browser here. So after the driver, you also require the browser to be installed, like the Chrome browser to be available here, so that you can pretty much use it and you can perform the configuration. So let's see, we are getting the browser over here in this one, and we got the browser installed perfectly fine over here. So we should be able to see the browser because in this one we are basically trying to open the browser and getting a website called www.google.com here, and then we are having a particular sleeve one, and then ultimately the driver is getting queued here. So let's see. So once the browser is downloaded and installed, so right click on run as Java application. So you will be able to see the browsing here. So okay, it's connecting the browser, the Firefox exe file is getting executed, a browser is getting executed, and it will be maximized automatically. You can see here like it's getting maximized automatically here, and we just have to wait for a couple of seconds more, and here we go, we got the browser closed automatically also, because there was a slip of a couple of seconds over here, and you got the failure, like you got the complete component, or it got the driver closed there. Driver closed means that definitely the browser will also be closed here. And you can see here that the specific output which is being performed or which is getting executed over here, it's actually showing us like how the executions and the setup needs to be performed or needs to be done here. So this is the way that how the implementations really performed or really gets executed over here. In this case, you got the browser execution and everything will be work perfectly fine. So again, I'm right clicking over here, just click on run as Java application. The same browser will be open again. It will be automatically refreshed. You will see that progress like this, and after a couple of seconds the thread will be on sleep, but yes, after that it will be closed automatically over here. So like that you can program how to open a website, how to proceed further from there. You want to click on some buttons, you want to do some processing, that's all up to you, like how you program, how you code it over here. So this completely helps you to see like how exactly you can go ahead with the complete program, and this program will help you to execute a good amount of testing, validations, and running or executing some couple of test cases. So this is what we have in this demo, where we saw like how we can configure the different drivers, the web driver, the browser driver, and ultimately the browser and the Selenium Web Driver here. So you're using the Selenium Web Driver over here, which is going to invoke the browser driver, and this browser driver is going to invoke the browser as such over here in this case. So that's it for this demo. Let's move on to main content. So that was the demo in which we executed a very simple program in order to execute the Selenium Web Driver, which is going to further invoke the browser driver, the Firefox driver, and then it was invoking the specific implementations there. Right, so this is what we did, and if we summarize this demo, so in this one we downloaded the Selenium Web Driver, we installed it, we configured it, we integrated the Eclipse with the Selenium Web Driver, and we also executed a specific test script in order to see like how a particular browser will be invoked. And in the previous cases, yes, the browser was invoking a www.google.com website there, and we were getting the response accordingly, and that was the executions mechanism. Like that's the whole basis that how the Selenium test cases used to work and used to be integrated over there. So this is the complete way that how exactly we did this demo here.
First of all, you should have Java 8 in your system to run Selenium 3.0, 3 plus I would say. So you should have Java 8 if you want to run Selenium 3 plus. Okay, you can verify whether you have Java version 8 plus or not by going to command prompt and say Java -version, and then see if you have the latest version of Java or not. If you don't have, download it from the link provided right here and install that in your system and configure it. Second, Selenium 3.3.1 is mentioned right here, but now the latest version is 3.5.3. You can simply download the latest version, whatever you get from the Selenium website. Okay, here it is talking about test-ng. So we'll be talking about test-ng at the later point when we will be talking about unit testing framework. So as of now, you don't need to download it. No need. Okay, you don't need to download it. Just set up Selenium and Java in your system and make it ready, because from now onwards we'll be writing the script on Selenium. Now let's talk about the project setup steps. So first, create a new Java project and give a name. Second, create a new source folder and provide a suitable name. The source folder is automatically created, so you don't need to worry about it. Just ignore. Right click on test source folder, create a new package and provide a suitable name. This is the script. So here we'll be going to create a new package. We already have a package that is called as Selenium examples. So we will use it. Right click on test source folder, create a new folder and name it as resources. Right click on the project, create a new folder and name it as lib. So why they are calling it as resources and why they are calling it as lib? Let me tell you that. So they are asking us to create two new folders in the project. So by saying new folder, give it a name resources. In this resources, we will be going to keep all our drivers. That is Chrome driver, Firefox driver, all those drivers. It is also asking me to create where it went. Okay. It is also asking me to create one more folder that is called as lib. Okay. So in this lib, we'll be going to store all our Selenium libraries. Okay. So earlier, how we set up? So there are two ways to set up. One is you're going to the project, go to properties, Java build path, add external jars, and you select the libraries which you want to add. Okay. The second one is you go to lib. You just create a lib folder. You go here, copy the libraries, paste it here inside this. After pasting it, do the right click and say, here's that. Let's see. I completely not here. Why I'm not getting that option? You can try it right now if you like. So download the libraries, create a new folder right in this in your project. By creating the folder, you will get here lib and you can paste all your libraries right into this folder, and then you can select your library, do the right click, and then you will get an option add to build path. You can then add your libraries directly to your build path. So how it helps? It actually helps you to manage all your libraries at one project, and it will be configured in your project. How to add libraries into the lib folder? Just copy the library, come here and paste it, and done. So here if I go to lib folder, copy it and paste it, and done. It will be added. Or you can do the right click, go to properties, copy this path, the location where this lib folder is present. You can copy it, paste it here, and here you can paste your libraries. This is also an option. After that, you select your libraries, do the right click, and there you will get an option add to build path. Okay, and then the libraries will be added to the build path. Meanwhile, I would suggest you to try yourself as well. It will be there in your Eclipse. You won't face any issues like I am facing. So that's what we do. It is just that we do create a library here so that we can maintain all the libraries in one folder in the same project, instead of go and explore libraries or search for the libraries. Rasika, it's completely, there is no difference. You can use any way. You can use any approach. Just that when you do the right click in the project and go to properties and do add external jars, then it is getting added from some different location. But here you are creating a folder in your own project where you are working. So you don't need to go here and there to search for the libraries. That's it. Yes, it goes to the reference library, Surajit, after you add it to the build path. It is, adding files to the reference library, it is same, no difference. Do the setup, okay, today itself. So here you can see they have created a lib folder. On top of that, they have created two more folders. That is, one is source and one is test. Source is what that we actually get. There is no need to create test folder. If there is a Maven comes, if build tool Maven comes, then you will see automatically all these architecture will be created. It's by default comes when you work on Maven. Okay, this is how they are saying that your folder structure will look like this. Then they are asking us to add, libraries. So they are asking us to copy the downloaded Selenium jar into the lib folder, like I have shown you, this one. They're asking us to add the drivers in the resources folder. So just add the drivers in the resources folder. Asking us to add the test-ng library, just ignore for the time being. We'll not be going to do that. And here you can see that, guys. Okay, great, Abhay. I hope you must be getting the build path option and add to build path by right clicking on the project. So there are two ways, like I mentioned. One is you select all the libraries and say build path, add to build path, or another way is add to external jar files. So you can choose any way. It's up to you. If you don't have Chrome and IE, then install those browsers as well. Guys, it's for you as well. If you don't have IE and Chrome, just download them as well. No, Surajit, you don't require any GitHub account to get the Jekyll driver. What you need to do is go to Jekyll driver version, and here you have Windows zip file. Click on it, and it will download the zip file for you, and that's it, done. You don't need to create any kind of a any account and all that. If you have an older version of Firefox, then install the latest version so that we can work on the latest version. And guys, make sure that you have Chrome, IE and Firefox, because these are the main browser people uses, and we'll be working on all these browsers as well. So this is how they are showing us that it has been added. So they have maintained the resources in a package, but we are maintaining it in a separate folder, and it is always suggested maintain your drivers in a folder. You can, for the time being, you can ignore this, the package. Okay, so let's create this architecture. Of course, I have the architecture, correct? So we have already created that, and for in resources, let's copy the Jekyll driver, Chrome driver, and IE driver as well. So let's go to that. Selenium resources. So here I have stored all my library, all my exes and libraries, etc. So here I need to add the Jekyll driver. How to download the Jekyll driver? I'm repeating it once again. Just take a look here. For the Jekyll driver, click on this version. Clicked on it. You will get this page. Go down. You will get a zip file here. Click on it and download it and unzip it. Download it and unzip that. That's it. Second, Chrome driver. Click on the latest version 2.31. Let it open. You will get Chrome driver. Click on the zip file. It will get downloaded, and then unzip it, and that's it. After that, IE driver. So for IE driver, just move your cursor up, and here you can see there's a different section completely. Internet Explorer driver server. Okay, so click on 64-bit Windows IE. When you click on it, it will start downloading the IE driver server, and done. So all the three drivers are downloaded, and now you can unzip them, and after unzipping, you can add them to your resource folder. So Jekyll driver, copy this, paste it in resource folder, go back, let's see Chrome drivers. This is my Chrome driver. Let me go inside, copy this. Again, paste it here, Control V, going back, Internet Explorer driver server, open this, copy it, paste it, and done. All the three drivers has been placed in the folder. You don't need to add them into the build path, okay? Don't add them into the build path. So you just need to add the libraries into the build path, not the resources, okay? Okay, all the setup is done. No more setup is required now.
In this session, we will begin by learning what XPath is, what is its relevance, and in the process of learning about XPath, we shall see its syntax and different types of XPath locators. We shall learn the types of XPath, different XPath functions, and lastly, we will see XPath access. While we learn all of these, we shall see the syntax of them along the side. But before we begin, make sure that you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and click that bell icon so that you can never miss an update from Simplilearn. Okay, so without further ado, let's get started with what is XPath. XPath stands for XML Path Language. It is a Selenium technique that is used to navigate through the HTML structure of a web page. It is a syntax or language that makes finding elements on a web page possible using XML path expression. There are other locators in Selenium that search for elements using tags or CSS class names, and they are simple to use, but then they are not always sufficient and effective. There are times when you need to select all DOM elements of an HTML document, which is when XPath comes to your rescue. The XPath helps in dynamically searching elements with a web page, giving sufficient flexibility to the user. It has always been an essential part of an automation script development to locate a web element, and it has always been a challenging task to find the correct, useful, and accurate locator in an automation test development process. This is when XPath comes to the picture and provides its various functions to help write effective XPaths. In Selenium automation, there may be times when elements can be hard to find with general locators like ID, name, class, etc. And this is when XPath is used to locate those elements on the web page. We can use XPath in Selenium on both XML and HTML documents. XPath in Selenium has a basic format or syntax. Here, we can use a syntax that has many keywords. These double slashes are used to select nodes in the document from the current node that match the Selenium no matter where they are. Then, tag name is used to give the tag name as an input. This @ symbol is used to select the attribute. The keyword attribute indicates the attribute name of the node. And lastly, the value refers to the value of the node. Next, before we move on to the types of XPath, let's first see the types of XPath locators. As we know by now, XPath is used to locate web elements based on its XML path. Here, the term locator refers to an address that identifies a web element uniquely within the web page. These locators are HTML properties of a web element, which tells Selenium about the web element it needs to act on. The first type of XPath locator is the ID. The best and the most popular method to identify web elements is by using the ID. And obviously, each element's ID is unique. The second type is the class name. In this case, the class name of the element is used to find the element. The third type is the link text. Here, the link's text is used to find the element. All the hyperlinks on the web page can be identified just by using the link text. We can determine the link on the web page with the help of an anchor tag. The anchor tag is used to create the hyperlinks on a web page, and the text between the opening and closing anchor tags constitute the link text. Then comes the XPath locator that uses the name of the element to find that particular element. The other type of XPath locator is the XPath. This is required by the dynamic element and to traverse between different elements of the web page. The last type of XPath locator is the CSS path. It locates the elements that have no class, name, or ID. Now, let's move further and learn about the types of XPath. There are basically two types of XPath, absolute XPath, and the second one is relative XPath. If we talk about the absolute XPath, then it refers to the direct way of finding an element. The major drawback of an absolute XPath is that if there are any changes in the element's path, then the XPath will fail. The XPath begins with a single /, which states that we can select the root node element. The syntax of the absolute XPath looks something like this. You can determine the absolute XPath of any Windows file by right-clicking on the file and then clicking Properties. In the file properties, first look at the location, which is the path to the file. Next, add a / and then the file name to the end of the path. These actions will give you the absolute XPath of that file. Now, next, let's see the relative XPath. In the case of relative XPath, the path begins from the middle of the HTML DOM structure. Here, the structure with a double slash or double forward slash that states that the element can be searched anywhere on the web page. Relative XPath enables you to write from the middle of the HTML DOM structure without any need to write a long XPath. The syntax of the relative XPath looks like this. A relative path needs to be combined with another path to access a file. Creating a link to an absolute path is easy since you are pointing to the file's internet URL. If you want to find a specific file's relative XPath, certain things must be kept in mind. The file must exist on the same server as the HTML file. The path to the file must be relative to the directory of HTML file. This is what sums up the two types of XPaths for us. The next topic in this session is the XPath functions. Now the question arises, what does the term XPath function mean? There may be times when locating a particular web element using general attributes. XPath in Selenium provides XPath functions to write efficient XPaths to discover elements uniquely. There are elements with similar properties like the same name or the same class name. This is when the simple XPath strategies are not efficient, and then we need the XPath functions. There are three types of XPath functions. The first type is the XPath contains. The XPath contains in Selenium is a function within the XPath expression used to search for the web elements containing a particular text. It can find the element with partial text. It is used if the part of the value of any attribute changes dynamically, like login information, etc. And here we can see the syntax of XPath contains function. The contains method accepts two parameters. The attribute of the tag must validate to locate the web element. The value of an attribute is a partial value that the attribute must contain. The second type of XPath function is the XPath text. The XPath text function is a function used to locate the element on the web page using the web element's text. It helps to find the exact text element and it locates the elements within the set of text nodes. The function proves its worth if the element contains a text, like a label or etc. So here we can see the syntax of XPath text on the screen. The text method here returned the text of web element when identified by the tag name and compared with the right side's value. Now comes the last type of XPath function, that is the XPath starts with function. The XPath starts with function is used to find the element in which the attribute values start with some specific character or a sequence of characters. The function plays a major role while working with the dynamic web pages. We can also use this method to find elements whose attribute value is static, that is not changing. The syntax for the starts with function can be seen on the screen. The starts with accepts two parameters. The attribute of the tag must validate to locate the web element, and the attribute value is the partial value of the attribute with which the attribute is expected to start. After the XPath functions, let's move on to our next and final topic, that is the XPath access. All the XML DOM elements are in a hierarchical structure and can be either located using absolute path or relative paths. For this, XPath provides a specific attribute called XPath access. XPath access in Selenium are methods used to identify those dynamic elements that are impossible to find by normal XPath methods such as ID, class name, etc. Access are so named because they tell about the axis on which elements lie relative to an element. Here, an axis shows a relationship to the current node and helps locate the relative nodes concerning the tree's current node. So the XPath access uses several nodes to find those nodes in the DOM structure. Let's have a look on some axes that help in locating the elements on the web page. The first XPath axis is the ancestor. The ancestor axis selects all ancestor elements, grandparent, parent, etc. of the current node. Then comes the ancestor or self. This axis is used to locate the current node along with its ancestors. Along that comes the attribute access. The attribute access are used to specify the attributes of the current node. Then comes the child access. As the name suggests, it selects all the children elements of that current node. The next access is the descendant access. It is used to locate the children of the current node to the leaf node. Then comes the descendant or self access that is used to locate the current node with its descendants. After that comes the following access, which locates all the nodes that come after the current node. Now comes the parent access that is used to locate the parent of the current node. And at the last, we have the self access. The self access are used to locate current or the present nodes. There are several other nodes other than these that we have just seen. There is a preceding access used to select all nodes that come before the current node, then a following sibling node that selects the following siblings of the context node, and siblings are at the same level as the current node. There is one access called the parent that selects the parent of the current node.
Let's get started with what exactly is a Chrome driver. Now, when we are working with Selenium, so pretty much we are going to use that tool for the automated test cases. For the automation of the test cases is what the main basis of the Selenium tool here. So if you got a website and let's suppose you want to log in, you want to put some credentials, you want to do some transactions. So if this kind of flow you want to test it out, definitely having some backend test cases will not help you on that part, because they will not help you to click on a particular button, put some inputs in the input text. So it's more on like a dealing with the more on the GUI perspective. So that's where the Selenium Chrome driver or the Selenium comes into the picture, where it helps you to drive those test cases, where if you are working on some kind of GUI related interface and you want to test out that application, so this kind of functionality will be helpful for you. And how exactly it goes on, let's talk about the Chrome driver here. Now, Chrome driver is a kind of a component which is available in Selenium. Like, you pretty much use Chrome driver only when you feel like it's being utilized, and at that moment of time you are working on the specific Chrome driver, and it gives you a kind of a content here where you feel like, okay, I'm going to use this Chrome driver to see like how the implementation should be done and how the automation should be performed over here. So Chrome driver specifically helps you to launch the Google Chrome browser. If you're going to use Firefox, if you're going to use Internet Explorer, then they have their own specific drivers, but this one means like all your test cases is going to be executed on the Chrome browser. So if your application is compatible with the Chrome browser, then this particular driver makes more sense for you. So it's kind of a driver, like definitely this web driver is going to have all the API calls embedded inside that, which is going to help you to automate your web applications testing. So whether you want to go for Chrome driver, you want to go for Firefox, you want to go for Internet Explorer, it totally depends on the user and your application's compatibility. If it's compatible with the Chrome, you can pretty much use the Chrome driver without any issues as such here. Right? So why exactly we need to use a Chrome driver here? Now, when we are using a Chrome driver, so it's basically a kind of main component which is being utilized by the Selenium, by the Selenium Web Driver, because Selenium requires a browser plugin or a browser driver so that it can send the request. So it can send the request to the Chrome and it can process the request. If the Selenium Web Driver is saying like, I want to hit onto some input box, I want to hit onto the submit box, so those kind of requests will be processed by the Chrome driver. So for that purpose, we require the Chrome driver, which will only send the notifications or the communications which will be sent out to the Chrome browser with the help of the Selenium Web Driver here. Now it's being used to navigate between web pages. So if you want to navigate or if you want to go from one web page to another web page, so for that also you can use the Chrome driver here. So while doing the processing here, what you can do is like you can put the inputs in the web pages, like let's say like you got a login page, so you can put up a username, password, you can have the credentials. Not only you can provide the credentials, but you can also click on some buttons, certain buttons, like okay, let's click on the login button. So if you want to test out what will happen that if automatically you're going to click on the login button, so how your application is going to behave. So if this kind of a validation and this kind of verification, if you feel like you want to to do, then in that case these Chrome browser will be used by the Selenium to interact. Now the Selenium web driver or the Selenium tool can actually send the request, and all these requests will be processed by the Chrome browser. So ultimately it's a Chrome browser where you will see the end results, like the website is getting navigated, the browser is getting closed automatically, the browser is getting started or initialized automatically here. So all that activity is going to be done by the Chrome driver, which will intake all the specific requests from the Selenium web driver here. Now let's see like how we can set up a Chrome driver. For this one you require a Chrome, like a Chrome browser you require. Whatever the platform you're using, Chrome is pretty much installed there. If you already got a Chrome browser installed, all you need to do is like you need to get a browser exe path over there, so that you can configure that into your specific source code here. So as a Chrome driver, in the configurations for that you can put, okay, so this so and so location we have the exe file present there, and the source code can actually use it to launch the Chrome browser and do whatever the activities you want to perform on there as such. Right, so let's see like how we can set up the Chrome browser and the Chrome driver over here, so that we can run some couple of Selenium test cases. Now for the Chrome driver demonstration over here, we require 4 things. One, the JDK installation, the JRE, which can be installed from the Oracle. We already got the JDK installed into our system, and Eclipse also installed into our system. So these two prerequisites is already being done. Now Chrome browser is something which is also available over here. We already got the Chrome browser embedded inside this machine. So the only thing which is left out is the Selenium here, because pretty much the JDK, Eclipse and Chrome browser you will already be having there onto your development machines or into your personal machines. If you're already dealing with the with the Java programming source code, so you already have these things available there. But even if you don't have these things, we can easily download those things and configure into our machine, so that we can start using that one. Right, so we have the respective links over here. Eclipse is pretty easy to download. Just download the zip file or a exe file. Eclipse will be installed and you can start using it. And in order to make the Eclipse work, first you have to do the installation of the JDK or the Java which you want to install. So that's what you require here. Right, so let's open the Selenium browser here. So I'm going to click on this button here. So this will help me to open the Selenium website. Selenium.dev is the website which is available there, which can help us to see like how we can go ahead with this particular Selenium download here. So we are going to download the Selenium here, and then we are going to utilize that Selenium over here in this one to process it. So this is the Selenium which we got. This is the website. Now here if you go to the downloads, like first of all you got Web Driver, IDE, Selenium Gate. These are the different components which is there. Now if you go to the downloads button, so here you will be able to see like all the downloads which is available there, like the browser, or if you want to see like the web driver, if you want to install. So these are the different programming languages integrations which is available there. Right, so you can see like how the executions, even if for the C# you have this one here, so you also got the Selenium IDE which is available there. So all these different components are available which you can see, which is easy for you to integrate for the Selenium here. Right, now since we are going to use it for the Java, so we have got like the specific version over here, 141.59 here. So this is something which we can use, and you can also go for the beta version also, but I want to download the stable version over here. You can go for the beta download also, right, whatever version you feel. So let's go for the download option over here. So this will basically help me to download a specific file, a zip file over here. Now this zip file is something which is going to have all the required values and attributes which is available there. So let's see like what exactly is available in this zip file. So this is kind of a Selenium which we are downloading, and this is what we are going to use in the Eclipse also. So in the Eclipse we will be using this stuff so that we can utilize it. So let's open this one here. Okay, now you got this specific library files. These are the different library files which is required over here. You can say like as in dependencies, and these are the ones which is available there. These are the executables, like you can say like these will help you to run any kind of Selenium test cases. So all you require to do is like you can just integrate these ones into your class path while running your Eclipse project. You can add these ones to the build path there, and this will surely work for you. These are the requirements, like these are the prerequisites which is required in the Eclipse so that you can proceed further with this one. If these are not there, then it's going to show you the compilations error. So first we'll try to put up the code base there and see that what kind of error comes in, and then later on we'll see like how we can resolve those errors as such here. So let's go to the Eclipse. Right now, what we really need to do is like we need to create a new Java project and create a new class. So that's what we need to do. And in that case, we have to configure the build path. But I'm not going to add the external jars as of now to put that class path there. So what I'm going to do is like I'm going to first see there that how I can do that installation. So I'm going to copy this code here because this is what I'm going to put up into my specific class. So whatever the name of the class you can give. So here we are using in the code base as an the get started here, so the same class name we can use so that we don't get any kind of issues. So let me copy this content. Also provided like the driver, the Chrome is already installed here, so we don't require. So you can see here that we are giving the path of the Chrome driver. In case of Linux platform, when you're trying to deploy it, like when you're trying to put it up right there, so in that case probably you have to do the installation, like you have to download the Chrome driver for the Linux platform. But here it's pretty much like you can simply use it, or you can get it done because already the Windows platform we are using it. So we are launching the Eclipse here. So in this one we will be creating quickly a class over here in this one, or kind of a project, so that we will be able to proceed further with that. So we are going to create an empty project here in this case. So we got the specific Eclipse open, so we can go for a new Java project here. So I can say it like Selenium, so we can give any project name here, and we can say it like finish. So there will be some basic structure which is available there. So I'm going to quickly create a specific file, like a class file here. Now these are the jar files which is available like from the JDK, but we can easily go to the build path and we can add the external jars, but we are not going to do that now. We are going to first see like what error we are going to get. So I'm going to create a class here, like a simple class. So getting started is a class which I'm going to create here because that's the one which is available into my content of the class file. So you can if you feel like you don't want to use the same name like this one, so you want to use some different name, so you can easily do a rename. So that can be easily done there. Now here since like the imports is something which is coming up, like this is not something which is coming up over here, like it's not getting resolved because of the fact that we are pretty much using the specific open the Selenium related jar files, the JMeter jar files, but it's not getting that, it's not showing that output here. So let's see, like let's open the specific downloads window here, so from where we can access these jar files and we can refer it. So we got this one, so let's extract this completely. You can put these for jar files in any other locations if you feel like you want to refer that. So you can put up into the default location of the Eclipse also if you feel like this is getting referenced pretty much frequently and there are a lot of projects which you are working. So in that case you can have it into a small folder or directly import it into the Eclipse itself. So here I'm just doing a one-time activity, so let's use this downloads folder itself, from where we can simply import these jar files here. So these are the jar files which is available there in the libraries. We also got like an additional jar file which is available, right? So we can go ahead with that part here. So these are the different libraries which is available, and these are again the libraries. So let's change the build path here. So we'll go for the build path here, and we'll say like we can add the libraries here. Now libraries is something which we want to edit the build path here. So here we're going to talk about the external libraries, like the libraries which is available there, which we want to put up into this one. So we can say like add external jars. So now we can go for the downloads button here, and here we can put up this jar file here. Now we also got a sources jar file which is also available there, but what we have done is like we have added only the executable ones, because sources ones and executable ones is just the same. The only thing is that the sources one will have the source code also. We don't require that as such. Then lastly we comes up with the JUnit one. Then of course like JUnit is also being referenced here. So for that we don't have to download the JUnit one because most of the Eclipse browsers are already having the libraries integrated. So all you need to do is like you need to click on the add library here, and we already got the JUnit in this one. So we don't have to really go anywhere there because it's a part of the plugin of the Eclipse that it's already integrated there. In case of Selenium, you went for the add external jar files and you added the jar file there, but not in this case. In JUnit, it will be automatically referenced because of the fact that we are using it on over here in this case. Right, so these are the two references. Like JUnit also we reference it because we are running some JUnit test cases here, so which is like already a part of the plugins here in the Eclipse. Yes, if you put the plugin of the Selenium and you integrate in the same way, then also you don't have to go for this third-party references, but it's okay, like you can reference it there, and any project of Selenium can work now because you got the basic executables required for that. So that's how it works on there. Right, now we also have got like certain other jar files which needs to be added up over there. Now those were not something which we added because right now we just resolved the issues related to the Selenium, but these Selenium executables may also have some other dependencies. So for that what you need to do is like you need to add another folder, like another folder over here which is like lib here. So these jar files will also coming up over here because your code bases may be available or may be dependent on these ones. So these are the exact because your Selenium may be dependent on these jar files there, so that's also we are going to add up over here. So not only the client combined jar file, but other dependent jar files also is going to be there into the referenced libraries here. Right, now let's find out the executable path of the Chrome browser here. So I'm going to open the C drive here because in that case we will be having the Chrome browser installed. So it's a standard location where you will be able to see your particular Chrome application exe file here. So pretty much this is the directory structure which is available there. Like in this one it will be installed there. So you can get the same information from the Chrome shortcut or from Chrome icon also, that where exactly this exe file is referenced and if any difference is there, so you can do that. Now this is a directory, like this is the exe file which is available there. So I'm going to just put that one over here in this one. Right, so this is the way we are going to put up the paths here in this one. So like how the path should be referenced, should be executed over here, and ultimately this is required because definitely when we are going to run the test cases, this Chrome browser will be sent the notifications to open a www.google.com here, and it's going to wait over there on that part, and it's going to search the specific keyword over here called Chrome driver. So this is what this basic program is going to perform here. So now let's run the Chrome browser here. So we're not going to run the Chrome browser, but ultimately the JUnit test cases. So you right click over here and say run as JUnit test cases, and this will ultimately help you to launch a Chrome browser. Now I have not triggered it manually. I have got it like automatically over here, and you can see like the cursor is going to blink because it's basically waiting for the Selenium to put up the inputs and all. Now if you have the test case executed, like you open this website, go to this website, click on this and click on that, so according to that your browser will start behaving without any interaction from the human there. Now this is a kind of a functionality which we will get with the Selenium, and this makes easy for us, like if we want to validate or if we want to go through any kind of web application based testing, this is the ultimate way like how we can go for that verifications. Right, so this is what we have in this demo, where we can see like how the automatically we can do the Chrome browser, we can interact with Chrome browser right from the Selenium over here. So let's go back to the main content. Right, so that was the way that how we can configure the Chrome driver with the Selenium here, so that we can invoke Chrome browsers, and then we can, according to the statements, we can start sending the request. So that's pretty much which is there. Now the various activities which we did in this case was the JDK installation, Eclipse, Selenium, a Chrome browser. Now Chrome browser IDE and JDK is pretty easy to download and you can configure it, and that's the way that how we can set up the Chrome browser. The main important thing is like how to download the Selenium and refer it into your projects, so that you can start using the Selenium over here.
Now we will come to various annotations in test-ng. We will be going to talk about test-ng now today. What is test-ng? Let's talk about that. Testing next generation. This is the full form of test-ng. What is test-ng? So first of all, test-ng is a unit testing framework, or I would say Java unit testing framework. It is specific to Java. There are two most popular unit testing frameworks. One is JUnit and one is test-ng. These are the two unit testing frameworks for Java. And if I talk about JUnit, it's used a lot by developers. So developers use this particular framework a lot for the unit testing purpose. And when I talk about test-ng, it is used a lot by testers. Why there is a discrimination between these two frameworks then? Okay, what happens is, developers keep on using JUnit from quite a long time and they don't want to switch to the new one. That's only the thing which I feel is they are using JUnit. However, if I talk about test-ng is having more annotations compared to JUnit. It's having more annotations means more functionalities. Let me write it here. More functionalities. The latest version of JUnit is JUnit 4. For test-ng, it is actually 6.11 is the latest version of test-ng, and for JUnit it is the 4th version. For JUnit, there is a new version coming up that is called as 5, and it may be possible that will be more advanced, or not more advanced, but that will be equivalent to test-ng. Because I have seen as an introduction that it is having functionalities similar to test-ng. So now, then we won't be able to say that JUnit is behind test-ng. But as of now, yes, it is. In test-ng, if I talk about, we'll be going through some annotations. These annotations helps us to make our test more reusable, easily maintainable. Okay. If you get stuck at any point of time, you can go to the documentation of test-ng and you will find each and everything clear and very easily defined. So test-ng documentation is very good. So I would suggest whenever you get time, you can go through with it. But most of the 70% of the test-ng functionality is what we are going to take a look. Okay, because they are very helpful. When we talk about test-ng, we always talk about few annotations. When we talk about annotation, what annotation is? Can anyone tell me what annotation is? Let me create a package here. So actually test-ng, learning test-ng is a very interesting thing. We are creating a class and we are saying it as login test cases. We see here verify with valid credentials. Verify with invalid credentials. Verify, suppose if you have any other test case as well, let me just think. If you can tell me one test case of login, one is with valid credential, one is with invalid credentials. You can expand it as much as you want. But just verify it with no credentials as well, correct? Or we can say verify with the special characters. SQL injection. So there can be multiple methods, correct? Guys, have you observed at any point of time Whenever you are working on Java, if you have written any programs or anything like that, have you observed there is one annotation comes up, there is one line comes up that is at the rate, override, sometimes at the rate, suppress warnings. Any one of you have you ever seen this kind of statement? No one, it seems. Okay. We also get deprecated. Okay. So let me come back from that. So whatever you write on top of your method with at the rate sign and anything post that will be considered as an annotation on top of a method, on top of a class, anywhere. Okay, these are called as annotations, and it can be anything. I'll say at the rate test. So it's not what you will define. This is what you will say any name to it. No, these are the annotations which are being provided by TestNG, and everything whatever you will be going to define here has some functionality attached to it. So it's not that it is just for the name purpose. It will be going to add up some functionalities. Okay, that's the thing. But okay, that's fine. So whenever I am talking about annotation, I am talking about few things which I am going to add on top of methods or on top of a class. Okay, and they actually plays an important role in your particular class or in your methods. Before I tell you about annotations, that what all annotations do we have in TestNG, let me tell you how you are going to download this TestNG. First of all, I said JUnit is a pre-installed. JUnit is pre-installed in Eclipse, but TestNG is not. If you have to download this, then just go to Help, Eclipse Marketplace, wait for it to load up. Right here, TestNG in the find. Okay, it just lagged. Let it come. Okay. Here TestNG and search for it. So to install it, you go to Help, Eclipse Marketplace, and inside that you mention TestNG. When you get the TestNG, you will see here TestNG for Eclipse. Just click on install. This is how install button will look like. Click on that and install TestNG and done. TestNG will be installed in your system. Okay. Now let's talk about few annotations in TestNG. We are talking about annotations from quite a long time now. Let's write some annotations. At the rate before suite, at the rate before test, at the rate before class, at the rate before method, at the rate test, at the rate after method, at the rate after class, at the rate after test, at the rate after suite, at the rate before group, at the rate after group, at the rate data provider, and let me just think if I have @parameter. Okay, so these are the annotations what we have in TestNG. So here what it says, core of WebDriver automation framework. Without proper design, your test may look like the image below. If you don't think and without any design, you may end up by saying login test, product test, add to cart test, checkout test, payment, checkout test, shipment, payment test, and etc. It may be possible that the things which you are using here can be used in product test as well. It might be possible that whatever the things which you are doing here can be used in add to cart as well. So these are the things which we are going to use now, like this. See this. So with page object, you are creating one object for sign-in page, product list, one object, cart, one object, shipment, one object, payment, one object, order, one object. When you are using the login test, when you are creating select product test, it might be using sign-in page objects as well as product list object. So it may be possible, like I have shown you just now in the Trivago, in that we were using multiple pages, multiple page objects, and we were coming up with the test case. And that's what it is showing us in a comfort diagram. If you want, you can go through with that, but this is how we will be going to write our automation framework. And that's what it states. Consideration: whenever you create page object design, always consider these few things. Always create a class for every web page. Create a class for every web page. Web page elements. Web page elements are instance variables of page object class of type web element. So what it's saying that whatever the elements you will be going to write in that are always instance. Are always instance variable. We will be going to do that. Service page would include sign-in page, add to cart, which becomes a method in page object class. So there will be services pages where you may see sign-in page, add to cart query functionality, or methods, I will say. And then at the last we have written in test, you create object of page object class and call the methods. So let's go. 2-3 more slides there are. We'll go through that and we'll see. Design pattern: test does not have any technical code to communicate with the browser. So test will not have any technical code. Okay. Make sure that whatever you are writing technically, you will be writing in the pages. Test call page objects and verifies the result. Test is more readable. Like I have shown you, it was more readable form. Test object do not verify page load. We don't verify whether the page loaded or not. Okay. But they communicate with the browser. These are the syntaxes what I have mentioned here. If you see here, they are using wait.until. No, that is again also a method, so you can ignore it again. Okay, let's just take a look at this, because all these syntaxes is what we are going to see after the break. But let's take a look. These are the best practices one can follow to make design robust and maintainable. Create one page object class for each web page. Create one page object class for each web page. Okay, we'll be doing that. Each page object method should either return the object on that page or should return the page object of the next page. So we'll see this is what we call as in the layman language, linking between the classes. Linking between the classes. Each page object should self-validate whether the page is fully loaded before giving control to the next step. Any data used by the page object should be passed through test and should not be hard-coded. So now we'll not be hard-coding anything. And that's what here it is showing us. A very small example with the page object BMI calculator and the test. And here again. But let me just create an architecture of the framework, and then we will see how the things will be going to execute. This is my test. I'll be going to create few packages inside it, and I'll be going to tell you about each package. Everyone has a different way to define it, and this is how I always define. Some people say it as page package, but I call it as core package. this core package. In this core package, I'll be going to initialize all my elements. In this is the heart of the package. If something goes wrong in this package, in this whatever I will define in this package, if something goes wrong in that, nothing will get executed. Nothing will be executed. Second package. This is the package. I am going to call it as pages. Pages is here we'll be going to create all our pages. Means all our classes for web pages. So all the pages are maintained right here. Another package, we'll call it as test cases. Here I'll be keeping all my test cases. Another package, util. Here I'll be keeping all my utilities. Another package, config. Here I'll be keeping all my configuration files. Another package, logs. Here I'll be generating all my logs related to my project. A new folder. Let's do one thing. Instead of creating a folder, let's utilize the resources, and let's put here one folder by the name of drivers. So all our Firefox, Chrome, IE drivers will be placed at this location. One more folder, test data. Excel sheet or whatever test data you are using, you'll be putting your test data right at this location. One more folder, screenshots. It's at the project level, so all the screenshots will be maintained in this folder. And this is the architecture of my framework, which I'll be going to create. Let's take up one more concept, that is first principles and SRP. Let's see that what it is. So first principle structures the test case and create value of the test suites. Not all the first principle can be followed in UI testing. Use first principle as a long-term guide to maintain a test suite. Let's see that what all those 5 principles are. Fast, isolated, independent, repeatable, self-validating, throw timely. So your test, whatever the test you are writing, it should be fast enough. So that's why we always discuss that avoid use of thread. Pick up one more concept, that is first principles and SRP. Let's see that what it is. So first principle structures the test case and create value of the test suites. Not all the first principle can be followed in UI testing. Use first principle as a long-term guide to maintain a test suite. Let's see that what all those 5 principles are. Fast, isolated, independent, repeatable, self-validating, throw timely. So your test, whatever the test you are writing, it should be fast enough. So that's why we always discuss that avoid use of thread.sleep. Put explicit wait, put implicit wait, else you may be spending a lot of extra time. So better avoid this. Isolated, independent. Minimize dependency between tests as far as possible. So there shouldn't be dependent, your test cases should not be dependent on each other, because if one fails, it may be possible the other one will not run in that case. Okay, don't make your test case dependent on each other as much as possible. And also in your test case, insert at least one verification. Of course, you will be having that verification because that's a requirement. Repeatable. Configure test so that rerunning the test always gives consistent result. We have to keep now our test cases separately in different methods, so that even if we rerun, it won't impact the results, and of course it will not impact, and it actually does not impact, to be precise here. Validating. While writing the test, you should automate validation, as automation suites run without human intervention. Don't assume any human intervention. So always, whenever you are creating your framework, your test scripts, don't think that you will be providing some input to it. Never ever give any input to your test cases, to your automation pack. Make it in such a way that it can be freely, or it can be run in your absence as well. So what you will do, you will schedule it at 3 a.m. in the night, and it will run and it will give you the results. You'll have to make your test in such a way, not that it requires your input. Like verification, here we are saying you should automate verification and all. So when you are opening up a website, you should verify whether it has actually opened or not. It is actually opening that particular URL or going to that URL, or it is going to some other different URL. You need to verify all these things. Thorough, timely. This is applicable to unit test. This test should be thorough in the terms of coverage. So when I say in the terms of coverage, guys, what happens in unit test cases? In unit testing, we write code. Okay, of course, in Selenium also we write code. And in code, we write some variables, we create some methods, some extra line of code as well. But if we write some extra line of code, that means your program will, once your program will get executed, execution time will be more, correct? If you are adding some more things, if you are using objects which are not being used anywhere, if you are creating objects which are not used anywhere, if you are creating variables which are not being used anywhere, so of course Java, while executing Java, will take care of them and will see them, correct? We'll go through those steps, which is of no use actually in your scripts. So here, in terms of coverage, what it means is you should get the code coverage, that you have written 100% of your, you have written your complete code, but actually how much percent is being used? 50%, 60%, 70%. So there are some code coverage tools which you can use and can see that actually how much code is being used. So when you write your script, it may be possible that the 50% of the script is only useful. 50% is, it's completely is of no use. So when you get the code coverage report, you can see that which one is of no use, and you can remove those extra lines. That's the benefit of code coverage. And it is applicable of unit test. It is applicable in Selenium as well.
Running or executing softwares or applications with the aim of finding out errors or bugs in the developed application is called software testing. Selenium and QTP are two software testing tools used widely in the current software industry. Let's do a comparison between these two testing tools in this video. In this session, we will be going through what is Selenium, what is QTP, then we'll have a comparison between Selenium and QTP. We'll then try to understand why one should shift to Selenium, and finally, how to migrate from QTP to Selenium. So, what do you mean by Selenium? To put it in simple terms, Selenium is an open source testing program for web-based applications spread across different platforms and browsers. Selenium is a set of 4 components that are usually required at the time of software testing. They are Selenium Integrated Development Environment, or IDE. This is a web browser add-on that creates tests very quickly through its record and playback functionality. Deprecated Selenium Remote Control, RC. This is a test tool that allows you to write automated web application UI tests in any programming language against any HTTP website using any mainstream JavaScript-enabled browser. Web Driver. This is used for cross-browser testing. And Selenium Grid. This is used for cross-platform testing. So what is QTP? QTP is a testing tool developed by Hewlett-Packard. It stands for Quick Test Professional. Identifying errors, problems, or gaps with respect to the expected results of any software that is being tested are the functions of the HPQTP. VB-script is used by QTP for automation purposes and it need not be installed separately as it comes along with the Windows OS. The latest version of QTP is called UFT and it is a combination of HP QTP and HP Service Test. Hudson's and Jenkins are two open source continuous integration systems that is supported by UFT. It also provides support for mobile testing. UFT mobile support allows to create agnostic scripts, that is, scripts compliant with for all mobile platforms. This script developed in iOS can also be run on Android. Let us now have a comparison between HP QTP and Selenium. HP QTP is a famous tool in the market of web-based testing, but with the dawn of Selenium's popularity and its ability to do more than QTP ever could has made it a worthy competitor. These are quite a few straightforward differences between QTP and Selenium that might help people choose between the two. QTP is used commercially and hence it requires license, while Selenium is an open source tool and is free for everyone to use. QTP can be used to test both web-based and desktop application, while Selenium can only come in handy while testing web-based applications. Only QTP IDE can be used while doing QTP test, while in case of Selenium tests, multiple IDEs can be used like NetBeans, Visual Studio, Eclipse. QTP can only support VB scripts, while Selenium supports multiple programming languages like .NET, Ruby, Perl, PHP, Java, JavaScript, etc. QTP supports multiple types of dialog box, while Selenium can only support dialog box partially. Developing time is high in Selenium than QTP. Authentication windows can be automated in UFT, whereas in Selenium we have to use AutoIT or use robot class in Java. QTP has a very good official technical support, while Selenium has community technical support. QTP is comparatively more user-friendly and the scripts can be developed in a short time. On the other hand, Selenium has less functionality as it is low level and the scripts take up more time to come and to be maintained. HP UFT is a tool used to integrate QTP. On the other hand, Selenium does not have any tool used for integration. Speaking of execution, QTP can test one application per machine, whereas Selenium can execute multiple tests on a machine at the same time. Moreover, Selenium takes lesser CPU and RAM power in the time of execution as compared to QTP. So, why should one then shift to Selenium? A slight modification in the code has to be tested to make sure that the code is running fine and fulfilling the target. Now, repeating the tests again and again can get costly. The high portability of Selenium allows the automation engineers to write codes without worrying about the OS. The testing is ideally kept self-contained within the program and they can be modified as desired. This approach makes sure that any change in codes does not increase the development and improves maintainability. The flexibility offered by Selenium allows coders to manage tests better. Since Selenium is open source, users can extend, share, and modify codes, thus saving a great deal of time and effort for the programmers. So how to migrate from QTP to Selenium? Choose the script language, keeping the team's experience and the relevant kind of automation framework in mind. Put off building frameworks and write simple Selenium scripts in the beginning. Keep tracks of the issue that come up with time and make use of the solutions to build larger test suites in future. Once comfortable with Selenium, start discovering tools that can be used with Selenium. For example, Maven, TestNG, etc.
Selenium jobs and salary, a very interesting topic. So the market trends for test automation are continuously changing and Selenium has seen an exponential growth in a very short time period. This Selenium makes it convenient for clients to receive an ROI much faster. And how does that happen? By reducing the number of test cycles involved in testing their product. In present scenario, Selenium is a perfect automation for any of your web application testing and automated web application testing. And it is the first choice of your automation tester as well as the companies also. So as the softwares are becoming more and more complex, so is the test automation. And Selenium is a key skill set for any test automation engineer to have. But of course, it's not the only skill set one needs to have. So if you look at a typical job description here, so gone are the days when the engineers were hired as a manual tester. Every company today wants to hire engineers who knows how to do automation. And since Selenium is the most popular web application automation tool, companies look specifically for Selenium automation engineers. And this is the typical job description of any automation engineer. To develop test cases to detect bugs and errors. Automation framework designing. It's not just about automating your test cases. One should have the ability to design the complete framework related to the project. To improve and automate test practices. To participate in communicating best practices. Defining test strategy, test manuals for tracking and fixing your software issues. Let's look at the compensation part of it. So compensation varies from company to company and it also depends on your experience level. So according to the stats, if you look at the US market, it can vary anywhere from $21,000 to $150,000. Average could be, of course, somewhere around $90,000. And if you look at the Indian market range, it ranges anywhere from 2 to 10 lakhs per annum for a startup, with an average of 5 lakhs. So the more and more you're going to get experience, the better is going to be your compensation package. And the market has always been very lucrative for automation engineers. So since Selenium is so powerful web automation tools, there are some of the top end companies who use Selenium in their various projects. They want to provide their customers the best quality software and help them reduce the time to market, and hence they go in for Selenium. So a lot of these companies have Selenium deployments. In this video, we will look at most commonly asked questions in the interview and some guidelines on how to answer them. Nowadays, automation tool and especially the Selenium skills is a very key requirement for an QA engineer or even an automation engineer jobs. So if you're on an outlook of automation engineer or a QA engineer positions, I'm sure this question bank will definitely help you prepare for your interview. So this video consists of 3 parts, basically 3 different levels of set of questions. One is the beginner level, second is the intermediate level, and then the advanced level questions. And each level has a set of 10 most probable questions which you might be asked in the interview. So let's begin with the beginner level questions. Question 1. What are Selenium Suite components? So, Selenium is a set of tools and libraries to facilitate automation on web applications. You already know this. It is not a single tool. So, what are those components which are comprised in the Selenium? So, Selenium comes with 4 major components. The first one is the IDE. IDE happens to be the most simplest tool in the whole suite of Selenium. It is nothing but an integrated development environment which has a record and playback functionality. This was earlier available as only Firefox plugin. However, you need to know that the new version of Selenium IDE is available as a Chrome extension as well as a Firefox plugin. So that means you can either use any of the browsers, that is Firefox or the Chrome, for recording your test scripts. Also, you should also know that the new IDE comes with many new features, and now this new IDE has become more powerful than what was available earlier. So some of these new features are like reusability of your test cases. It comes with a better debugger now, and most importantly, it supports parallel test execution. And how does it do that? It has a utility called Selenium Siderunner. That's about Selenium IDE. The next component is the Selenium Remote Control. So Selenium Remote Control, or popularly called as Selenium RC, is used to write web application tests in different programming languages. It supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Perl, Python, Ruby, and PHP. It is nothing but it's a server which interacts with your browser using a simple HTTP GET and POST request for communication. Selenium RC is also called as Selenium 1.0 version or Selenium Core. Third component, Selenium Web Driver. It is a programming interface to run your test cases. And Web Driver was introduced by Simon Stewart in 2006. And this was introduced to overcome some of the limitations of Selenium RC. So RC's architecture was very complex because it required an additional server in its setup. And why was that additional server? For communicating with the browser. And what WebDriver did was it removed this dependency completely. WebDriver interacts directly with the browser and also makes your test cases run much faster than your RC. The last component, the Selenium Grid, a very important tool. This is used to run multiple test scripts on multiple machines at the same time. Now with the Selenium WebDriver, you can only do sequential execution. But in real-time environment, you always have the need to run test cases in a distributed environment. So this grid allows parallel execution of tests on different browsers as well as different operating systems. So the design is in such a way that commands are distributed on multiple machines where you want to run the test, and they are executed simultaneously. This uses a simple hub and node concept where hub controls the all execution of your test cases on the nodes. And this is how we achieve parallel execution. And what is the major advantage of having this grid? It is to reduce your overall test execution time. Question 2. What are the limitations of Selenium? Now, like any other tool, Selenium also has certain limitations. So when you're answering this question, you will also be expected to talk about what is the workaround available for all these limitations. So let's look at them one by one. No reliable tech support. Of course, Selenium is an open source. So if you look at it, you do not have much technical support available. However, there are loads of documentation available. There are forums available which you can refer to. SeleniumHQ.org is the website, is your Bible if you're working with the Selenium. And then there are a lot of Selenium Google groups and the forums which are available for any kind of support. So Selenium has been there for quite some time. So it's one of the most mature tool available today. So even though we do not have a technical support available, there is enough documentation available on the internet. The second limitation, Selenium can test only web application. Selenium is an open source tool that is designed to automate web-based applications on different browsers. But it cannot handle Windows GUI or non-HTML pop-ups in the application. Now, what is the workaround available for that? Selenium provides a support for integrating other tools like AutoIt. So AutoIt is a tool for handling your Windows-based activity. Selenium also cannot automate mobile applications. But then what is available with that? It can integrate a tool called APM tool, which is a mobile automation tool. The third limitation, limited support for image testing. Selenium is a de facto tool for functional web application tests. So standard API allows interacting only with the browser, and it's hard to test the images based applications using Selenium. What is the other tool available? Seculi is a very good tool to use for image testing. And this again, you can integrate Seculi with Selenium. That's how you can achieve your image testing through Selenium, but using the Seculi tool. No built-in reporting facility. So Selenium does not have any reporting capability as such. Of course, it does provide a very limited reporting capability where some basic reports are created. But definitely when you are working in a framework, you need a better support for good reporting tools. So that way, Selenium supports some of the tools like TestNG, ReportNG, and Extent Reports, using which you can integrate these tools with Selenium and generate beautiful reports. Limited test management. Selenium does not provide any test tool integration with test management tools. May require knowledge of programming languages. So since Selenium supports multiple programming languages, the developer of the test automation will require to have some basic knowledge of any of the supported programming language. Why? One, in order to write your effective automation scripts. And of course, because Selenium tool, you want to use it at its full potential. Question 3. What are the testing types supported by Selenium? So Selenium supports regression testing and functional testing. These can be called as a very high level categories. So what is regression testing? Regression testing is a full or partial selection of already executed test cases which are re-executed to ensure your existing functionality does not break. So let's look at what are these attributes of regression testing and why we say that Selenium helps us in doing regression testing. So regression tests are run every time a new fix has been received or a new feature has been deployed. So that is called as retesting. You can always select a full suite or select a test to test a fix or a complete product. So your selection can be based on recently added features, a test area where most defects are there, or integration areas, or even end-to-end kind of tests. You can also prioritize your test cases based on critical functionalities and business impact of these test cases according to the priority set. So all this can be done using Selenium. Now, what is the second category of the testing which it supports? Functional testing. So functional testing includes what? Your smoke test, sanity test, say install test, database test. Basically any kind of functionality which you're going to test. And if you look at the kind of steps which are involved in that, it involves identification of your test inputs, expected outputs or the results, the test case logic itself, and the assertions. So a typical flow will be you identify your test inputs first, then you derive your test outcomes or the expected outputs, you design and execute your test cases, and then assert on the expected versus actual outcomes. Question 4. What are Selenium 2.0 and 3.0 versions? So Selenium was introduced by a gentleman called Jason Huggins way back in 2004, and that was Selenium version. Since then, this tool has gone through multiple changes to make it better and better. So if Selenium 2.0 version had a major change, it took a leap forward in terms of browser automation. The Selenium RC, the remote control, had a disadvantage of having the need of an additional server to talk to the web browsers. And because of this, the text execution was much slower and the architecture itself became very complex. So if you look at this Selenium 2, it had two components, a successor to RC and the RC itself, which is called as your core. So this successor was nothing but your WebDriver API. So WebDriver APIs made it easier to write your automation scripts for any browser by simply using a suitable driver for any browser which you want to run the tests on. Apart from these two components, the Selenium 2.0 version also had the IDE and the grid components. So in summary, if you look at it, Selenium 2.0 version has an IDE, it has Selenium RC, which was on its way of deprecation, WebDriver API, which was just introduced in there, a very earlier version of WebDriver API, and the grid. So what did Selenium 3.0 consist? So Selenium 3.0 RC was completely eliminated now because in 2.0 it was already on its path of deprecation, and WebDriver replaced RC completely. So if you look at the components of 3.0, we have IDE, we have a WebDriver and grid as the major components. So now with this introduction of WebDriver, a full-fledged WebDriver, Selenium became the most powerful tool for web application automation. Question 5, a very important question. What is same origin policy and how is it handled? Now, same origin policy is a security IT feature. So it is a very important concept in web application security model. And what is this? According to this policy, a web browser allows scripts from one web page to access the contents of another web page, provided both these pages are on the same origin. Now, what does origin mean? Origin is nothing but a combination of your URL schema, the host number, and the port number. It's basically your domain. Now, if such question is asked, how are you going to explain it? So let's say you have a JavaScript program which runs in a certain domain, say google.com. Okay, so this program can access all the programs which are from the same origin. Now origin here is what? Google.com. So for example, you can access other pages like your Google Drive, your Google email, or your Google Calendar. However, now if you use the same JavaScript, right? So if you use the same script from the google.com to access another page or an element in a different domain, say yahoo.com, then the security model of the web application itself prohibits you to do so. So what happens because of that is you are limited with access only to those elements and pages which are in the same domain. But now look at a case that you want to run your test on multiple servers and you might also want to access multiple domains. So due to the same origin policy, you will not be able to do so. And this became a major limitation with a very early Selenium tool. So how was this handled? So this got handled by Paul Hammond, who created the Selenium remote control. So he created a Selenium remote control server to trick the browser in believing that the Selenium core and the web application under test actually came from the same domain. And this is how the same origin policy was handled. And this Selenium RC, which is Selenium remote control, became the version 1 of Selenium. Question 6. What is Selenium and how is it classified? Selenium commands for Selenium IDE are often called as Selenium. They are a set of commands that run your test, and sequence of this command is called as a test script. Now these commands are categorized into 3 major categories. One is the action command. Now action commands are the commands that generally manipulate the state of your application. For example, they can do things like click on this link or select a particular option, open a URL, type certain text into an input box, click or double click on any web element and so on. So these are called as action commands. The second set of commands is the accessors. Now accessors examine the state of the application and store the results in a variable. So it basically allows the user to store certain values to a user-defined variable. For example, if I want to store the page title of a web page, I can do that by defining a user-defined variable. And then these stored values can be later used to create your assertions or verifications in your test. Now, few examples of such commands are, you can just use a store, S-T-O-R-E, or a store text, store title, or a store value. So these are some of the accessor commands. The third category is the assertions. Assertions are like your accessors, but they verify the state of your application and conforms to what is expected. So basically it is a comparison of your actual versus expected results. There are two types of assertions available. One is the soft assertions and the hard assertions. An example of a soft assertion can be verify title, wherein you verify the title, check whether the expected and the actual outcomes are the same, and continue with your test case. Now, whereas an hard assertion is you do an assert title using the command assert title, and if at all the assertion fails, the test case stops from executing. Question 7. Mention the types of web locator. What is web locator? A locator is a command that tells the Selenium which UI element you want to operate on. Selenium uses locators to find and match the elements of your web page which it needs to interact with. And there are around 8 locating techniques in Selenium. The first one is by ID. Now this is the most common way of locating elements. Why? Since the IDs are supposed to be unique for each element. The IDs can also be dynamic in nature. So you can identify them by inspecting the attributes of the web element. So let's look at an example. So if we go to a Facebook, right? So if you go to the Facebook and say if I want to identify this element, email. So if you look at this highlighted text here, it has a unique ID which is email. So if I'm going to operate on this particular element email, I can directly use the ID locating technique. Link text and the partial link text. So this type of locator applies only to the hyperlink text. So we access the link by using this locator which needs the hyperlink text to be provided. So for link text, you can give a complete text in the link text. Or let's look at an example of that. So if we go to say one of the e-commerce site, which is say amazon.in, and say you want to click on this today's deal link. So if you look here in amazon.in, there are a lot of hyperlinks available here. And if you have to take an example, say we want to click on the today's deal. Now, if you inspect this element, you will see that it has an anchor tag A. It has an associated href link here. And also it has a text which says today's deal, right? Which is what is displayed on your web page. Now similarly, there is also a link available here called customer service. So if you inspect that customer service, it also has something similar what the today's deal had. It has an anchor tab, it has an href link, and it has a long text which says customer service, which is what is displayed. Now if you have to use your web locator, which is a link text, you need to provide the complete text which is displayed on your web page. And there is another way of using the link text by saying partial link text, where you can just give a partial text which can be matched against the complete text of your link. And this is how you can use your partial link text or the link text. The next ID is by name. So locating elements by name is very similar to locating by ID. Just that your attribute, instead of using an ID, you're going to use name in this case. Now if you look at the same example of say Facebook, we identified this email element using its ID. You can also locate the same element by using the name attribute, which is also unique in this case, which has a value called email. Tag name, that's the next identifier. So locate element using tag name of the element. Now say if you want to identify all the elements on your web page which are of type button. So that you can do by using the tag name as button there. For example, again on your Facebook page, I know that there is a single button here which is of type button and which has a tag as button. And this is the only button which is available on this page. So if I want to access this particular element, I can simply use a locator technique called tag, which is button in this case. Next locator, class name. So locate an element using its class name attribute. So you can use this identifier only if you find that a class name is unique for a web element which you want to work with. Class names are sometimes unique. A web element can also have multiple class names, or even you will find some elements which has no class name. So depending on what is available in the attributes, you can use this class name for identification. So example, the shown on your screen here where it says find element by class name input text. Basically, this is going to list out all elements on your web page which has a class name called input text. The next identifier is by XPath. Now, XPath is a language used when locating XML nodes. What is XML? Extendable Markup Language. It can access almost any element, even those without any class names or even ID attributes. So whenever you do not find a unique attribute for ID, name or class name, you can construct an XPath to create a unique identifier for that particular element. Now, for example, on this Facebook page, if you observe here, there is a label here called create an account. So if you inspect this particular label, it has no attributes other than a tag called spam. So if you want to identify this particular element and say display it, this is one of the ways to do it is through XPath. CSS selector. So CSS selector are string patterns used to identify an element based on the combination of either the HTML tag, ID, class or any other attributes. Locating by CSS selector is little more complicated than any of the previous method. However, the advantage is CSS selectors work much faster than the XPath. The performance of your test scripts is much better when you use CSS selector than any other locating technique. Now again, as an example, if you see the Facebook again, you can identify the same email here, right? I used an ID here or a name attribute here to identify it. So assume that if you did not have any of those things, or if you want to use a CSS selector here, you can still do that by using this syntax. This is how you use the CSS selector to identify an element. Question 8. What are the types of weights supported by WebDriver? Now, before even you answer this question, you should know why do we need weights. In Selenium, weights play a very important role in executing test cases. Most of the web applications are developed using Ajax and JavaScripts. So when a page is loaded by the browser, the elements which you want to interact may load at a different time intervals. Not only this makes it difficult to identify the elements, but also if the element is not located, it will start throwing element not visible exception. And how do we resolve this? By using the weights. So there are 3 different kinds of weights available in Selenium. First one is the implicit weight. The implicit wait tells the browser or your web driver to wait for a certain amount of time before it can throw a no such element exception. Now the default setting is 0 for this. Once we set a time, what web driver does it will wait for that time. Say if you have mentioned 10 seconds, it will wait for 10 seconds until it finds the element, and even in the 10 seconds it is unable to find that element. Only after that it throws an exception. Now what is the syntax of this? Implicit wait is, this is the syntax of this, where you use driver.manage timeouts, implicit wait, and there is a timeout value, say 10 seconds, and the unit, whether it's in minutes, seconds or milliseconds is what you can mention. Implicit wait is applied globally to all the elements, which means it is available for all the web elements throughout the driver instance. Implicit wait is defined only once and it will remain same throughout the driver object instance. Now let's see what explicit wait is. So explicit wait is used to tell the web driver to wait for certain conditions before throwing an element not visible exception. It is defined to wait for certain expected conditions only. Now these expected conditions can check whether the element is displayed on the web page or not, or can be clicked or not. So any kind of conditions you can mention there. So these are called as conditional waits, and they are applied on a web element, on a single web element, unlike the implicit wait, which was kind of applied globally to all elements. It is definitely recommended to use this explicit wait when your elements are taking longer time to load, and also for verifying the property of the elements, like say visibility of the element located, element to be clickable or element to be selected. Then we have fluent wait. Now fluent wait is used to tell the web driver to wait for a condition that is very similar to the explicit wait, as well as a frequency with which we want to keep checking the condition before throwing the not visible exception. So fluent wait is used to define the maximum amount of time you want the web driver to wait for a condition. Then if you look in the syntax, then there is polling every second. So polling every, and you give a timeout. This could be like 5 seconds. So start polling to see whether the web element is available or not. Say once in 3 seconds, once in 4 seconds, depending on your use case. And then dot ignoring. So you can also try to ignore specific type of exceptions while waiting. Now, for example, such as no such element exception, which is sometimes thrown when searching for an element on the page. So you can mention even that here. So fluent wait takes two parameters. One is the timeout value and the polling frequency. So when we have web elements, which sometimes are visible after a few seconds, or sometimes it takes more time than usual, like we have Ajax applications as an example, we can set a default polling period based on our requirement. And then, as I said, you can also ignore some of the exceptions while polling this element. Question 9. Mention the types of navigation commands available in Selenium. So WebDriver provides a basic browser navigation commands that allows the browser to move forward, backward, refresh, and using the browser history. And this is done using some of the driver.navigate methods. Right? So these are some of the commonly used navigation methods. First one is navigate to. So this method loads a new web page in the existing browser window, and it accepts string as a parameter and returns nothing. So it's a void. So the URL you mentioned here needs to be a fully formed URL. Driver.navigate.refresh. So this method refreshes or reloads the current web page in the existing browser window. It neither accepts anything, so there is no value passed, or it returns nothing. Forward. So this method enables the web browser to click on the forward button in the existing browser window. Again, this has no arguments to be passed, or it returns nothing. Driver.navigate.back. So this method enables the web browser to click on the back button in the existing browser window. Again, this returns nothing, nor it needs any argument. Question 10. What is the major difference between driver.close and driver.quit? So this is again a very important question and pretty confusing also sometimes. So Selenium Web Driver provides two methods for closing the browser window. One is browser.close and the other one is the browser.quit. So you might think to use them interchangeably, and that's what everybody thinks, that both anyway does the same function, so it can be used. However, it is not so. Both are two different methods. Now, driver.close command is used to close the current browser window, which is having the focus. And in case if there is a only single browser window open, then calling this driver.close actually quits the complete browser session. Now, it is used when you're working with, say, multiple browser tabs or windows and you want to just close one of them which is in focus in the test, right? Whereas the driver.quit is used to quit the complete browser session along with all its associated windows, tabs, pop-ups and everything. So when do you use browser.quit? It is best to use driver.quit when you no longer want to interact with the driver object along with all its associated windows, tabs and pop-ups. Generally, it is one of the last statements of your automation scripts. So in case you are like working with Selenium with TestNG or JUnit, we usually call this driver.quit in the after suite, that is at after suite method of our test suite. Thus, by doing that, we close the complete browser session at the end of the test suite execution. Now, let's look at some intermediate level questions. Question 11. How to type in an input box using Selenium? So, Selenium provides a method or a command, you can say, to insert value into any of the input box. And this command is called as a sendKeys command. So, sendKeys is a method available in a web element. Now, this is how you use the sendKeys. So, here is an example. So, first, you need to find the element using any of the 8 locating techniques. And once you find the element, in this case, which is an email field, you need to call a method called sendKeys. SendKeys takes an argument which is of type string. So, you can pass the value which you want to pass to the web element. So, in this case, you will be passing a Gmail ID or any ID which will be your email ID here. And then similarly, you do it for your password field. So, first you find the element password and then you send the password using sendKeys. This is a very simple method to use. Question 12. How to click on a hyperlink in Selenium? So whenever you are testing an e-commerce application, you are going to find a lot of hyperlinks on your web pages, which you will obviously need to test. Now Selenium provides 2 locating techniques using which you can identify these hyperlinks. And using these is what you need to operate on the hyperlinks on your web pages. So one is using link text and other one is using partial link text. So using link text, you give a complete text in the link text. That is, if you look at any e-commerce, let's say Amazon.in, let's go to that website and see what it means. So in the Amazon.in, if you look at some of these hyperlink text called today's deals or Amazon Pay or sell or customer service, if you inspect this element, you will see that this is associated with a link text which is called as today's deal, along with its href and of course an anchor tag. So one way of identifying this link is to use this complete text which is today's deal. Also, there is another way by using partial link text. For say example, you have a link text which is pretty long and you do not want to use this complete text. Instead, you can use the locating technique called partial link text and give a partial text from that. In this example, instead of giving the complete customer service here, you can just say use a customer, or you can just use service as your text. Only thing what will be required here is this has to be unique on this page. There shouldn't be two elements which would have this text which you are going to use. So let's quickly see this in action. How do we use this link text and partial link text? Now we will be using the same example of Amazon.in. So my use cases, first I will click on this today's deal, and after a sleep of 2 or 3 seconds, I will also click on customer service. And I'm going to achieve this one by using link text. So if you see in this program, so I have this method written which is going to click on today's deal, and this is using a locating technique link text. And then I also have another method here. By using partial link text, I'm going to be clicking on the customer service link, right? So let's see how this works. So I'll just go ahead and execute this. So this launches the Amazon.in. And the first thing what we are doing is it is going to click on today's deal. All right, that is done. And then it will click on the customer service link, right? So this is how you can achieve clicking on the hyperlinks in your web applications. Question 13. How to scroll down a page using JavaScript? This is a very important question, and usually this gets asked quite often in the interview. You should know that you can run JavaScripts through Selenium, and Selenium provides a way to do this. Selenium provides an interface called JavaScript Executor, and this helps in executing any kind of JavaScripts through the Selenium Web Driver. So this JavaScript executor, it has basically two methods. One is execute script and the other one is execute async script to run the JavaScript on the selected window or on your current page. But why do you need this, right? So if you're answering this question, you should also have a background that why at all this is required. Because sometimes you need to perform certain functions which cannot be done using the locators, what has been provided. Like say scrolling down the web page itself. Also, sometimes you will see that you are unable to even identify some web elements using all the locating techniques which is made available by Selenium. So in such situations, what you can do is you can directly write a JavaScript and execute it using this JavaScript executor. And if you look at it, the syntax is something like this. So it says JavaScript executor, JS is equal to JavaScript executor and driver. Now, if you look at this, JavaScript executor is an interface. That means you cannot create an object of it, and hence you typecast it to your driver object. Now, how do you do this? Now, first thing what you do is you launch your web application on whatever web application is under test, and then on that current window, you call this particular execute script method using the JavaScript executor. And then you can perform any functions here. In this example, we are seeing a function which is scrolling down vertically. So this function takes an attributes or arguments like x coordinate and the y coordinate. Now in this example, our x coordinate is 0 and y coordinate is 1000. That means when this command gets executed, the page is going to get scrolled down vertically by 1000 pixels. So why don't we just see this in action? So let's go to another program here called the scrolling tester Java. So basically what I'm doing here is I'm going to be logging into Amazon.in, and then I will show you how to scroll down by 600 pixels. So it's a very, very simple code to write. You launch your application, then you create your object of JavaScript executor, right? Actually you typecast it to the driver, and then you just use an execute script command or a method. This you see is your actual script which gets executed, which says windows.scroll by 0,600, which is x coordinate and y coordinate. Let's go ahead and execute this. So an Amazon.in is launched and you should see the screen scroll down. Yes, there we go. So it just scrolled down by few pixels, and that is 600 pixels what we mentioned. See, I could scroll back again. And that is how you can achieve scrolling functions. And when do you usually use this? Say if you have a very long web page and you want to go and identify or do some operations on the web element which is probably available to you towards the end of the page. And that is when you can use some of the scrolling functions. Question 14. How to assert the title of a web page? Selenium Web Driver provides web driver methods, and one such method is called getTitle. So what getTitle does is it fetches the title of the current page. How to use this command? GetTitle returns a string which is nothing but your title of your page. That means you need a string variable in which you can store this value. So what you do is you define a string variable like it is defined in this example to store your title. And then you execute this command driver.getTitle, which is going to fetch the title, and that value gets stored in your actual title. Once you get the title, you can do any operations with that. In this case, what we are doing is we are trying to verify the title. There are two ways which you can verify that. One is using an if-else statement where you compare your actual title with the expected title, or alternatively, you can also use assert statements here. Right? So Selenium provides us assert statement. So using assert, you can validate whether your title of the web page is as expected. Question 15. How to mouse hover over an element? In automation, many times it is required to perform some action on the element which gets visible only on the mouse hovering on those elements. Now in Selenium, action is a class which we can use to achieve this functionality. So action class is defined in a package called as selenium.interactions. This has a set of APIs to emulate complex user gestures. It helps in building the patterns of action and then perform that action on a web element. Now this action class provides a rich set of APIs, like so for mouse events and even the keyboard events. So say for to perform any kind of mouse event, it provides a method called moveToElement. Now in this example, what you do is you initiate an object of mouse class and then use this moveToElement method. And what it does is the element is scrolled into the view first, even before the move operations happen. So you could have multiple actions, like here in this example, we are just using moveToElement, but also you can, if you want to do a drag and drop operation, you can still have that. So in such case where you have multiple actions like a drag and drop, then you use a method called build along with this. So you say actions.moveToElement dot build and then dot perform. So dot build method is called before the perform method, and what it does is it generates the composite actions which has all those multiple actions which you want to perform on a web element. Then after the building action is done, you call a perform method which actually performs that action on your web element. And this is how the moveToElement method of the action class is used. Why don't we just see that in action? Let's go to our Eclipse here, and I have a mouse hover test written here. So let's say we go to amazon.website. So in the Amazon, if you go to the shop by category, you see that? So the moment I mouse hover it, it is going to give me this drop down list. So for me to select any element from this, my first action on this web page should be to go and just hover my mouse over this web element called shop by category. And that's exactly I'm going to achieve through my automation. Now here in my methods here, what I have written, I have said, okay, first launch your website, which is amazon.in. And then I'm finding that element which is shop by category using an XPath. So you could use any available locating technique to find the element first. And then I instantiate an object of actions, and then simply I'm doing is I'm using the method moveToElement, and then I'm just going to say perform. That means my mouse would actually get moved or hovered onto that particular element. Okay, so let's see this in action. So I'll just execute this test case. Okay, so amazon.in is launched, and now we should see, yeah, the mouse actually moved to shop by category, and because of that we got this drop down list. So, and this is how you can achieve your mouse hover functionality. Question 16. How to retrieve the CSS properties of an element? Now CSS is nothing but cascading style sheets. It's a style sheet language used for describing the presentation of a document written in your markup language. It basically describes your HTML elements as how they need to be displayed on the screen. It's basically the look and feel, like your font size, the width, height, color, and so on. So it provides a special and easy way to specify various properties of the element. Now, why do we need this? We need to use a special method called getCSSValue to retrieve such CSS properties of web element. Why? Because we already have a method called getAttribute, which can retrieve the value of the attributes, right? However, the getAttribute method can only retrieve those properties where the attribute and its value are mentioned in your DOM. And hence, all this font size, color cannot be retrieved through the getAttribute method. And that is why we use the getCSS value. So basically it works like your get method, and you need to provide the attribute which you want to fetch using the getCSS value. So in this example, what we are trying to do is we have a web element called the email ID, and of that we are trying to fetch the font size. So let's again check this in action. So if I go to my web page here, let's close this. So if I go to my Facebook, and if I inspect this particular element, which is the email ID, and on the right, if you see, there are multiple other attributes of that element you see, right? So you see the background color, you see the color here, then you see something called as font size. And say for example, we want to retrieve the font size of this particular web element. And you will also see on the left, where you're seeing the DOM here, you do not see that font size anywhere as an attribute and its value here. And that is why I cannot use the getAttribute method to retrieve it. Now, instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the getCSS value and use this font size for that. So let's go to my Eclipse. I have a method written here where I log into the Facebook, and then I'm going to first find that element which is by ID, and I'm going to retrieve the CSS value, and I'm just simply printing it on the console. So if I execute this, so it's going to launch the Facebook. And since I'm not going to do anything on the Facebook web page as such, let's go to my console here, because this is where I'm expecting the output. So here it has given me an output in the console saying 12px, which is nothing but your actual font size, what you see here in your HTML page, right? And this is how you can extract your CSS properties of any web element on your web page. Question 17. What is Page Object Model, popularly known as POM? Page Object Model is a design pattern that helps create object repositories for web elements. So writing Selenium test cases without, say, using any patterns may lead to code duplicacy, and also the code becomes unmaintainable after some time. And say if you have web element locators which changes over time, then you will have to go through the entire code base to make all the required changes. So under this model, for each web page in the application, there should be a corresponding page class. And this page class will have all the web elements of the web page, and also it contains the page methods which perform operations on the web elements. And the verification steps required in your test cases are the separate test cases itself. They are not combined in the same class. Now the tests that use the methods of this page object class whenever they need to interact with the UI of that page. The benefit here is if the page UI changes, then the test need not be changed. Only the code within this page object class needs to be changed. That is, you go and just change the web elements or the locators of the web elements only in one place, which is your page class, and not in any of your test classes or not test classes. So how does this POM help? So it makes the code more readable, maintainable, and reusable. So there are two ways you can implement a POM or a page object model. One is done using the page factory, which is offered by Selenium, and then you can also achieve a page object model without using the page factory, right? Using directly the objects and the classes. Question 18. Can CAPTCHA be automated? This is again a very favorite question of the interviewer. CAPTCHA is a security feature that prevents bots and automated programs from accessing sensitive information. Yes, and CAPTCHA cannot be automated. You will see that there are many applications today who have CAPTCHA. Why? Because it's a security feature. It is a concept to differentiate between human and computers. The idea of CAPTCHA itself is to prevent any automated process or a robotic process to do any kind of actions. And say if you're going to automate it, then the entire idea of having the CAPTCHA is lost. So you should never attempt to automate it. But then how can you handle this then? One, either you can ask your developers to disable it in the test environment, so that you can test the whole application without having to hit on this CAPTCHA. Other way of doing this is you can use static data for your CAPTCHA, so that you can hard code that value in your test for the time being. And then since your application has CAPTCHA as one of its functionality, if you really need to test that, you can just test that separately as a manual testing itself, but not automate it. Question 19. How does Selenium handle Windows-based pop-up? Selenium is an automation tool for automating web applications. It cannot handle Windows-based application. However, we can use tools like AutoIt and Robot class along with Selenium to handle such pop-ups. So what are these tools? Robot class is a Java class which along with Selenium can simulate your keyboard and mouse events. It also helps in upload and download of files and also to manage the pop-ups. So wherever you have a requirement of doing a file upload operation, in which if your native dialog box opens up, then one of the way to handle it is using robot class. Other tool which is available for us is the AutoIt tool. It is a freeware, and what it does is it uses a combination of your mouse movement, keystrokes and window control manipulation to automate any such task which is not possible by Selenium Web Driver. And again, this AutoIt tool can be integrated with Selenium, and thus you can achieve the automation of native window-based pop-ups. Question 20. How to take screenshots in WebDriver. Take screenshot interface can be used to take screenshots in WebDriver. So Selenium provides us this interface for managing our screenshot operations. Now screenshots are desirable for bug analysis. So Selenium can automatically take these screenshots during your execution. You know that it is very important to take screenshots when we execute the test scripts. Say if we have a huge number of test scripts running, and if some of the test case fail, we need to check why these test case failed. So using the screenshot functionality, it helps us debug and identify the problem by looking at those screenshots. So WebDriver has this built-in functionality to take the screenshot across the page, and it's pretty easy to use. Take screenshot interface is used to capture the screenshot during the execution. Now this interface has a method called getScreenshotAs, which captures a screenshot and it also stores in a location specified by us. So let's take an example of our Facebook page and say we fail a particular test case on the Facebook application. And then let's see how we take a screenshot at that particular moment when the test case fails. So let's go to the Facebook page first and let's understand the use case. So in this Facebook page, say if I am signing up on this page, I need to enter all this field. Now as a part of demo, what I will do is I'll just enter the first name and the surname and I will click on the sign up button. With this test case, it should basically not sign me up, rather it should give me some error saying that you need to enter all the fields. And at that minute, we are going to take a screenshot. Okay, so that's our use case. So let's see how do we achieve that. So if I go to my Eclipse and let's say we go to my screenshot test.java, I have a method written here. So, and these are the operations which I just described, which I'm doing it here. So I'm going to just send keys, my first name to the first name field, second name into the surname field, and then I'm just going to click on the sign up button. Now there are few things required for us to do before we use the take screenshot interface along with its method, which is the getScreenshotAs. So I said that this method stores the screenshot taken in a file. So that means I need to provide it a file name and also a location where it needs to be placed. So in our demo here in this test class, what I have done is I've created a folder called screenshot in the same project directory. And then I am giving it a file name called fblogin.png. So that means after the screenshot is taken, it is saved in a file called fblogin.png and then it is stored in the location screenshot folder. And these are the simple file operations of Java which I use to achieve this. So let's execute this and see how this happens. So right now I have the screenshot folder and it's an empty folder. So after the execution, I'm expecting that this particular file would get created. So let's see that in action. So I'll go ahead and execute this Java program. Okay, so we have launched the facebook.com. And then I entered the my first name, second name, and it has also clicked on sign up, after which it has given all this red marks here. And now this is what I'm expecting in the screenshot. So let's go back to our Eclipse. I will refresh this folder. So I'll say right click and refresh. Okay, I have this file created. So let's open this file and see. Right. So do you see this? This whole image has been captured. So now as a tester, if at all this test case fails for me, I can always open this PNG file and see what actually happened. And I can debug my test case. So this is how you use screenshot functionality in Selenium. Level questions. Question 21. Can you type in a text box without using send keys? So you need an alternative way to use instead of using the send keys function. And one such alternative is using JavaScript executor. So Selenium provides an interface called JavaScript executor, and this helps in executing any JavaScripts through your Selenium Web Driver. So you can do any kind of function using this JavaScript. And one of the functions which we can do is the send keys kind of a function. Now how to replicate a send keys function using JavaScript? So let's see an example here. Now since this JavaScript executor is an interface, you cannot create an object of this interface. So what you do, you typecast it to your driver object the way it is done here in this example. And then you use document.getElementId to get the actual element on which you're going to perform the operations of sending the keys. Now what is this document? So it is an object, right? So this document, it's an object that represents your HTML document which is displayed in that window. And this document object has various properties that refer to other objects which allows you the access to modify any of your document content. So the argument which you're passing to the Java execute script is nothing but your JavaScript. Now this JavaScript uses the document object to identify your element and then send the value which you need to send to that element. So let's see this in action as how it works. So let me show you a small program here. Alright, so I have a method here wherein I'm trying to identify the email field of your Facebook page. So if this is your Facebook application, this is my email field. And instead of using send keys here, I'm going to pass an email value to this. And how am I doing that? Using a JavaScript executor, right? So if I execute this particular Java program, it is exactly going to do the same function what I would do otherwise using the send keys. So let's execute this and see if I can see my user's ID email in the Facebook application. So the Facebook application is launched and there we go. So this is the value which I have sent using my JavaScript. Okay, so this is how you can use a JavaScript executor to replicate a send keys method. Question 22. How to select a value from your drop-down list in the Selenium Web Driver? So select class is a Selenium Web Driver. It is used for selecting and deselecting options in your drop-down list. The objects of select type can be initialized by passing the drop-down web element as a parameter to its constructor. Like in this example, I'm saying select drop-down equal to new select of test drop. So test drop is nothing but the web element which I have identified using any locating techniques. After you create the select object, then you have 3 different methods available for actually selecting your methods. And what are these methods? One is select by index. Now the index starts with 0 in the list. So you can select any element from your list using the index ID. And then the second one is select by values. So this is used to select an option based on its value attribute. Select by visible text. So this is an option wherein you can select a particular list item or an option based on the text displayed in the option. So that means whatever text you can see on your drop-down list is what you will use it to identify that particular element. So let's see the demo for this. So I have again a same Facebook application which I've considered here for demo. So if you go to our Facebook application first, you know that there is a drop-down menu here. Now this drop-down is for selecting your birth date. This has a day values which you can select, the month values, right, and the year. Now what I have done in my code is, first thing is I've identified all these drop-down boxes using I'm using mostly the ID locating technique here. So you can use any of your choice. So once I identify the element, I created the select object class for each of this and I pass that web element to the constructor of the select class. So now my select element or the object is ready to use. So my next step, what I need to do is I need to go and select the actual dates. Now in this use case, what I want is I want to select a date which is 10th June 2005. That means on my select drop-down of the day, I should be able to select the day 10. Now this I'm achieving by using select by value. And then I'm selecting the month based on the index, which is the index in this case is 6, which will select the June for me. And then the third one I'm trying to select it by visible text, wherein I'm selecting the year 2005. So when I execute this program, let's see how the date selection happens. Okay, there we go. So it selected the 10, the day 10, the June month and the 2005. So this is how you use select objects in Selenium. Question 23. What does the switch to command do? So switch to command is used to switch between windows, frames or even the alert pop-ups within your application. Right? So there are multiple things which you can do with switch to. Now Sometimes in your web application, say when you click on a button, it opens up a completely new browser window, or you'll also see it opens up another tab in your browser. Say for example, let's look at one of this application which I have. Let me go to my browser and say I launch hdfcbank.com. All right, so this is my application, say, which you want to test. Now when you launch this, first thing is I see this advertisement pop-up which comes up, which is right now an unwanted pop-up. So right now I'll just close this, and now if I want to enter this HDFC Bank application, first I need to do a login. So if I click on this login button, see there is a new window which opens up, and I need to go and operate into this window. So for any further operations I want to do it on this web page, I need to switch to this window and then say I want to click on continue to net banking and then continue with my use case. So now in this application there are two windows open. One is your base window from where we actually logged in, and after I clicked on the login there is a new window opened up, right? So this is where your switch to command will help us to switching to this particular window to do any of the operations on this web elements present on this window. Okay, now let's see how do we actually do this. So in order to do this, first you need to get the handle of the window by using a command called driver.getWindowHandle. All right, so now when you use driver.getWindowHandle, what you get is a unique alphanumeric value which is an identifier for that window. And once you get this, you use a command called driver.switchTo.window and you pass that handle which you have fetched previously. And this command will actually switch to the current window which is in your focus. Now you'll also come across a case where there are multiple windows open. Right now the example what we saw, we just had a single window. But say if you, whenever you launch an application, say there are multiple windows which are open. So in such case you can use something called as get windows handles. Right, now get windows handles, what it does, it picks up all the active windows at that point of a time, and using a for loop you can read into every handle and then you do your operations specific to your window handles. Also, there is another way wherein you can switch back to your parent window. So if ever you want to switch back to your parent window, you have to use the same command driver.switchTo, and the handle what you need to provide here is your parent handle. Alright, so this is about Windows. Then I also said switch to can be used for your frames. So what are frames? Frames are usually used to divide your web application or your web page or on the same domain into various different windows or sections, right? So for us to operate on elements which are in different frames, we need to first switch to a particular frame and then use the web elements on that. So the same command we'll be using. Now instead of window here, I would say driver.switchTo.frame. Similarly, even the alert pop-ups can be handled using the same command. So in the case of alert, what you need to do is you have to say driver.switchTo.alert. Question 20. How to upload a file in Selenium Web Driver, right? A very important concept in Selenium Web Driver. We know that Selenium Web Driver is designed for automating web application, right? And file upload is a very common scenario which we get with every web application which we are working with. Now there are two ways to do a file upload operation. One is using the send keys, which is the simplest method, and the other way is using robot class. Now there are certain prereqs required for you to work with the send keys option. Now if you are using the send keys option, what you basically need to do is you need to type in the complete path of the file along with the file name, right? In the file select input field. Now this element where you're going to enter your file name should have certain attributes. One of the attributes is it should have the tag as input, right? And also it should have an attribute called type which should have a value of file. Only then it is possible for you to enter a file name and upload the file. Okay, that is by using the send keys method. Then the other way is using robot. Now when is that we need to use robot? Whenever you have an application and in your application, usually for your file upload, you have a button which says upload a file, and when you click on that, it opens a new window. And this window is your Windows Explorer window or a Finder window, depending on what operating system you're working. And these are the native windows. And we know that Selenium Web Driver directly cannot handle the native applications. So in such case, the robot class helps us in managing these native windows. So what happens in the robot classes? It helps you manage your file upload dialog box by simulating all the actions required for selecting a particular file from your dialog box, and then you go and upload them. Alright, so this is the example of using the send keys. Question 25. how to set browser window size in WebDriver. So you can either maximize the window or set it to a certain value. Now to do this, you use a simple functions provided by driver.manage. One of the functions using driver.manage is driver.manage.window.maximize. Now this command maximizes the current window. And say you want to set a particular window size rather than maximizing it. And then for that you have a command called driver.manage.window.setSize. Now this set size takes an argument of the type dimension class. So this is basically when you create a dimension class, you are passing the size of the window which you want to create here, right? So we use the dimension class, define the new dimensions of the window, and then pass the object of this dimensions to the set size method. This is one way of doing it. We also saw that using JavaScript executor, we can do any kind of functionality. So if you want to minimize or maximize or set a different size to your browser windows, this can also be done using a JavaScript. Okay, let's see a quick demo on how do we use this driver.manage.setSize or the maximize command. So let's go to my Eclipse here. So I have this method written here. So I have two methods. One method where I'm saying I'm going to maximize the window. This particular command is where I'm saying driver.manage.window.maximize and I'm launching a Facebook application. So first let's run this particular method and see how our browser window behaves. So I'll just say execute this. So now you will see the whole window, your browser window is in maximized mode. So now from here, I'm going to execute the other set of lines here using which I'm going to set a certain size. Now I'll just comment out these two lines and then these are the two commands which I'm going to use, right? So here what I've done is I've defined an object of the class dimension and I've used 600 which is the size of the window which I want it to be. And then using the set size, I'm passing this dimension object to the set size method. Now let's see how do we look at this browser window now. Did you see that? So it was at a certain size and it just shrunk. It shrunk because I have used a smaller size window. Question 26. When do we use find element and find elements? Now find element, you can use this command to access any single element on your web page. And what does it return? It returns an object of the first matching element of the specified locator. And this is the most common command what we use for working with every web element on the web page. What is find elements? Find elements is used to return a list of web elements, right? So each element which it identifies is indexed with the number starting from 0. It's just like an array. I'll show you an example of that so that you can understand it better. So let's go to my Eclipse here, right? So if you look at this locators.java, I have different elements which I have identified using different locating techniques, right? So for that I use a simple command called find element. Now say I have a use case, right, wherein I want to fetch all the web elements who have a class name starting with the text input. Let's see what that is. So if I go to my Facebook application, if I try to inspect this, say first name, right? So I'll say inspect element. Now here if you see, this particular web element has a class name starting with text called as input text. Likewise, there are many elements here, like even the surname, if you look at it, it has a class name starting with input text. Okay. So if I have a use case like that, where I want all the web elements on the Facebook page who have the class name starting with now input. If I have to do that, that is when I say I'm going to use the driver.findElements. So I say driver.findElements, I give an XPath which is going to pick up all those elements which has the class name starting with input. This is my XPath expression. Once I get all the elements, what am I doing? I am going to store it in a list array. Once I have all these elements created, it's in an array, I'm just going to traverse through the array using an enhanced for loop. So in this program, in this test case, I'm just picking each and every element and printing the attribute ID of each element. So if I execute this now, we should see all the elements on the Facebook page which has the class name starting with input, and we should see all the IDs of that. So this is what we are getting. So you are around getting 9 to 10 elements it has picked up, and all of them have the class name starting with input, and these are their different IDs. Question 27. What is pause on exception in Selenium IDE? So pause on exception is a new feature of Selenium IDE. It is one of the brilliant debugger function which this new Selenium IDE provides us. What it does is it enables us, or when this particular option is enabled, the execution of your tests pauses if at all there is any exception which occurs in your test scripts. And because of this, what you can do is you can go and handle that error by, say, changing your command in the script and then continue your test execution. So this helps in debugging your code pretty well. So whenever there is an exception, say for example, an web element which you're trying to identify has a wrong identifier or it changes on your web page, then you can correct that command which caused the exception and then resume the test execution from that point onwards. So let's look at a simple use case and see how exactly this works. So for example, let's go to my browser here. Okay, so I have a simple use case here where I want to log in into Facebook using my email ID and password. And what I have done is I have created a script or recorded a script using my Selenium ID. So these are all the steps which it has, wherein it logs into the Facebook account, then it clicks on the email field, enters the email, this is my value which I'm passing, clicks on the password field, enters the password and then clicks on the login button. Now this is a clean test script and all my web elements are correct here. So whenever I'm running this test script is going to pass. Now say as an example, say this particular element, which is my password element, say this ID changes. So now deliberately what I'm going to do, I'm just going to give a wrong ID here. So if I give a wrong ID and if I execute this test script now, it is going to throw an exception at this point. So let's do that. So it's going to throw an exception, but now since I want to use that pause on exception feature, what I do is it's available here. It says pause on exception. By default, it is switched off. So when you select this, that means this has been switched on. And now if I execute the script, this is going to come into a debug mode at this point where my exception is going to be thrown. So let's see that. So now I have changed this ID to a wrong ID. So I'll just say go and run this current test. So let's see how it operates. So let me just bring this side by side so you can see here. So it has entered the email, and if you look here in the console, it is saying trying to find the ID for which I've given PA and 4S, which is a wrong ID. So it will look for some time whether it can find an element with this particular ID. So let's wait for it to throw the exception. There we go. So now it tried enough and actually that step has failed and there is an exception saying that that particular web element is not found. However, my test case or the test script did not exit. It has come and paused and it has entered into a debug mode here. Paused in debug. Now as a tester or an automation script writer, what I can do here is I can simply go and correct this. Now I know this is my correct ID. Once I correct this, I can execute the rest of the script right from this point. So now I have this option here. If you go here, it says resume test execution. So I'm just going to click on that. So it is going to go ahead and enter everything here. If you see here, I entered email password, and in this test script, what I'm doing is I'm entering my first name and my surname instead of clicking on the login button. So it went ahead, and if you look here, it says FB test completed successfully. This is how the pause and exception feature helps us. Question 28. How to log in into any website if it is showing an authentication pop-up for username and password, which will be something like this. So this is a typical authentication pop-up which you normally see when you're dealing with some web application, right? And to handle them, we use something called as an alert class, and alert class comes with a method called authenticate using. Basically, by using this method, what we are trying to do is it helps us skip the basic HTTP authentication box. So how do we handle it? It is handled exactly the way we handle any kind of alert box in Selenium. Now in this example, first what we need to do is we need to create a wait object using an explicit wait. Now this wait is for what? It is for the alert to pop up. So we basically wait until that authentication alert pops up and set the conditions in this explicit wait for as alert is present. So that means you're going to wait until your authentication pop-up is seen on your screen. And then once you have that authentication pop-up which is on your screen, that is when you need to go and handle it. Now to handle it for your alert class, you're going to call a method, as I said, using authenticate using, and to this you pass a parameter. Now this parameter has to be your username and password. However, the way the parameters are passed here is using a class object called user and password. Now this user and password class, it is a part of Selenium security package. Alright, and this is implemented from an interface called credentials. So you create this object of class user and password using the authentication information which you have, and then pass this as parameter to your method called authenticate using. And this way you can handle your authentication pop-up. Question 29. What is the difference between single and double slash in XPath? A very important question, and it's a very important thing for each of you to understand. Single slash is used to create an XPath with absolute path. That is, the XPath would be created right from the starting node, and the starting node is /HTML. And the double slash is created, or it's a XPath with relative path. Now, relative path, this XPath would be created using any starting location or anywhere within the document. For example, I could start with a div tag, wherein if I mention double slash and div, so this is going to be treated as a relative path, and whatever conditions I'm going to give, it is going to try and match those attributes with this tag. Right? This is called as a relative path. So why don't we just go and take a look at how do we identify an element using a relative as well as an absolute path. So if I go back to the same application of the Facebook, this is my Facebook application. Now I have this crow path installed, which helps me in identifying XPaths of an element. Now say I want to try and see what is the XPath of my element first name. So in the inspector tool, I can see that it has a tag input and it has a long class name and it has multiple attributes which I can use to identify this element. So if I go to my crow path and again try to match this element, so if I just hover my mouse here, now here you can see this crow path gives me both the path. One is the relative XPath and one is the absolute XPath. Now look at the big difference between these two. Now relative path was as simple as using a / input, which is the tag, and an attribute called ID. We are able to identify this particular element. Same thing if you want to use an absolute path, and if you see here, it will start right from the /HTML, which is your starting node of your HTML page. And then it travels down looking into each of the parent and child under this until it found this element input. Right? So this is absolute path. So you can use either of these paths to identify your elements. Question 30. How do you find broken links in Selenium Web Driver? Now, HTTP is designed for what? To enable communications between your clients and servers. And if you know, there are few commands like get, put, post. Now, get is used to request data from a specified resource. Put command is used to send data over your server. And post is used to send data to the server, right? Now, while using these links and trying to figure out if the link is valid or not, what you can do is you can use something called as head requests. Now, what are head requests? Head requests are nothing but they are something like a get request, but they do not have a response body. And usually this is used for checking that what a get request can return before actually making a get request. Like say, before downloading a large file, you would send a head request before sending the complete get, just to know whether the link which is provided for downloading a large file is a genuine link or not. And then looking at the response code is what you decide that. So how do we do this programmatically? Now Selenium provides something called as HTTP URL connection class, which has some methods to send HTTP request and to capture the HTTP response codes like the ones which you see it on the screen. So if we have to see how do we do that, now first thing, the logic behind how do we get this broken links is you get all the URLs on your website first. After getting all the URLs, now how do you get the URLs? By using the tag A, like it is done here. So once you get the complete list of all URLs, you also check for a non-null or a blank ones. That is one kind of a check which you can put. After that, you create an HTTP connection object with each of the URL. And you open the connection of the URL and you send the request. Now this request, whatever you're going to send, you are going to send the header request to just to get the head and not the complete get request. Now, only thing what you're interested in, getting a response code. So once you get the response code, what you have to do is you have to check the response code against all your response code. Now typically when you're checking for your response code, any response code above 400 is treated as a client error. Rest all the links below 400 are all the valid links. So here if you see 404, you have a response called as link not found. 400 is a bad request, 401 is unauthorized. So you can do a simple check there where it says if your response code is above 500, then that particular link has an error and that is probably going to be an invalid link. So let's see that in action as how exactly the code is going to look and how do we achieve that. Now I have a test case written here called brokenlinks.java. Now here what I'm doing is I'm logging into facebook.com and then I'm fetching all the elements with the tag A. Now when I say I'm fetching all the elements with the tag A, that means I'm going to get all the href element from the page. And once I get that, using a for loop, I'm going to inspect each and every URL what I'm going to fetch. As I said, my first check would be to see if it is a null or is it an empty. If I find an empty or a null value in the URL, I'm just going to ignore that and continue the loop. And this is where I actually do the connection with my URL. So I create an HTTP URL connection with the URL, which I have picked it up from my website. Then I do this, I send a request here, the head request, to get a response code. So once I get this response code is what I put a if-else statement and check if my response code is greater than or equal to 400. So if I find that if my response code is more than 400, that means this particular URL link is broken, and that is how I identify. So once you identify a particular URL which is broken, you can make use of that information, share it with your developers and get it fixed. So let's go ahead and execute this. So in this test case, basically what I'm going to do is I'm just printing out all the URLs and I'm printing the ones which are valid and ones which are broken. Since it's a facebook.com website, I do not have any broken URL, but this is just a logic of how do we find a broken URL. So if you look here, there are a lot of websites which is getting listed which says is a valid link. So that means it is getting a response code which is more than 500. So this is what we saw in the demo as how do I iterate after I select all the links on the page, and then how do I determine whether it's a valid link or it's a broken link.
In this session, we will learn about JMeter. In this JMeter complete tutorial, we will be learning everything related to JMeter starting from its installation. But before we begin, let me tell you guys that we have daily updates on multiple technologies. So, if you are a tech geek in a continuous hunt for latest technological trends, then consider getting subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now without further ado, let's get started with the agenda for today's session. So as discussed, we will start with JMeter installation. Then we will get into the performance testing. Followed by that, we will learn the JMeter load testing. Advancing ahead, we will dive deep into JMeter API testing. And finally, we will wind up the JMeter tutorial for beginners with the last topic, that is the JMeter script recording. I hope I made myself clear with the agenda. Now over to our training experts.
Let's get started with what is JMeter. JMeter or Apache JMeter is an open source software which is a 100% pure Java application. The application is designed to load or test functional behavior and measure performance. Performance testing means testing a web application against heavy load, multiple and concurrent user traffic. It was originally designed for testing web applications but has since expanded to other test functions. To simplify, let's assume that someday your team lead tells you to perform performance testing of some website like google.com or facebook.com for around 100 users. What would be the first thing that comes to your mind? Do you think it's practically possible to arrange 100 people with computers and access to the internet and accessing the same website? Now just imagine the infrastructure requirement when this testing has to be done for 1,000 or 10,000 users. This is when a need for software like JMeter arises. So what JMeter actually does is that it simulates. It will simulate real user behaviors and perform load tests on a server, group of servers, network, or object. Moving further, let's have a look at the prerequisites to install JMeter. The only prerequisite of installing JMeter is that Java must be installed in your system. Since JMeter is an entirely based application, that's why having Java installed in your system is a must. Other than that, JMeter can be used in many operating systems such as Linux, Windows, Mac OS, or even Ubuntu. Now that we know the basics of JMeter, let's go on to installing JMeter onto our system. First, let's check if you have Java installed in your system. For checking that, we shall go to the command prompt and type java-version. We can see that Java is present in our system. Here, it will show the version of Java present in our system. The next step is to download JMeter. Go to Google Chrome and type JMeter download. Now go to the official Apache JMeter website and go to the binary sections. In the binary sections, we shall download the zip folder. Once the zip folder is downloaded, open the folder location. Then extract the zip folder. Once the folder is again extracted, go inside the folder and go inside the bin folder here. The bin folder contains the JMeter script file for starting JMeter. Now it's time for us to launch JMeter. But before we launch JMeter, we need to know that there are typically two types of modes in which JMeter can be launched, the GUI mode and the non-GUI mode. The non-GUI mode may refer to two types, the first being running JMeter in the server mode and the second refers to running JMeter in the command line. And if we talk about the GUI mode, then the GUI mode has a limitation which slows down the CPU utilization while running the recorded script. But GUI mode of JMeter is perfect for adding and editing new configuration elements, thread groups, and samplers, as a result of which you can view a number of different listeners helping for debugging. Here, today, we shall be using the GUI mode. So, to open the GUI mode, inside this bin folder, select the jmeter.bat file. Double-click on this file. This may take a while and then the JMeter window will open up on the screen. The home window is divided into two sections. On the left side, all the elements of the test plan are added, and on the right side, all the configuration of that element are added. As we see on the test plan element, we can see the configurations of the same. Here, the test plan is like a place or a container where all the elements we will use to perform this test will be stored. All the requests, listeners, and everything will be stored here. So, moving forward, let's rename this test plan. Let's name the test plan to be first JMeter. Now, when you click outside this window section, you can see the element name will change. Otherwise, you can just save this and also the name will change. Now, when this is done, the next step is to add thread groups. Right-click on first JMeter here and select the Add option. Then, in this option, select the Threads option and then Threads group. The thread group refers to the users that are used or created or needed to run this test. So let's name this thread group to be JMeter. It has several different options, like the action to be taken after there is an error. You can choose it in the way you want. Then there is this number of threads where you can choose the number of users you want. Then there is a ramp up period in seconds option that states the time gap between the users' hits. Third, there is also a loop count where you can choose how many times the test will run for the number of users. You can choose the test to run infinite number of times. There is also a scheduler here that will help you schedule the start time and the test's end time. For now, let's leave everything to be one only. The next step is to go to first JMeter and again to go to Add. In the box that appears, select Samplers. You can see all types of requests that JMeter can work on. For now, we will choose the simplest of them all. Let's choose the HTTP request. Here, you will have to give the address to some home pages or websites. So let's make it a little easy. Let's rename it to be Home Pages. Here in the server name or IP box, we have to give the server name or the IP. Let's pick a website. Let's go to the Simplilearn website. Copy the URL from here. Come back to the JMeter window and paste it in the server name box. Keep in mind we don't need to give HTTP or HTTPS since these are protocols which will come in the other box, and they will be automatically taken in the HTTP request case. Then in the path dialog box, since we have to access the route page, we will leave a / there. Now when our HTTP test is ready, we will perform the test on it. To determine what the result of the test will be, we need to add some more test elements. We shall again right-click on first JMeter, go to the listener options. Then in the box we can check the different type of reports that JMeter provides us. For now we shall select two of these. Let's choose View Results in Table and the View Results tree. Now save the test and run it. For running the test, there are 3 simple ways. First, you can simply click the green button here to run. Second, you can go to this run option and choose run the test. And the third way is you can right click on first JMeter and choose to run. Let's simply choose the green button and run the test. After we run the test, we shall go to check the results of the test. Since we had put the number of threads and loop to be 1, there's just one entry in both the results. Now let's try one more thing. We shall go to JMeter and change the number of threads and the loop count. Let's make the number of threads to be around 10 and also the loop count to be 10. And now run the test. After running the test, we shall see the results in the table and see the testing being performed. And the same happens in the case of view results in tree. Since we have increased the number of users and the loop count, we can see the test being performed accordingly. Since the loop count now was 10, so for each user, the test will run 10 times. And here on the screen, we can see the time taken and the number of tests being performed and the status of each hit onto our website link.
Let's get started with what is performance testing. So, performance testing is one of the most important phases of any product launch, as it verifies and validates the overall product performance. This testing can be done in different forms depending upon the resource availability and the type and volume of the user base. The main agenda behind conducting performance testing on any product is to make sure that the product's performance is as expected before it gets launched into the market. So, performance testing is the process of testing a software application under a specific workload. Performance testing is a software testing process used to test the speed, response time, stability, reliability, scalability, and resource usage of a software application under a particular workload. The main purpose of performance testing is to identify and eliminate performance bottlenecks in the software application. Performance testing mainly focuses on 3 factors of a software program. First one is the speed. Here it identifies whether the response of the application is fast or not. Then comes scalability, where the maximum user load is determined, and the third one is stability, where the stability of the application is checked under various workloads. Now we know what is performance testing. Let us understand why we need performance testing. The only concern of a software system is not features and functionality. The response time, reliability, resource, and scalability are also important factors. So, the goal of performance testing is not to find bugs, but to eliminate performance glitches. Performance testing is performed to help the stakeholders with information about the application concerning the application's speed, stability, and scalability. Furthermore, performance testing reveals what needs to be improved before the product goes into the market. If there is no performance testing, the software might suffer from issues such as running slow while several users use it simultaneously, inconsistencies across different operating systems, and poor usability. Performance testing determines if the software or application meets speed, scalability, and stability requirements under expected workloads. Applications sent to market with poor performance metrics due to non-consistent or poor performance testing are likely to bring a bad reputation and fail to meet the expected sales goals. Now we know the relevance and need for performance testing. Let's look at the types of performance testing. So there are 6 types of performance testing. Namely, load testing, stress testing, volume testing, capacity testing, reliability testing, and scalability testing. Let's have a look at all the 6 types of testing one after the other. So the first type is load testing. Load testing is a type of performance testing where the application is tested for its performance on normal and peak usage. An application's performance is checked concerning its response to the user request and its availability to respond consistently within accepted endurance on different user loads. Here, the main consideration is the maximum load the application can hold before the application starts behaving abruptly. Then, another consideration is regarding how much data the database can handle before the system crashes. The second type of performance testing is stress testing. Stress testing is a type in which different ways to break the system are found, that is, how much load a system can sustain. Stress testing has an incremental approach where the load is increased gradually. The test is started with a load for which the application has already been tested. Then, more load is added slowly to stress the system. The point at which we start seeing servers not responding to the request is considered the breaking point. Here, the major considerations are the maximum load to a system can sustain before it breaks down. Then, how is the system broken down? And how will the system be able to recover once it has crashed? We also see in how many ways a system can break and which are the weak nodes that are to be kept in mind while handling the unexpected load. Moving forth, the next type is volume testing. Volume testing is the type where the performance of the system is checked with respect to the volume of the data. To execute a volume test, a huge volume of data is entered into the database. This test can be incremental or steady test. In the incremental test, the volume of the data is increased gradually. Generally, with the application usage, the database size grows, and it is necessary to test the application against a heavy database. If we consider an example, let's say there is a website of college having small amounts of data to store initially. But after 5 to 10 years, the data stored in the database of the website is much more and has become huge. Now comes the fourth type of performance testing, the capacity testing. So capacity testing is a type of testing where the application is checked for its capability to meet the business volumes. Capacity testing is generally done for future prospects. Here, the main concerns are if the application would be able to support the future load, if the environment is capable of standing the upcoming increased load, and what are the additional resources required to make the environment capable enough. Capacity testing helps in determining how many users or transactions of a given web application is capable of supporting and will perform well. During this testing, resources such as processor capacity, network bandwidth, memory usage, disk capacity, etc. are considered and altered to meet the goal. To consider an excellent example of capacity testing, we can see the case of online banking. Moving forward, the next type of testing is the reliability testing. Reliability testing is a type in which the application is verified if the application would be normal again after an abnormal state. It estimates the time that the system would take to return to its normal state to understand the concept. Let's say there is an online trading site that experiences some failure, and because of which the users are not able to buy or sell shares at a certain point of the day. But after a couple of hours, they were able to operate their shares and the application became normal. This is when it can be said that the application is reliable and can recover from its abnormal state. The last type of testing is scalability testing. Scalability testing is a type where the application is determined if it would be able to scale up whenever needed. The need for scaling up comes when there is an increase in user load. Now when we have learned the types of performance testing, we must learn the process of performance testing. So the process of performance testing is divided into 8 parts. That is, requirement gathering, selection of tools, performance test plan, performance test development, performance test modeling, execution of test, test result analysis, report. Now let's have a look at all of these processes one after the other. The first step in the process is requirement gathering. The requirements are identified and gathered from the clients by the performance team. This includes getting information on the application's architecture, technologies, database used, intended users, functionality, application usage, test requirement, hardware and software requirements, etc. The second step in the process is selection of tools. After the previous step, POC or proof of concept is done with the available tools. The proof of concept is a sort of demonstration of real-time activity, but in a limited sense. The list of available tools depends on the tool's cost, the protocol that the application is using, the technologies used to build the application, the number of users we were simulating for the test, etc. Now, the third step. The third step is the performance test plan. In reference to the above two steps, test planning and designing are conducted. The process of test planning involves information on how the performance test is going to take place, like the test environment, workload, hardware, etc. Moving forth, the fourth step is performance test development. In this step, the use cases for the identified functionalities are created. These use cases are shared with the client for their approval. Once the clients approve the use case, the script development begins. These scripts are validated against several different users and parallel to script creation. The performance team sets up the test environment. The performance team also takes care of metadata through scripts if the client does not take up that activity. So the next step is performance test modeling. Performance load model is created for the test execution. This step aims to validate whether the given performance metrics are achieved during the test or not. Then, the sixth step is execution of tests. The scenario is designed according to the load model in controller or performance center. Initially, the tests are not executed with maximum users that are in the load model. The test execution is done in incremental order. Let's say there are 1000 users. Then the scenario will begin testing from 100, then go to 250, then 350, and so on. It will gradually increase and go up to 1000 users. The next step is the seventh step in our process. That is the test result analysis. The test results are the most important deliverable for the performance tester. This is where we can prove the return on investment and productivity that a performance testing effort can provide. What makes the result analysis process more effective is that we must have a unique and meaningful name for every test result, which will help us understand the test purpose. In the test summary, certain things must be included, like the reason for failure, how the performance of the application changes regarding the previous runs. It is also a good practice to make a result summary after each test run so that the analysis results are not compiled every single time the results are referred. Then the final and the last step in performance testing process is the report. The test results should be simplified so that conclusion is clearer and should not create any derivation. The development team needs more information on analysis, comparison of results, and details of how the results were obtained. The test report is considered to be good if it's brief, descriptive, and to the point. Now that we know the performance testing, the next important topic to discuss is the understanding of performance testing metrics. The first is processor usage, which refers to the amount of time the processor spends executing the non-idle threads. Second metric is memory usage. Memory use is the amount of physical memory available to the processor on a computer system. The third metric is disk time, which is the amount of time the disk is busy in executing read or write request. The fourth metric is the bandwidth, that shows the bits per second used by a network interface. Moving forth, the next metric is the private bytes. It is the number of bytes a process has allocated that can be shared amongst the other processes. These are used to measure memory leaks and usage. Then comes the committed memory. This is the amount of virtual memory used. Then the next metric we have is the response time. It is the time between when the user enters a request to time to the first character of the response is received. Next metric is the throughput. It is the rate at which a computer or a network receives requests per second. Moving forth, the next metric is the hit ratios. The hit ratios are concerned with the number of SQL statements that are handled by cached data instead of expensive input-output operations. And the last metric in our list is the top waits. These are monitored to determine what wait times can be cut down to make the data retrieval faster from memory. Apart from this, some metrics like the rollback segment, garbage collection, thread counts, hits per second, CPU interruption per second, disk queue length, etc. Now, when we know almost everything that is needed regarding performance testing, it is very important to know the tools that make performance testing possible. Here are the top 5 performance testing tools in the market today. The first tool we have is the Load Runner or HP Load Runner. As the name suggests, the Load Runner is great when it comes to handling a large amount of users for testing. The second tool in our list is WebLoad. WebLoad is one of the best testing tools for stress and load testing. The next tool in our list is Load UI. Load UI is a great testing tool to map the scalability and speed of the target product. The fourth tool in our list is Neoload. It is one of the fastest testing tools with a speed of around 10 times the traditional testing tools that are integrated seamlessly into our existing software with a wide array of tests. The last tool in our list is the Apache JMeter. Apache JMeter is one of the best and most used testing tools in the market right now. It is highly capable of creating a large number of virtual users working on web server. Moving forth, we shall talk about JMeter and understand why JMeter is preferred over all the other performance testing tools in the market. So moving forth, let's see what JMeter is. JMeter or Apache JMeter is an open source software that is 100% pure Java application. The application is designed to load or test functional behavior and measure performance. JMeter is originally designed for testing web applications but has since expanded to other test functions. To understand the concept of JMeter, let us assume that someday your team leads tell you to perform performance testing on some website like Facebook or Google.com for 100 users. What would be the first thing comes to your mind? Do you think it's practically possible to arrange 100 people with computers and access to internet and accessing the same website? Now, just imagine the infrastructure requirement when this testing has to be done for 10,000 users. This is when a need for software like JMeter arises. So what JMeter does is, it actually simulates. It will simulate the real user's behavior and perform load tests on server, group of servers, network, or object. Now let's have a look at some reasons why JMeter is used for load testing. We have divided these reasons into 6 parts. The first one is it's free of cost. Second one is performance testing of applications. Next one, platform independent. The fourth one is customizable. Fifth is recording and playback. And finally, sixth is the community support. Let's see all of these one after the other. The first reason we have is free of cost. One of the main deciding factors in any software is its cost. Normally, a software can range from high as 6 to 7 figures per license. Here, JMeter is free of cost, very intuitive, and has all the possibilities you need to automate your work. Then the second reason is performance testing of applications. The application is used to perform performance testing on different types of applications like web applications, web services, LDAP, database, and shell scripts. JMeter can conduct load and performance tests for many different servers and server types. Web, HTTP and HTTPS, database via JDBC, LDAP and JMS. The third reason is platform independence. JMeter is written and developed using Java to run on any environment or workstation that accepts Java Virtual Machine, for example Windows, Linux, Mac, etc. The next reason we have is that JMeter is customizable. Since JMeter is an open source application, it enables developers to customize whenever needed. JMeter has a comprehensive and user-friendly graphical user interface. Parameters are easy to define and understand. Scripting is simpler and clearer, and adding and defining elements is more intuitive. Also, one screen shows everything you need: the script, the scenario, and the analysis. These samplers are highly customizable when determining which request to be sent to the host. However, samplers don't enable full control of test actions. Moving forth, the following reason is recording and playback. The application provides record and playback options enabled with the drag and drop feature, making the application faster and easier. The next and the last reason on our list is incredible community support. JMeter is an open source tool with a brilliant community that keeps adding features and supports users who run into issues and problems. This ensures new users always have someone to answer their questions, and long-time users can improve their abilities on JMeter. Also, having an open source tool ensures that it keeps getting better and is always in line with users' needs and requirements. Finally, let's have a look into the demo that shows the working of JMeter. So the first step is we shall go to the Apache JMeter folder. In that folder, go inside the bin folder and select the jmeter.bat file. Double click on this file. This might take a while, and then the JMeter window will open on the screen. The home window is divided into two sections. On the left side, all the test plan elements are added, and on the right side, all the configurations of that element are added. As we are on the test plan element, we can see the configurations of the same. Here, the test plan is like a place or a container where all the elements we will be using to perform this test will be stored. All the requests, listeners, and everything will be stored here. I have renamed this test plan as performance testing. Now the first step is to add thread group. Right click on the performance testing, go to add, then go to thread or users and select thread group. Let's name this as perform. Here, the thread group refers to the used or created users or needed to run this test. It has several different options like the action to be taken after there is an error. You can choose it the way you want. Then there is this number of threads where you can choose the number of users you want. Then there is a ramp up period in seconds option that states the time gap between the users hits. Third, there is a loop count where you can choose how many times the test will run for the number of users. You can also choose the test to run infinite times. There is also a scheduler here to help you schedule the start time and the test end time. Let's make the number of threads to be 2 and let's make the loop count to be 100. The next step is to add an HTTP request. For that, right click on the thread group, go to add option and go to the sampler option. In the menu that appears, select the HTTP request option. Here on the screen, there is a server name or IP box. We have to give the server name or the IP in that. Let's pick up a website and place the link in the box. We shall use the Simplilearn's website here. Go to Simplilearn's website and copy the URL from here. Then come back to the JMeter window and paste it onto the server name box. Keep in mind, we don't need to give the HTTP or HTTPS since these are protocols which will come in the other box and they will be automatically taken in the HTTP request case. Then in the path dialog box, we will leave the / there since we have to access the root page. And let's rename this HTTP request as simple. Now, to get results, we shall add listeners. Listeners are something that are used to provide the outputs of a load test. There are different types of listeners present in JMeter and many may be added using plugins. We will use 3 different listeners here to have an idea about the representation that the JMeter provides. For that, right click on the thread group, then go to the add, select listener option and go to the view results in tree option. Then again, right click on the listener option and choose graph results. And for the third listener, again right click and select the view results in the table option. Now it's time to run the test. For running the test, there are 3 simple ways. First, you can simply click on the green button here to run. Second is you can go to the run option and choose the run the test. And the third way, you can right click on the first JMeter and choose to run. Let's simply choose the green button and run the test. First, we will have to save this JMeter test and then we shall go on to check the results of the test. Here in the view results tree, we can see the test being run. The same in the case of graph results. We can see the throughput option, then we can also see the time the test has been executing. Since we had put the threads to 2 and the loop count to 100, so the test will run for a while. We can check the view results in the table. We can see different performance testing metrics on the screen. You can see the thread name, label, sample time per second, bytes, sort bytes, and the latency. And in the tree option, when we click on the test, we can see a lot of information appearing on the screen. These are again several performance testing metrics. And in the graph results, we can see the graph coming up on the screen now, which represents the test taking place with respect to the IP address, thread, and loop counts. So what JMeter exactly does is creates a request and sends it to the server. Once it receives the server's response, it collects them and visualizes those details in a chart or graph. After that, it processes the server's response and finally it generates the test results in several formats such as text, XML, JSON, so that the tester can analyze the data. Let's get started with what is load testing. Load testing is a type of performance testing that determines an application's behavior when a large number of users access the application together. Here, performance testing is a software testing process used to test the speed, response time, stability, and reliability of the software application under a particular workload. The testing determines a system's performance according to real-life conditions. To give you a better idea, let's say you have a printer. So you want to test a printer by transferring large number of documents for printing, or test a mail server with thousands of concurrent users, or to test a word processor by making a change in a large volume of data. This helps to know whether the existing infrastructure is capable of running the application or not. Load testing checks how much load can a system handle. The testing identifies the limitations due to hardware like CPU maximization, network bottleneck, memory limitation, etc. And it also identifies the issues in software configuration such as web server, application server, database server, etc. It helps to identify the maximum operating capability of an application and checks the performance of the application under different load conditions of system components and database components. Load testing is conducted to determine the number of concurrent users that an application can support without performance deterioration. The response time of each transaction of an application and the network delay between the client request and server response are also checked. Load testing proves itself very significant when it comes to determining user demands and satisfaction. Several tools make load testing possible, such as Apache JMeter, WebLoad, LoadUI, LoadRunner, NeoLoad, LoadNinja, etc. Here in this session, we shall be using JMeter for load testing. So JMeter or Apache JMeter is open source software that is 100% pure Java application. The application is designed to load or test functional behavior and measure performance. Performance testing means testing a web application against heavy load, multiple and concurrent user traffic. It was originally designed for testing web applications but has since expanded to other test functions. To simplify, let us assume that someday your team leads tell you to perform performance testing for some websites like yahoo.com or google.com for 100 users. What would be the first thing that comes to your mind? Do you think it's practically possible to arrange 100 people with 100 computers and access the internet and accessing the same website? Now, just imagine the infrastructure requirement when this testing has to be done for 1,000 or 10,000 users. This is when we need a software like JMeter. So what JMeter does is it simulates. It will simulate real user behaviors and perform load testing on a server, group of servers, network, or object. Next, let's have a look at some reasons why JMeter is used for load testing. We have divided these reasons into 6 parts. It is free of cost, performance testing of applications, platform independent, customizable, recording and playback, and community support. Now, let's see all of these one after the other. The first one, free of cost. One of the main deciding factors in any software is its cost. Normally, a software can range from high as 6 to 7 figures per license. Here, JMeter is free of cost, very intuitive, and has all the possibilities you need to automate your work. The next one is performance testing of applications. The application is used to perform performance testing on different applications like web applications, web servers, LDAP, database, and shell scripts. JMeter can conduct load and performance tests for many different server types like web, HTTP, and HTTPS, database via JDBC, LDAP, and JMS. The third important reason is its platform-independent nature. JMeter is written and developed using Java programming language to run on any environment or workstation that accepts a Java virtual machine, for example, Windows, Linux, Mac, etc. The next reason we have is JMeter is highly customizable. Since JMeter is an open source application, it enables developers to customize it whenever needed. JMeter has a comprehensive and user-friendly graphical user interface. Parameters are easy to define and understand, scripting is simpler and cleaner, and adding and defining elements is more intuitive. Also, one screen shows you everything you need: the script, the scenario, and the analysis. The samplers are highly customizable when determining which request is to be sent to a host. However, samplers don't enable full control of test actions. Moving forth, the following reason is recording and playback. The application provides record and playback options enabled with the drag and drop features, making the application faster and easier. The next and the last reason in our list is incredible community support. JMeter is an open source tool with a brilliant community that keeps adding features and supports users who run into issues and problems. This ensures new users always have someone to answer their questions, and long-time users can improve their abilities on JMeter. Also, having an open source tool ensures it keeps getting better and always in line with users' needs and requirements. Now, after we know about JMeter and the reasons to use JMeter, let's understand the process to perform load testing with a hands-on demo. The only thing that is kept in mind before this demo is we must have a fully functional JMeter on our system, and by now we know that JMeter can be used in any operating system like Linux, Windows, Mac OS, and Ubuntu. In this demo, we shall look into both graphical user and non-graphical user interface mode of load testing. So the first step is we shall go to the Apache JMeter folder. In that folder, go inside the bin folder and select the jmeter.bat file. Double click on this file, this might take a while, and then the JMeter window will open on the screen. The home window is divided into two sections. On the left side, the elements of the test plan are added, and on the right side, all the configurations of the element that are added. As we are on the test plan element, we can see the configurations of the same. Here, the test plan is like a place or a container where all the elements we will use to perform this test will be stored. All the requests, the listeners, and everything will be stored here. So the first step is to add listeners. For that, go to test plan, right click on the test plan, go to add, then go to threads, users, and select a thread group. The test group refers to the users that are used or created or needed to run this test. It has several different options, like the action to be taken after there is an error. You can choose it the way you want. Then there is this number of threads where you can choose the number of users you want. Then there is a ramp up period in seconds option that states the time gap between the users hits. Then the third one, there is a loop count where you can choose how many times the test will run for the number of users. You can also choose the test to run infinite times. There is also a scheduler here to help you schedule the start time and the test end time. For now, let's leave everything to be only one. The next step is to add the HTTP request. For that, right click on the thread group and go to the option and go to the sampler option and go to the HTTP request option. Here on the screen, there is a server name or IP box. We have to give the server name or the IP in that. Let's pick a website and place the link in that box. We shall use the Simplilearn's website here. Go to Simplilearn's website and copy the URL from there. Now we have copied the Simplilearn's URL. Now let's come back to the JMeter window and paste it in the server name box. Keep in mind that we don't need to give up the HTTP or HTTPS, since these are protocols which will come in the other box and they will be automatically taken in the HTTP request case. So this is what I was talking about. Now let's rename this name as Simply. Moving forth, let's create one more HTTP request. For that, again, right click on the thread group, select samplers and select HTTP request and go to Simplilearn's website again. And there we have the resource link. Go to that link and copy the URL. Then place that URL in the server or IP address box. We shall remove the HTTP from that link and add from the end. Cut the resource part and paste it in the path box there. Here we will rename the HTTP request as resources. Moving forward, to increase a load a little bit more, we shall use one more HTTP. So this time we shall add one more HTTP request. Again, right click on the threads group, go to the samplers option and select the HTTP request option again. To add one more link to the server and IP address, go to Simplilearn's website, go to the corporate training link. Now copy the URL and go back to the JMeter window and paste that URL in the IP box. Now cut the corporate training part from the link and paste it to the other path box. We shall again rename this HTTP request box as corporate. Now let's save this file. In the save dialog box, let's name it as loadtesting.jmx. Now to get the results, we shall add listeners. Listeners are something that is used to provide the outputs of the load test. There are different types of listeners present in JMeter and many may be added using plugins. The listener we will use here is the tree, as it is comparatively easy to interpret. For that, right click on the thread group, then go to add, select listener option and go for the view results in tree option. Now it's time to run the test and check the load. For running the test, there are three simple ways. First, you can simply click on the green button here to run. Second is you can go to the run option and choose the run test. And the third is the way you can right click on first JMeter and then choose run. Let's simply choose the green button and run the test. After we run the test, we shall go to the check the results of the test in the view results in tree section. We can see the green symbol that states the test has successfully completed. Since we had left all the values to be 1 in the beginning, that's why there is just one test for each HTTP request. Now let's increase the load and let's change some numbers. Let's make the number of threads to be 10, ramp up the periods to be 2, and the loop count to be 10. Now let's run the test again with the green button. After running the test, we shall see the results in the tree and see the testing being performed. Since we have increased the number of users and ramped up the periods and the loop count, we can see the test being performed accordingly. Since the loop count now was 10 for each user, the test will run 10 times. So here on the screen we can see the time taken and the number of tests being performed on the status of each hit onto the website. This is how you perform load testing in graphical user mode. Now perform the same test in non-graphical user mode. We shall remove the listener, so let's remove the view results in tree. After this, we will go to the command prompt. Then in the command prompt, we shall put the bin folder path in the Apache JMeter folder. Let's go to the bin folder and copy the location from here. Now paste the path in the command prompt and execute it. Once that is done, the next step is to put the command prompt for JMeter load testing. This command has got 3 parts. The first part is the -n, -t and -l. Here the -n represents the non-graphical user interface mode. -t is used to specify the location of the test script. -l is used to specify the location of our output result. Now go to the location where our JMX file is stored. Let's search for the load testing.jmx file. Copy the path and paste it in the command prompt -t. In the link that we paste towards the end, make sure that you add the name of the file with .gmx. Now go back to the folder and make a .csv file, make an Excel spreadsheet and rename it with .csv extension. Now copy this path and go back to the command prompt and paste it after the -l. In the path, don't forget to add the name of the CSV file towards the end. Then execute the command and wait for the command to end. After the command is successfully run, you can see that the tree is successfully created, and towards the end of that execution, you can see that the message is the end of the run. Now you can go back to the folder and open the load testing.csv file. In that file, you can see the entire test result has been generated. This shows that the command has been successfully executed and the load testing is successful in the non-graphical mode without any errors. This is what we had in this demo. We saw the load testing in graphical user interface and non-graphical user interface mode. To have a better picture, we use dashboards. Dashboards include several graphs that explain the working of the website link we use in the HTTP request. The dashboard generator is a modular extension of JMeter. Its default behavior is to read and process samples from a CSV file to generate HTML files. It generates the report and at the end of the load test or on demand. The dashboard reports provide metrics like the APDEX or Application Performance Index. The dashboard also provides a statistics table, response time over time, response times percentiles over time, active threads over time, and response times in percentiles. We shall learn about dashboards and more in the forthcoming videos. In this video, we learned how critical is load testing in the software testing process and how it ensures high user satisfaction. A successful load testing will help to release high-quality software.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit Skill-Up by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Let's get started with what an API is. We often come across this term while reading any technical blog or magazine. An API, or Application Programming Interface, is a programming code that enables data transmission between one software product and another. It is an intermediary software allowing two applications to communicate with each other. To understand API even better, let's take an example. For example, you're booking a flight. For that, you will begin with searching flights online concerning your destination, departure, return dates, and many more filters. To make all these choices, you interact with the airline's website and access their database and see if there are any seats available on those dates and what the costs might be. While you're doing all this, from the time to begin to the time you finish booking your tickets, you're doing that with the help of an API. To simplify it even more, it can be said that whenever we use an application on our mobile phone, the application connects to the internet and sends data to the server. The server then retrieves the data, interprets it, performs necessary actions, and sends it back to our phone. The application then interprets the data and presents the information we wanted in a readable way. This is what an API is. So that means each time we use an application like Facebook, send an instant image, check weather on our phone, or make some specific choices while online shopping, we use an API. Now when we have a good idea about what an API is, let's look at another major thing before going on to the hands-on demo. That is, why we use JMeter for API testing. Apache JMeter is an open source software, and it is used to simulate loads of various scenarios and output performance data in several ways, including CSV and XML files and graphs. We know that the Apache JMeter is 100% pure Java application, so it is available on every OS that supports Java 6 or later. Some of these specific reasons what makes JMeter a perfect fit for API testing are: JMeter enables fast API testing. It performs quick scope tests and enables load and stress testing. Then, as we know, it is an open source tool and supports load testing and stress testing. It has a lot of plugins and extensions. JMeter can be used across several platforms and can use various programming languages. Now, we know about API basics and why we use JMeter for its testing. It is the right time to see the process of API testing in JMeter. To download JMeter, you can go to the Apache JMeter website and download the file. To know the entire downloading process and installing JMeter, you can check our JMeter download and installation video in our JMeter playlist. Moving on, I have my JMeter installed. I will go to the Apache JMeter folder, go into the bin folder and open the batch file. This might take a while, and then the JMeter window will open on the screen. The home window is divided into two sections. On the left side, all the elements of the test plan are added, and on the right side, all the configurations of that element are added. As we are on the test plan element, we can see the configurations of the same. Here, the test plan is like a place or a container where all the elements we will use to perform this test will be stored. All the requests, listeners, and everything will be stored here. So moving forward, right click on the first JMeter here and select the Add option. Then in this option, select the Threads option and then Threads group. The thread group refers to the users that are used or created or needed to run this test. It has several different options, like the action to be taken after there is an error, or you can choose it the way you want. Then there is this number of threads where you can choose the number of users you want. Then there is a ramp up period in seconds option that states the time gap between the user hits. Third, there is a loop count where you can choose how many times the test will run for the number of users. You can also choose the test to run in finite times. There is also a scheduler here to help you schedule the time for starting the test and the time for ending the test. For now, let's leave everything to be one only. Now, for some sample APIs, go to your browser and search for some sample REST API for testing. In this, we will go to the first link, that is reqres.in or requestresponse.in. We will create and run get, post, put, and delete REST API request in JMeter in the demo. Here, in this link, we have all get, post, put, delete APIs. So we shall choose the first link here, list users. Here we have the link request. Open this link in the new tab. Then we have got the URL for this API. Copy this URL and go to the JMeter window. Then in the JMeter window, right-click Thread Group and go to Add. In the box that appears, select Samplers. You can see all types of requests that JMeter can work on. We shall choose the HTTP request. Here, you will have to give the address to some home pages or websites. Here, in the server name or IP box, we have to give the server name or the IP. So here, we shall paste the get API request URL. In the protocol box, we shall put the HTTPS. If in the URL the protocol would have been HTTP, then we would have left this box empty. In the URL, we shall put the URL link. Remember that we do not put any slashes here and that anything after the URL would be put in the path. So we shall remove the path from the URL and put it in the path box. Then we shall take part from the question mark and use it to give parameters. Since it is the GET API, we will have to give parameters. We will add the name in the parameters and give the name as page and value as 2. In this HTTP request dropdown, we can see all the different types of HTTP requests that JMeter accepts. For now, we shall leave it to be GET since we are using the GET API. And also, let's name this HTTP request as GET API. Now, when our HTTP request is ready, we shall perform the test on it. To determine what the results of the test will be, we need to add some more test elements. We shall again right-click on the thread group, go to the listener options, then in the box, we can check the different types of reports that JMeter provides us. For now, we shall select 2 of these. Let's choose View Results Tree and the View Results in the table. Now, save the test. I will save the test with the name API testing. And finally, let's run it. For running the test, there are 3 simple ways. First, you can simply click the green button on the run. Second, you can go to this run option and choose to run the test. And the third way is you can right click on the first JMeter and choose to run. Let's simply choose the green button and run the test. After we run the test, we shall go to check the result of the test. Let's go to the View Results tree. Here, we can see the green status that shows the test was successful. And the view results in a table. We can see again the status is green. Since we had put the number of threads and loop to be 1, there is just 1 entry in both the results. Now, let's try one more thing. We shall go to the thread group and change the number of threads to be 10 and run the test again. After running the test, we shall see the results in the table and see the testing being performed. And same happens in the case of view results in table. Now in the view results tree, we can click on a request and see different information. Here, we can see the sample start, load time, latency error, etc. Same in the view results in table. You can see all such information in a tabular format. You can also see the response data here. This is the same data as it was there when we copied the URL from the browser. You can furthermore check the response headers and the request that was placed. Now, we are done with the GET API request. Let's add the second request, that is the POST request. Again, add a HTTP request by going to the sampler in the thread group. Then, come back to the browser window and click on the POST API option. Then, open the request URL in the new window. Then, go to this window, copy the URL, and come back to the JMeter window. First, let's rename this HTTP request as POST API. Then, let's paste the URL in the server name or IP box. Again, let's put HTTP in the protocol box, address in the server or IP address box, and path in the path box. And in this HTTP request drop-down, select the POST option this time. Then, let's go to the parameter part. Here, select the body data option, and we shall have to add body now. So, go back to the browser window and copy the body from here. Come back to the JMeter window and paste the body here. Here you can check some advanced settings also in case you need them. For now, since this is just a demo, we shall keep it really simple. So let's run this. We shall go to our two listeners and clear the previous output. Then we shall save the test and run it. Now you can see the two tests are here. Since the thread count is 1, let's make the thread count to be 10 again. Let's see what happens. Now when I run the test, I can see the test running a required number of times, that is 20 times. Again, I can see information about different requests that include different parameters like latency, errors, etc. Now, let's move on to our third API request, that is the PUT request. Go back to the browser and click on PUT request. Open the request in the new tab. Copy the URL and come back to the JMeter window. Make a new HTTP request by going to the sampler in the thread group. First, let's rename this HTTP request as PUT API. Then, let's paste the URL in the server name or IP box. Again, let's put HTTP in the protocol box. Address the server or IP address box and path in the path box. And in the HTTP request drop-down, select the PUT option this time. Here also we shall have to add body data. So, go back to the browser window and copy the body from here. Coming back to JMeter window, select the body data option and we shall have to add body now and paste the body here. We shall go to our two listeners and clear the previous output, make the thread count to be 1 and then we shall save the test and run it. Now you can see the 3 tests here. Since the thread count is 1, here, by clicking on the API request, we can check a lot of data like the response, body and response headers. And same in the case of view results in the table. You can see the data in a tabular format. Let's make the thread count to be 10 and again see what happens. Now when I run the test, I can see the test running a required number of times. And here I can see information about different requests. Now let us add our last API request, that is the delete request. Go back to the browser and click on the delete request. Open the request in the new tab, copy the URL and come back to the JMeter window. Make a new HTTP request by going to the sampler in the thread group. First, let's rename this HTTP request as delete API. Then, let's paste the URL in the server name or IP box. Again, let's put HTTP in the protocol box, address in the server or IP address box, and path in the path box. And in this HTTP request dropdown, select the delete option this time. Here, there is nothing to be added in the parameters section. So, let's go to the two listeners and clear what all is there. Then save this test and run it. Since we did not make the number of threads 1 this time, we can see the test running n number of times. We can see the information of any API request by just clicking on it.
Let's get started with what is script recording. Record testing in JMeter helps testers to record and run their activity against test targets. It is a type of automated testing, but for multiple users, the test script is designed to record such scenarios. The proxy server allows JMeter to watch and record user activity while browsing web applications with a normal web browser. When we talk about proxy, it is a component that is present between you and the remote server. Let us say that you want to record web browser interactions when JMeter starts acting like a proxy. This is when JMeter script recording is used. Script recording is one of the advanced and impressive ways to figure out and eliminate the complexity of browser interactions in software testing. Now when we know what script recording is and how it is relevant, let's look into how to do it in JMeter. But before that, let's check the prerequisites of script recording in JMeter. There are 3 major prerequisites. First is having JMeter installed in your system. The second requirement is having Java installed in your system. The third and final requirement is having Mozilla Firefox in your system.
Now, let us have a look at the hands-on demo of how to perform script recording in JMeter. So, the first step is we shall go to the Apache JMeter folder. In that folder, we will go into bin folder and then select the jmeter.bat folder. Let us double click on that. This might take a while. And then the JMeter window will open on the screen. The home window is divided into 2 sections. On the left side, all the test plan elements are added. And on the right side, all the configurations of the elements are added. As we are on the test plan element, we can see the configurations of the same. Here, you can think of the test plan like a place or a container where all the elements we will be using to perform this test will be stored. All the requests, all the listeners, and everything will be stored here. Now, the first step is to add thread group. So for that, right-click on the thread group. Select Add, and from Add, go to Threads or Users, and in that, select Thread Group. Here, the thread group refers to the users. It has several different options, like the action to be taken after there is an error. You can choose it the way you want. Then, there is this number of threads where you can choose the number of users you want. Then, there is a ramp-up period and second option that states the time gap between the user hits. Third, there is a loop count where you can choose how many number of times the test will run for a number of users. You can also choose the test to run for infinite times. There is also a scheduler here to help you schedule the start time and the test's end time. The next step is to add an HTTP request. For that, right-click on the thread group, go to the Add option, and now go to the sampler option. Select the HTTP request option. Here, there is a server name or IP box. We have to give the server name or IP in that. Let us pick a website and place the link in the box. We shall use the Simplilearn's website here. Go to Simplilearn's website and copy the URL from here. Then come back to the JMeter window and paste it in the server name box. Keep in mind that we don't need to give HTTP or HTTPS since these are protocols that will come in the other box and they will be automatically taken in the HTTP request case. Then in the path dialog box, we will leave a / there since we have to access the root page. Now the next step is to add the HTTP test script recorder. For that, right click on the test plan, then go to non-test elements and select the HTTP test script recorder option. The window on the screen shows several options. Here, we can see the start option to begin the test. Then, there is a box that has the port number. You can make this number whatever you like. I'll put this number as 1234 for now. Then, let's go back to the Simplilearn's website and go to the resources page. Then, come back to the JMeter's window and rename the recording controller as resources. Now, let us add another recording controller so that JMeter works like a proxy with the help of HTTPS test script recorder. Then again, go back to the resources page that we just opened and scroll down a little bit. Here, we can see several technologies and several other links. In those links, you can select any one of the links. I will select digital marketing here. Then go back to the JMeter window and rename the recording controller as digital marketing. Then finally, let's add a recording controller for the home page and rename it as Simplilearn's home page. So now we can see that we have a thread group here. Then there is a HTTP request where we have Simplilearn website in the server name. Then there are 3 recording controllers, one for the resources, the second for digital marketing, and a third one for home page. And last we have a HTTP test script recorder. Here, I will rearrange the recording controllers in sequence, putting the Simplilearn's homepage controller on the top and then placing the resources, finally digital marketing recording controller. Now, let us open Mozilla Firefox in our system. Go to the general option here and scroll down to the network settings. In the network settings option, select settings. In the window that appears, select the manual proxy configuration. Here, we shall put the port number. For now, I will put the port number as 1234 in this box. Here in the HTTP proxy, we have localhost and we have selected to use this proxy for FTP and HTTPS and then click on OK. Now go back to the Apache JMeter folder and now we shall use this Apache JMeter temporary root CA file, which is a security certificate file. So coming back to the Mozilla Firefox window, go to the options tab and in this tab, I will type certificates and here we shall select view certificates. In the window that opens, let us import the security certificate from JMeter folder. Here we shall select these 2 boxes so that the proxy server can access the website that we shall enter here in the browser and then select OK. Coming back to the JMeter window, let us add some listeners to get the results. Listeners are something that are used to provide the outputs of a test. There are different types of listeners present in JMeter, and many may be added using plugins. For adding listeners, right-click on HTTP test script recorder. For adding listeners, right-click on the HTTP test script recorder. Then go to add option and then go to listeners option and then add view results tree. Now, let us add one more listener in the same way. We shall add view results in tree. Now, in the HTTP test script recorder in the target controller option, save the target controller. Here in the drop-down, select the Simplilearn homepage option as we will begin the script recording for the homepage. Finally, let's start the test by clicking here. Click on OK. Now, go back to the Mozilla browser and here, let us open the Simplilearn's homepage. Now, come back to the JMeter window, go to the homepage recording controller. You can see the homepage controller has started. As you can see, the homepage controller has started recording the scripts that are being performed. These are the tasks that are performed on the client side to the server side. Now, we can check both the listeners that we have put to see what all functions are working fine and what all are not. All the tasks from the time that we have entered to simplilearn.com in our browser are recorded in this homepage controller. To take the test further, go to the test script recorder and stop the test. Now here in the target controller, select the second controller, that is the resources controller. Now start the test again. Select OK. go to Simplilearn's website, select resources. After opening the resources link, go back to the JMeter window. And now in the resources controller, you can see what all events are recorded from the client side to the server side. Once we click on the resources link, now again in the tool listeners, you can check all the scripts and tests are successful or have failed. Now for our last recording controller, go back to the test script recorder and stop the test. Now here in the target controller, select the third option, that is the digital marketing. Now here in the target controller, select the third option, that is digital marketing. Start the test and select OK. Now get back to the Mozilla Firefox window, go to resources, go to digital marketing. After digital marketing link has opened, go back to the JMeter window. And now in the digital marketing controller, you can see what all events are recorded from the client side to the server side. Once we click on that link, I guess this is taking a while. You can see all steps coming under the recording controller, and then you can also see the two listeners. Some of the tests are being successful and some are not. We can sum this entire process as a way of communicating between the server and the client with a proxy server help. In this case, the proxy server is our JMeter. That is why it was able to record all the steps that are happening while we were performing any task. This is how we can perform the JMeter script testing in few simple steps. Now, when you are done with the proxy server, do not forget to go back to your browser and change your network settings back to normal. That is, go to these settings, select Use System Proxy Settings, and that's how it is done.
In this complete course, we will learn everything that we need to know to excel in Jenkins DevOps. We have Matthews, Chidanad, and Anuj to guide us through this journey. We shall begin with having a basic understanding of DevOps with a short animated video. After that, we shall dive deeper and understand what DevOps is and its relevance in the present scenario. In this process, we shall also learn about the CI/CD pipeline and how it is important in the process of automation. Finally, we shall learn what Jenkins is, its relevance, and how we can install it. In this process, we will also see several hands-on demos helping us understand the entire process more effectively. After we have a fair amount of knowledge regarding Jenkins, we will look at some of the Jenkins interview questions that will increase your chances to crack any Jenkins interview. So, before we begin, make sure that you have subscribed to our YouTube channel and don't forget to click on the bell icon so you never miss an update from Simplilearn. Now, without any further ado, let's begin with our animated introduction.
Meet Tim. Tim builds a robot in his lab, a climate-controlled and pollution-free environment. Once he's done, he drops the robot off at his project partner Mia's house. Mia takes it out to her backyard to ensure that the robot meets the requirements. But here is where the problem arises. The change in the environment causes the robot to malfunction. Mia is now really annoyed and she has a lot to correct. And it seems to her as though Tim didn't really do much. This wall between them leaves the poor robot to bite the dust. Well, what if we broke this wall? Tim and Mia now work together in a common space. Tim develops each block of functionality of the robot, which is then immediately checked by Mia. Both are now working simultaneously instead of waiting on the other to finish their task. As and when a feature is ready for use, they are put together to build the final product. They develop a common mindset and share ideas. To further speed up the process, they use several tools which can automate every stage. This means that the robot is now ready sooner, with less iterations and manual work. From an organization perspective, Tim would be the developer, while Mia the operations. Their union is the core of the DevOps approach. DevOps has several stages and set of tools to automate each of these stages. Let's have a look at these. Tim first puts down a plan. In terms of a software, this could mean deciding on the modules and the algorithms to use. Once he has the plan, he now codes the plan. With tools such as Git, Tim has a repository for storing all the codes and their different versions. This is called version control. Next, this code is fetched and made executable. This is the build stage. Tools such as Gradle and Maven will sort this out. Now, before deployment, the product is tested to catch any bugs. The most popular tool automating testing is Selenium. Once the products are tested, Mia must deploy it. The deployed product is then continuously configured to the desired state. Ansible, Puppet and Docker are some of the most common tools used that automate these stages. Now, every product is continuously monitored in its working environment. Nagios is one such tool that automates this phase, and the feedback is fed back to the planning stage. And finally, we have the core of the DevOps lifecycle, the integration stage. Tools such as Jenkins is responsible for sending the code for build and test. If the code passes the tests, it's further sent for deployment. This is called continuous integration. Giants such as Amazon, Netflix, Target, Etsy and Walmart have all adopted DevOps and seen a considerable increase in delivery and quality. In 2014, an hour of downtime for Netflix would cost it $200,000. It became absolutely crucial that Netflix prepared themselves for any sort of failure. And so, they took to the DevOps approach and implemented it in the most unique way. They developed a tool called the Simian Army. This tool created failures and automatically deployed them in an environment that did not affect the users. The team would troubleshoot these failures, and this gave them enough experience to deal with any degree of collapse. With everything being automated and happening simultaneously, organizations can now deliver at a much faster pace. So, considering the benefits of DevOps and its divergence from the traditional methods, would DevOps be the future?
Hello, this is Matthew with Simplilearn, and today we're going to go through and introduce you to DevOps. We're going to go through a number of key elements today. The first two will be reviewing models that you're already probably using for delivering solutions into your company. And the most popular one is Waterfall, followed by Agile. Then we'll look at DevOps and how DevOps differs from the two models and how it also borrows and leverages the best of those models. We'll go through each of the phases that are used in typical DevOps delivery, and then the tools used within those phases to really improve the efficiencies within DevOps. Finally, we'll summarize the advantages that DevOps brings to you and your teams. So let's go through Waterfall. So Waterfall is a traditional delivery model that's been used for many decades for delivering solutions, not just IT solutions and digital solutions, but even way before that. It has its history that goes back to World War II. So Waterfall is a model that is used to capture requirements and then cascade each key deliverable through a series of different stage gates that is used for building out the solution. So let's take you through each of those stage gates. The first that you may have done is requirements analysis. And this is where you sit down with the actual client and you understand specifically what they actually do and what they're looking for in the software that you're going to build. And then from that requirements analysis, you'll build out a project plan so you have an understanding of what the level of work is needed to be able to be successful in delivering the solution. After that, you've got your plan, then you start doing the development, and that means that the programmers start coding out their solution. They build out their applications, they build out the websites, and this can take weeks or even months to actually do all the work. When you've done your coding and development, then you send it to another group that does testing, and they'll do full regression testing of your application against the systems and databases that integrate with your application. You'll test it against the actual code, you'll do manual testing, you do UI testing. And then after you've delivered the solution, you go into maintenance mode, which is just kind of making sure that the application keeps working. If there's any security risks, that you address those security risks. The problem you have, though, is that there are some challenges, however, that you have with the waterfall model. The cascading deliveries and those complete and separated stage gates means that it's very difficult for any new requirements from the client to be integrated into the project. So if a client comes back and the project has been running for 6 months and they've gone, hey, we need to change something, that means that we have to almost restart the whole project. It's very expensive and it's very time consuming. Also, if you spend weeks and months away from your client and you deliver a solution that they are only just going to see after you spend a lot of time working on it, they could be pointing out things that are in the actual final application that they don't want or are not implemented correctly or lead to just general unhappiness. The challenge you then have is if you want to add back in the client's feedback to restart the whole waterfall cycle again. So the client will come back to you with a list of changes, and then you go back and you have to start your programming, and you have to then start your testing process again, and just you're really adding in lots of additional time into the project. So using the waterfall model, companies have soon come to realize that the clients just aren't able to get their feedback in quickly, effectively. It's very expensive to make changes once the teams have started working. And the requirement in today's digital world is that solutions simply must be delivered faster. And this has led for a specific change in Agile. And we start implementing the Agile model. So the Agile model allows programmers to create prototypes and get those prototypes to the client with the requirements faster. And the client is able to then send the requirements back to the programmer with feedback. This allows us to create what we call a feedback loop, where we're able to get information to the client and the client can get back to the development team much faster. Typically, when we're actually going through this process, we're looking at the engagement cycle being about 2 weeks. And so it's much faster than the traditional waterfall approach. And so we can look at each feedback loop as comprising of 4 key elements. We have the planning, where we actually sit down with the client and understand what they're looking for. We then have coding and testing, that is building out the code and the solution that is needed for the client. And then we review with the client the changes that have happened. But we do all of this in a much tighter cycle that we call a sprint. And that typically a sprint will last for about 2 weeks. Some companies run sprints every week, some run every 4 weeks. It's up to you as a team to decide how long you want to actually run a sprint. But typically it's 2 weeks. And so every 2 weeks, the client is able to provide feedback into that loop. And so you were able to move quickly through iterations. And so if we get to the end of sprint 2 and the client says, hey, you know what, we need to make a change, you can make those changes quickly and effectively for sprint 3. What we have here is a breakdown of the ceremonies and the approach that you bring to Agile. So typically what will happen is that a product leader will build out a backlog of products and what we call a product backlog. And this will be just a whole bunch of different features, and they may be small features or bug fixes, all the way up to large features that may actually span over multiple sprints. But when you go through the sprint planning, you want to actually break out the work that you're doing so the team has a mixture of small, medium, and large solutions that they can actually implement successfully into their sprint plan. And then once you actually start running your sprint, again, it's a 2-week activity. You meet every single day with the actual sprint team to ensure that everybody is staying on track, and if there's any blockers, that those blockers are being addressed effectively and immediately. The goal at the end of the 2 weeks is to have a deliverable product that you can put in front of the customer, and the customer can then do a review. The key advantages you have of running a sprint with Agile is that the client requirements are better understood because the client is really integrated into the Scrum team. They're there all the time. And the product is delivered much faster than with a traditional waterfall model. You're delivering features at the end of each sprint versus waiting weeks, months, or in some cases years for a waterfall project to be completed. However, there are also some distinct disadvantages. The product itself really doesn't get tested in a production environment. It's only being tested on the developer computers. And it's really hard when you're actually running Agile for the sprint team to actually build out a solution easily and effectively on their computers to mimic the production environment. And the developers and the operations team are running in separate silos. So you have your development team running their sprint and actually working to build out the features. but then when they're done at the end of their sprint and they want to do a release, they kind of fling it over the wall at the operations team, and then it's the operations team job to actually install the software and make sure that the environment is running in a stable fashion. That is really difficult to do when you have the two teams really not working together. So here we have is a breakdown of that process with the developers submitting their work to the operations team for deployment. And then the operations team may submit their work to the production servers. But what if there is an error? What if there was a setup configuration error with the developer's test environment that doesn't match the production environment? There may be a dependency that isn't there. There may be a link to an API that doesn't exist in production. And so you have these challenges that the operations team are constantly faced with. And their challenge is that they don't know how the code works. So this is where DevOps really comes in. And let's dig into how DevOps, which is developers and operators working together, is the key for successful continuous delivery. So DevOps is an evolution of the Agile model. The Agile model really is great for gathering requirements and for developing and testing out your solutions. And what we want to be able to do is kind of address that challenge and that gap between the ops team and the dev team. And so with DevOps, what we're doing is bringing together the operations team and the development team into a single team. And they are able to then work more seamlessly together because they are integrated to be able to build out solutions that are being tested in a production-like environment so that when we actually deploy, we know that the code itself will work. The operations team is then able to focus on what they're really good at, which is analyzing the production environment and being able to provide feedback to the developers on what is being successful. So we're able to make adjustments in our code that is based on data. So let's step through the different phases of a DevOps team. So typically you'll see that the DevOps team will actually have 8 phases. Now this is somewhat similar to Agile, and what I'd like to point out at the time is that again, Agile and DevOps are very closely related, that Agile and DevOps are closely related delivery models that you can use. With DevOps, it's really just extending that model with the key phases that we have here. So let's step through each of these key phases. So the first phase is planning, and this is where we actually sit down with a business team and we go through and understand what their goals are. The second stage is, as you can imagine, and this is where it's all very similar to Agile, is that the coders actually start coding. But they'll start using tools such as Git, which is a distributed version control software. It makes it easier for developers to all be working on the same code base rather than bits of the code rather than them working on bits of the code that they are responsible for. So the goal with using tools such as Git is that each developer always has the current and latest version of the code. You then use tools such as Maven and Gradle as a way to consistently build out your environment. And then we also use tools to actually automate our testing. Now, what's interesting is when we use tools like Selenium and JUnit is that we're moving into a world where our testing is scripted, the same as our build environment and the same as using our Git environment. We can start scripting out these environments. And so we actually have scripted production environments that we're moving towards. Jenkins is the integration phase that we use for our tools. And another pointer here is that the tools that we're listing here, these are all open source tools. These are tools that any team can start using. We want to have tools that control and manage the deployment of code into the production environments. And then finally, tools such as Ansible and Chef will actually operate and manage those production environments so that when code comes to them, that code is compliant with the production environment, so that when the code is then deployed to the many different production servers, that the expected results of those servers, which is you want them to continue running, is received. And then finally, you monitor the entire environment so you can actually zero in on spikes and issues that are relevant to either the code or changing consumer habits on the site. So let's step through some of those tools that we have in the DevOps environment. So here we have is a breakdown of the DevOps tools that we have. And again, one of the things I want to point out is that these tools are open source tools. There are also many other tools. This is just really a selection of some of the more popular tools that are being used. But it's quite likely that you're already using some of these tools today. You may already be using Jenkins. You may already be using Git. But some of the other tools really help you create a fully scriptable environment so that you can actually start scripting out your entire DevOps tool set. This really helps when it comes to speeding up your delivery, because the more you can actually script out the work that you're doing, the more effective you can be at running automation against those scripts, and the more effective you can be at having a consistent experience. So let's step through this DevOps process. So we go through and we have our continuous delivery, which is our plan, code, build, and test environment. So what happens if you want to make a release? Well, the first thing you want to do is send out your files to the build environment, and you want to be able to test the code that you've been created. Because we're scripting everything in our code, from the actual unit testing being done to the all the way through to the production environment, because we're testing all of that, we can very quickly identify whether or not there are any defects within the code. If there are defects, we can send that code right back to the developer with a message saying what the defect is, and the developer can then fix that with information that is real on the either the code or the production environment. If, however, your code passes the scripting tests, it can then be deployed. And once it's out to deployment, you can then start monitoring that environment. What this provides you is the opportunity to speed up your delivery. So you go from the waterfall model, which is weeks, months, or even years between releases, to agile, which is 2 weeks or 4 weeks, depending on your sprint cadence, to where you are today with DevOps, where you can actually be doing multiple releases every single day. So there are some significant advantages. And there are companies out there that are really zeroing in on those advantages. If we take any one of these companies, such as Google, any given day will actually process 50 to 100 new releases on their website through their DevOps teams. In fact, they have some great videos on YouTube that you can find out on how their DevOps teams work. Netflix is also a similar environment. Now, what's interesting with Netflix is that Netflix have really fully embraced DevOps within their development team. And so they have a DevOps team, and Netflix is a completely digital company. So they have software on phones, on smart TVs, on computers, and on websites. Interestingly, though, the DevOps team for Netflix is only 70 people. And when you consider that a third of all internet traffic on any given day is from Netflix, it's really a reflection on how effective DevOps can be when you can actually manage that entire business with just 70 people. So there are some key advantages that DevOps has. It's the actual time to create and deliver software is dramatically reduced, particularly compared to waterfall. Complexity of maintenance is also reduced because you're automating and scripting out your entire environment. You're improving the communication between all your teams. So teams don't feel like they're in separate silos, but that are actually working cohesively together. And that there is continuous integration and continuous delivery so that your consumer, your customer, is constantly being delighted.
Welcome everyone to this topic on continuous integration, delivery, and deployment. So this topic by Simplilearn is going to explain you that what exactly is all about the continuous integration process, continuous deployment, and continuous delivery. So let's talk about these concepts one by one. So continuous integration is a kind of a process which comes up in the first part, right? So first the continuous integrations comes into the picture, then the continuous delivery and the deployment comes into the part. So the main important component or the main task which we primarily perform in the continuous integration is all about the build automations, test executions, and merging in various branches. So it's nothing but the integration of the source code from the each and individual developers' machines to a shared location, which we often call it as an kind of a version control system. So continuous integration is integrating the source code into the shared repositories, and then depending on the order triggers, once the changes are checked into the version control system, the automated build, test cases, all these executions can really happen. Now in the build process and the test cases automation, it's going to validate that how the source code is really working, how the compilation is going on, how the test cases are getting executed. So all these things are getting validated during the execution of these things. Now once the continuous integration is successful, we cannot give 100% surety that the code base is working fine, because it's just taking care of the compilation and the test cases. There could be a possibility that some kind of errors may also come up into the production environment because those test cases or those scenarios are not being covered in the test cases. So test cases are very important aspect over here, because it's giving us the authority whether we need to proceed further or we need to halt there itself. So after the continuous integration, the next process which comes into the picture is the automatic release to the repository over here, right? So it's just a kind of a mechanism where we will be releasing the source code to the artifacts. We are uploading the artifacts to the particular component. So that kind of automation is available. But that is also happening when we are saying that yes, the test cases execution is successful and we have to proceed further. And at the end, it's nothing but the automated deployment to the production environment, which we call it as a kind of continuous deployment over here. So these are the overall process which we are looking forward, so that we will be able to have an end-to-end automations going on over here with the help of CI/CD automations. Now continuous integrations, again, the build, test, merge, these are the different options which we do. So continuous integration is a kind of a process, a kind of a development process which is being used by most of the development teams nowadays, that eventually enables the developers to merge their source code, whatever the changes or whatever the modifications they are doing, they can like merge their source code from their local systems to the centralized repository, so that after that, with the help of CI tools, we can actually have the build automations and the test cases automation there. So this is the reason why we prefer the continuous integration process, because it depends on the basis of our modifications that how the whole build and test cases automations can really happen here. Now continuous integration is considered as a very important process because of the various reasons. Let's talk about those reasons one by one. The very first one is that it avoids the merge conflicts, because if we frequently sync back our source code from our systems to the shared repository, and the same thing can be done by other developers also, so eventually it definitely helps the different developers to collaborate their source code into a single shared repository, and that can really help you to avoid the merge conflict situations, because you are always going to work on the latest source code. So the scope of merge conflicts is not going to be there. It also helps us to decrease the need of the code review, because we are just doing the collaboration frequently, so we don't require any person to be sitting there and have to perform a kind of a heavy duty code review, because that is something which we can easily manage and we can work with that. So code review is something which we can easily decrease with the help of this continuous integration process. It also speeds up the development process. Yes, definitely, because the developers can easily collaborate with each other. So from collaboration perspective also, it's beneficial for us to do, and that can really help us to see that how easily we can integrate our source code, and that differs, or that basically helps us to go for the overall mechanism and going for a perfect automation process over here. So it also increases the overall development process which needs to be implemented during the CI process. Next, it also reduces the product backlog, because we are doing our changes frequently into the repositories. So any kind of product backlog which is there, which is pending from long, that is also can be managed easily, because it's keep on reduced there. So we keep on implementing our changes, we keep on implementing merging our particular changes to the shared repository, so that reduces the amount of backlog which is available. Now next thing is the continuous delivery, which is an automatic release to the repositories here. So what exactly is in continuous delivery all about? So continuous delivery is a kind of a practice that refers to the particular building, testing, delivering improvements to the software code. So the important part of continuous delivery is that the code is always in the deployable state. So we are saying that we are done with the delivery, we are ready with the delivery, and whichever environment, whichever particular server you want us to deploy, we are ready to do that. So that is where we call it as a continuous delivery. So we have our artifacts ready, and whenever is desired, whenever we feel that we want to do the deployments, we want to proceed further, we will be able to do that with the help of this process. So it's in kind of an end-to-end process. You do the builds, you do the test cases executions. Once the test case execution is done, once the testing is done, then you create an artifacts, you create a particular var files, jar files, er files, whatever the artifacts we have, we prepare that artifacts, and then we deliver it to a specific environment. We say that yes, let's go with the delivery, let's make it into a particular state where we will be able to deploy to pretty much any environment which we feel as such over here. So that's the real beauty about the continuous delivery, where we can actually deliver it to whatever environment we feel we want to deliver. Now, continuous delivery is also something which is a very important concept for most of the organizations. So each and every organizations are actually looking forward to invest in this one for a variety of reasons, because it's something where we can invest some of our particular efforts, budget, money, a lot of things are there, but the kind of benefits which we get in the return, that's what we are going to talk about over here as such. So let's go with that. So it provides the higher quality of products. Yes, the efforts are there. Yes, the investment is also there. But in the return, the very important concept or very important thing which we get is the high quality of products here. So the kind of quality which we are getting with this one is quite high. And that's the biggest benefit which we get when we talk about any kind of continuous integration, continuous delivery, or continuous deployment here. So the quality is always top notch when we work off these particular processes. It also helps us to go for a quicker and less risky releases. So that's another benefit which we get this process. Customers are also satisfied because they feel that yes, we are going with this particular automated process. Within few days we are getting the deliveries. We don't have to wait for months for getting our deliveries. So that's the biggest benefit which a customer usually gets when he talks about the continuous delivery. And it's more efficiency is there, and the cost effectiveness of the team also. So from the cost and from the particular efficiency, all those parameters are fully fulfilled when we talk about the continuous delivery. So this process delivers a lot of benefits which can eventually help us to go for a perfect high quality product which we can develop as such over here. Now the next thing is the continuous deployment, which is an automatic deployment to the production environment. So let's see that what exactly is in continuous deployment all about here. So continuous deployment refers to the final stage in the pipeline. So which means that we are not only preparing our artifacts, we are not only doing the particular compilations or test case executions, we are actually going one step ahead. And this one step ahead is nothing but the deployment to the production environment. So this is what we are typically doing when we talk about the continuous deployment over here, that we are going to one step ahead, and that's where we are going for the deployment of our particular artifact. So we are deploying to the production environment so that our changes, whatever the changes we are trying to do, we are trying to make, that should be deployed to the production environment. Right now, so continuous deployment again can be deployed to higher whatever the organizations want to feel or want to deploy. They can actually go with that, and there are a lot of benefits actually which we get when we talk about the continuous deployment. So let's see about all these particular deployments one by one. So first of all, the faster development of the products is there. So we are looking forward that when we are going for the automations, when we are going for this deployment, so we get a kind of a faster development process which is there. So the products are getting developed very quickly, very fast. That's the biggest benefit which you are getting when we talk about this continuous deployment here. And it's less risky releases also there, and it's easy to fix problems. Whatever the automations we are feeling we are trying to perform, that can definitely help us to go that how we can automate and how we can go for these particular releases over here. So these releases are very less risky because we are doing all the things automated. There is not much of a scope which is there for the manual errors. So usually manual errors is something which is the biggest problem or which is the biggest risk when we go for any release, but that is something which is totally removed with this automation here. Now it also helps in continuous improvement in the quality, so continuously improve quality is also getting improved as such here. Now let's talk about that why exactly, as in we talk about at the industry level and the market level also, that the CI/CD is one of the best practices. Now what is the reason behind that? Why those are known as the best development and DevOps practices as such? Now continuous integration and continuous delivery are the best practices as they create an effective process. The kind of integration and delivering the source code, these are the prime things which we need to take care when we talk about the development teams over here. So they want an automated process first of all, and they also want a streamlined process which can take up the things which should not fail. It should be a fail-safe process mechanism through which they can release various kind of changes to the production environment, because ultimately they are looking forward for the deployment of their changes to the production environment. So how they are going to do that? That is where the CI/CD or the continuous integration and continuous delivery helps on that part, and that's the reason why they can help the teams, the development teams, to go for an effective process implementations when we go for these implementations of these two practices. Small code changes can be easily made in the software code, so you don't require much of the efforts. If you are going for even small changes in the source code, that can also be effectively deployed to a production environment. In a simple, straightforward and easy mechanism, the changes can go from the developer machines to the production environment. That's the biggest benefit which we get, due to which we feel that yes, these two processes should be implemented into a DevOps platform. Right, so CI and CD provides continuous feedback from the customers and also from the development teams, the DevOps teams. So the increase of transparency is also something which is important, which is implemented with these processes here. So the process enables faster release of the product, so we don't have to wait for months to release the source code there. Within couple of hours, within couple of days, we can actually release it to the production environment, provided we do all these steps like build, compilations, testing, development, validation. All these things will be done in that duration of time. So the failures can be easily detected faster, and we can easily find out that what is the problem with the code base, what is the problem with the changes, and we can even do the hot fixes. Now hot fixes, these kind of ad hoc changes are also can be easily deployed to the production environment within just a couple of hours there. So that was a complete summary on what exactly is CI/CD, and the prime important concept which we have got a proper understanding is that why these two processes are really important for our development process. And the only benefit which we are getting, the prime benefit which we are getting from these processes implementation, is that we get a effective build process, effective test cases automation process, and an automated deployment process. And these processes, when we combine, that is something which we can use to deliver our source code, our features to the production environment and eventually to the end user. So that's how the CI/CD automations really works into a DevOps environment.
Hey guys, welcome to Jenkins pipeline tutorial by Simplilearn. My name is Chidanand, and let me quickly walk you through the topics that I plan to cover as a part of this tutorial. At a very high level, I'll be introducing you Jenkins and then get into more details of the continuous integration process. As most of you are aware, most of the softwares in recent times are developed using some or the other kind of agile practices, and continuous integration is an important or key factor in all such agile software development lifecycle. Next, I'll be looking at the software delivery pipeline from a perspective of if someone were to visualize all the steps that is required from the time someone gives out a requirement, a software requirement, it gets translated into some sort of a code, it gets tested, maybe moved into one of the testing platforms, and then migrated across or moved across or propagated across various environments, and then finally put out in production. If one were to put a value stream mapping for all these steps that is involved, each of these steps could translate into a simple job within Jenkins. I will first look at what existed in Jenkins, or rather pre-Jenkins 2.0, where we had a way of upstream downstream mapping of jobs. there were some plugins that allowed us to visualize all the jobs at one shot, starting from the first job that triggered. And then I will get into the most powerful groovy scripting that are there in Jenkins 2.0 or post Jenkins 2.0. These groovy scripting gives us much more powerful ways of defining our pipelines. There are two different ways in which you can write your scripts. One is the scripted one, the other one is declarative one. There's very subtle change or difference between each one of them, but these gives you a much more flexible and much more powerful feature to write complicated pipelines for your software delivery. Having said that, most of these topics that I'm going to discuss will be followed up with a demo, and the source code for most of these would be on our GitHub repository. Alright, now as a prerequisite, probably it may be a good idea, in case if you haven't already watched, please watch our previous video wherein I mentioned how to install Jenkins and how to put up some sample jobs on our Jenkins server. So what exactly is Jenkins? Jenkins is nothing but a powerful automation server that is written in Java, and it is a web application which can also be run on any web server. But what makes Jenkins an ideal choice for a continuous integration server? Jenkins has got wonderful plugins that allows it to connect to all kinds of tools, software development, deployment, coding, build, source code kind of tools. That is what makes Jenkins very, very powerful. From a continuous integration perspective, Jenkins can connect to various source code servers, and it has also got plugins that allows it to build, deploy, test all kinds of software artifacts. So this is what makes Jenkins an ideal choice for a continuous integration server. But mind you, for me, Jenkins is nothing but a very, very powerful automated server. At the heart of it, there's a lot of automation in it, but the powerfulness of Jenkins is more so because of the tools that it integrates with and the kind of plugins that it has got. What is continuous integration? From a software development lifecycle, assuming that the software delivery is happening in very small sprints, maybe 3 to 4 weeks is your delivery lifecycle, and there are a bunch of developers who are located in different locations who are working on the same code base, on the same branch. If the code check-ins do not happen quickly, as in every day, if at all developers stagger their code check-ins into the repository, finding problems at a later stage would be very costly for the whole project. Early detection of any such issues would be, quick to resolve and would not affect your delivery schedules. So as a part of continuous integration, what is requested or what is demanded is that every developer checks in code pretty much, every day. As long as it doesn't break the code, he checks in code pretty much regularly. And at the end of a day, you have an automated server which kind of wakes up, pulls the latest code. So this code has got the integrations of all the code bases that has been checked in by various developers. So it pulls out the code. It builds on a completely different server. That is the CI server, which pulls this code. It builds it. It's got all the tools that is required to compile it, build it, and test it. And assuming that you got some good percentage of test case automation, you're also having most of your regression test suites automated. If at all there is a way by which in a couple of hours time, when the team is out or rather the team is sleeping, you have verification that happens at a very crucial level, and then any breakages even before the team arrives for the next day, if these are notified to the whole team members, saying an email going out saying that something got broken, most of the code would be pretty okay from the perspective of compilation errors or build errors. It is the functionality and the regression that the team is worried about. So if these can be automated, tested very, very quickly and very, very fast, and then any breakages are detected early during the day. Right, by the time the next day people come in, they know what is broken, and possibly they know what code check-in broke that particular thing, and they can have a quick stand-up meeting, and then they discuss what broke the code and able to fix it. So this way, any problem that could possibly arise at a later point in time, if at all they kind of move to the initial phase of the project, any detection that is early doesn't really hurt the team. So this is all continuous integration that is about, and Jenkins plays an important role in being the continuous integration server because it's got connections to anything and everything, all kinds of tools, and then it has also got various ways on which triggering the job, which is a part of its automation strategy. Now that we know what is continuous integration and where does Jenkins come into picture, let's look at the rest of the tasks of our software development lifecycle. So if at all I were to visualize the kind of steps that is involved in delivering my software, possibly the continuous integration phase would be somewhere here where multiple developers are developing on that. And then we have a little bit of a stable code that is there that can be kind of moved across because I want to go ahead with the particular build that I have, and then I want to migrate that, I want to propagate that across various environments. So if you consider the standard software delivery approach, in the first cycle, you just do some minimal testing. And then you kind of move that to one of the environments. And from there, you kick off more and more tests. They could be integration test. They could be acceptance test. They could be functionality check. They could be a stress test. They could be a load test. There could be a system integration test. All kinds of tests that you can think about. And all the way maybe propagating the build across various environments. If all this can be considered as various steps, the workflow is such that as and when the build moves across various phases, if there's any failure, of course, the build propagation kind of stops. Everyone gets notified. But if at all everything goes well, so your workflow is progressing well, and at the end of the workflow, you eventually have a code which is pretty much good to release. Now, mind you, I make an assumption here that most of your test cases are automated and you have a good percentage of coverage of your test cases. But if that is not the scenario, then possibly there are some automated tests or checks that may be required in between. But if the workflow can kind of accommodate all that as well, you can visualize this as the steps that is required for your software development or a software delivery lifecycle. Now in Jenkins, the way this kind of translates is that each of these tasks can be put out as a job. So now let me quickly let you know, or let me quickly demo what existed in pre-Jenkins 2.0, where I could put up a couple of jobs and I can connect them using the upstream downstream linking mechanism. So if this job 1, if at all it is a build and unit test cases, if at all that passes successfully, job 2 gets triggered. If the job 2 is more about running some more automated tests or possibly deploying it to environment and then kicking off some more test cases, that would be job 2. But if the deployment fails or if some of the other test cases fail, it would not propagate to the third job. All right, so let me quickly bring up my Jenkins instance and put up some sample jobs and tell you how to connect that, or rather how would one connect that using Jenkins 2.0 or pre-Jenkins 2.0 release. I have now brought up my Jenkins instance, and in case some of you don't know how to install Jenkins or you don't know how to bring up your Jenkins instance, I would strongly recommend that you watch our previous videos on Simplilearn YouTube channel, where I've detailed out the steps that is required for you to install Jenkins and bring it up. So alright, so I've brought up my Jenkins instance. Let me put up few of those jobs now. Mind you, I'm going to cover the pre-Jenkins 2.0 feature here. Alright, so let me put up my first job. Alright, I hope I don't have that job. I say it's a freestyle project. I don't want to change anything. I'm going to put up a very simple job here. It's in batch command. I say echo first job triggered at. Alright, that's my first job. Now let me put up my second job. It's a freestyle project. Alright, that's my second job. Alright, that's my third job. I've got a very simple echo statements in this. So it just prints out the system date and the time in it. Alright, so I could run these jobs individually if I want. So let me just check running my third job. So this is what I get in the console output. Third job triggered at date and time. Oops. Let me fix that. Right, that should fix it. Let me check my second job. All right, that's my second job. All right, so I've got 3 jobs. Now, if I were to link them together, or if at all I want a scenario where after the first job is successfully run, I would like to trigger my second job. So I would do a small configuration change in here. I would say after this first job is run, I want to trigger the second job. So I have something called as a post build action. So I can say that trigger some other jobs from here. So if you see this, publish, record, deploy, all right, trigger trigger. Let me check the other one. Build other projects. This is what I would want to do. So after the first job is done, I want to trigger my second job. All right, I would say save this. Now let me go back to my second job and then trigger the third job after the second job is done. All right, I will add this post build other projects, third job. Again, I'm not really sure if you guys noticed this. There is various configurations as to when exactly do you want to trigger the other job. And the default one is trigger only if the build is stable. So typically this is the configuration that we would need. We definitely don't want the third job to be triggered in case the second job fails. All right, so this is the combination that I want, or this is the choice that I want. And let's save this. Now I have 3 of my jobs. If you see this, the second job, the upstream job is the first job. So let me check this kind of a pipeline. What I've set here is a very, very simple pipeline. So after my first job gets triggered, if I build this guy, right, the second job gets triggered after the first job is built. So if I click on the second job, all right, so the first job was triggered the second job, and after the second job, it is triggering the third job. So this is how first job, second job, and third job were kind of linked. But it's pretty hard to visualize this as to, if I need to see one holistic picture where after the first job, after the second job, after the third job, what was the flow? It's not possible for me to visualize that. That's wherein I install a plugin. So let me go to manage plugins right here. I think I already have it installed. For those of you who don't have it installed, you can go to the available tab and click on that. The plugin is called Delivery Pipeline Plugin. I already have it installed. In case you don't have it installed, you just go to the available, you click on this and say install without restart. This is the plugin that I want you to install. All right, so now we have that plugin installed. So what I want to do is after the plugin is installed, you see something like this. So this is where I would create a new visualization for the pipeline that I've created. So I would say my first pipeline, or I give a name for my visualization. I would say, yes, this upstream, downstream dependencies, this is exactly what I want. And there are a bunch of settings here. I'll not look at any of that now. What I want is, I just want to tell this view that, I can give a name for this. I would give it as Simplilearn pipeline. And what's important is that I specify what is the first job that should be picked up as a part of this pipeline. And the final job is optional because it knows that if the first job is triggering this other jobs, it knows where to end this whole life cycle. So I define a pipeline, I give a name for my component and I initialize that as I give it the first job. So I say, okay, and there you go. This is much better. This gives you a beautiful visualization as to what happened after the first job, second job was run, second job. If I click on any of these, that will in fact take me to that job. All right, there is also one other option, which is pretty good option in my opinion, which is about edit view. Yes, this is where it is. Enable start of a new pipeline build. Let me apply and let me click OK on this. What it gives me is a way in which I can trigger my whole pipeline from here. So if I click on this, there you see the first job getting triggered, the second job is still running. The green means it's all run properly and nicely. The second one is triggered now. The third one, it's still running. All right, so this is the pipeline that existed prior to Jenkins 2.0. This is pretty decent enough, and if you see, there's a one-to-one mapping. But if at all you remember, we could go and add multiple dependencies for the projects that I set in. Just to give an example, let's say I go to my first job. I can do a configuration here and nothing stops me from triggering multiple jobs after this by giving me a comma. I can trigger multiple jobs here in case if I have to run few things parallelly. This also gives me that option to do that. But having said that, this was the most primitive way in which the jobs were kind of visualized and run prior to Jenkins 2.0. Now, this feature became such an important feature. The users wanted more and more complicated because the pipelines was not a lot complicated. It was not just one job after the other. There were multiple jobs that has to be run. And there was also an introduction of the Jenkins agents where multiple tasks could be parallelly run on different agents. So they wanted to club all of that and the pipeline could have all the such complicated stuff. That's where in post Jenkins 2.0 or in Jenkins 2.0, Jenkins released a version which has got the feature of pipeline which can be written in Groovy scripts. Now, Groovy is wonderful scripting language. It's very, very powerful. Anybody can visualize your pipeline or write your pipeline using programming language. And the point of everything as code, where this whole Groovy script gets into your source code repository. So instead of putting jobs here and in case my Jenkins kind of fails, there's a crash on my Jenkins, I don't get back these jobs. how do I bring back all these jobs back? So everything as code, that's the DevOps principle. So the pipelines will be written as scripts. That is what I'm going to do in my next exercise. In my previous example, I showed you the crude way, in my opinion, of putting up a Jenkins pipeline. But this is what existed prior to Jenkins 2.0. And now I have post Jenkins 2.0 in terms of my version. Jenkins version is 2.107. So this supports something called as a scripted pipeline, wherein you can write your pipeline in terms of Groovy scripts. No need to put up any jobs here and remember how exactly you put up these individual jobs. You can write a pipeline script in terms of Groovy language. Let me quickly show you a very simple and elementary pipeline that I have. This is what a Groovy script would look like. Pipeline, any agent can run this. Stages, there are individual stages that is defined as a subset of these stages. So the first stage is the compile stage, and stage has got some steps in it. You can have multiple steps in it, and once only after all these steps successfully complete, that's wherein the stage gets through perfectly with the pass. So there's a compile a stage, there's a JUnit stage, there's a quality gate stage, there's a deploy stage, and I'm really not doing anything much within this other than echoing some text within each of these stages. And what's interesting is at the end there's something called as a post, which is similar to, or you can kind of equate that to what would be there in a try catch kind of a block. So post always, meaning this would run all the time. Success, only if at all the steps that were above in terms of the stages, they were completed successfully without any failures. So typically you would have your email that is going out here saying that the build is successful and stuff like that. Failure, if something went bad, if any of the step resulted in a failure, this particular block will get executed. Unstable, whenever any build is marked unstable. If at all only few things that failed within your test run, and you would want to mark the build as unstable. Changed, this is an interesting option. So this compares the present run with the previous run, and if there's any change, meaning if the previous run was a failure and the present run is a success or vice versa, this would get triggered. So this is what a simple pipeline script would look like. So let me copy this pipeline and let me put up a simple job for running this pipeline. So let me open up my Jenkins, say a new, I would say scripted pipeline. Yeah, this is what I want. I don't want to choose a freestyle project. This is going to be a pipeline project. So I would say pipeline and say okay. All right, this has got far less options than the other jobs that we put up. So general, I don't want anything here. I don't want any build trigger. Right. So this is where I can paste in whatever I had copied. There's also something called as a pipeline syntax or a syntax generator. This is like a lookup where you can choose what you want to do and choose the option that is specific to those steps, and you will get a pipeline generated or a script generated for you. Jenkins knows that you're not very good at understanding these pipelines, so this gives you this sandbox kind of an environment where you can check out whatever you want to do as a part of your pipeline and then get the equivalent Groovy script from here. Let me look at this in a bit later. So for now, I have my pipeline syntax already copied. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste what I copied. All right, so this looks good. Okay, I'm not connecting to any GitHub repository or any of that. I'm just running a very simple pipeline which has got some steps in it, and it just compiles, or rather it just puts out some messages saying that this stage completed successfully and stuff like that. So let me save this and let me try to run this scripted pipeline. All right, if you see this, you would see each of those steps going through, and if at all I look at the console output, compile successfully, unit passed, all the stages passed, there was a pass, the failures doesn't show up. You would see the messages from our post or the try catch block that I was mentioning earlier. So this is how one would put up a pipeline, and you also get to see the visualized view of your pipeline that says which stage run after which phase, how much time did it take, and you can click on any of these and get into looking at the logs from that particular pipeline run. That was pretty easy, wasn't it? Now let me give you another scenario for a pipeline wherein the source code of my pipeline would be in a GitHub repository, and I will write scripts to grab this particular code and run some part of the code which is there as a part of the repository. So let me look at the repository that I have. I have a repository out here on the Simplilearn GitHub account, which is called the pipeline script. And if you see in there, there are a bunch of batch files that are there. So the first batch file would be a build.batch. So there's nothing in it except that it is just trying to build a particular project. You can visualize this as individual batch files, which actually contain the scripts for building, running, deploying, and checking the quality gate of your particular project. So I have a couple of batch files that is here, and this is on the GitHub repository. So I would need to write Jenkins job, which will log into my GitHub account, and then check out this particular repository from my account, and then run these batch files as a part of those individual steps within the scripted pipeline. So let me check as to how I could do that. Let me put up a new project for this. Let me call this scripted pipeline from GitHub. All right, so let this be a pipeline project. That's good enough for me. Let me see my scripts. All right, now this is where I need to put in the scripts for pulling out the code repository from my GitHub server and running those batch files that are there as a part of the repository. So what I want to do is I already have the skeleton of my pipeline that is written, which is very similar to whatever was the pipeline syntax that I showed you in the previous step. So I just copy this out here and then paste it here. So what I have here is I've written on the high level skeleton without really putting in the actual steps required for checking out rather running those build scripts. So I've got 4 steps. One is the git checkout step, the build step, unit test, quality gate, and possibly the deploy. Alright, so I need to put in the actual scripts that is required for first checking out the repository from my GitHub server. So this is where I will make use of this pipeline syntax. So as I mentioned earlier, you have a bunch of help that is available for you to figure out the actual scripts that is required for you to write within your pipeline. So what I wanted to do is check out something from Git. So it's Git related. So search on Git and you'll find this option. So I got to specify my Git repository URL and my credentials. So let me look at the repository URL. This would be my repository URL. So let me copy this. I'm going to copy the HTTPS URL of my repository, and branch is good. And one thing that you got to notice is for now, the repository is anyway a public repository on GitHub. So even though if I don't specify any credentials, that would work for me still. But in case you have a repository which needs strictly a username and password to be specified, you can kind of add it out here using add Jenkins, and you can give your username and password out here. But for now, I don't need any of these things. So I'm going to just say git checkout, or rather the URL of my repository, and what we want is the master branch. For now, I have only one branch on my GitHub server, so this is good for me. So this is what exactly I want to do as a part of the script. So if I click this, this is the script that I need to put in my build script. So I come over here and this is what will check out the code from my repository. Alright, so now once I get my code onto my repository, from my repository rather, it will grab those code, all these batch files, and get it onto my Jenkins workspace. Now I'll have to run these batch files as a part of each of my steps. So let me look at what would be the syntax. So the first one that I want to run would be my build.bat. Alright, so I want to run a batch file. Alright, and what is the name of the batch file that I want to run? I want to run this build.bat. So generate pipeline script. This is all that I got to specify as a part of my build step. And then unit test, I've got to just change this to unit. I think that's what I have in my repository. Okay, that is unit. And then deploy and quality. Q capital quality. And this one would be deploy. Alright, so this piece of code will actually get into my repository and check out my source code and grab it and take it to the Jenkins workspace. So from this workspace, since all the files are there in the root directory of this workspace, it will run these batch files one after the other. Alright, let me save this and let me try to run my pipeline. Alright, so it runs a lot of things in the background trying to get the source code from my repository. Whoa, that was fast. Alright, so it pulled out all the source code from my repository. The last commit message from where the source code was pulled out, it was this create deploy.bat. That looks good. I'm saying building checked out project, building the checked out project. This is what I had in my build.bat if I'm not mistaken. Okay, building the project, that's what is there with the timestamp, running unit test cases, unit.bat, it is running the unit.bat, and then giving me the date and timestamp. Okay, so all these kind of passed, and if I go back to the project, I will also see this beautiful view of what is the time that was taken for checking out the repository, running the build.bat, running the unit test cases, quality gates, and all this. Isn't that pretty simple? Now let me modify my previous job, or rather let me put up a new job for making use of an agent wherein I could delegate a job to an agent. Typically, agents can be brought up on any other remote machines other than where your primary Jenkins server is running. In case you don't know or you don't know how to start up these agents, I would strongly recommend that you refer to our previous Jenkins video on the Simplilearn YouTube channel. Alright, so let me just check the status of my agent for now. Yes, he's offline. So let me start this agent because agent is not running. So I have the agent set up in my Selenium agents. So let me copy the script file that is required for starting my agent. Let me go to the agents folder, open up a command prompt, and let me try to bring up my agent. Alright, so the agent is up and running. For now, I don't have the luxury of starting my agent on a different machine. So my agent is running on the same machine, but the agent's workspace is Selenium agent, while my primary Jenkins server is running, has the workspace out here, Selenium program files 86, and this is the workspace of my Jenkins. Alright, I hope you can kind of differentiate those two. Alright, so now what I want is I will look at the same job that I put in earlier, or rather modify that. Let the steps be the same, but I don't want to run that on my master server. Let me try to delegate that using the script. So let me put up an agent scripted job. Alright, it will be a pipeline rep job. I would say okay. And let me copy. This was a step that I had put in for my previous job. So agent any. So what I'm going to do now is I don't want this to be running on any other agent. I want this to be running on the agent whose label is, let me check what is the label of my agent that is running. Okay, so this is the name of my agent. Okay, Windows node. So let me just copy that there. Alright, so with a very subtle change, instead of saying agent any, I'm going to run, or rather I'm going to specify the agent who will be running this job is the one who has got the label as Windows node. So this agent that I brought on my system has got the name as Windows node, and it is configured to pick up any job that matches the label to which any job is kind of delegated. So let me come back to my jobs. Where is my scripted agent job? I've got too many jobs running. Alright, so this is my agent scripted job that I left halfway through. So here in the pipeline, what I'm going to do is this is all I'm going to need. So the job remains the same. Git checkout is going to check out from the same repository, run the batch files accordingly, but this change is just to ensure that this job is kind of delegated on the agent. Alright, so this would be my agent job. Let me save this. Let me get back to the dashboard and let me run it from here. If you see this, the master and agent are both idle as of now. Let me try to run this agent scripted job. Alright, so the agent kind of kicked in and there was a job that was delegated to the agent. If I look at what is there in the console output, he's pretty much doing whatever was there as a part of the job. But the interesting thing to note is that this is the new workspace, or rather this is delegated to the agent, and the agent's workspace is this particular folder. So this is where it's going to get all this stuff, run the whole thing, and the flow is pretty much the same. The only thing is this whole thing ran on the agent. If I need to check my agent, I would see the workspace out here, agent scripted job. If you look at this, all the batch files are here, and this is where the job was kind of delegated to run. So with a very subtle change in the scripting, I can ensure that the jobs are kind of delegated onto the agent, the pipeline job specifically. As I mentioned earlier, Jenkins provides you two different ways of writing pipelines, called the scripted and the declarative. The first one that was launched was the scripted pipeline. This is heavily based on Groovy scripting. Since Jenkins ships along with the Groovy engine, so this was the first script or the first support for pipeline that was provided by Jenkins in 2.0. This needs a little bit of a learning curve since Groovy is a wonderful script. Understanding that may be a little cumbersome. But then once you kind of master it, you can write really powerful scripts. based on Groovy. At a very high level, this is what a typical scripted pipeline would look like. Something called as a node. Node represents the agent or the actual box on which your job would be running. And then a bunch of stages are put out, which each of the stage along with the steps that needs to be covered as the part of those stages listed one below the other. So all these stages, if they run peacefully, then the whole task is kind of marked as run successfully. Since understanding Groovy or learning Groovy was a little tough for many of the people, so this is a new one from Jenkins wherein it provides you a much simple and friendly syntax for writing pipelines without really needing to understand or without really needing to learn some Groovy scripting. Again, there's a very subtle change between these, and there are a lot of lookups for figuring out what is a better pipeline for you to kind of write. But if you can figure out the difference, or if you can try to find that particular piece of code which kind of helps you out with your pipeline, either of the scripts, there's not really any difference in writing or kind of delivering your pipeline using either of these two methods. Alright, so declarative pipeline is something like this where you have an agent. You can specify the agent label, or if you can say agent any, it will pick up whatever is an available agent and run the job. And then you have something called as stages. Stages is nothing but a collection of stage, and stage could have multiple steps defined within this. So if any of the steps in any of the stage fails, then that particular complete stage and the build is marked as failure. So very subtle difference between both these two syntax, but using either of these you can write powerful scripts for your pipeline. Now let me come up with an example where I'm going to at least demo one of the feature where you could run a master and a slave job in parallel. So let me come up with a demo for that particular scenario. Let me put up a new job for my parallel agent pipeline. Let me call this, and this would be a pipeline project. I don't want anything here. Let me look at the pipeline script that I have. Pipeline agent none stages, and there's a first stage where this would be a kind of non-parallel stage where there's a need for you to possibly pull out the source code from one of the repositories and possibly unit test it. If all the unit test cases pass, then possibly you want to deploy it to one of the test environments. That would be what would be there as a part of the non-parallel stage. And then you may have a bunch of tests that could be run. And assuming that you have a Windows node, you have a Linux node, you have some other kind of an operating system based node, you could run these stages in parallel. So just for demonstration, I've just put in two parallel stages. In parallel is the keyword that you're going to use for running tests parallelly. So I would say parallel stage test on Windows, and I'm going to run this in my Windows node. Well, I could run a bunch of steps that I want out here, and then in the other stage or other step, what I want is I will run something else on my master. As long as this parallel keyword is encountered, Jenkins will ensure that these two stages are run parallelly. For now, I have both these things running on my same machine, but assuming that these were running on different boxes, you could kind of visualize it as these two steps are going to be started parallelly without really any dependency on each other. And then you could wait for the test results, and then based upon whether both of these steps passed or failed, if one of them failed, then we could kind of mark the build accordingly. So let me copy this pretty simple script. Let me put this out here, and let me save this out, and let me try to build this. Alright, there you go. This stage will be executed first. This is the non-parallel stage that's going to happen. Then the task 1 on agent, task 1 on master, followed by, as I said, since I have only one node, or rather one system on with both these things are running simultaneously, you would not really see a benefit of this, but assuming that you have a couple of boxes on which you have multiple agents running, you possibly want to run your Selenium tests on the Windows box, because Selenium brings up some of those UI which needs a browser. You could possibly need some regression tests that could run on Linux boxes or Linux agents, and then you can kind of break down your tasks into multiple things that is running on multiple systems at the same time, and then collate all the results. Okay, one final thing. All right, now I have all my particular job, or rather the steps required for my pipeline put down in terms of the scripts, and this is saved in this particular job. That's not a good or a recommended approach. So what I'll do is I'll copy all of these steps out here, and then what needs to be done is actually, let me go back to this repository. The most preferred approach is where you create something called as a Jenkins file, and you paste all the scripts that is required for your pipeline. Now this is in a true sense the DevOps approach, where I'm going to save this out. So if at all you have a pipeline defined for your project, the best place to kind of put out your configurations for the pipeline is within your repository. So this may be a different project that I was referring to, but assuming that you have your project where you have to define your pipeline, instead of putting that as a particular job on Jenkins and fearing that if Jenkins fails or the jobs, there's a crash and then you lose out your job configuration, the best approach is to use a Jenkins file. Put all the steps that is required, the tried tested steps that is required as a part of your Jenkins file, and then you can put out a job that can pull the source code from here as well as use the steps that is defined in the Jenkins file. So let me end up by putting up another job, which is a true DevOps kind of a job. So I would say DevOps pipeline, and this is a pipeline script. And then I'm not going to say any of these things. I would say the pipeline script is from the source code management. So my pipeline script is already defined. It is present in SCM. So what is my SVN? What is my source code repository? This is my source code repository where I already have this. So let me copy this URL. This is my URL. I don't need any credentials because the repository is anyway in public repository. That is all that is required, I would say. And the scripted file, it automatically picks up Jenkins file. All right, so let me save this. Let me build this. So that's the beauty of DevOps, wherein I have a pipeline that is defined, and instead of putting the pipeline as a job, because pipeline is nothing but a configuration, the configuration is also checked into the source code repository, and any changes to this pipeline, instead of putting that modifications in the job, these are all captured as a part of my repository. So the changes are nicely configured so that we know who's done what change.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
DevOps today is being implemented by most of the major organizations, whether it's a financial organization, whether it's a kind of a service organization. Every organization is somehow looking forward for the implementation and the adaptation of DevOps, because it totally redefines and automate the whole development process altogether, and whatever the manual efforts we were putting earlier, that is simply or gets automated with the help of these tools here. So this is something which get really implemented because of some of the important feature like a CI/CD pipeline, because CI/CD pipeline is responsible for delivering your source code into the production environment in less duration of time. So CI/CD pipeline is ultimately the goal, which really helps us to deliver more into the production environment when we talk about from this perspective. Now let's talk about that. What exactly is a CI/CD pipeline? Now, when we go into that part, when we go into that understanding, so CI/CD pipeline is basically continuous integration and continuous delivery concept, which is used or which is considered as a backbone of the overall DevOps approach. Now, it's one of the prime approach which we implement when we are going for a DevOps implementation for our project. So if I have to go for a DevOps implementation, the very first and the minimum implementation and the automation which I'm looking forward is actually from the particular CI/CD pipelines here. So CI/CD pipelines is really a wonderful option when we talk about the DevOps here. So what exactly is the pipeline term all about? So pipeline is a series of events that are connected together with each other. It's kind of a sequence of the various steps, like typically when we talk about any kind of deployment, so we have like build process, like we compile the source code, we generate the artifacts, we do the testing, and then we deploy to a specific environment. All these various steps which we used to do it like manually, that is something which we can do it into a pipeline. So pipeline is nothing but a sequence of all these steps interconnected with each other, executed one by one into a particular sequence. Now, the pipelines is responsible for performing a variety of tasks like building up the source code, running the test cases. Probably the deployment can also be added up when we go for the continuous integration and continuous delivery there. So all these steps are being done into a sequence, definitely, because sequence is very important when we talk about the pipeline. So you need to talk about the sequence the same way in which you're working on the development, and in a typical world, the same thing you will be putting up into a specific pipeline. So that's a very important aspect to be considered. Now let's talk about what is the continuous integration here. Now continuous integration is also known as the CI. Pretty much you can see that a lot of tools are actually named as CI, but they are referring to the continuous integration only. So continuous integration is a practice that integrates the source code into a shared repository, and it used to automate the verification of the source code. So it involves the build automations, test cases automation. So it also helps us to detect the issues and the bugs quite easily and quite faster. That's a very early mechanism which we can do as such if we want to resolve all these problems. Now continuous integrations does not eliminate the bugs, but yes, it definitely helps them easily to find out, because we are talking about the automated process, we are talking about the automated test cases. So definitely that is something which can help us to find out the bugs, and then the development can help on that, and they can proceed with those bugs, and they can try to resolve those things one by one. So it's not a kind of automated process which will eventually remove the bugs. Bugs is something which you have to recode and you have to fix it by following the development practice, but yes, it can really help us to find those bugs quite easy and help them to remove. Now, what is the continuous delivery here? So continuous delivery, also known as CD, is in kind of a phase in which the changes are made into the code before the deployment. Now, in this case, what happens that it's something which we are discussing, or we are validating that what exactly we want to deliver it to the customer. So what exactly we are going ahead, or we are moving to the customer. So that's what we typically do in case of continuous delivery. And the ultimate goal of the pipeline is to make the deployments. That's the end result, because coding is not the only thing. You code the programs, you do the development. After that, it's all about the deployments, like how you're going to perform the deployment. So that is a very important aspect. You want to go ahead with the deployments, that's it, you can go there. And that's a real beauty about this, because it's in kind of a way in which we can identify that how the deployments can be done or can be executed as such here. Right. So the ultimate goal for the pipeline is nothing but to do the deployments and to proceed further on that. Right. So when both these practices are placed in together in an order, so all the steps could be referred as a complete automated process, and this process is known as CI/CD. So when we are talking about, like, when we are working on this automation, so in that case, what happens that we are looking forward that how the automation needs to be done. And since it's in kind of a CI/CD automation which we are talking about, so it's nothing but the end result would be like build and deployment automation. So you will be taking care of both the build and the test case executions and the deployments as such when we talk about as such the CI/CD here. The implementation of CI/CD also enables the team to do the build and deploys quite quickly and efficiently, because these are things which is happening automatically. So there is no manual efforts involved, and there is no scope of human error also. So we have frequently seen that while doing the deployments, we may miss some binaries or some miss can be there. So that is something which is completely removed as such when we talk about this. The process makes the teams more agile, productive, and the confident here, because the automations definitely gives a kind of a boost to the confidence that yes, things are going to work perfectly fine and there is no issues as such present. Now, why exactly Jenkins? Like, Jenkins is what we typically understand, or we here and there, that it's a CI tool, it's a CD tool. So what exactly is Jenkins all about? So Jenkins is also known as a kind of orchestration tool. It's an automated tool which is there, and the best part is that it's completely open source. Yes, there are some particular paid or the enterprise tools are there, like CloudBees and all, but there is no as such offering difference between the CloudBees and the Jenkins here. So Jenkins is a kind of open source tool which a lot of organizations pretty much implement as it is itself. So even if they don't want to go, we have seen in a lot of big organizations where they are not going for the enterprise tool like CloudBees and all, and they are going for the pretty much core Jenkins software as such here. So this tool makes it easy for the developers to integrate the changes to the project. That is something which is very important, because it can really help the teams to say that how the things can be done and how it can be performed over there. So the tools is very easy for the developers to integrate, and that's the biggest benefit which we are getting when we talk about these tools as such. So Jenkins is a very important tool to be considered when we talk about all these automations. Now, Jenkins achieves continuous integration with the help of plugins. That is also a kind of another feature or benefit which we get, because there are so many plugins which is available there as such, which is being used. And for example, you want to have an integration with Kubernetes, Docker and all. Maybe by default those plugins are not installed, but yes, you have the provisioning that you can go for the installation of those plugins, and yes, those features will start embedded up and integrated within your Jenkins. So this is the reason, this is the main benefit which we get when we talk about the Jenkins implementation. So Jenkins is one of the best fit which is there for building a CI/CD pipeline because of its flexibility, open source nature, plugin capabilities, the support for plugins, and it's quite easy to use, and it's very simple, straightforward GUI which is there, which can definitely helps us. You can easily understand and go through the Jenkins, and you can grab the understanding, and as an end result you will be able to have a very robust tool using which pretty much any kind of source code or any kind of programming language you can implement CI/CD. Whether it's an Android, it's a .NET, it's a Java, it's a Node.js, all the languages are having the support for the Jenkins. So let's talk about the CI/CD pipeline with the Jenkins here. Now, to automate the entire development process, a CI/CD pipeline is the ultimate solution which we are looking forward. To build such a pipeline, Jenkins is our best solution and best fit which is available here. So there are pretty much 6 steps which is involved when we look forward for any kind of pipeline. It's a generic pipeline which we are looking forward. Now it may have like another steps which is available there, probably some additional steps you're doing, like some other plugins you are installing, but these are the basic steps which is there, like a minimum pipeline if you want to design. These are the steps which is available there. Now let's see. The first one is that we have to require a Java JDK, like a JDK to be available on the system. Now most of the operating systems are already available with a GRE, like a Java GRE. But the problem with the GRE is that it's only for the build process. It will not be doing the compilation. You can run the artifacts, you can run the jar files, you can run the application, run the code base, but the compilation requires the Java C or the Java JDK kit to be installed onto the system. And that's the reason why for this one we also require the JDK. And certain Linux commands execution understanding we need to have, because we are going to run some kind of steps, some installation steps and process. So that's pretty much required. Now let's talk about how to CI/CD pipeline with Jenkins. Now first of all, you have to download the JDK, and that is something which is installed. So after that you can go for the Jenkins download. Now jenkins.io/download is the official websites of Jenkins. Now the best part is that there you have the support for different operating systems and platforms. From there you can easily say that if you want to go for a Java package like a WAR file, Docker, Ubuntu, Debian, CentOS, Fedora, Red Hat, Windows, OpenSUSE, FreeBSD, Ganto, Mac operating system. In fact, whatever the different kind of artifacts or different environment or different application you want to download, you will be able to do that. So that's the very first thing to start upon. You download the generic Java package like a WAR file. Then you have to execute it. You have to download that into a specific folder structure. Let's say that you have created a folder called Jenkins. Now you have to go into that Jenkins folder with the help of cd command, and there you have to run the command called java-jar and the jenkins.var there. So these are the executables artifacts. So WAR files can be easily executable. Jar files, WAR files can be easily deployed. So just because with the Java command you can run them, you don't require any kind of web container or application container as such. So here also you can see that we are running the Java command and it runs the applications as such. And once that is done, so you can open the web browser, and you can open like localhost colon 880. So Jenkins uses the 880 port just like a Tomcat Apache. So if once the deployment is done, installation is done, so you can just open the localhost colon 880. Now if you want to get the Jenkins up and running in the browser, probably you can go through the public IP address also there. So you can put the public IP address colon 880, and that can also help you to start accessing the Jenkins application. Now in there you will be having an option called create new jobs, so you need to click on that. Now once the particular new job, new item, new job, that's a different naming conventions which is available there. Now all you are going to do is that you're going to do like you are proceeding with the creating the pipeline job. So you will be having an option called pipeline job over there. Just select that and provide your custom name, what pipeline name or job name you want to refer or you want to process there. Now once that is available, so what happens that it will be an easy task for us to see that how exactly we can go ahead and we can perform on that part. So this can really help us to see that how a pipeline job can be created and performed on these modifications as such. Now when the pipeline is selected, and we can give a particular name, that this is the name which is available, and then we can say okay as such over there. Now you can scroll down and find the pipeline section. So there what happens that when you go over there and say that okay, this is the way that how the pipelines are managed and those kind of things. So you will scroll down and find the pipeline section and go with that pipeline script. Now when you select that option, there are different options which is available, like how you want to manage these pipelines. Now you are have the direct access also, like if you want to directly create a pipeline script, you can do that. If you feel that you want to manage, like you want to retrieve the Jenkins files, also code management tool also can be used there, so you can work on that also. So like this, there are so many a variety of things which is available, like which you can use to work around that how exactly the pipeline job can be created. So either you can fetch it from the source code management tool, like Git version or something like that, or you can directly put the pipeline code as such over there, right? Now, so next thing is that we can configure and execute a pipeline job with the direct script. So we can, once the pipeline is selected, so you can put the particular script like Jenkins file into your particular GitHub link. So you may be having like already a GitHub link, so that where the Jenkins file is there, so you can make use of that. Now once you process the GitHub link, so what we can do is that we can proceed with that, and once the processing is done, so you can do the save, and you can keep the changes, and it will be picking up the pipelines. The pipeline script is added up into the GitHub, and you have already specified that let's just go ahead with this Jenkins file pipeline script from the GitHub repository and proceed further. Now once that is done, so what next you can do is that you can go with the build now process. You click on the build now, and once that is done, so what will happen that you will be able to see that how the build process will be done and how the build will be performed over there. So these are pretty much a kind of a way. So you can click on the console output, you will get all the logs that is happening inside that. Whatever the pipeline steps are getting executed, all of them you will be able to get, or you will be able to get on that part there. So these are the different steps which is involved as such. And the sixth one is that yes, whatever the particular when you run the build now, you will be able to see that source code will be will be checked out and will be downloaded before the build, and you can proceed with that part. Now later on, if you want to change the URL of this GitHub, you can configure the job again, the existing job, and you can change that URL, GitHub link URL, whenever you require. You can also clone this job whenever you go ahead and you work on that, and that's also kind of the best part which is available as such, right? And then you can have the advanced settings over there. So in there you can put like your GitHub repository. You can say like okay, the GitHub repository is there, so I'm just going to put this URL, and with that what will happen that the settings will be available there, and the Jenkins file will be downloaded as such. And when you run the build now, you will be able to have a lot of steps, like a lot of configurations going on. So then the checkout SCM, so we can have a declaration like checkout SCM which is there. So when the checkout SCM is there, so it will check out a specific source code. After that you go to the log, and you will be able to see that each and every stage which is being built up and executed as such. Okay, so now we are going to talk about a demo here. So on the pipeline here, so this is the Jenkins portal. Now you can see here that there is an option called create a job. You can either click on the new item, or you can click on the new job, create a job here. Now here I'm going to say like a pipeline, and then you can select the pipeline job type here. Now you have the freestyle pipeline, GitHub organization, multi-branch pipeline. These are the different options which is available there, but I'm going to continue with the pipeline here as such. So when I selected the pipeline and say okay, so what will happen that I will be able to see a configuration page which is related to the pipeline. Now here the very important part is that you have all the general build trigger options which is similar to the freestyle, but the build step and the post build step is completely removed because of the pipeline introduction. Now here you either have the option to put the pipeline script all together. You can also have some particular example. For example, let's talk about some GitHub Maven particular tool here. So you can see that we have got some steps as such over here, and it's pretty much running over there. Now you run it, it will work smoothly, it will check out some source code. But how we are going to integrate like the Jenkins file into the version control system, because that's the ideal approach we should be following when we create a pipeline of a CI/CD. Now I'm going to select a particular pipeline from SCM here, then go with the Git here. Now in there, the Jenkins file is the name of the file of the pipeline script, and I'm going to put my repository over here in this one. Now this repository is of my Git, which is like having a Maven build pipeline which is available there. It's having some steps related to CI for the build and deployments, and that's what we can follow as such over here. Now in this one, the if it is a private repository, definitely you can add on your credentials, but this is a public repository, a personal repository, so I don't have to put any kind of credentials. But you can always add the credentials with the help of add here, and that can help you to set up whatever the credentials, the private repositories you want to configure. Now once you save the configuration here, now what it's going to do is that it's going to give you a particular page related to build now, if you want to run, if you want to delete the pipeline, if you want to reconfigure the pipeline, all these different options are available there. So we are going to click on the build now here, and when I do that, immediately the pipeline will be downloaded and will be processed. Now you may not be able to get the complete stage view as of now because it's still running. So yeah, you can see that the checkout code is done, then it's going on to the build. Okay, that's one of the steps which is there. Now once the build will be done, so it will continue with the next steps, with the next further steps there. So you can also go to the console output log here, like you can click on this, or you can click on the console output to check the complete log which is happening there. Or in fact, you can also see the stage wise logs also, because that is also very important. When you go for the complete logs, it may have a lot of steps involved, and a lot of logs will be available there. But if you want to see a specific log of a specific stage, that's where this comes into the picture. And as you can see that all the different steps like test cases executions, the SonarQube analysis, the archive artifacts, deployment, and in fact the notification, so all this is a part of a complete pipeline. This whole pipeline is done here, and you get a kind of a stage view, its success over here, and the artifacts is also available to download. So you can download this WAR file is a web applications as such over here. So this is what a typical pipeline looks like, that how the automation, the complete automations really looks like as such over here. Now this is a very important aspect because it really helps us to understand that how the pipelines can be configured, can be done, and pretty much with the same steps you will be able to automate any kind of pipelines as such. So that was the demo to build a simple pipeline as such with the Jenkins, and pretty much in this one we understood that how exactly the CI/CD pipelines can be configured, and we can use them, and we can get hold on that part.
Hello and welcome to continuous integration tutorial using Jenkins. My name is Chidanand and I am with the Simplilearn team. Today let's get started with Jenkins. Jenkins, in my opinion, is one of the most popular continuous integration servers of recent times. What began as a hobby project by a developer working for Sun Microsystems way back in early or mid 2000s has gradually and eventually evolved into very powerful and robust automation servers. It has a wide adoption since it is released under MIT license and is almost free to use. Jenkins has a vast developer community that supports it by writing all kinds of plugins. Plugins is the heart and soul of Jenkins, because using plugins, one can connect Jenkins to anything and everything under the sun. With that introduction, let's get into what all will be covered as a part of this tutorial. I will get into some of the prerequisites required for installing Jenkins, post which I will go ahead and install Jenkins on a Windows box. There are a few first-time configurations that needs to be done, and I will be covering those as well. So once I have Jenkins installed and configured properly, I will get into the user administrative part. I'll create few users, and I will use some plugins for setting up various kinds of access permissions for these users. I will also put in some freestyle jobs. Freestyle job is nothing but a very simple job, and I will also show you the powerfulness of Jenkins by scheduling this particular job to run based upon a time schedule. I will also connect Jenkins with GitHub. GitHub is our source code repository where I've got some repositories put up there. So using Jenkins, I will connect to GitHub, pull up a repository that is existing on GitHub onto the Jenkins box and run few commands to build this particular repository that is pulled from GitHub. Sending out emails is a very important configurations of Jenkins or any other continuous integration server for that matter. Whenever there is any notifications that has to be sent out as a part of either a build going bad or build being good or build being propagated to some environment, and all these scenarios, you would need the continuous integration servers to be sending out notifications. So I will get into a little bit details of how to configure Jenkins for sending out emails. I will also get into a scenario where I would have a web application, a Maven based Java web application, which will be pulled from a GitHub repository, and I will deploy it onto a Tomcat server. The Tomcat server will be locally running on my system. Eventually, I will get into one other very important topic, which is the master slave configuration. It's a very important and pretty interesting topic where distributed builds is achieved using a master slave configuration. So I will bring up a slave, I will connect the slave with the master, and I will also put in a job and kind of delegate that particular job to the slave configuration. Finally, I will let you know how to use some plugins to back up your Jenkins. So Jenkins has got a lot of useful information set up on it in terms of the build environments, in terms of workspace. All this can be very easily backed up using a plugin. So this is what I'm going to be covering as a part of this tutorial. Jenkins is a web application that is written in Java, and there are various ways in which you can use and install Jenkins. I have listed popular 3 mechanisms in which Jenkins is usually installed on any system. The topmost one is as a Windows or a Linux based services. So if at all you have Windows like the way I have, and I'm going to use this mechanism for this demo. So I would download a MSI installer that is specific to Jenkins and install this service. So whenever I install it as a service, it goes ahead and nicely installs all that is required for my Jenkins. And I have a service that can be started or stopped based upon my need. Any flavor of Linux as well. One other way of running Jenkins is downloading this generic WAR file, and as long as you have JDK installed, you can launch this WAR file by the command, opening up a command prompt or shell prompt if at all you're on Linux box, specifying java-jar and the name of this WAR file. It typically brings up your web application, and you can continue with your installation. The only thing being, if at all you want to stop using Jenkins, you just go ahead and close this prompt. You either do a Control-C and then bring down this prompt, and your Jenkins server would be down. Other older versions of Jenkins were run popularly using this way, in which you already have a Java-based web server up and running. So you kind of drop in this WAR file into the root folder or the HTTPD root folder of your web server. So Jenkins would explode and kind of bring up your application. All user credentials or user administration is all taken care of by the Apache or the Tomcat server or the web server on which Jenkins is running. This was a very older way of running, but still some people use it because if they don't want to maintain 2 servers, if they already have a Java web server which it's being nicely maintained and backed up, Jenkins can run attached to it. Alright, so either ways, it doesn't matter however you're going to bring up your Jenkins instance. The way we're going to operate Jenkins is all going to be very same or similar one, with the subtle changes in terms of user administration if at all you're launching it through any other web server which will take care of the user administration. Otherwise, all the commands or all the configuration or the way in which I'm going to run this demo, it is going to be same across any of these installations. Alright, so the prerequisites for running Jenkins, as I mentioned earlier, Jenkins is nothing but a simple web application that's written in Java. So all that it needs is Java, preferably JDK 1.7 or 1.8. 2 GB RAM is the recommended RAM for running Jenkins. And also, like any other open source toolsets, when you install JDK, ensure that you set in the environment variable Java home to point to the right directory. This is something very specific to JDK, but for any other open source tools that you install, there is always a preferred environment variable that you got to set in, which is specific to that particular tool that you're going to use. This is a generic thing that is there for, for any other open source projects, because the way open source projects discover themselves is using these environment variables. So as a general practice or a good practice, always set these environment variables accordingly. So I already have JDK 1.8 installed on my system, but in case you do not, what I would recommend is just navigate on your browser to the Oracle homepage and just type in or search for install JDK 1.8 and navigate to the Oracle homepage. You'll have to accept the license agreement, and there are a bunch of installers that you can pick up based upon the operating system on which you're running. So I have this Windows 64 installer that is already installed and running on my system. So I will not get into the details of downloading this or installing it. Let me show you once I install this, what I've done with regard to my path. So if you get into this environment variables
All right, so I've just set in a Java home variable. If you see this, C colon program files Java JDK 1.8. This is where my Java is located. C program files Java. Okay, so this is the home directory of my JDK. So that is what I've set it up here in my environment variable. So if you see here, this is my Java home. All right, one other thing to do is ensure that in case you want to run Java or JavaC from a command prompt, ensure that you also add that path into this path variable. So if you see this, somewhere I will see, yes, there you go. C colon program files Java JDK 1.8 bin. So with these two, I'll ensure that my Java installation is nice and good enough. So to check that, to double check that, or to verify that, let me just open up a simple command prompt. And if I type in Java -version, all right, and Java C -version, so the compiler is on the path, Java is on the path, and if at all I do this, even the environment variable specific to my Java is installed correctly. So I'm good to go ahead with my Jenkins installation. Now that I have my prerequisites all set for installing Jenkins, let me just go ahead and download Jenkins. So let me open up a browser and say download Jenkins. All right. LTS is nothing but the long-term support. These are all stable versions. Weeklies, I would not recommend that you try these unless until you have a real need for that. Long-term support is good enough. And as I mentioned, there are so many flavors of Jenkins that is available for download. You also have a Docker container wherein you can launch Jenkins as a container, but I'll not get into details of that in this tutorial. All right, so what I want is, yes, this is the WAR file, which is a generic WAR file that I was talking to you earlier, and this is the Windows MSI installer. So go ahead and download this MSI installer. I already have that downloaded, so let me just open that up. All right, so this is my downloaded Jenkins instance, or rather installer. This is a maybe a few months old, but this is good enough for me. Before you start Jenkins installation, just be aware of one fact that there is a variable called Jenkins Home. This is where Jenkins would store all this configuration data, jobs, project workspace, and all that specific to Jenkins. So by default, if at all you don't set this to any particular directory, if at all you install an MSI installer, all your installation gets into C colon program files 86 and Jenkins folder. If at all you run a WAR file, depending upon the user ID with which you're running a WAR file, the Jenkins folder, there's a .jenkins folder that gets created inside the user home directory. So in case you have any need wherein you want to back up your Jenkins or you want Jenkins installations to get into some specific directories, go ahead and set this Jenkins home variable accordingly before you even begin your installation. For now, I don't need to do any of these things, so I've already downloaded the installer. Let me just go ahead with the default installation. All right. So this is my Jenkins MSI installer. I don't want to make any changes into the Jenkins configuration. C colon program files is good for me. Yeah, this is where all my destination folder and all the configuration specific to it goes. I'm happy with this. I don't want to change this. I would just say go ahead and click installation. Okay, so what typically happens once the Jenkins installation gets through is it'll start installing itself, and there are some small checks that needs to be done. So, and by default, Jenkins launches on the port 8080. So let me just open up localhost 8080. There's a small checking that will be done as a part of the installation process, wherein I need to type in a hash key. All right. So there's a very, very simple hash key that gets stored out here. So I'll have to just copy this path. If at all you're running as a WAR file, you would see that in your logs. All right. So this is a simple hash key that gets created every time when you do a Jenkins installation. So as a part of the installation, it just asks you to do this. So if that is not correct, it will crib about it, but this looks good. So it's going ahead. All right. One important part during the installation. So you would need to install some recommended plugins. What happens is the plugins are all related to each other. So it's like the typical RPM kind of a problem where you try to install some plugin and it's got a dependency which is not installed and you get into all those issues. In order to get rid of that, what Jenkins recommends, there's a bunch of plugins that is already recommended. So just go ahead and blindly click that install recommended plugin. So if you see, there is a whole lot of plugins which are bare essential plugins that is required for Jenkins in order to run properly. So Jenkins as a part of the installation would get all these plugins and then install it for you. This is a good combination to kind of begin with. And mind you, at this moment Jenkins needs lots of bandwidth in terms of network. So in case your network is not so good, few of these plugins would kind of fail. And these plugins are all available on openly or mirrored sites, and sometimes some of them may be down. So do not worry in case some of these plugins kind of fail to install. You'd get an option to kind of retry installing them, but just ensure that at least most or 90-95% of all these plugins are installed without any problems. Let me pause the video here for a minute and then get back once all these plugins are installed. My plugin installation is all good. There was no failures in any of my plugins. So after that, I get to create this first admin user. Again, this is one important point that you got to remember. Give in any username and password, but ensure that you kind of remember that, because it's very hard to get back your username and password in case you forget it. All right, so I'm going to create a very, very simple username and password. Something that I can remember. That's my name, and an email ID is kind of optional, but it doesn't allow me to go ahead in case I don't. So I just give in an admin and I got a password. I remember my password. This is my full name. All right, I say save and finish. All right, that kind of completed my Jenkins installation. It was not that tough, was it? Now that I have my Jenkins installed correctly, let me quickly walk you through some bare minimal configurations that is required. These are kind of a first time configuration that is required. So, and also let me warn you, the UI is little hard for many people to wrap their head around it, specifically the Windows guys. But if at all you're a Java guy, you know how painful it is to write UI in Java, you will kind of appreciate, all the effort that has gone into the UI. Bottom line, UI is little hard to, wrap your head around it. But once you start using it, possibly you'll start liking it. All right, so let me get into something called as Manage Jenkins. This can be viewed like a main menu for all the Jenkins configuration. So I'll get into some of those important ones. Something called as Configure System. Configure System, this is where you kind of put in the configuration for your complete Jenkins instance. Few things to kind of look out for. This is a home directory. This is a Java home, where all the configurations, all the workspace, anything and everything regarding Jenkins is stored out here. System message, you want to put in some message on the system, you just type in whatever you want and it's possibly show up somewhere up here on the menu. Number of executors, very, very important configuration. This just lets Jenkins know at any point in time how many jobs or how many threads can be run. You can kind of visualize it like a thread that can be run on this particular instance. As a thumb rule, if at all you're on a single core system, number of executors 2 should be good enough. In case at any point in time, if there are multiple jobs that kind of get triggered at the same time, in case the number of executors are less compared to the number of jobs that have woken up, no need to panic, because they will all get queued up and eventually Jenkins will get to running those jobs. Just bear in mind that whenever a new job kind of gets triggered, the CPU usage and the memory usage in terms of the disk write is very high on the Jenkins instance. So that's something that you got to kind of keep in mind. All right, but number of executors 2 for my system is kind of good. Label for my Jenkins, I don't want any of these things. Usage, how do you want to use your Jenkins? This is good for me because I only have a primary server that is running. So I want to use this node as much as possible. Quiet period. Each of these options have got some bare minimal help kind of a thing that is out here. By clicking on these question marks, you will get to know as to what are these particular configurations. All right, so this all look good. What I want to show you here is there's something regarding the Docker, timestamps, Git plugin, SVN, email notifications. I don't want that. What I want I want this SMTP server configuration. Remember, I mentioned earlier that I would want Jenkins to be sending out some emails. And what I've done here is I've just configured the SMTP details of my personal email ID. In case you're in an organization, you would have some sort of an email IDs that is set up for a Jenkins server. So you can specify the SMTP server details of your company so that you can authorize Jenkins to kind of send out emails. But in case you want to try it out like me, I have configured my personal email ID, which is on my Gmail, for sending out notifications. So the SMTP server would be smtp.gmail.com. I'm using the SMTP authentication. I've provided my email ID and my password. I'm using the SMTP port, which is 465, and reply to address is the same as mine. I can just send out an email and see if at all this configuration works. Again, Gmail would not allow anybody to send out notifications on your behalf. So you'll have to lower the security level of your Gmail ID so that you can allow programmatically somebody to send out email notifications on your behalf. So I've done already that. I'm just trying to see if I can send a test email with the configurations that I've set in. Yes. All right. So the email configuration looks good. So this is how you configure your your Gmail account in case you want to do that. If not, put in your organization SMTP server details, which are with a valid username and password, and it should all be set. All right, so no other configurations that I'm going to change here. All of these look good. All right, so I come back to manage Jenkins. Okay, one other thing that I want to kind of go over is the global tool configuration. Imagine this scenario, or look at it this way. Jenkins is a continuous integration server. It doesn't know what kind of a code base it's going to pull in, what kind of a tool set that is required, or what is the code that it's going to pull in and how is it going to build. So you would have to put in all the tools that is required for building the appropriate kind of code that you're going to pull in from your source code repositories. So just to give an example, in case your source code is a Java source code, and assuming that because in this demo, this is my laptop and I've put in all the configurations, JDK, everything on my laptop because I'm a developer, I'm working on the laptop. But my continuous integration server would be a separate server without anything being installed on it. So in case I want Jenkins to run a Java code, I would need to install JDK on it. I need to specify the JDK location of this out here this way. Okay, since I already have the JDK installed and I've already put in the Java home directory, or rather the environment variable correctly, I don't need to do it. Git, if at all I want the Jenkins server to use Git, Git is a command bash or the command prompt for running Git and connecting to any other Git server. So you would need Git to be installed on that particular system and set the path accordingly. Gradle and Maven, if at all you have some Mavens as well, you want to do this. Any other tool that you're going to install on your system, which is your continuous integration server, you will have to come in here and configure something. In case you don't configure it, when Jenkins runs, it will not be able to find these tools for building your task and it'll crib about it. That's good. I don't want to save anything. Manage Jenkins. Let me see what else is required. Yes, configure global security. All right, the security is enabled. And if you see by default, it's the security access control is set to Jenkins' own user database. So what does this mean? Jenkins by default, it uses file system where it stores all the usernames, which hashes up these usernames and kind of stores them. So as of now, Jenkins is configured to use its own database. Assuming that you are running in an organization, you would probably want to have some sort of an AD or an LDAP server using which you would want to control access to your Jenkins repository, rather Jenkins tool. So you would specify your LDAP server details, the root DN, password or the manager DN and the manager password and all these details in case you want to connect your Jenkins instance with your LDAP or AD or any of the authentication servers that you have in your organization. But for now, since I don't have any of these things, I'm going to use this own database. That's good enough. All right. So I will set up some authorization methods and stuff like that once I put in few jobs. So for now, let me not get into any of these details of this. Just be aware that Jenkins can be connected for authorization to an LDAP server, or you can have Jenkins managing its own servers, which is happening as of now. So I'm going to save all this stuff. That's good for me. So enough of all these configurations. Let me put in a very simple job. All right. So job, new item, little difficult to kind of figure out, but then that's the new item. So I'll just say, first job, this is good for me. I just give a name for my job. I would say it's a freestyle project. That's good enough for me. I don't want to choose any of that. So unless until you choose any of this particular button would not become active. So choose the freestyle project and say, okay. At a very high level, you would see general, source code management, build triggers, build environment, build and post build. In case you install more and more plugins, you will see a lot more options. But for now, this is what you would see. So what am I doing? At the moment, I'm just putting up a very simple job. And the job could be anything and everything. So I don't want to put in a very complicated job for now. For the demo purpose, let me just put in a very simple job. I'll give a description. This is an optional thing. This is my first Jenkins job. All right. I don't want to choose any of these. Again, there are some helps available here. I don't want to choose any of this. I don't want to connect it into any source code for now. I don't want any triggers for now. I'll come back to this in a while. Build environment. I don't want any build environment. As a part of this build step, I just want to, run few things so that I kind of complete this particular job. So since I'm on a Windows box, I would say execute Windows batch command. All right. So what do you want to do? Let me just echo something. Echo. Hello. This is my first Jenkins job, and possibly I would want the date and the timestamp pertaining to the job. I mean the date and time in which this job was run. All right. Very simple command that says, this is my first job. It just puts out something along with the date and the time. All right. I don't want to do anything else. I want to keep this job as simple as this. So let me save this job. All right. So once I save this job, the job names comes up here, and then I need to build this job. And you would see some build history out here. Nothing is there as of now because I've just put in a job. I've not run it yet. All right. So let me try to build it now. You see a build number, you would see a date and a timestamp. So if I click on this, you would see a console output. If I go here, okay, as simple as that. And where is all the job details that is getting into? If you see this, if I navigate to this particular directory, all right, so this is the directory what I was mentioning earlier regarding Jenkins home. So all the job related stuff that is specific to this particular Jenkins installation is all here. All the plugins that is installed, the details of each of those plugins can be found here. All right, so the workspace is where all the jobs that I've created, whichever I'm running, there will be individual folders specific to the jobs that has been put up here. All right, so one job, one quick run. That's what it looks like. Pretty simple. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put up a second job. I would say second job. I would say freestyle project. All right, this is my second job. I just want to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server and how simple it is to automate a job that is put up on Jenkins. Which will be triggered automatically. Remember what I said earlier about Jenkins, because at the core of Jenkins is a very powerful automation server. All right, so what I'm going to do, I will just keep everything else the same. I'm going to put in a build script pretty much similar to second job that gets triggered automatically every minute. All right, let me do that. Percentage date, and I'll put in the time. All right, so I just put in another job called second job, and it pretty much does the same thing as what I was doing earlier in terms of printing the date and the time. But this time I'm just going to demonstrate the powerfulness of the automation server that is there. If you see here, there's a build trigger. So a build can be triggered using various triggers that is there. So we'll get into this GitHub triggering or hook or a webhook kind of a triggering later on. But for now, what I want to do, I want to ensure that this job that I'm going to put in would be automatically triggered on its own. Let's say every minute, I want this job to be run on its own. So build periodically is my setting. If you see here, there's a bunch of help that is available for me. So for those of you who have written cron jobs on Linux boxes, you'll find it very, very simple. But for others, don't panic. Let me just put up a very, very simple regular expression for scheduling this job every minute. All right, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, come up, come up, come up. All right, so 5 stars is all that I'm going to put in. And Jenkins got a little worried and he's asking me, do you really mean every minute? Oh yeah, I want to do this every minute. Let me save this. And how do I check whether it gets triggered every minute or not? I just don't do anything. I'll just wait for a minute. And if at all everything goes well, Jenkins would automatically trigger my second job in a minute's time from now. This time around, I'm not going to trigger anything. Look, there you see. It's automatically got triggered. If I go in here, yep, second job that gets triggered automatically. It was triggered at 1642, which is 4:42 my time. That looks good. And if everything goes well, every 1 minute onwards, this job would be automatically triggered. Now that I have my Jenkins up and running, a few jobs that has been put up here on my Jenkins instance, I would need a way of controlling access to my Jenkins server. This is wherein I would use a plugin called role-based access plugin and create few rules. The rules are something like a global role and a project role, project specific role. I can have different roles and I can have users who have signed up or the users whom I create kind of assigned to these roles so that each of these users fall into some category. This is my way of kind of controlling access to my Jenkins instance and ensuring that people don't do something unwarranted. All right, so first things first, let me go ahead and install a plugin for doing that. So I get into manage Jenkins and manage plugin. A little bit of a confusing screen in my opinion. There's updates available, installed and advanced. As of now, we don't have the role-based plugin. So let me go to available. It'll take some time for it to get refreshed. All right, now these are the available plugins. These are the installed plugins. All right, so let me come back to available and I would want to search for my role-based access plugin. So I would just search for role and hit enter. Okay, role-based authorization strategy enables user authorization using a role-based strategy. Roles can be defined globally or for particular jobs or nodes and stuff like that. So exactly, this is the plugin that I want. I would want to install it without a restart. All right, looks good so far. Yes. Go back to the top of the page. Yes. Remember, Jenkins is running on a Java using a Java instance. So typically many things would work the same way unless and until you want to restart Jenkins once in a while. But as a good practice, whenever you do some sort of a big installations or big patches on your Jenkins instance, just ensure that you kind of restart it. Otherwise, there would be a difference in terms of what is installed on the system and what is there on the file system. You would need to flush out few of those settings later on. But for now, these are all very small plugins, so these would run without any problems. But otherwise, if at all there are some plugins which would need a restart, kindly go ahead and restart your Jenkins instance. But for now, I don't need that. It looks good. I've installed the plugin. So where do I see my plugin? I installed the plugin that is specific to the user control or the access control. So let me go into, yes, global security. And I would see this role-based strategy showing up now. All right, so this comes in because of my installation of my role-based plugin. So this is what I would want to enable because I already have my own database set up. And for the authorization part, in the sense that who can do what, I'm going to install. I've already installed a role-based strategy plugin and I'm going to enable that strategy. All right, I would say save. Okay, now I've installed the role-based access plugin. I would need to just set it up and check that, I would go ahead and create some roles and ensure that I assign users as per these roles. All right, so let me go to manage Jenkins, configure. All right, let me see, where is this? Configure global security. Is that where I create my roles? Nope, not here. Yes, manage and assign roles. Okay, again, you would see these options only after you install these plugins. So for now, I've just enabled the plugin. I've enabled role-based access control, and I would go ahead and create some roles for this particular Jenkins instance. So I would say first manage roles. So I would need to create some roles here, and the roles are at a very high level. These are global roles, and there are some project roles, and there are some slave roles. I'll not get into details of all of these. At a very, very high level, which is a global role, let me just create a role. A role can be kind of visualized like a group. So I would create a role called developer. Typically, the Jenkins instance or the CA instance are kind of owned up or controlled by QA guys. So QA guys would need to provide some sort of limited access to developers. So that's why I'm creating a role called developer, and I'm adding this role at a global role level. So I would say add this here, and you would see this developer role that is there. And each of these options, if you hover over it, you would see some sort of a help on what are these permissions specific to. So what I want is it sounds a little different, but I would want to give very, very little permissions for the developer. So from an administration perspective, I would just want him to have a read kind of a role. Credentials, again, I would just want a view kind of a role. I don't want him to create any agents and all that stuff. That's good for me. For a job, I would want him to just possibly read. I don't want him to build. I don't want him to cancel any jobs. I don't want him to configure any job. I don't even want him to create any job. I would just want him to read few things. I would not give him possibly a role to the workspace as well. I mean, I don't want him to have access to the workspace. I would just want him to read a job or check, have read-only access to the job. Run. No, I don't want him to give him any particular access which will allow him to run any jobs. View, configure, yeah, possibly create, yeah, delete, I don't want. Read, yes, definitely. And this is the specific role. So what I'm doing, I'm just creating a global role called developer, and I'm giving him very, very limited roles, in the sense that I don't want this developer to be able to run any agents, nor create jobs, or build jobs, or cancel jobs, or configure jobs. At the max, I would just want him to read a job that is already put up there. Okay, so I would save. Now I've created a role. I still don't have any users that is there on the system. So let me go ahead and create some user on the system. That's not here. I would say configure, manage Jenkins, manage users. Okay, let me create a new user. I would call this user as, yeah, developer one sounds good. Some password that I can remember. Okay, his name is developer1 d@d.com or something like that. Okay, so this is the admin with which I kind of configured or brought up the system, and developer1 is a user that I have configured. So still have not set any roles for this particular user yet. So I would go to manage Jenkins. I would say manage and assign roles. I would say assign roles. Okay, so if you see, what I'm going to do now is assign a role that is specific to that particular developer. I will find the particular user and assign him the developer role that I've already configured. The role shows up here. I would need to find my user, whoever created, and then assign him to that particular role. So if you remember, the user that I created was developer1. I would add this particular user, and now this particular user, what kind of a role I want him to have, because this is the global role that I had created. So developer, I would assign this developer1 to this particular global role, and I would go ahead and save my changes. Now let me check the permissions of this particular user by logging out of my admin account and logging back as developer1. If you remember, this role was created with very less privileges. So there you go. I have Jenkins, but I don't see a new item. I can't trigger a new job. I can't do anything. I see these jobs. However, I don't think so I'll be able to start this job. I don't have the permission set for that. The maximum I can do is look at the job, see what was there as a part of the console output and stuff like that. So this is a limited role that was created, and I added this developer to that particular role, which was a developer role, so that the developers don't get to configure any of the jobs, because the Jenkins instance is owned by a QA person. He doesn't want to give developer any administrative rights. So the rights that he set out by creating a developer role, and anybody who is tagged, any user who is tagged as a part of this developer role would get the same kind of permissions. And these permissions can be, fine grained. It can be a project specific permissions as well. But for now, I just demonstrated the high level permission that I had set in. Let me quickly log out of this user and get back as the admin user, because I need to continue with my demo. With the developer role that was created, I have very less privileges. One of the reasons for Jenkins being so popular, as I mentioned earlier, is the bunch of plugins that is provided by users or community users who don't charge any money for these plugins, but it's got plugins for connecting anything and everything. So if you can navigate to, or if you can find Jenkins plugins, you would see index of over so many plugins that is there. All of these are wonderful plugins. Whatever connectors that you would need, if you want to connect Jenkins to an AWS instance, or you want to connect Jenkins to a Docker instance, or any of those containers, you would have a plugin. You can go and search up. If I want to connect Jenkins to Bitbucket, Bitbucket is one of the Git servers. There's so many plugins that is available. Okay, so bottom line, Jenkins without plugins is nothing. So plugins is the heart of Jenkins. For you to connect, or in order to connect Jenkins with any of the containers or any of the other tool sets, you would need the plugins. If you want to connect, or you want to build a repository which has got Java and Maven, you would need to install Maven and JDK on your Jenkins instance. If at all you're looking for a .NET build or a Microsoft build, you would need to have MS Build installed on your Jenkins instance, and the plugins that will trigger MS Build. If at all you want to listen to some server-side webhooks from GitHub, you would need GitHub specific plugins. If you want to connect Jenkins to AWS, you need those plugins. If you want to connect to a Docker instance that is running anywhere in the world, as long as you have the URL which is publicly reachable, you just have a Docker plugin that is installed on your Jenkins instance. SonarQube is one of the popular static code analyzers. So you can connect a Jenkins build, you can build a job on Jenkins and push it to SonarQube, and get SonarQube to run analysis on that and get back the results in Jenkins. All of these works very well because of the plugins. Now with that, let me connect our Jenkins instance to GitHub. I already have a very simple Java repository up on my GitHub instance. So let me connect Jenkins to this particular GitHub instance and pull out a job that is put up there. All right. So this is my very simple repository that is there called Hello Java, and this is what is there in the repository. There is a hello.java application that is here, or a simple class file that is there. It's got just one line of system.out. So this is already present on github.com at this place, and this would be the URL for this repository. If I pick up the HTTPS URL, this is my HTTPS URL. So what I would do is I would connect my Jenkins instance to go to GitHub, provide my credentials, and pull out this repository which is on the cloud hosted github.com, and get it to my Jenkins instance, and then build this particular Java file. I'm keeping the source code very simple. It's just a Java file. How do I build my Java file? How do I compile my Java file? I just say Java C and the name of my class file, which is hello.java. And how do I run my Java file? I would say Java and hello. Okay, so remember, I don't need to install any plugins now, because what it needs is a Git plugin. So if you remember, when we were doing the installation, there was a bunch of recommended plugins. So Git is already installed on my system, so I don't need to install it again. So let me put up a new job here. It says Git job. Let it be a freestyle project. That's good for me. I would say okay. All right, so the source code management. Remember, in the earlier examples, we did not use any source code because we were just putting up some echo kind of jobs. We did not need any integration with any of the source code systems. So now let me connect this. So I'm going to put up a source code, and Git would show up because the plugin is already there. SVN, Perforce, any of those additional source code management tools, if at all you would need, just install those plugins, and Jenkins connects wonderfully well to all these particular source control tools. Okay, so I would copy the HTTPS URL from here. I would say this is the URL that I'm supposed to go and grab my source code from. But all right, that sounds good, but what is the username and password? So I'll have to specify a username and password. All right, so I would say the username, this is my username, and this is my HTTPS credential for my job. Okay, so this is my username and this is my password. I just save this, I say add, and then I would say, use these credentials to go to GitHub and then on my behalf, pull out a repository. All right, if at all at this stage, if there's any error in terms of Jenkins not able to find Git or the git.exe, or if my credentials are wrong, somewhere down here you would see a red message saying that something is not right. You can just go ahead and kind of fix that. For now, this looks good for me. I'm going to grab this URL. What am I going to do? This step would pull the source code from the GitHub, and then what would be there as a part of my build step? Because this repository just has a Java file, correct? Hello.java. So in order for me to build this, I would just say execute Windows batch command, and I would say Java C hello.java. That is the way I would build my Java code. And if I have to run it, I would just say Java hello. Pretty simple, 2 steps. And this would run after the repository contents are fetched from GitHub. So Java C, Java, that sounds good. I would say save this and let me try to run this. Okay, if you see, there's a lot of, it executes Git on your behalf. It goes out here, it provides my credentials and says, it pulls all my repository, and by default, it will pull up the master branch that is there on my repository. And it kind of builds this whole thing, Java C hello.java, and it runs this project Java hello, and there you see, this is the output that is there. And if at all you want to look at the contents of the repository, if you can go here, this is my workspace of my system. Hang on, this is not right. Okay, git job. If you see here, this is my hello.java. This is the same program that was there on my GitHub repository. Okay, so this is a program that was there on my GitHub repository. All right, so this was the same program that was here, and Jenkins on our behalf went over all the way to GitHub, pulled this repository from there, and then it brought it down to my local system on my Jenkins instance. It compiled it and it ran this particular application. Okay, now that I've integrated Jenkins successfully with GitHub for a simple Java application, let me build a little bit on top of it. What I will do is I have a Maven based web application that is up there as a repository in my GitHub. So this is the repository that I'm talking about. It's called MVN Web App. It's a Maven based repository. As you would know, Maven is a very, very simple Java based build tool that will allow you to run various targets, and it'll compile. It will, based upon the goals that you specify, it can compile, it can run some tests, and it can build a WAR file and even deploy it into some other server. For now, what we're going to use Maven is just for building and creating a package out of this particular web application. It contains a bunch of things, and what is important is just the index.jsp. It just contains an HTML file that is there as a part of this web application. So from a perspective of requirements, now since I'm going to connect Jenkins with this particular repository, Git, we already have that set. We only need 2 other things. One is Maven, because Jenkins will use Maven. So in order to use Maven, Jenkins would have to have a Maven installation that is there on the Jenkins box. And in this case, the Jenkins box is this laptop. And after I have my Maven installed, I also need a Tomcat server. Tomcat is a very, very simple web server that you can freely download. I'll let you know how to quickly download and install the Tomcat. All right, so download Maven first. There are various ways in which you can kind of download this Maven. There is zip files, binary zip files, and archive files. So what I've done is I've just already downloaded Maven, and if you see, I've unzipped it here. So this is the folder with which I've unzipped my Maven. So as you know, Maven again is a one open source build tool. So you'll have to set in a few configurations and set up the path. So mvn -- version, if I specify this, after I set in my path, Maven should work. And if at all I echo m2 home, which is nothing but the environment variable specific to Maven home, it is already set here. So once you unzip Maven, just set this m2 home variable to the directory where you unzipped your Maven. Also, just set the path to this particular directory /bin, because that is where your Maven executables are all found. All right, so that's with Maven. And since I've set the path and the environment variable Maven is running perfectly fine on my system, I've just verified it. Okay, next one is the Tomcat server. Download Apache Tomcat server 8.5 is what I have on my system. So I'm just going to show you where to download this from. This is where you download Tomcat server, and I already have the server downloaded. Again, this doesn't need any installation. I just unzip it here, and it kind of has a bin and configuration. I've made some subtle changes in the configuration. First and foremost, Tomcat server also by default runs on port 8080. Since we already have our Jenkins server running on port 8080, we cannot let Tomcat run on the same port. There will be a port clash. So what I've done, I've configured Tomcat to use a different port. So if I go to this configuration file here, there is a server.xml. Let me open this up here. All right. Okay. So this is the port. By default, it will be 8080. I've just modified it to 8081. So I've changed the port on which my Tomcat server would run. All right. So that's one change. Second change, when Jenkins kind of tries to get into my Tomcat and deploy something for someone, he would need some authentications so that he'll be allowed deployment by Tomcat. So for that, I need to create a user on Tomcat and provide these user credentials to my Jenkins instance. So I would go to Tomcat users.xml file here. I've already created a username called deployer and the password is deployer, and I've added a role called manager-script. Manager-script will allow programmatic access to the Tomcat server. So this is the role that is there. So using these credentials, I will enable or I'll empower Jenkins to get into my Tomcat server and deploy my application. All right, only these two things that is required. Let me just start my Tomcat server first. So I get into my bin folder, I open a command prompt here, and there's a startup.bat. It's pretty fast. It just takes a few seconds. Yes, there you go. Tomcat server is up and running. Now this is running on port 8081. So let me just check if that looks good. So localhost 8081. Okay, my Tomcat server is up and running. That sounds good. The user is already configured on this. That's also fine. So what I'll do as a part of my first job, Maven is also installed on my system. So I'm good to use Maven as a part of my Jenkins. So I will put up a simple job now. I will say job MVN web app. I'll call this freestyle job. That's good. Okay, so this will be a Git repository. What is the URL of my Git repository? Is this guy, HTTPS URL. Okay, that's this URL. I will use the credentials. The old credentials that I set up will work well because it's the same Git user that I'm kind of connecting into. All right, so now the change happens here where after I get this, since I said this is a simple Maven repository, I will have some Maven targets to run. So the simple target first is, let me run Maven package. This creates a war file. Okay, so MVN package is the target. Package is the target. So whenever I run this package, it kind of creates it, it builds it, it tests it, and then creates a package. So this is all that is required. Maybe let me try to save this, and let me first run this and see if it connects well, if there's any problem with my war file, or the war file gets created properly. Okay, wonderful. So it built a war file, and if you see, it all shows you what is the location where this war file was generated. So this will be the workspace. If you see this war file was successfully built. Now I need to grab this particular war file, and then I would need to deploy it into Tomcat server. Again, I would need a small plugin to do this because I need to connect Tomcat with my Jenkins server. Let me go ahead and install the plugin for the container deployment. So I would go to manage plugins, available. type in container, container, deploy to container. Okay, so this would be the plugin that I would need. I would install it without a restart. Right, seems to be very fast. Nope, sorry, it's still installing. Okay, it installed the plugin. So if at all you see this, if you go to my workspace, okay, in the target folder, I would see this web application WAR file that is already built. So I would need to configure this plugin to pull up this WAR file and deploy it onto the Tomcat server. For deploying onto the Tomcat server, I will use the credentials of the user that I've created. Okay, so let me go to configure this particular project again. And okay, all this is good. So the package is good. I'm going to just create a package. That's all fine. Now add a post build step. So after the WAR file is built as a part of this package directive, let me use this deployment to container. Now this will show up after you install the plugin. So deploy this one to the container. Now what is that you're supposed to specify? You're supposed to specify what is the location. Okay, so this is a global configuration that is there that will allow you to, from the root folder, it will pick up the WAR file that is there. So ****star.war, that's good for me. Okay, what is the context path? Context path is nothing but just the name of an application that, under which it will get deployed into the Tomcat server. I will just say MVN web app. That's the name of my thing. Now I need to specify what kind of a container that I'm talking about. All right, so the deployment would be for this Tomcat 8.5 is what I need. Okay, because the server that we have is a Tomcat 8.5 server that I have. So this would be the URL. So the credentials, yes, I need to add a credential for this particular server. So if you remember, I had created a credential for my web application. So let me just find that. My Tomcat server, yes, configuration of this. Okay, so deployer and deployer. Username is deployer, password is deployer. Okay, so let me use that credential. I would say add a new credential, Jenkins credential. The username is deployer and the password is deployer. So I would use this deployer credentials for that. And what is the URL of my Tomcat instance? So this is the URL of my Tomcat instance. So take the WAR file that is found in this particular folder. And then, context path is MVN web app, use the deployer deployment credentials and get into this localhost, which is there 8081. This is the Tomcat server that is running on my system, and then go ahead and deploy it. Okay, so that is all that is required. So I would say just save this and let me run it now. Okay, it successfully built the WAR file. It is trying to deploy it, and looks like the deployment went ahead perfectly well. So the context path was MVN web app. So if I type in this, or if at all I go ahead into my Tomcat server, there would be a web apps folder. You would see the date timestamp. So this is the file that got recently copied, and this is the Explorer version of our application. So the application was built, the source code of this application was pulled from the GitHub server. It was built locally on the Jenkins instance, and then it was pushed into a Tomcat server which is running on a different port, which is 80881. Now for this demo, I'm running everything locally on my system, but assuming that this particular Tomcat instance was running on some other server with some other different IP address, all that you got to go and change is the URL of the server. So this would be the server in case you already have that, if you have a Tomcat server which is running on some other machine, that's all fine. With a different IP, that's all good enough. The whole bundle or the WAR file that was built as a part of this Jenkins job gets transferred onto the other server and gets deployed. That's the beauty of Jenkins and automatic deployments, or rather deployments using Jenkins and Maven. Distributed build or master slave configuration in Jenkins. As you would have seen, we just have one instance of Jenkins server up and running all the time. And also I told you that whenever any job that kind of, gets started on the Jenkins server, it is little heavy on in terms of disk space and the CPU utilization. So which kind of, if at all you're in an organization wherein you're heavily reliant on the Jenkins server, you don't want your Jenkins server to go down. So that's wherein you kind of start distributing the load that is there on the Jenkins server. So you primarily have a server, which is just a placeholder or like a master who will take in all the kind of jobs. And what he'll do is based upon trigger that has happened to the job or whichever job needs to be built, if at all, he can delegate these jobs onto some other machines or some other slaves. That's a wonderful thing to have. Okay, use case 1. Use case 2, assuming that, if you have a Jenkins server that is running on a Windows box or on a Linux one, and if at all you have a need where you need to build based upon operating systems, you have multiple build configurations to support. Maybe you need to build a Windows, Windows based .NET kind of a projects where you would need a Windows machine to build this particular project. You also have a requirement where you want to build Linux based systems. You also have a Mac, you support some sort of an apps or something that is built on Mac OS. You would need to build, Mac based system as well. So how are you going to support all these needs? So that's wherein a beautiful concept of master slave or primary and delegations or agent and master comes into play. So typically you would have one Jenkins server who will just configure with all the proper authorizations, users, configurations, and everything is set up on this Jenkins server. His job is just delegations. He will listen to some sort of triggers, or based upon the job that is coming in, he will, if there is a nice way of delegating these jobs to somebody else and taking back the results, he can control a lot of other systems. And these systems may not have a complete, or there's no need to put in a complete Jenkins installation. All that you got to do is have a very, very simple runner or a slave that is a simple jar file that is run as a low priority thread or a process within these systems. So with that, you can have a wonderful distributed build server that can be set up. And in case one of the servers goes down, your master would know that what went down and kind of delegate the task to somebody else. So this is the kind of distributed build or the master slave configuration. So what I'll do in this exercise or in this demo is I will set up a simple slave. But since I don't have too many machines to kind of play around, what I'll do is I will set up a slave in one other folder within my hard drive. So I've got the C drive and D drive. My Jenkins is on my C drive. So what I would do is I would just use my E drive and set up a very, very simple slave out there. I'll just show you how to provision a slave and how to connect to a slave and how to delegate a job to that slave. Let me go back to my Jenkins master and configure him to talk to an agent. So there are various ways in which this client and server talk to each other. What I'm going to choose is something called as JNLP, Java Network Launch Protocol. So using this, I would ensure that the client and server talk to each other. So for that, I need to ensure that I kind of enable this JNLP port. So let me try to find out where is that. Let me try this. Okay, yes. Agents, and by default this JNLP agents thing would be disabled. So if you see here, there's a small help on this. So I'm going to use this JNLP, which is nothing but Java Network Launch Protocol, and I'll configure the master and server to talk to each other using JNLP. So for that, I need to enable this guy. So I enable this guy instead of making by default the configuration was disabled. So I make him random. I make him enabled, and I say save this configuration. Alright, so now I configured, or I made a setting for the master so that the JNLP port is kind of opened up. So let me go ahead and create an agent. So I'll go to manage nodes. So if you see here, there's only one master here. So let me provision a new node here. So this is the way in which you bring up a new node. You have to configure it on the server. Jenkins would put in some sort of security around this particular agent and let you know how to launch this particular agent so that he can connect to your Jenkins master. So I would say new node. I would give a name for my node. I would say Windows node because both of these are Windows only. So that's fine. I'll just give an identifier saying that Windows node. I would say this is a permanent agent. I would say okay. So if you see the name, let me just copy this name here with the description. Number of executors, since it's a slave node and both of these are running on my system, I will keep the number of executors as 1. That's fine. Remote root directory. Now this is where, let me just clarify this, since I have both my master is running on my C drive program files 86, or hang on, not 86, C:program files, it is indeed 86. All right, Jenkins. So this is where my master is running. So I don't want the C drive. What I'll do is I'll use something called as A drive. I have another drive in my system, but please visualize this like, you're running this on a separate system altogether. So I create a folder here called Jenkins node, and this is where I'm going to place I'm going to provision my slave, and I'm going to run him from here. So this is the directory in which I'm going to provision my slave node. So I'm going to copy this here, and that is the remote root directory of your particular agent or slave. So I just copy it here. The label, probably this is fine for me. And usage, how do you want to use this guy? So I don't want him to run all kinds of jobs. I will only build jobs with label expressions that match this particular node. And so this is the label of this node. So in order for somebody to kind of delegate any task to them, they will have to specify this particular label. So imagine this way, if I have a bunch of Windows mesh system, I name it as Windows star. Anything that starts from Windows, I can give a regular expression and say that anything that matches Windows, run this particular task there. If I have some Mac machines, I name all these Mac agents as Mac star or something like that, and I can delegate all tasks, saying that start with whatever starts with Mac in this node, run the Mac jobs there. So you identify a node using the label and then delegate the task there. All right. So launch method, we will use Java Web Start because we're going to use JNLP protocol. Okay, that sounds good. Directory, I think nothing else is required. Availability, yes, we'll keep this agent, yep, online as much as possible. That sounds good. All right, let me save this. All right, I'm just provisioning this particular node now. So if I click on this node, I get a bunch of commands along with an agent.jar. So this is the agent.jar that has to be taken down to the other machine or the slave node, and from there I need to run this along with a small security credential. So let me copy this whole text here in my notepad. Notepad ++ is good for me. Okay, I copy this whole path there. I also want to download this agent.jar. I would say yes. And this agent.jar is the one that is configured by our server. So all the details that is required for launching this agent.jar is found in this. For launching this agent is found in this agent.jar. So typically I need to take this jar file onto the other system and then kind of run it from there. So I have this agent.jar. I copy this, or rather I cut this. I come back to my folder, my Jenkins node. I paste it here. Okay. So now with this provision agent.jar, and I need to use this whole command, Control A, Control C, and then launch this particular agent. So let me bring up a command prompt right here and then launch it. So I'm saying in the same folder where there is agent.jar, I'm going to launch this particular agent, java-jar, agent.jar, JNLP. This is the URL of my server. In case the server and client are on different locations or different IPs, you have to specify the IP address. All this anyway would show up. And then the secret and the root folder of your Jenkins or the slave node. Okay. So something ran and then it says it's connected very well. It seems to have connected very well. So let me come back to my Jenkins instance and see, if at all you see earlier, this was not connected. Now let me refresh this guy. Okay, now these two guys are connected. Provision a Jenkins node, and then I copied all the credentials or the slave.jar along with the launch code and then took it to the other system and kind of ran it from there. Since I don't have another system, I've just got a separate directory in another folder, another drive, and I'm launching the agent from here. As long as this particular agent is up and running or this command prompt is up and running, the agent would be connected. So once I close this, the connection goes down. All right, so successfully we've launched this particular agent. Now this would be the home directory of this Jenkins node or the Jenkins slave. So any task that I'm going to delegate to this particular slave would all be run here. It will create a workspace right here. All right, so good. So let me just come back and let me kind of put up a new task here. I will say that, delegate job is good. I say freestyle project. I'm going to create a very, very simple job here. I don't want it to connect to Git or anything like that. Let me just create a very, very simple echo delegated to the slave, delegated to, I don't like the word slave, delegated to agent. Put this way. All right. So delegated to agent sounds good. Now, how am I going to ensure that this particular job runs on the agent or on the slave that I've configured? Right? Do you see this? If at all you remember how we provisioned our particular slave, we gave a label, right? So now I'm going to put in a job that will only match this particular label. So I'm going to say that whatever matches this, Windows label, run this job on that particular node. So we have only one node that's matching this, Windows node. So this job will be delegated out there. So I save this and let me build this. This is again a very, very simple job. There's nothing in this. I just want to demonstrate how to kind of delegate it to an agent. So if you see this, it ran successfully. And where is the workspace? The workspace is right inside our Jenkins node. It created a new workspace, delegated job, it put in here. So my old or my primary master job is in SQL program files under Jenkins. And this is the slave job that was successfully run. Very, very simple, but very, very powerful concept of master slave configuration or distributed build in Jenkins. Okay, approaching the final section where we've done all this hard work in bringing up our Jenkins server, configuring it, putting up some jobs on it, creating users and all this stuff. Now, we don't want this configuration to kind of go away. We want a very nice way of ensuring that we back up all this configuration. And in case there is any failure, hardware crash or a machine crash, we will want to kind of restore from the existing configuration that we kind of backed up. So one quick way to do that would be, or one dirty way to do that would be just, take a complete backup of our program files Jenkins directory, because that's where our whole Jenkins configuration is present. But we don't want to do that. Let's use some plugins for taking up a backup. So let me go to Manage Jenkins and click on Available. And let me search for some backup. There are a bunch of backup plugins. So I would recommend one of these plugins that I specifically use. So this is the backup plugin. So let me go ahead and install this plugin. All right, so we went ahead and installed this plugin. So let me come back to my manage plugins. So this plugin is there. So hang on, backup manager. So you will see this option once you install this plugin. So first time I can do a setup. I would say backup this particular. I'll give a folder. This folder is pertaining to the folder where I want Jenkins to back up some data. And I would say the format should be zip format is good enough. Let me give a name or a template or a file name for my backup. This is good. I want it in verbose mode. I don't want to shut on my Jenkins, or should I shut it down? No. Okay. One thing that you got to remember is that whenever a backup happens, if there are too many jobs that is running on the server, it can kind of slow down your Jenkins instance, because it's in the process of copying few of those things, and if the files are being changed at that moment, it's a little bit problematic for Jenkins. So typically you back up your servers only when there is very less load, or typically try to bring it to a shutdown kind of a state and then take a backup. All right, so I'm going to back up all these things. I don't want to exclude anything else. I want the history. I want the Maven artifacts. Possibly I don't want this guy. I would just say save, and then I would say back him up. So this would run a bunch of steps and all the files that is required as a part of this is pretty fast. But then if at all you have too many things up on your server, for now we didn't have too many things up on our server, but in case you had too many things to kind of back up, this may take a while. So let me just pause this recording and get back to you once the backup is complete. So there you go. The backup was successful. Created a backup of all our workspace, the configurations, the users, and all that. So all this is kind of hidden down in this particular zip file. So at any instance, if at all I kind of crash my system for some instance, or say hard disk failure, and I bring up a new instance of Jenkins, I can kind of use the backup plugin for restoring this particular configurations. So how do I do that? I just come back to my manage Jenkins, come back to backup manager, and I will say restore Hudson or Jenkins configuration.
Hi guys, welcome to this video on Jenkins interview questions and answers. Jenkins is a popular DevOps open source automation server. It is used to automate the non-human part of software development and supports continuous integration and continuous delivery. Jenkins is a server-based system that runs in servlet containers such as Apache Tomcat. We have compiled the most important Jenkins interview questions that you might face in a Jenkins or DevOps interview. So without further ado, let us get started with Jenkins interview questions and answers.
So the first question you'll be asked about with Jenkins is explain a master-slave architecture of Jenkins. So the way that Jenkins is set up is that the Jenkins master will pull code from your remote Git repository such as GitHub and will check that repository every time there is a code commit. It will distribute the workload of that code and the tests that need to be applied to that code to all of the Jenkins slaves. And then on request, the Jenkins master and the slaves will then carry out all the builds and tests to be able to produce test reports. The next question you'll be asked is, what is a Jenkins file? And simply put, a Jenkins file is a text file that has a definition of the Jenkins pipeline and is checked into a source code repository. And this really allows for three distinct things to happen. One, it allows for a code review and iteration of the pipeline. It permits an audit trail for that pipeline and also provides a single source of truth for the pipeline, which can be viewed and edited. So which of the following commands runs Jenkins from the command line? Is it java-jar jenkins.war, java-war jenkins.jar, java-jar jenkins.jar, java-war jenkins.war? And the answer is A, java-jar jenkins.war. So when working with Jenkins, you're going to be asked what are the key concepts and aspects of working with a Jenkins pipeline. And you want to really hold out your fingers here and go through 4 key areas, and that is pipeline, node, step, and stage. So pipeline refers to the user-defined model of a CD continuous delivery pipeline. Node are the machines which are part of that Jenkins environment within the pipeline. Step is a single task that tells Jenkins what to do at that particular point in time. And then finally, stage defines a conceptually distinct subset of tasks performed through the entire pipeline. And tasks could be build, test, and deploy. So which of the following file is used to define dependency in Maven? And do we have A, build.xml, B, pom.xml, C, dependency.xml, or D, version.xml? And the answer is pom.xml. Working with Jenkins, you're going to be asked to explain the 2 types of pipeline used in Jenkins along with the syntax. And so a scripted pipeline is based on GroovyScript as the domain-specific language for Jenkins. And there are 1 or more node blocks that are used throughout the entire pipeline. On the left-hand side, you can actually see what the actual script would look like, and the right-hand side shows what the actual declaration for each section of that script would be. The second type of Jenkins pipeline is a declarative pipeline. And a declarative pipeline provides a simple and a friendly syntax to define what the pipeline should look like. And then you can actually, at this point, use an example to actually break out how blocks are used to define the work completed in a declarative pipeline. So how do you create a copy and backup of Jenkins? Well, to create a backup, periodically back up Jenkins to your Jenkins home directory, and then create a copy of that directory. It's really as simple as that. A question you'll be asked as well is how can you copy Jenkins from one server to another? Well, there are three ways to do that. One is you can move a job from one installation of Jenkins to another by copying the corresponding job directory. The second would be to create a copy of an existing job directory and making a clone of that job directory but with a different name. And the third is to rename an existing job by renaming a directory. So security is fundamental to all the work that we do within DevOps, and Jenkins provides the center core to all the work that gets completed within a DevOps environment. There are three ways in which you can apply security to authenticate users effectively. And when you are asked about this question of security within Jenkins, the three responses you want to be able to provide is A, Jenkins has its own internal database that uses secured user data and user credentials. B is you can use a LDAP or lightweight directory access protocol server to be able to authenticate Jenkins users. Or C, you can actually configure Jenkins to authenticate by using such as OAuth, which is a more modern method of being able to authenticate users. You're going to be asked how to deploy a custom build of a core plugin within Jenkins. And essentially, the 4 steps that you want to go through are, first of all, copying the .hpi plugin file into the Jenkins home plugins subdirectory. You want to remove the plugin's development directory if there is one. You want to create an empty file called plugin.hpi.pin. And once you've completed these 3 steps, restart Jenkins and your custom build plugin should be available. How can you temporarily turn off Jenkins security if the administrative user has locked themselves out of the admin console? Well, this doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's good to know how you can actually get into Jenkins and be able to resolve the problems of authenticating effectively into the system as an administrator. So when you want to be able to get into a Jenkins environment, what you want to be able to do is locate the config file. You should see that it's set to true, which allows for security to be enabled. If you then change the user security setting to false, security will be disabled, allowing you to make your administrative changes and will not be re-enabled until the next time Jenkins is restarted. So what are the ways in which a build can be scheduled and run in Jenkins? Well, there are 4 ways in which you can identify the way a build can be scheduled or run in Jenkins. The first is when source code management commits new code into the repository. You can run Jenkins at that point. The second can be after the completion of other builds. So maybe you have multiple builds in your project that are dependent on each other, and when so many other builds have been executed, then you can have Jenkins run. You can schedule builds to run at a specified time. So you may have nightly builds of your code that illustrate the changes in the solution you're building. And then finally, you also can manually build an environment on request. Occasionally, you will want to also restart Jenkins. And so it's good that when a question around how do you restart Jenkins manually comes up, that you have the answers. And there are 2 ways in which you can do it. One is you can force a restart without waiting for builds to complete by using the Jenkins URL that you have for your environment /restart, or you can allow all running builds to complete before restart are required, and in which case you would use the command of the URL for your Jenkins environment /safe restart.
So with that, we have come to an end of this session on software testing. If you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, like the code or PPT, then do let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be more than happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest. Until next time, thank you, stay safe, and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.